Chapter 287, Subduing the Black Dragon. Whoosh. Fang Yu flashed in midair and instantly appeared beside the black dragon. Seeing Fang Yu suddenly appear, the black dragon shuddered with fear, and its claws, as thick as a hill and as hard as steel, subconsciously stretched out. However, as if it had thought of something, it continued to lie obediently on the solid rock ground, and even began to stick out its tongue and breathe towards Fang Yu. Fang Yu was speechless. Is this guy really not evolved from a dog? He cast aside all distracting thoughts and said calmly, "Listen, I can accept your surrender without killing you. But to ensure you won't betray me, I need to leave a mental mark in your mind. As long as I have this mental mark, I can control your life and death at any time. If the time is right, I might be able to help you remove this spiritual mark. But that depends on your performance." Mental fluctuations were transmitted along with the words. Through this, Black Dragon could understand what he meant. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. Fang Yu smiled slightly, and murderous aura suddenly boiled over. Roar! The black dragon roared with a look of fear, indicating that he was willing to receive the mental mark and would not resist Fang Yu. Very good. As he spoke, Fang Yu smiled slightly and suddenly looked at the black dragon's huge eyes, which were as big as his body. His eyes became deep and a divine light flashed. Boom! The huge black dragon's body trembled violently. An illusory yet real spiritual imprint has appeared in his mind, lighting up with a bright light, and then fading away, as if it did not exist. But the originally ferocious and brutal black dragon's eyes have become more flattering, because now, it can clearly perceive that there is a power hidden in its mind that does not belong to it but is extremely powerful. As long as Fang Yu wanted, he could kill it with just a thought, plant a spiritual imprint. After making sure that the ferocious beast dares not resist, Fang Yu nodded slightly, then took a step forward, leaped into the air, and landed directly on the back of the black dragon. The black dragon's straight-line flying speed in the air was even slightly faster than his own full speed running on land. With such free transportation, why not use it? Since you have submitted to me, I must give you a name. Fang Yu pondered for a moment, looking at the black scales covering its body and its enormous size. An idea suddenly struck him. Got it, let's call you Dahei. Ha, yes, this is a really good name. He seemed very satisfied. Dahei, go back. On the other side of Reposari, the remaining 200,000 mutant creatures were still attacking the city, so he naturally didn't have much time to waste here. The membranous wings fluttered and a strong wind swept through. The black dragon soared into the sky amidst the turbulent air currents, letting out a dull roar. Like a sharp arrow, it drew a white streak in the air and rushed towards Reposari in the distance. Reposari. Day. On the city wall, heavy weapons continued to burst out with flames. Orange bullet casings littered the city walls, nearly covering them entirely. In the apocalyptic world, resources were in short supply, especially military resources. Even though most factions poured vast resources and manpower into factories, guns and ammunition remained incredibly valuable. However, in this critical moment, no one cares about the consumption of ammunition. There were 300,000 mutant creatures out there. Even if Fang Yu killed 50,000 of them, there were still over 200,000 left. If the city wall falls, everyone will be killed. What is the point of keeping so many ammunition reserves? Therefore, everyone on the city wall stared at the mutant creature in the distance, their fingers constantly pulling the trigger and roaring. The bullet bar is used up, replace it with a new one. The barrel of the gun became so hot that it was about to explode, but he still didn't stop. The soldiers defending the city fell to the ground because the city wall was hit, and others immediately replaced them. Kill. 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 At this moment, everyone was already bloodthirsty. On the ground, the city gates are wide open. Under the cover of the troops on the city wall, the soldiers launched a charge towards the mutant creatures. Kill these mutant creatures, kill. Yi Qian, a middle-aged man with an unshaven beard, about 40 years old. At this moment, his eyes were red, and he was holding a heavy machine gun in his hand, constantly attacking the mutant creatures in front of him. You beasts! His face was distorted, filled with uncontrollable rage. Just now, before his eyes, several of his closest soldiers, the brothers with whom he usually shared a feast, a drink, and a good chat, were dead. Torn to pieces by a dying level 5 titan, their bodies vanished, leaving only desperate and shrill screams. This made Yi Qian furious. He immediately picked up the heavy machine gun that had fallen to the ground nearby and fired a burst of shots at the already seriously injured giant, knocking him to the ground. Then, regardless of the recoil of the heavy machine gun that cracked his knuckles and dislocated his arm, he continued to pull the trigger. The words Fang Yu had said on the city wall kept echoing in his ears. Are you really pigs kept within these city walls, waiting to be slaughtered? Are they the beasts, or are you the beasts? Pick up your weapons. You have no way out. No matter how you deceive yourselves with the illusion of peace, in the end, only one side will survive. I will be with you, leading you to slaughter all the mutant creatures, kill. The last moment. Ichian roared angrily, why should they die? Why didn't these beasts die? At this moment, accompanied by huge emotional turmoil, he, who originally had average talent in martial arts and was still stuck at the peak of quasi-warrior at the age of 40, unexpectedly crossed the barrier and was promoted to a warrior. The next second, he threw away the heavy machine gun in his hand that had run out of ammunition, kicked the head of a weak zombie with his foot, and rushed towards a giant with a huge body and gray keratin covered all over his body with his bare hands. However, in a war of this scale, the power of an individual is too small to influence the overall situation. Although the artillery on the city walls roared continuously, it could not make up for the gap between the two sides. The 400,000 troops belonging to Pango Biological Company, relying on the city walls, only killed less than 70,000 mutant creatures. The special city walls were already crumbling. The surging mutant creatures pressed forward again. The soldiers who rushed out of the city were defeated one after another and were forced to retreat towards the city wall behind. Among them, people were constantly torn apart and devoured, and their blood soaked the earth. If this wave of mutant creatures were to crash into the city, part of the wall would inevitably collapse. At that time, the army will face off against the remaining nearly 200,000 mutant creatures. According to the previous casualties of major forces in battles with mutants, the number of soldiers in the Riposare gathering point is absolutely no match for the remaining mutants. Other subordinate gathering points are sending reinforcements, but it is too late. Riposare seems destined to fall. On the city wall, Meiwia gritted her teeth, supported herself on the wall with both hands, and her voice revealed a calm and anxious tone. Why hasn't he come back yet? The roar from the crater has stopped. Obviously, the fierce battle just now is over. However, Fangyu did not return. Could it be that he has already? No, impossible. If Fangyu died, then he, who had been mentally marked, should also be dead. Or, the so-called mental mark was not as powerful as Fangyu said, and was just trying to scare him. Meiwia's expression changed, and another wave of mutant creatures, as surging as the tide, is getting closer and closer to the city wall. There was already a hint of despair in everyone's eyes. Is Riposare really going to be destroyed today? Chapter 288, Raising Gu. At this time above the clouds. No1 noticed that a giant black dragon was constantly tumbling and flying, and Fangyu was sitting upright on it. The terrifying mental power quietly surged out and enveloped the area below. Yeah, not bad. Fangyu sat cross-legged on the back of the black dragon Dahe, his eyes looking down as if passing through the void, although on the verge of defeat. But the performance of Pango's biological army has already satisfied him. This army, which had almost never fought such a large-scale war with mutant creatures, fought with great momentum and vigor under the influence of his previous words that had enhanced his spiritual power. Fangyu didn't care about their current combat effectiveness, but rather their growth value. It seems so now. The humans of this world, the warriors of this world, they haven't lost their will to resist mutants, and their fighting spirit hasn't faded. As long as they are properly trained, they will play a huge role in the future battles against mutants. In fact, Fangyu had already returned to the sky above the battlefield with the black dragon Dahe. However, he did not take action immediately, but observed and waited in secret. Fangyu's eyes were deep. If an army wants to grow, the fastest way is to experience the baptism of war and experience blood and death. When you see your comrades, or even your brothers, sons, or fathers dying beside you, even if he is a coward, he will be driven by hatred and become a fearless madman. To put it another way, if Fangyu seemed to be raising a Gu. He doesn't need useless people under his command. As long as he can forge a powerful army through this war, it will be worth it no matter how many people die. After all, war is never about numbers, but about eliteness and quality. The current human population may seem much smaller than before the catastrophe, but in reality, it's still far too large compared to the area and resources it controls. Appropriate reductions will, on the contrary, help strengthen the overall strength of humanity in this world. Fangyu talked to himself, but the words that came out of his mouth made people feel cold to the core. What he needed was to wipe out the mutant creatures, thereby depriving Jiang Huai of his protagonist halo and conquering this book. As for other issues, they were not within his consideration. The rule of this doomsday world is that the strong prey on the weak and only the fittest survive. Boom! At the same time, Fangyu's mental power spread wildly. covering the entire battlefield and sweeping everywhere that he was looking for soldiers with better performance and potential. He would focus on training these people and make them the core of his army. This guy is interesting. Fangyu touched his chin with interest and looked down in a certain direction. In that direction, there was a strong man covered in blood but still standing, roaring continuously, which attracted his attention. This guy just broke through from the peak of the quasi-warrior level to become a warrior, and now in this life-and-death battle with the giant, he's actually broken through another small realm and reached the middle stage of the warrior. Interesting, really interesting. 2 consecutive breakthroughs in a short period of time, one of which transcended a major realm, is absolutely extraordinary for a middle-aged man whose talent and potential are relatively exhausted. As expected, combat is the best catalyst for improving strength. Although this guy is not young anymore, he is still worth training. Even on the entire battlefield, he is eye-catching enough. He smiled faintly as Fangyu stood up from the black dragon, his black hair fluttering in the strong wind from the sky. It's almost done. If we continue, the city wall will be breached. My goal is to hone the skills, not to actually destroy the stronghold and kill everyone. Hey! As his words fell, roar. Like thunder rolling in the sky. A shocking roar suddenly erupted and instantly spread over 100 miles. This cry is mixed with enormous mental power and the ferocious dragon might. On the ground, the mutant creatures suddenly became chaotic, their eyes filled with fear, and their bodies began to tremble. The pressure carried in the roar comes from the genetic instinct and the suppression at a certain level. The mutant creatures that were running fast and crashing into the city wall suddenly stopped like a car that had stepped on the brakes. Then, they fled in all directions while roaring, scattering aimlessly. What's going on? All the soldiers belonging to the panga creatures, whether on the city walls or on the ground, were stunned. The mutant creatures have all run away. This absurd scene made them completely stunned. The terrifying roar made them feel cold all over, and they couldn't muster any resistance in their hearts. What was that thing? The next second they witnessed a scene that they would never forget. The upper clouds were slowly parted, and a behemoth of unimaginable size, which seemed to cover the sky, slowly descended with its wings fluttering. The terrifying aura emanating from its body made it difficult for them to breathe. Everyone looked stunned. The scene also fell into silence. Chapter 289 Victory. That's enough, stop it. At this time, an indifferent yet grand voice, carrying rolling waves, spread all around. Roar. Upon hearing this, the black dragon instantly subsided, its eyes becoming obedient and harmless. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a pet kept by some wealthy family. Look, there's someone up there. A sharp-eyed soldier suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and were shocked to find that there was actually a person on the black dragon's back, the aura emanating from the black dragon. I'm afraid even the god of war is not so terrifying, who can stand on the back of such a giant dragon that covers the sky and is like a mythical creature. As the giant dragon slowly approached, everyone was finally shocked to discover that the figure standing with his hands behind his back was actually Fangyu, the new president of Pango Biological Company. Yes, Mr. President. Immediately, the shock in everyone's eyes turned into fanaticism and admiration. Fangyu's previous use of the sky/skill on the city wall, which had killed 50,000 mutant creatures in a single move, had already made him a godlike figure in their hearts. Since it was from this lord, then even forcing such a terrifying black dragon to submit wouldn't be a big deal, right? It was Lord Fangyu who stepped on the black dragon and dispersed the remaining mutant creatures. Long live the president! Long live Lord Fang! On the city wall, cheers of admiration and longing rang out. In their eyes, there was a fanaticism like believers worshipping God. One of the reasons was that Fangyu had previously exerted a subtle influence on them through his mental power. Another reason is the characteristic of the Cataclysm era itself, which is the immense worship of the strong. On the ground, Yi Qian, like everyone else, stared blankly at Fangyu, who was standing in the sky with giant dragons surrounding him. At this moment, most of the mutant creatures have fled to the wilderness, but there are still about 1,000 who, frightened by the black dragon's roar, continue to move towards the city wall. After all, Long Wei can only deter and guide them, but cannot really control their specific behavior. Just when Yi Qian was distracted, there was a level 6 giant fleeing in this direction. He roared and jumped up from the ground, stepping out a deep pit on the hard ground, and slapped him. Completion. Yi Qian's face turned pale and he looked desperate. If this slap were to hit him, he would be crushed to pieces. Get out of the way. His companions wanted to save him, but it was too late. However, the next second, Yi Qian was shocked to see that the ferocious level 6 giant suddenly froze, and it suddenly turned into pieces starting from the head, sliding weakly to the ground. With blood full of fishy and smelly smell flowing, the young man in a black windbreaker appeared beside him without him noticing when. President! Yi Qian was completely stunned. Fang Yu smiled and said, "What's your name?" "My Lord President, my name is Yi Qian, and I'm a squad leader of the 9th Legion of Pango Biology." Yi Qian responded stutteringly. "You performed well in this battle." Fang Yu nodded slightly and patted his shoulder. "Keep doing your best from now on. But remember, never let your guard down at any time." Roar. At this time, a few more mutant creatures rushed over. What an annoying, blind man. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the long sword behind him hummed and trembled. Then, everything fell silent. A strange wind seemed to flow around him, and then, within a kilometer radius around the city wall, nearly 1,000 mutant creatures, regardless of their level, were all cut into pieces. Do all this? Fang Yu took a deep breath, and a rumbling voice spread out, "Clean up the battlefield. We have won this battle. This is our victory, and it is also your victory. Mutated creatures are nothing more than this. One day, these beasts will be completely wiped out by us. Clean up the battlefield and return to the city." Chapter 290 Post-war meeting. Reposari I in the central area, in the tallest building. I in the conference room, at the top seat, Fang Yu sat with his eyes closed. Vice President Meiwia, heads of administrative departments, and military commanders were all present. Among them, Commander Karami was reporting on the details of the previous battle. Pangu Biotech's headquarters has 10 legions and over 400,000 troops. A total of 78,643 people died, and 119,650 were injured. Fortunately, most of the injured soldiers' injuries are not serious and are not life-threatening. With a little recuperation, they can return to the army. As for the 300,000 mutant creatures, about 150,000 escaped, and the number killed was around 150,000. Click, click, click. Fang Yu just sat on the chair, his fingers slightly bent, tapping the table lightly. Finally, he said indifferently, "Too many people died." Karami was stunned. Not only him, but everyone else present also looked shocked. "Is that a lot of casualties?" This kind of casualty ratio is unprecedented and has never been seen before. Among them, Fang Yu's spiritual influence and morale motivation played a very important role. Originally, they considered this a great victory. Only 70,000 people died, but 150,000 mutant corpses were left behind. If this news were to spread, it would surely be enough to deter other major forces, greatly enhancing the status of Pangu Biology and giving them a dominant position in the future division of interests. But Fang Yu actually said that there were too many deaths. Oh. Fang Yu's gaze swept across everyone's faces, with disappointment hard to conceal in his eyes. In the original book, the destruction of mankind was not just because Jiang Huai was too powerful, but another important reason was the bad nature of mankind itself. These people are too short-sighted. Not only Pango Biology, but also the other 7 major forces have always focused on their own territory. Even when some of the 8 major forces were destroyed, they were thinking about dividing up resources and being suspicious of each other. Only when they were surrounded by enemies did they realize their mistake, but it was already too late. Fang Yu restrained his tone and said coldly, "Out of a force of 400,000, we suffered nearly 80,000 casualties, including 110,000 injured. Yet we only managed to kill 150,000 mutants. And 50,000 of them were killed by me. In other words, the true casualty ratio was almost 1-to-1. And yet, you seem quite proud of yourself? You bastard." He slammed the table hard, smashing half of it into pieces. Karami was startled, but subconsciously defended herself. "President, this is the battle with the lowest casualty rate in the large-scale battle between the 8 major factions and the mutants. Madness." Fang Yu's expression was icy. "Who are our enemies? The other 7 major forces? What's the point of comparing ourselves to them? Our enemies are all the mutants in this world. If the remaining mutants hadn't been driven away by dragon might, none of you would be alive to talk to me right now." "Yes, yes." Karami was sweating profusely, not daring to object. Almost all the others lowered their heads, not daring to look Fang Yu in the eye. Snort. Fang Yu snorted coldly, then said calmly, "Pass my order to issue a conscription order to all subordinate settlements, including Reposari. The current size of the army must be tripled 3 times?" All the generals, including Kurami, were stunned. Kurami hesitated and said, "Master Fang, an army of this size already exceeds the normal number of people that Pango can support, and it will easily arouse the fear and suspicion of other forces. Do you think you should reconsider?" Fang Yu said calmly, "This is not your concern. Just do as I say. The training of new recruits and current soldiers will be your responsibility, Mevia. Judging from the books, Mevia's military skills are undoubtedly strong. When the human situation was critical, all the power of the army was transferred to Mevia. The combat effectiveness of the soldiers of Pango Biological Company can be said to be the strongest among human forces." Mevia bowed slightly and said calmly, "I understand." Fang Yu continued to tap the table lightly. "The army can no longer continue to live in the settlement. Split them into combat teams and send them into the wilderness to sweep the gray unexplored areas and fight a life and death battle with the mutant creatures. I don't need to worry about casualties. I only need the elite. As for the soldiers who can't adapt, they will die sooner or later. It's better for them to die in the wilderness beforehand. Also, the soldiers I selected earlier who performed well in the war will be trained as a priority in the future." His eyes were deep. A triple the number of troops was the limit, he speculated. An army of this size would definitely impact the sustainable development of the settlement, and perhaps even lead to its collapse in a few years. But he knew very well that according to the plot, it wouldn't take too long for humanity to be wiped out by Jiang Huaya. Therefore, it is completely meaningless to discuss the future now. Send soldiers to the outside world to wipe out mutant creatures. On the one hand, it is natural to eliminate the weak and select the strong as soon as possible. The number of soldiers has tripled, and the base number has increased, so it doesn't matter if some died out. On the other hand, it is also to avoid a situation where a large number of mutant creatures suddenly gather in the heart of the human race and form a tide of mutant creatures when a war breaks out, just like what is happening now. Boom! 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 Suddenly, there was a knock on the conference room door. "Asshole, you're crazy. Get out of the way. Let me in." Along with the rapid knocks on the door, there was also a quarrel. Fang Yu frowned slightly and looked sideways at Kurami. "What's going on?" Crunch! Kurami opened the door, walked towards the conference room door, and shouted angrily, "What's going on?" Outside the door, the armed soldier saluted and said, "Commander, Deputy Chief Gregory of the Institute insists on going in to see the president." Kurami frowned and looked behind her. Sure enough, there was another figure there. He was wearing a gray windbreaker and gloves of the same color. He was over 1.9 meters tall and looked quite tall. His clothes were neat, but his hair and short beard were messy, as if they had not been taken care of for a long time. "Get out of the way, let me see the president." Gregory was stopped by heavily armed soldiers and shouted loudly. Chapter 291. Knock. "Gregory, what are you doing?" Kurami's anger rose. "Is this the place where you can mess around? Don't blame me for being rude. I'm here to see the president." Gregory was furious when he heard this, his face full of arrogance. "You bunch of idiots, do you know how important my latest research is? Get out of here. Drag this lunatic away." Kurami was immediately furious. This guy is so arrogant. If it weren't for his outstanding scientific research ability, his genius, and his huge contribution to the improvement of Pango biology, he would have been punished long ago just for his long-standing attitude of disregarding everyone. So even those who are higher in rank than Gregory are unwilling to provoke this madman. Even Kurami felt a headache when facing Gregory. After all, Mevia was the chief scientist of the institute, and she was indeed a researcher, so she admired Gregory very much. As long as it was not too excessive, she would generally tolerate it. 2 soldiers grabbed Gregory and tried to take him away, etc. Just then in the conference room, Fang Yu's voice suddenly rang out, "Let him in." "Did you hear that? Did you hear that? The president asked me to come in. How dare you stop me?" Gregory was overjoyed. Kurami was a little stunned, but ultimately did not dare to disobey Fang Yu's order. He raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "Let him in." "But, Gregory, I must remind you. The new president is different from Lady Mevia. If you cause trouble again, no one can save you. Gregory scratched his head and completely ignored Karami. With an arrogant look on his face, he strode directly into the meeting room, ignoring Karami's unfriendly expression. Karami followed and immediately in the meeting room, Fang Yu waved his hand and said, "Karami and Meiwei stay. The rest of you can leave. Follow the decision just now and proceed accordingly." Everyone bowed and filed out. Soon, after more than 10 seconds, only 4 people were left in the large and spacious conference room: Fang Yu, Karami, Meiwei, and Gregory, who just entered. Karami walked over to Fang Yu and introduced him. "President, this is Gregory, the deputy chief scientist at the Research Institute. He has made outstanding contributions to the development of the company's various technologies and is a genius scientist." Fang Yu nodded slightly. There was not much change in expression. With his sharp senses, he could undoubtedly hear clearly the conversation between the 2 people outside. Gregory strode forward and immediately began to speak incessantly, his saliva flying everywhere. "Mr. President, my research has achieved a breakthrough. This will be..." "Stop." Fang Yu reached out to interrupt. Gregory was stunned. Fang Yu said calmly, "Before we discuss this, shouldn't you first explain why you barged into the meeting room and interrupted it?" Gregory's expression froze. His brows furrowed slightly. "Mr. President, my time is precious. I don't have time to waste on things like this. Let's get to the point." Fang Yu glanced at him, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Gregory's body trembled, and he suddenly let out a scream. He couldn't help but kneel on the ground, and even couldn't help rolling back and forth. He felt as if his soul was being sliced into pieces with a knife. It was a pain that no human could endure. A few minutes later, I felt the pain in my soul dissipate. He struggled to get up, his eyes filled with fear, his shirt already soaked with cold sweat. Fang Yu looked down at him and smiled. "Let me tell you, you may be a genius, but there is no shortage of geniuses in this world. What I care about more is whether you follow the rules and whether you can recognize your place. Do you understand? Maybe Meiwei could tolerate you before, but remember, I am the current president of Pango Biological Company. Someone come." The guard outside the door came in. Fang Yu waved his hand and said, "Take this guy away and strip him of all his positions. Also, he is not allowed to conduct any research in the future, and no one is allowed to provide him with relevant resources." Gregory's face turned pale. He is a complete research fanatic and scientific madman. For him, Fang Yu's punishment was even more unacceptable than death. Bang! Gregory actually knelt on the ground. "My lord, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I will never dare to do it again. I am still useful. My latest research results are enough to change the current situation of human combat power." Snort. Fang Yu said coldly, then calmly waved his hand to disperse the guards. "In that case, I'll give you one more chance. Remember, this is the last time." He originally just wanted to give him a beating, not really do anything, because, when he heard Gregory's name for the first time just now, the plot of the book emerged from his mind, and he remembered who this guy was, the genius scientist in Doomsday. "I keep the whole world in captivity, because the research results he proposed were too shocking." He was considered a madman with fantasies and was not adopted. It was not until humanity was on the verge of extinction that his idea began to be adopted, but he was killed prematurely by Jiang Huai. Yes, thank you, Mr. President." Gregory wiped the cold sweat from his head and stood up in shock. Beside him, Karami was amazed at Fang Yu's methods. He actually grasped Gregory's weakness and instantly subdued this unruly guy who caused everyone a headache. He sneered in his heart, "I told you a long time ago that Lord Fang is different from Meiwei. Do you think I was kidding you?" Chapter 292 Consciousness Uploading Technology. Fang Yu smiled, picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and said leisurely, "You want to tell me about the Immortal Man plan, right?" Gregory was shocked and couldn't help but blurt out, "How do you know?" His tone was full of disbelief. The Immortal Man project was his latest confidential research achievement, and even his assistants only knew a portion of it. As for his meeting with Fang Yu today, it was a last-minute decision, and Fang Yu had actually casually mentioned the term. Gregory looked at Fang Yu with a look that was suddenly filled with fear and suspicion. This new CEO was a bit too scary. What on earth was there that he didn't know? Fang Yu suddenly became mysterious in his mind. Fang Yu took another sip of tea and smiled slightly, looking at the confused Meiwei and Karami beside him. He said, "Gregory, please explain in detail. After all, the people here don't know what's going on yet." Fang Yu had a mysterious look on his face, making it hard to understand, but in fact, due to the incomplete information in the book, he only had a vague understanding of the Immortal Man plan. But the class can't be lowered. Gregory's expression suddenly became solemn when it came to research. The Immortal Human Project is a technology that was researched and made significant progress in the old days before the Cataclysm era. Its original purpose was to help the powerful and wealthy break free from the constraints of the flesh and gain eternal life. This technology consists of two parts: exoskeleton armor and mind uploading. By using a machine to strip the consciousness from the body and upload it to a specially designed bionic chip, which is then installed in the exoskeleton, the wearer can shed the body and achieve immortality. Only regular maintenance and repairs are required. As long as the bionic chip doesn't completely age or become destroyed, they have, to some extent, achieved immortality. I excavated a relevant laboratory in a ruined city in the old world and restored the relevant technology and equipment. I discovered that exoskeleton armor can be equipped with various weapons and systems. By uploading consciousness, it can instantly create terrifying super soldiers. The number of high-level warriors is limited. Moreover, how many years does it take for a high-level warrior to train? Through the new version of the Immortal Man plan, we can create a super army in a short period of time. Kurami felt a chill in her heart. Does giving up the body and becoming a robot really make sense for this kind of immortality? Wait, if that's the case, why not just have people wear the exoskeleton armor? After thinking for a while, Kurami couldn't help but ask again. Gregory smiled and explained, exoskeleton armor is, after all, an external object. Even with the support of the integrated systems, it can't unleash its true power when worn on the body. Only when it's truly integrated can it be used like an arm. What is the success rate of consciousness uploading? Meiwei asked a key question: almost 100%. After hesitating for a moment, Gregory continued, however, this technology is not yet mature. Before uploading consciousness, it is necessary to perform about 10 consciousness frequency adjustments in advance before starting the consciousness upload to ensure a near 100% success rate. Consciousness frequency adjustment requires a human brain connection, and every time the adjustment is attempted, the person receiving it will inevitably die. Meiwei frowned at Gregory's side and shrugged. To put it simply, every consciousness upload requires the sacrifice of 10 lives. Meiwei and Kurami's expressions changed drastically. Kurami's face was filled with anger. One consciousness upload requires the sacrifice of 10 people. Where can we find so many people? Of course not. Fang Yu, who had been silent throughout the story, suddenly spoke with a smile. He licked his lips, his smile seeming a bit cold and cruel. How many wilderness bandits are there wandering around the panga creatures? Kurami and Meiwei felt a sudden chill in their hearts. Fang Yu stared at him with deep eyes, waiting for his reply. Taking a deep breath, Kurami said, there are always hundreds of thousands. Among the existing human beings, only 70% are able to live in strongholds, while 30% still live in the outer wilderness, which is an extremely large number among 30% of the population. Some are wilderness wanderers and some are wilderness bandits. Of course, sometimes the boundary between the two is not so clear, and a wilderness wanderer may turn into a wilderness bandit at any time. Oh, haven't these wilderness bandits always been a headache for the company? If we don't round them up, they'll roam around, plundering and disrupting normal order. But actually dealing with them wastes a lot of energy. But now, there is a reason to take action, right? Fang Yu grinned and suddenly smiled, then looked at Gregory. Within 6 months, I want to see a large-scale exoskeleton armored army. Can you do it? Gregory's face was full of excitement, but he seemed to have thought of something and said, President, in addition to solving the problem of adjusting the consciousness frequency, we also need someone to voluntarily give up their physical body and upload their consciousness. Fang Yu looked up, his expression calm. Is this a big deal? There's no shortage of people in this world who seek immortality, even if it's this kind of deformed immortality. And for someone on the verge of death, no one would refuse it, right? On the contrary, they might even go crazy for this opportunity. Soldiers injured and dying in the war are given priority. They have a stronger sense of combat and are more disciplined. Fang Yu sat up from his chair and stretched out a finger. 6 months. I'll give you 6 months. Within this time limit, I need to see sufficient results. Otherwise, come to see me with your head. Yes. Gregory straightened his back, his face full of excitement. I promised to complete the task. Fang Yu looked at Kurami and Maevaya. Kurami, you are responsible for leading the troops to capture the wilderness bandits in the area controlled by the Pangu creatures and bring them to Gregory for consciousness frequency adjustment. As for Maevaya, you will be responsible for helping him allocate all resources, whether it's the manufacturing of bionic chips or the production of exoskeleton armor. I only have one request: hurry. Also, you will be responsible for selecting the consciousness uploader. Fang Yu's eyes were deep, but he had a hunch that the immortal plan might become one of his trump cards in the battle with Jiang Huai. After assigning their respective tasks, the three of them left and began to carry out their tasks, leaving Fang Yu standing alone in the middle of the room, pondering. At this time, the guards outside came in and brought Fang Yu a piece of news that was beyond his expectations. The Senate of the First City wants to talk to me. In a room, there is a huge display screen. Hanging on the wall, all around are various responsible and functioning equipment. In the end times, the communication system has already suffered devastating damage, and remote video technology can only be used between the top leaders of major forces. Fang Yu sat on the chair, leaning back. Buzz. The display screen flickered for a while, and then the picture appeared. Chapter 293, Taking Advantage of the Situation. Buzz. The first thing that caught the eye was an ancient hall with a long semicircular table surrounding the center. Behind it stood a row of figures, wearing rings made of gold and iron on their fingers, wearing white tights, and a purple stripe about 2 fingers wide on their right shoulder, the elders of the Senate of the original city. And in the center of the surrounding, there is only one place and one person. He was an old man with noticeable gray hair at his temples, sunken eye sockets, and deep wrinkles running across his face. However, his brown eyes were still spirited and haggard. The clothes the old man wore were also different from those of the others. A purple-red robe with dark gold edges, maroon leather boots, and a half-moon-shaped buckle on the robe. Looks old and elderly, but the momentum is still vigorous and majestic. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Information about books flashed through my mind, and a name immediately crossed my mind. Senate President, Julius. Although the Senate adopts a system of joint deliberation, in fact, in the current Senate, Julius can be said to hold great power and make arbitrary decisions. He is undoubtedly a dictator. Of course, the other elders still hold enormous power and are not completely puppets or decorations. Nice to meet you. I am Julius, the head of the First City Senate. Julius spoke first, his voice slightly hoarse but still resonant. First, on behalf of First City, please allow me to congratulate you on becoming the new president of Pangu Biotechnology. The 8 major factions are united in spirit and form a solid alliance against mutant creatures. I hope we will have opportunities to cooperate with each other in the future. Hello, Lord Julius. Fang Yu replied with a smile, but in my heart, I was a little surprised that he was thinking secretly, but he didn't expect that the Senate would directly recognize his identity as president. According to his expectations, Chang should have been difficult in testing at first. After all, for a force of Pangu Biological's magnitude, when the position of the president suddenly changes, it stands to reason that these major forces should all be eager to see if there is any chance to reap some benefits. Right? It's a bit strange. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Julius laughed suddenly. He asked, President Fang, I just received news that Pangu Biological Company was attacked by a large-scale mutant creature. I wonder if this information is true. The tone was filled with uncertainty and temptation. Fang Yu's eyes moved, and then the corners of his mouth curled up into a slight smile. I see. That's right, how could the First City not have spies among other factions? Otherwise, the war had just ended, and according to the normal speed of information transmission in this era, there was no way the First City would reach thousands of kilometers away. It seems that he showed this attitude because he knew the situation of that war? Oh, you guys are well informed. Fang Yu leaned back and said with a half-smile, yes, it did happen, but it was just a minor incident and has been resolved. On the screen, the expressions of all the elders changed. Even Julius, who had always been calm and composed, and seemed to remain calm even in the face of a catastrophe, had a slightly changed expression. Fang Yu actually admitted it so openly. Originally, after the Senate received the news from the spies planted in Pangu Biological Company, almost everyone was skeptical, because the details of this news were too unbelievable. One move to kill 50,000 mutant creatures, at the cost of 70,000 dead soldiers, they wiped out 100,000 mutants? This loss ratio, considered shameful by Fang Yu, was actually incredible to Julius and the others. Not even one of the other 7 factions, including their own first city, could do that. Although the information sent back by the spies was not complete and detailed, the content revealed was enough to shock them, and Fang Yu's reaction made them even more wary. With 300,000 mutant creatures approaching, any settlement would probably be destroyed and rivers of blood would flow. In his words, a disaster of this magnitude was just a minor episode. Did it on purpose, or did he really think so? Julius' eyes flickered for a moment, and finally, he slowly spoke. Pango Biological Company is really amazing, and President Fang is indeed a young and promising man. It's amazing and shocking. Fang Yu glanced at him and said nothing. Just listen to these flattering and polite words. You may not know what they are really thinking. At this moment, Julius suppressed his smile and abruptly asked, I wonder if President Fang knows someone named Jiang Huai? Jiang Huai. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes. The aura around him suddenly changed, revealing a sullen, murderous aura that he leaned forward slightly and said in a deep voice, Why do you mention this name? Could it be that he appeared in the first city? Or, is there some other reason? Even though the two sides were separated by an infinite distance and were only communicating through a screen, at this moment, all the elders in the Senate felt a sinking sensation, and a huge pressure seemed to pass through the screen and hit them in the face. Julius was slightly startled, but he remained composed, carefully observing Fang Yu's expression. Previously, there was a man who called himself Jiang Huai, who said he wanted to talk to the Senate. After providing some information, he has now left the first city. Fang Yu's face was as gloomy as water. Jiang Huai did not hide away to recuperate, but came to the human safety zone again, went to the original city, and contacted the elders of the Senate. What did he say? Julius smiled. Some unfavorable news about the other party's president. In short, he wants us to unite and attack Pango Biotechnology. He said that Pango Biotechnology is a huge threat, and if we don't do this, sooner or later we will regret it. Sure enough, judging from President Fang's reaction, you know that person? Oh, I guess we know each other. Fang Yu said calmly, it seems like you didn't believe him? Otherwise, you wouldn't have told me this news so directly. That's right. Julius laughed hoarsely. How could we possibly trust a stranger who suddenly appeared? The 8 major factions are closely related. How could they be so easily provoked? We wanted to keep him and interrogate him thoroughly, but he somehow managed to slip away from right under our noses without a sound. Fang Yu looked strange. Logically speaking, in novels, the protagonists generally have a common skill, mouth cannon. The child of luck often gains the appreciation and support of various factions simply by spouting nonsense. No matter what nonsense they say, the supporting characters seem to be given an aura of reduced intelligence and believe it without a doubt. Even with just a few random words, they can successfully sow discord among the villains. Although from a god's perspective, it is extremely outrageous, but this is the son of destiny, this is the halo of the protagonist. However, this time, Jiang Huai personally stepped in to sow discord between himself and the initial city, but Julius told him the whole story directly. Obviously, this provocation failed. Fang Yu soon had some guesses in his mind. One possible reason is that the series of actions he had taken before have greatly weakened Jiang Huai's luck, so his current protagonist halo is no longer as strong as before, or maybe, now is the protagonist's lowest point. In every novel, the plot needs to have ups and downs, and the protagonist must suffer setbacks, because it is more satisfying to explode after being suppressed when the protagonist is at his lowest point. The villains tend to be more rampant and have the upper hand. So this led to the situation that Jiang Huai originally wanted. To induce the first city to deal with him, induce human forces to kill each other, and weaken the overall strength, but Julius did not believe him at all, but was full of doubts about him. As for Julius, Fang Yu narrowed his eyes. Suspicion of Jiang Huai is one reason, but on the other hand, it's probably because he got information about the previous war from the spies, so he's wary and wants to use this information to do me a favor. If there hadn't been that war, he might not have told himself this. Oh, what an old fox. Suddenly, while he was pondering, a ray of light flashed through Fang Yu's mind. Perhaps, this time, I can take advantage of the situation. On the contrary, trick Jiang Huai. Chapter 294. Trap. Fang Yu raised his head, looked at the elder Julius, and nodded. Thank you for the news about Jiang Huai. Julius laughed. Every little effort is what we should do. Well, Fang Yu said, in return, I'll tell you an important piece of information. Oh? Julius said calmly, what news? But in his heart, he was already happy. because the reward for providing the information had come. Fang Yu glanced at the display screen and said lightly, "Before that, let's disperse the others first." Julius frowned. "There are no outsiders here." Fang Yu didn't say anything, just looked at Julius quietly. His meaning was very clear. Call finally, Julius waved his hand and said, "Elders, please step aside for a moment." Yes. The senators, wearing white tights and with broad purple stripes on their right shoulders, did not dare to disobey the order of the chief senator Julius and immediately left the Senate hall. Of course, their faces were filled with resentment. Obviously, he thought Fang Yu was too arrogant. Among them, the elder of the Westo family, Clemens Westo, had a flickering look in his eyes. Boom. The door of the Senate hall slammed shut. Julius then looked back at the display and said in a deep voice, "President Fang, now, is there anything you want to say?" "Of course." Fang Yu's magnetic voice rang out. "Our researchers at Pango Biology have recently made a significant discovery. They've discovered a special metal never before seen in the past, and they speculate it was produced during the vibrant energy of heaven and earth following the cataclysm. They've named this metal Black Silver Iron." Black Silver Iron? Julius looked confused. What use is this for, making special weapons? As for his role, Fang Yu's tone was deep and mysterious. As long as mutants get close to Black Silver Iron, they will show strong rejection and disgust and stay away. Therefore, as long as Black Silver Iron is added as a material to the city wall, the mutants' attacks can be prevented. In addition, if it is used to make bullets, it can also effectively kill mutants. Julius' body suddenly trembled. What? If it is true, the value contained in it is immeasurable. This news from Fang Yu is really too important. Fang Yu smiled and said, "This black silver iron deposit has only been discovered in one place, on the northwest edge of the area controlled by Pango Biological Company. In return for the information I just gave you, I can give some black silver iron to Initial City for research and use." "Thank you, President Fang." Julius looked a little excited. The invasion of mutant creatures is a headache for every force. "I wonder if we can sign a long-term contract?" Julius thought for a moment and said in a slightly hurried tone, "No problem." Fang Yu smiled and extended a hand. "We can discuss the specific details of the cooperation later. However, these matters are extremely important, so I hope they won't be leaked in the short term, even to the other 8 factions. After all, there are so many people and they talk so much, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble." "No problem." Julius agreed without hesitation. "Are you kidding? Who would want to share profits with others? Then, I wish us a happy cooperation in the future. It's a pleasure to work with you." Julius's wrinkled face was also full of smiles. "Very good, then this conversation ends here." Fang Yu nodded slightly and said, "Someone will discuss the follow-up matters with you." Buzz. The video call was disconnected. The smile on Julius's face suddenly faded, and he fell silent. The light in his eyes flickered, revealing various emotions such as confusion and surprise. Just now his expression changed slightly, he frowned, and his mouth opened slightly, but in the end, he said nothing. Boom. Julius pushed open the door of the Senate hall. At this moment, the senators outside had already left, and his personal guards immediately came forward to greet him. "Go back first." Exhaling, Julius instructed. The special car had already been prepared, so Julius got in and quickly returned to his own luxurious mansion. As soon as he stepped into the mansion, a waiter came forward and said, "Master Julius, an unfamiliar signal has been connected to your private satellite phone." Julius's expression suddenly hardened. "Quick, take me there." Soon, he came to the satellite phone and answered it skillfully. Then, before the other party could speak, Julius's hoarse voice came out from his throat. "President Fang, what is it that requires such a long detour?" "Ha ha." Fang Yu's deep laugh came. "I like talking to smart people. You've already hinted so clearly. Although I'm old, I don't have Alzheimer's disease yet." Julius narrowed his eyes. "So, what you just said," Fang Yu said in a relaxed tone. You mean black silver iron?" "I made that up. There is no such thing in the world." Julius's face twitched, and he couldn't help but let out a hint of anger in his voice. "So, what exactly do you want to do? I hope you can give a reasonable explanation." He now feels like he's being teased. "It's very simple, just fishing." Fang Yu's calm voice came slowly in the next few seconds. He uttered several words one after another, and these words shocked Julius so much that he was speechless. Oh! Thousands of miles away, Fang Yu's gaze was deep. The sky. Jiang Hui still wants to continue lurking in the human world and playing his ridiculous games? Don't even think about it. He would not allow the plot to be the same as in the original book, where Jiang Hui hides among humans, happily toying with all forces in his hands, watching them kill each other, watching them being defeated one by one, until they are finally destroyed. This time, he wanted to make Jiang Hui lose more than he gained, and force him to fight a decisive battle with himself and humans in the worst condition. Just wait, your death is not far away. Chapter 295. Target enters the Pita city from the old days. Here, dozens of stories high buildings can be seen everywhere, with the tops reaching the sky. The sun is about to set, and the orange light shines on the earth. Under the light, thousands of glasses on the exterior walls of the skyscrapers are shining, like hot flames burning. Certainly, even with the decoration and beautification of the sunset, it is also impossible to save the entire city's lonely, dead, and gray overall tone, like a dark and cold forest forged from steel and alloys among the city ruins. In the silence, footsteps were suddenly heard. A figure covered in a black robe paced on the street. Although this old-age city had been swept by the original city's God's punishment nights and marked as a safe area, sporadic mutant creatures were still inevitable, roaring as they passed through the piles of rubble and wooden boards. But this figure seemed to be strolling in the courtyard of his own home, leisurely and comfortable. Whenever a mutant creature rushed in front of him, it would suddenly tremble and kneel on the ground, as if it was worshipping a king. The scene was extremely weird. If an ordinary person saw the scene, he would probably be so scared that he would be speechless. Click, click, click. A hand stretched out from under the black robe, raised to the eye, and adjusted the monocle located in the left eye socket. A strange light flashed on the lens. Jiang Hui looked up, squinted his eyes, and looked into the distance at the dead silent city in the setting sun. What a beautiful sight! No noisy cars, no ants-like, bustling, greedy humans. He looked at the orange sunset and smiled. This warm light will be the last afterglow of mankind. Wait, it will soon be over, and all of this will end. It was just that the stabbing pain coming from the source of his spirit in his mind made Jiang Hui's face suddenly gloomy, and his tone became a little cold and low. Fang Yu, ding ding. Suddenly, there was a sound in my pocket. There's news. Jiang Hui took out a black object from his pocket. It looked like a transmitter. There was a row of small red lights on it. As he pressed a black button, the red lights flashed in sequence according to some unknown pattern, as if conveying some message. It's a spy from the Senate. Let me see what he said. As the red light flashed, Jiang Hui's expression gradually became ugly. Julius, this damn old man, really didn't trust me and leaked my information directly. Black silver iron, what is this? If Jiang Hui was just angry when he read that Julius sold him out, then the following information about the black silver iron would shock him so much that his expression suddenly changed. How is that possible? If such a thing really exists and is being developed on a large scale and widely researched, then it would be terrible for me. He had to find a way to stop it. Jiang Hui's eyes suddenly became confused, and his mind had already left the real world the next moment. What appeared before his eyes was a pitch-black space. In the very center of this space, there was a huge pillar of light, supporting the heaven and earth. Rising from the ground, Jiang Hui took a step forward. He stepped skillfully into the beam of light. At the same time, an illusory but three-dimensional map suddenly emerged in his mind. It was the phantom of this world. Northwest of Pangaea. Jiang Hui narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly locked onto the relevant area. Then, strange fluctuations emanated from him. At the same time, the beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth suddenly brightened. Buzz. Far beyond the infinite distance in the vast area covered by the northwest edge of Pango biology, all the mutant creatures that were wandering around paused, and then, as if they had been summoned by something, they gathered madly in one direction while roaring. Jiang Hui's eyes became clear again, his body was trembling slightly, and sweat was dripping from his forehead. The frustration of his spiritual origin at Fang Yu's hands had made it more difficult to use the mysterious space to control the mutant creatures. Of course, the fact that the mutant creatures affected this time were too far away was also a reason. The target location is close to the human safety zone. There are not many mutant creatures that can be controlled nearby, so it will take several days for the surrounding mutant creatures to truly surround the area. Jiang Huai's voice was low. It's just right, I can use this time to rush over. As soon as the words fell, his figure has turned into a shadow and flew away into the distance. Chapter 296, Trap and Kill. A few days later, northwestern edge of Pangaea. Boom. Jiang Huai, covered in a black robe and with a monocle in his left eye socket, tore through the air and appeared with a bang. His eyes swept over. As far as the eye could see, the soil gradually became softer and muddier, taking on a grayish-black hue, and the trees began to become sparse. Those with wilderness survival experience could easily tell that if they continued further, there should be a swamp not far away. We are almost there at the Black River Swamp. It seems we are not far from our target location. Jiang Huai breathed a sigh of relief and flew out again. In this process, he could clearly sense that a considerable number of mutant creatures had gathered around his destination. Of course, out of fear of the black silver iron ore, he didn't let the mutant army get too close, but kept a distance of several kilometers. He planned to investigate after he arrived. While walking, when passing through a dense forest, Jiang Huai discovered two disheveled wilderness wanderers. His expression changed, and he immediately flashed and came in front of the two people. Boom. Jiang Huai's sudden appearance startled the two of them, but one of them, a bearded man wearing a worn gray cotton coat and a rifle slung at his waist, was the first to react and said respectfully, "Sir. Anyone with such terrifying speed must be a terrifying warrior, not someone they can deal with a crudely made old-fashioned rifle. If they want to survive, they must adjust their attitude and meet the other party's needs." Jiang Huai slowly said, "Where are you from?" "Your Excellency, we are from the northern region of Heiha. For some reason, a large group of mutant creatures have gathered near where we live these past few days. Many of us were killed by the mutants. We too were lucky enough to escape." The bearded man's face still showed shock and fear, as well as a hint of sadness. It was unclear whether it was because a relative had died or his home had been destroyed. "Oh?" Jiang Huai's eyes lit up. "Are you from northern Heiha? Have any mineral deposits been detected there? Have any of you seen pango creatures there recently? I'm actually pretty lucky. The two people happen to be from the target area, therefore, you can find out some relevant information in advance." Well, pango biology did send soldiers to the area recently, but it was under martial law the entire time. We don't know what they did. However, the mineral deposits, the bearded man and his companion looked at each other in shock. "What's wrong? Tell me." Jiang Huai asked with a frown, suddenly feeling something was wrong in his heart, and his voice became a little cold. The bearded man was startled. He glanced at Jiang Huai cautiously and said carefully, "Sir, pango biology sent people to investigate the area where we live. They found no metal deposits there. It has been allocated to us for cultivation for many years." Boom. Jiang Huai's body trembled violently. His eyes were filled with extreme disbelief. This area was monitored by pango biology a long time ago. There is no metal, and it is now farmland? The so-called black silver iron ore. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something and roared angrily, "Damn it!" Under the terrifying pressure, the two wilderness wanderers could not help but kneel on the ground. At the same time, a roar suddenly came from the distance. The earth was shaking violently. Hundreds of miles away from here, a certain area is being surrounded by more than 100,000 mutant creatures in 3 layers inside and outside. These mutant creatures are constantly roaring, but at a certain moment, flames suddenly burst out from under their feet. Boom! 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 Almost 1/3 of Pangu Bio's reserves had been used up, and the large amount of high explosives that had been buried in advance all exploded. Countless explosions converged together, forming a pillar of fire that shot up into the sky, and terrifying smoke and dust rose into the sky. More than 100,000 mutant creatures died in this horrific explosion that distorted the air and incinerated steel. Everything was torn to pieces almost instantly. No matter the weakest zombie or the powerful 9th-level mutant creature, all were torn apart and vaporized. Jiang Huai's teeth were almost broken and his eyes were red. "I've been fooled again." Pangaea Biotech headquarters, Reposari, outside the city wall. Fang Yu stood with his hands behind his back, standing in the void. His eyes seemed to penetrate through the void and saw the flames rising into the sky in the distance and countless mutant creatures dying tragically. This is a scenario that is almost impossible to occur in actual combat, but Fang Yu had already anticipated everything that would happen next, so he had plenty of time to ambush and prepare in advance, and watched helplessly as more than 100,000 giants walked towards destruction step by step, certainly the destruction of these hundreds of thousands. of giants is just a byproduct. His real goal is not this. Chapter 297 Joint Declaration of War. Fang Yu curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and with a burst of metallic roaring sound, he instantly returned to the tallest building in the central area, just stepped in. A guard stepped forward and announced respectfully, "Mr. President, everything is ready." "Yeah." Fang Yu nodded. He came to the same room again, which contained several staff members and a spacious display screen. Soon, the display screen flickered. Above, the image of the Elders' Hall of the original city was displayed again. At the front was the old but dignified Senator, Julius, still wearing a purple-red robe with dark gold edges and maroon leather boots. However, this time, Julius' expression was a little complicated. Fang Yu walked straight over to the chair and sat down, then asked calmly, "How's the situation?" Julius's face was expressionless. The elder of the Vesto family, Clemens Vesto, colluded with Jiang Huai, secretly set up a monitoring device in the Senate Hall, and secretly leaked information. He has been arrested and executed. This is how you deal with rebels. Fang Yu nodded in agreement. Your Excellency, Chief Elder, you shouldn't doubt what I said before, right? The fact that 100,000 mutant creatures gathered in that place speaks for itself. Of course, there's also the possibility that I staged all of this myself, and that I'm the mastermind behind the mutant creatures. Fang Yu suddenly smiled. But this theory has obvious flaws. If Jiang Huai isn't guilty, what qualifications does he have for me to frame him so openly and deliberately set up such a trap for him? I can still figure these out. Julius shook his head and sighed. During the Cataclysm era, Jiang Huai, there was actually such a hidden secret. It's truly unbelievable. The elders behind him also had complicated expressions, and now, they knew the whole story and felt a chill in their hearts. Jiang Huai, a scientist from the old days, is the creator of all mutant creatures. He can manipulate mutant creatures and is the mastermind behind the Age of Cataclysm, aiming to exterminate humanity and purify the earth. The elder, Clemens Vesto, is actually Jiang Huai's spy. All of this made them feel extremely absurd. At the same time, it also made them feel for the first time that this world was so unfamiliar that it made their hearts tremble. The invisible net was actually covering humans and slowly tightening. Is Jiang Huai's goal really just to exterminate humanity and purify the earth? Julius still found it somewhat incredulous and asked, what good would this do him? Fang Yu smiled faintly. In this world, there is always a small group of people who are extremely paranoid and willing to sacrifice everything for a cause they believe in, regardless of the cost. Whether you call them crazy or something else, it's undeniable that such people do exist, like Jiang Huai. Julius frowned. What about Clemens Vesto? Why did he betray humanity and join Jiang Huai? Could it be that he also has the same ideals and ambitions as Jiang Huai? Although Jiang Huai claims to exterminate all of humanity, he doesn't actually want to kill every single human on Earth. Otherwise, would he commit suicide after his plan succeeds? Fang Yu's expression was playful. He will retain a small number of selected humans and rebuild the world's order according to his own way. Clemens Vesto must have been promised similar conditions. He is definitely not the only one like him. I see. Julius nodded. Well, let's get to the point. Fang Yu spoke slowly. This is a matter of great importance, so I suggest that the 8 major factions gather for a meeting soon to discuss the next steps and plans. I'm sure you all understand how serious a threat Jiang Huai poses. If humans fight on their own, they will ultimately be destroyed by him. As it should be. Julius nodded. Fang Yu was filled with a murderous aura. I narrowed my eyes. Finally, it's about to begin. However, the method may be different from what they think. Thinking of this, he glanced at Julius. There was a subtle weirdness in his deep eyes, but the other party was completely unaware of it. Soon, the video chat ended. Pango Biological Company and Initial City jointly released the news to the top leaders of the other 6 major forces, without missing a single one. After receiving the news, the other 6 major forces were shocked. However, facing this message jointly sent by Pango Biology and Initial City, no one would think it was fake. In this situation, even the most selfish and short-sighted person understands the position he should take. After all, everyone understands the principle that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold soon. A consensus was reached among the 8 major forces. 3 days later, a high-level meeting among the 8 major forces will be held in the Initial City. Of course, this information is currently known only to the 8 major forces and is not disclosed to ordinary people. Otherwise, if the lower class people knew the truth, it would easily cause panic and lead to disorder out of control. Before the meeting was held, the 8 major forces are not idle. They are all in a state of panic and have sent out heavy troops to carry out a carpet-style cleanup of the remaining gray areas within their own areas. Normally, as long as the mutant creatures do not actively invade and the living area is sufficient, they are too lazy to expend energy to encircle these areas. However, at this moment, after knowing Jiang Huai's existence, they no longer dared to put these uncontrollable factors under their noses. Afterwards, the 8 major forces included the First City, Pango Biological Company, Future Technology, Beihai Heavy Industry, Underground Business Alliance, Poison Eye Company, Violent Bear Company and Hunter Association. A notice was issued to the ruling areas and other independent gathering places. A wanted order for Jiang Huai. It is marked with Jiang Huai's appearance and characteristics, as well as the content of the reward. Anyone who provides relevant clues will be rewarded with 20 tons of food. All forces in gathering points must immediately report to the 8 major forces whenever they encounter Jiang Huai, and eliminate him with all their might. Any forces that conceal the truth will be regarded as traitors. Anyone who kills Jiang Huai will be rewarded with 3 second-level gathering points as private territory. Although ordinary people in those small and medium-sized gathering points did not know the truth of the matter, they could not understand why the 8 major forces would make such a big fuss for one person. Providing clues alone would be worth 20 tons of food, and after killing him, the reward was even more terrifying, 3 second-level gathering points. But the human leaders all know it. Jiang Huai will definitely get relevant news. Therefore, this action is equivalent to humans declaring war on Jiang Huai. Chapter 298 Reaction. Future Technology. Unlike other companies that use large gathering points built on the ground as their headquarters, Future Technology's headquarters is a huge base located underground, a skyscraper with a negative height, hundreds of meters underground, in a room. Vice President, what do you think about this meeting in 3 days? The president of Future Technology, a short man with thinning brown hair, asked the others at the conference table. Sir, this meeting is to deal with a common enemy, so you must attend. If the news is true, and that man named Jiang Huai really has the ability to manipulate mutant creatures, then he is undoubtedly a huge threat to humanity. The vice president thought for a moment and responded. Of course I know, the president of Future Technology snorted coldly, his eyes narrowed slightly. What I care about is that this news was jointly released by Initial City and Pango Biological Company. Besides what the 2 companies said about their connection with Jiang Huai, is it possible that they have reached some kind of unknown cooperation and want to take the lead in this meeting to control the rest of our forces? At the bottom, the vice president pondered for a moment and slowly said, this possibility cannot be ruled out. The president of Future Technology nodded. It seems that we still need to be more vigilant. North Sea Heavy Industries boom. As the force that controls the most coal, steel, and other resources, Beihai Heavy Industry is always filled with the roar of running machines, and black smoke struggles to escape from the chimney and rises slowly into the sky. Countless tall buildings are neatly arranged and extend in a regular pattern to the left, right, and back, all the way to the end of the site. A tall steel building. In the huge training room, the air was surging as if a hurricane was sweeping through. In the center stood a figure. He was tall, about 2 meters tall, with short, hard blonde hair that looked like iron needles. The man was shirtless, revealing his bronzed, strong muscles. The facial contours and lines are clear, as if they were carved by a knife or an axe. Boom! 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 He seemed to be practicing some moves, constantly pushing out his fists. Each punch caused the air to tear apart, and the dull sound of air explosions resounded throughout the room, even causing the walls to shake. The powerful energy and blood surged, as if it was not a human, but a ferocious beast. The president of Beihai Heavy Industry was also its strongest figure, the only one in the god realm. It was quite rare for someone to possess both the status of company president and a powerful martial arts skill. After slowly exhaling, he shifted his gaze to look at a figure who had been waiting there. The other person was his confidant and think tank, and had been of great help to him in handling various matters. What's up? The confidant bowed and said, Mr. President, I'm feeling a little uneasy about the upcoming meeting of the 8 major factions in Initial City. I think we should be more cautious. TSK, what danger could there be? The president of Beihai Heavy Industry said coldly, with the 8 major forces gathered together, is there anyone who dares to do anything? The First City? They are nominally the commanders of all the major forces, but that's just in name only. Once it comes to actual interests, who will care about them? As for the panga creatures, at this point, the president of Beihai Heavy Industry narrowed his eyes. The new CEO, I don't know where he came from, but he's said to be at the God of War level 2? And he even called himself the invincible God of War before? That's ridiculous. If I get the chance, I'd love to fight him, test his strength, and see if his abilities live up to his hype. I've never lost to anyone except that guy from the first city. He licked his lips, and a fighting spirit rose in his body. Although he is the president of a major force, he is also very warlike. Due to the lack of communication in the end times, news transmission is slow. Therefore, among the 8 major forces, apart from Pangu biology itself, only the initial city knows about the news of 300,000 mutant creatures attacking the city. After all, not every force can successfully plant spies in Pangu biology to gather information. Besides, for some considerations, Fang Yu did not publicize the matter as the other generals thought. Instead, he tried his best to suppress the news and even asked the people in the original city not to spread it. Julius was a little confused. After all, if it were an ordinary force, it would have started using this to intimidate other forces long ago. After all, in this end times where order collapses, strength is everything. The harder your fists are, the more say you have. But Fang Yu didn't want this matter to be spread, which made Julius very confused. However, as an insider of this matter and knowing the terrifying strength of Pangu Biological Company, Julius naturally would not refuse this request. Therefore, the other 6 major forces are not aware of this news for the time being. Mr. President, you can't be careless. The confidant reminded anxiously. The shirtless, blonde CEO of Beihai Heavy Industry glared at him coldly. The confidant was suddenly choked and dared not speak anymore. In Beihai Heavy Industry, the other party always speaks with finality and does not allow anyone to interpret his words, not even himself, the nominal number 2 person. I hope I'm just overthinking it. The confidant sighed in his heart. The same thing happened among all the major participating forces, either fear, suspicion, or indifference, but there is no doubt that everyone is waiting for this meeting. Chapter 299, Media Strangeness, Heading to the Original City. President, this is something the company needs your review for recently. In the spacious and luxurious office, Mei Weiya handed the sorted documents to Fang Yu, waiting for Fang Yu to read and process them. Fang Yu reached out and took it. Although he holds the high position of president, there are actually not many matters that he needs to deal with. There will be people to help him handle the trivial and specific matters. Fang Yu lowered his head and browsed quickly. Mei Weiya just stood aside and did not leave, because Fang Yu would always point out some problems and ask him to do something. Call soon. It didn't take too long for Fang Yu to finish everything. At present, he has only one principle in dealing with things, that is to do everything possible to enhance the strength and combat effectiveness of the army. To this end, he does not hesitate to tilt all resources towards the army, the soldiers, and their families. Of course, such behavior will undoubtedly undermine the interests of many people in power, especially the interests of administrative departments. Many people who hold high positions in these departments do not have any talent for martial arts, but in order to prolong their lifespans, they forcibly seize large amounts of genetic medicines, natural treasures, and other cultivation resources to build up their own strength. All of these resources were transferred by Fang Yu to the army to train talented soldiers, such as the potential soldiers he had selected in the previous war and who were undergoing intensive training, and those whose interests have been violated. Naturally, one will harbor resentment and dissatisfaction, but most people were intimidated by Fang Yu's strength and did not dare to show it. Of course, there will always be people who jump out to resist and gather a group of people to resist Fang Yu's actions. However, without any surprise, all these people died, having been bloodily cleansed by Fang Yu. A few of those who were more active, even their families and relatives, were affected. If Fang Yu never believed in winning people over with virtue, he believes in the survival of the fittest. Strength is supreme. What's more, this is just a copy world where he may not return in this lifetime. After completing the book, if he could kill Jiang Hui at the cost of destroying this world and clear this copy world, Fang Yu would not hesitate at all. Coming back to his senses from his thoughts, Fang Yu looked up and said, "By the way." Suddenly, he frowned and found that Mei Weiya was looking at him in a daze. Mei Weiya had complicated thoughts in her mind. She slightly lifted the short silver-white hair beside her ears. She didn't know why, but recently, whenever she got close to Fang Yu, she always had a special feeling in her heart. Her initial emotions towards this man were rejection, anger, hatred, as well as reluctance and powerlessness, but I don't know since when she found that these emotions gradually disappeared. It started from Fang Yu's ability to plan and make decisions arbitrarily, and to easily put down the civil unrest, as if everything was under his control, or did it start from the moment he stood in front of her, suspended in midair with his black hair flying, and killed 50,000 mutant creatures with one sword? She doesn't know. Mei Weiya didn't know where Fang Yu came from or where he was going. He was always shrouded in a fog, making it difficult to see clearly, but he exuded an indescribable charm and attraction that made people want to explore him. Could it be that I've fallen in love with this guy? Mei Weiya's mind was filled with this absurd thought. A man who took away his position as CEO, implanted a mental mark in his mind that could decide his life and death in an instant and control him, and whose methods were cruel and ruthless. How could he fall in love with such a guy? However, Fang Yu's cold-blooded look seemed quite good. In addition to being the former president of Pango Biology, Mei Weiya is also an important character in the book who caused a lot of trouble to Jiang Huai. She is also a woman in her 20s. Of course, in the book, because of her identity and pride, no one can catch her eye. Mei Weiya narrowed her eyes, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Nivea. At this time, Fang Yu slightly emphasized his tone and called out again. Mei Weiya suddenly woke up and immediately pretended to be calm and said, "President, what do you want?" But deep in his eyes, there was still a hint of panic that could not be concealed. Fang Yu looked at Mei Weiya deeply, silent. Finally, he slowly withdrew his gaze and said in a deep voice, "Send someone to the second-level stronghold, Kailan City, to bring back a man named Lin Zhang. He should be living in the city lord's mansion now. With a little inquiry, you can find him. Bring him back to me safely. Absolutely no accidents must happen." In order to facilitate the operation, Lin Zhang was left in Kailan City, and now the situation has stabilized. Pango Biology is completely under his control, and the actions to integrate human forces are also proceeding in an orderly manner. Moreover, now that Jiang Huai has been exposed, humans have declared war on him, and he can no longer play his game. The final decisive battle is not far away. It is foreseeable that the situation will gradually become extremely chaotic. Except for the gathering points directly under the jurisdiction of the 8 major forces, other human gathering places, including second-rate gathering points, and even third-level and second-level gathering points, are in danger of overturning and destruction at any time. Therefore, Kailan City is no longer safe. In addition, staying by his side would also make it easier for him to guide Lin Zhang's cultivation. He knows the plot of the book and many things about the protagonist of the book. Rebirth of the Urban Immortal Cultivator. He also has some experience and insights into the cultivation of those with Thunder Spirit physique, which can guide him to grow up as quickly as possible and become his own helper. Okay. Mei Weiya's mood had returned to normal and she spoke. Also, are Karami and Gregory ready? Fang Yu asked. Mei Weiya nodded. It is under preparation and will surely be completed on time. Very good. Fang Yu nodded, his eyes cold. When the time comes, let them act according to the plan. Time flies. The time for the meeting is approaching. Pango Biological Headquarters, outside Reposari, on the city wall. Fang Yu lowered his head and looked out at the wilderness. Traces of the previous battle were still visible on the ground, with the remaining corpses of mutant creatures, foul-smelling blood, and the ground that had become charred and messy under the bombardment of heavy weapons. As a ray of light flashed in Fang Yu's dark pupils. He activated the spiritual mark. At the same time, an earth-shaking roar suddenly came from the crater 100 miles away. The air roared as a black speck of light appeared from the distance. Then, at incredible speed, it streaked towards the city wall. Gradually, the black speck grew larger, stirring up a violent gust of wind wherever it passed. Its immense form filled the eyes, until it obscured the sky and threatened to break through it. A black dragon, boom! The black dragon came rushing over with a sonic boom. The city walls began to tremble wildly, and the soldiers defending the city were pale and their bodies were shaking. The weaker ones among them could not help but cover their ears and squat down in pain. Those who remained standing also looked terrified. Even though these soldiers who had participated in that battle knew that the black dragon had now surrendered to the president and would not harm them, they still could not control their instinctive fear and trembling. Seeing this, Fang Yu frowned. The vital energy of heaven and earth around him suddenly boiled and spread wildly, turning into an invisible protective shield that blocked the black dragon's terrifying aura. The soldiers on the city wall suddenly felt the mountain-like pressure relieved. "You guy, restrain your breath a little." He scolded in dissatisfaction. As soon as he finished speaking, the black dragon, which had already flown to a place not far from the city and was circling in the air, let out a low roar. There was a look of grievance and flattery in the black dragon's eyes, and he was extremely flattering. All the soldiers defending the city couldn't help but twitch their faces. Isn't this gap too big? Is it still the same black dragon with cold eyes, terrifying majesty, and the one that could suffocate them just by its aura? Boom. Fang Yu took a step and jumped onto the black dragon's back, then sat down cross-legged. He said calmly, set off, destination, the first city. Roar. Accompanied by an earth-shaking roar, the black dragon spread its steel-like wings, and its speed instantly surpassed the sound barrier, cutting a white airwave in the air and disappearing in an instant. Chapter 300 Block. The Grey City Wall is majestic and ancient, tens of meters high, and its length seems endless, far beyond the end of the sight. The hard wall is covered with mottled scars. Looking down from the sky, you will find that the entire city is oval in shape, like a wild beast sitting on the wasteland. First castle. At the beginning of the Cataclysm era, it was precisely because of its establishment that humans were able to preserve the fire and gradually gain a foothold. Other gathering points and forces were established one after another. This place can be regarded as the second origin of mankind. The original city gate. A heavily guarded defense line has already been set up, because the 8 major forces are about to hold a supreme meeting in the first city. Among the team guarding the city wall, there was a soldier with a crew cut who yawned and looked a little lazy, as if he was a little tired from the long, boring, and repetitive guard duty. Hey, you guy, focus. A team leader strode over with a stern look on his face. You bastard. Those coming today are all big shots. If something goes wrong and makes those big shots unhappy, you'll be dead. If you want to die, don't involve me. Yes. The soldier with a crew cut was startled. He swallowed, straightened his back again, and his eyes became as sharp as an eagle. Humph, that's more like it. The team leader snorted coldly and was about to turn around and return to his seat, but his expression changed, because in the distance, a large cloud of dust suddenly rose up, and a huge convoy could be vaguely seen approaching at high speed. The team leader's expression tensed up, and he shouted, "Brace yourself, someone's coming." Upon hearing this, the expressions of many soldiers became serious. They knew clearly that in the next period of time, those who would arrive at the first city one after another would be the real big shots standing at the top of the 200 million human beings. Accompanied by the roar of cars, huge convoys continued to drive into the original city, and the highest leaders of major forces arrived one after another. A few hundred people were considered a small number, some even had elite guards, numbering over 1,000. The main roads in the city were cleared, and a soft silk carpet stretched from the beginning of the road to the end. The preparation costs for the conference are enough to cover the total resources consumed by many people wandering in the wilderness for a lifetime. Even in the age of cataclysm, the gap will not decrease in the slightest. Instead, it will become more and more obvious and blatant as order collapses. A boom. High in the sky, the clouds rolled and the air was howling. Black scales appeared faintly from the clouds. A dull roar came from the black dragon's mouth, like thunder, spreading far away, like an old monk in meditation. Fang Yu sat cross-legged on the back of the black dragon. Even at a speed so fast that it could distort the air, his body did not move at all. He only had his eyes tightly closed and breathed in and out slowly until one moment, as if sensing something, his eyes suddenly opened. Okay, Dahe, let's stop here. He spoke, patted the black dragon on the back, and his voice was mixed with spiritual power that allowed the other party to perceive and understand. Remember, don't reveal your presence until I summon you, understand? Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. The existence of the black dragon was only seen by the soldiers on the front line of the war, and they were forbidden to discuss it at the time. In addition, the existence of Dahe was completely erased from the combat reports. Even in the original city, no one knows about Dahe's existence. Fang Yu didn't want Dahe to be exposed early at that time. After all, such a terrifying mutant beast is a trump card that can be regarded as a powerful weapon in almost any situation. Roar. Dahe growled and responded to his orders, his intelligence as high as that of a human being. Oh, very good. Fang Yu smiled softly. To be honest, sometimes he was a little curious. Was it because this guy broke through the divine realm and his wisdom was greatly improved, or was it because he had extraordinary intelligence that he was able to cross the 9th level barrier that was theoretically impossible for mutant creatures to cross? Converged my thoughts. Then, he slowly stood up against the raging wind, took a step forward, and jumped from a height of 1,000 meters. Boom! Under the action of gravity, Fang Yu's body was like a meteor, seemingly ignoring time and space. turning into an afterimage invisible to the naked eye, disappearing in a flash. In just a moment, it crossed a distance of 1,000 meters and landed on the ground at bang. A big hole was smashed into the ground, and the land cracked. Not far away, there was a mutant creature that had escaped the encirclement, but it was killed on the spot by the terrifying tremors on the ground. If Fong Yu looked up. He took a look at the black dragon looming in the clouds. Then, he immediately withdrew his gaze, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards the original city in the distance. Sizzle! The vital energy of heaven and earth surged, pushing his body forward, and the air was constantly being torn apart. After a while, the remaining short distance was crossed, and the outline of the original city appeared in sight. Arrive! Immediately, Fong Yu slowed down, walked slowly, and walked towards the gate of the original city. Stop! Several armed soldiers took a half step across, blocking Fong Yu with their guns, and said in a cold voice, "Who are you? Tell me your identity." Fong Yu didn't care too much about it. After all, this was a normal process. He said slowly, "I am a representative of Pango Biological Company." Pango Biological Company? These soldiers were obviously stunned, their expressions filled with suspicion. The representatives sent by other companies are all the highest officials in the company. They are all very powerful and imposing, and you can tell at a glance that they are big shots, but the man in front of him looked like a young man in his early 20s, dressed in black, and came alone. He actually said that he was the representative of Pango Biology. How could the representatives of the 8 major forces be so shabby? These soldiers subconsciously wanted to mock and drive away this psychopath who appeared out of nowhere. But before they could say anything, Fong Yu said coldly, "Before you speak, I hope you'll think carefully. If you can't confirm my identity, you can go to your superiors. But if what you say angers me, you won't be able to bear the consequences." There was a hint of anger in his heart. As the current president of Pangu Bio, the relevant information has already been mastered by Chushiching, but he had come to attend a meeting between the 8 major factions, and the soldiers guarding the city didn't even recognize him? Would the first city make such a low-level mistake, or was it intentional? A cold murderous intent flickered in Fong Yu's eyes. Chapter 301, Test, U. When several armed soldiers heard Fong Yu's domineering and indifferent words, their expressions immediately changed, but they swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths, looked at each other, and planned to report and consult their superiors. Even though it feels impossible, but what if it's true? No one wants to joke with their own life. What's going on? At this moment, a brown-haired middle-aged man in military uniform came straight towards them with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. He was full of vigor and was obviously a peak warrior. It was McPherson, the officer in charge of guarding the city gate for this meeting. "Sir!" Several soldiers saluted hurriedly. "Sir, this man said he was the representative of Pango Biology attending this meeting." The armed soldiers did not dare to hide anything and told the whole story. "Oh?" McPherson closed his eyes, glanced at Fong Yu, and said coldly, "Sir, do you have anything to prove your identity?" Fong Yu didn't say anything, just looked at him with a smile. "I seem to understand something in my heart." McPherson shuddered inexplicably and felt a little cold. "What's going on? Is it an illusion?" He quickly suppressed the uneasy feeling in his heart and continued coldly, "You can't produce proof? In that case, we can only wait here while we continue to report to our superiors and confirm your identity. Before this, if you insist on breaking in, you will be regarded as an intruder, and the soldiers will open fire without hesitation," he said in a slightly threatening tone. Why, Fong Yu suddenly spoke inside, "It's so sad that they're being used as tools and don't even realize it." "What did you say?" McPherson's expression changed. "Although I don't know whose orders you followed, I'm sure they didn't tell you a lot. Otherwise, you should know that you shouldn't say such things in front of me, because there's a high probability that you will die." Fong Yu looked up and glanced at the other person, just one glance, and there was a terrifying energy that directly locked the opponent's body. "What's going on?" McPherson looked horrified because he suddenly found that he couldn't move. The space around him seemed to have solidified, and he had become a small insect trapped in amber. Even thinking showed signs of stagnation and slowing down. This situation filled McPherson's heart with boundless fear, and his psychological defenses collapsed in an instant. Wait. This is Elder Dean's intention. I'm just following his orders." Next second, the sound stopped abruptly. McPherson found that he could no longer speak, his mouth was floating. At this moment, if he had a god's perspective, he would find that his entire body had turned into countless thin slices like the ingredients in the hands of a chef with exquisite knife skills. Wow! The soldiers next to him were horrified and retreated frantically. However, Fang Yu's attention was not on them at all. He looked towards the city gate, opened his mouth slightly, and his voice turned into rolling waves. Julius, I need an explanation for this. Rumble, the sound seemed to violate the laws of physics. During the entire process, there was no attenuation at all and it spread directly throughout the entire original city. After finishing speaking, Fang Yu stood there with his hands behind his back, without any further movement. His expression remained calm as he waited quietly inside the gathering point. There is a luxurious villa area. In a gathering place with limited land resources, those who can live in villas are all big shots. At this moment, those who are qualified to live here are naturally the presidents of major companies. I need an explanation. The sound was deafening and also spread throughout the entire villa area. What a powerful strength! The president of Beihai Heavy Industry, with dazzling blonde hair and bronze skin, stood outside the door with a slightly moved expression. However, it's just a voice after all. We still have to fight to know who is stronger. The middle-aged strong man licked his lips. But what is the first city doing? There must be something going on here that we don't know about. Outside the city gate, not long after boom. At first, the gate of the city suddenly opened. Click, click, click. The clanging sound of metal friction was heard, and as the city gate opened, a team of warriors wearing blue and black armor came out one after another. Their armor reflected bright light, and there was a strange symbol pattern on their right shoulder. One of the two elite troops of the first city, the Divine Punishment Knights. Although the Divine Punishment Knights are few in number, they are individually powerful and are all formidable warriors. As for the equally famous Silver Knights, they are the elite of the mechanized forces equipped with thermal weapons, and their numbers are much larger. After all the Divine Punishment Knights poured out of the city gate, they lined up on both sides. Then, Julius, the elder of the original city, strode over. He looked at the soldiers guarding the city with a gloomy face and said, "You bastards, what have you done?" Julius said, looking at Fang Yu with an apologetic look, "I'm sorry, President Fang. I just got the news that idiot Dean actually took it upon himself to do something like this. Dean has just been arrested and executed. Bring it up." Julius clapped his hands, and one of the Divine Punishment Knights standing on both sides stepped out. In his hand, he was holding a human head, the facial expression of the head still frozen at the moment of death, unwillingness and fear. The original city, the Senate, the senators, Dean. This is Dean's body. Please forgive me, President Fang Yu. Julius took a deep breath and spoke again, his attitude unusually sincere. Fang Yu was silent for a while, thoughts flashing through his mind. On the surface, Julius had nothing to do with this matter and was very humble, but what was the reality? Without the tacit approval and even instigation of the dictator Julius, Dean, who was just an ordinary senator, how could he dare to do such a thing? And what practical benefits would it bring to him? Besides, Dean's death was too quick, even if it had been prepared for a long time. Most likely, Julius wanted to use this incident to remind himself of the 8 major factions. Only initial city currently knew the true circumstances of the war. Had his own strength, combined with the might of the Panga creatures, touched their sensitive nerves. He was right. Julius was worried that Fang Yu was too ambitious. After all, Fang Yu's origins were unknown, yet he had quietly taken over the position of CEO of Pango Biotechnology and brutally suppressed all those who dared to resist. No one knew his motives, and no one knew whether he would continue to extend his hand to other forces. When setting up a trap for Jiang Huai before, Julius was willing to cooperate, but this does not mean that his fear of Fang Yu has diminished in the slightest. In this crucial meeting that will determine the future of humanity, there will inevitably be a game of interests. Who will lead the action against Jiang Huai? How much effort will each family contribute? How will they cooperate? These are all key issues. For a long time, a certain degree of tacit understanding has been reached among the 8 major forces, except for Fang Yu, the uncontrollable factor who suddenly entered the game. That's why there was this knock and test. However, Julius didn't really want to fall out. Therefore, Dean was pushed out as cannon fodder to appease Fang Yu's anger, and this cannon fodder is indeed heavy enough to serve as a stepping stone. Oh. Fang Yu's eyes were calm, but deep down, there is a hidden irony. This is what human beings are like. Even with the huge threat of Jiang Huai, they are still scheming against each other for their own little interests. When the nest is destroyed, how can the eggs remain intact? Everyone knows this truth, but human bad nature cannot be eliminated so easily. Sure enough, my previous thoughts were correct. Fang Yu's eyes were deep. If we want to truly fight against mutant creatures, we can't rely on these people after all. We can only rely on ourselves. Next second he looked at the elder Julius and said calmly, since this is just a misunderstanding, and the culprit has already been brought to justice, let's just leave it at that. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss the future of humanity and to confront common enemies. Let's not waste time on such matters. That's good. Julius looked relieved and said with a smile, in that case, Mr. Fang, please come in. Fang Yu stepped into the city, however, a few seconds later, the head of Elder Dean, which was held in the hands of the Divine Punishment Knights, suddenly exploded. The terrifying power is like a bomb. With a scream, the warrior of the Divine Punishment Knights was blown directly into the sky. When it fell again, it was already dead and turned into a puddle of mud. Protect the elders. At the same time, as if acting on reflex, several Divine Punishment Knights quickly moved to protect Julius. The smile on Julius' face slowly faded, turning dark. He stared in the direction where Fang Yu entered the city, his eyes flickering, but after a moment, his expression relaxed again. No matter what, Fang Yu didn't dwell on this matter. This shows that he still has some concerns and has no intention of disrupting the current order. Furthermore, judging by his actions, he seems very concerned about all the major forces cooperating and jointly combating the mutants. So for the sake of the greater good, he probably won't do anything. Julius smiled, stroking his beard. The fear in my heart towards panga creatures was slightly alleviated. However, he was wrong about one thing, totally wrong. Fang Yu does put the overall situation first, but his overall situation only has one thing, that is to wipe out the mutant creatures, kill Jiang Huai, and obtain the strategy books. He did this at any cost. From the moment he came to this world and started planning, he had never thought about uniting human forces to work together to fight against mutant creatures, because he knew that nothing would be possible under suspicion and interests. Fang Yu needs to completely control the human power in his own hands and not allow any second voice. Therefore, the leaders of these major forces are the obstacles to his plan. From the very beginning, they have been on Fang Yu's death list. Chapter 302. The meeting begins after the episode ended. After a day of rest, the joint meeting of the 8 major human forces officially began at 9 o'clock the next morning. During the rest time, perhaps they were afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings, or there were other reasons. In short, although the representatives of the 8 major forces all lived in the same villa area, they had never talked to each other. Everyone stayed at home, waiting for the meeting to begin. The venue of the meeting was located in a heavily guarded steel base, emitting a cold glow, like a fortress. 5 minutes before the meeting time, Fang Yu arrived late, led by a soldier. This time, no one dared to make things difficult for Fang Yu. Julius knew, you can only try this kind of thing once. If it happens a second time, it will be a naked provocation and may provoke a worry. Julius, who was able to become the elder of the original city and the actual dictator, is not stupid at all. Boom. The door opened, and then immediately closed again. The blazing lights emanated from the ceiling, illuminating the base where the conference was held as bright as day. The meeting place is the deepest room. When Fang Yu walked in, the room was already full of people. In the center was a huge round table with 8 chairs. Only the representatives of the 8 major forces, that is, the actual controllers of each major force, could sit there. In addition, the war god level strongmen from various major forces also stood aside and were responsible for guarding in this world. Apart from Fang Yu, only the other 7 major forces except Pango Biology each have a war god level powerhouse. At this moment, the war god level powerhouses of the entire world have gathered in this room together with the masters of their own forces. The president of Beihai Heavy Industry is one of the few exceptions. He is not only the president of Beihai Heavy Industry, but also a war god level warrior. At this moment, all 7 chairs were occupied. Representatives from Original City, Future Technology, Beihai Heavy Industry, Underground Business Alliance, Poison Eye Company, Violent Bear Company and Hunter Association were all seated. See Fang Yu enter. Everyone's eyes turned to look over, their eyes revealed scrutiny and curiosity. For most of these people, it was the first time they saw Fang Yu in person. After looking at him carefully for a moment, they were all a little surprised. So young. Is this the new president of Pango Biological Company? At such a young age, he's already a war god level warrior? It's incredible. Various thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. Fang Yu casually pulled over a chair and sat down, saying casually, well, is everyone here? In that case, let's get started. The tone was like a leader calling a meeting with his subordinates. The 7 people at the round table all looked somewhat dissatisfied, as if they felt Fang Yu was too arrogant. Snort. The short old man snorted coldly. Everyone already knows the news. The outbreak of the Cataclysm era is manipulated by someone behind the scenes. That guy named Jiang Huai's goal is to exterminate all of humanity, right? He is one of the 8 major forces and the leader of the Underground Business Alliance. Yes. Julius nodded and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the expressions of those present became somewhat heavy. It now appeared that the mutants and humans were in a standoff, but in reality, humans were still barely surviving, only able to hold on to a small corner of the land. This news was undoubtedly very bad. In this case, everyone, tell me what you think. What should we do? The president of Beihai Heavy Industry narrowed his eyes and glanced at everyone, while others are thinking. Fang Yu knocked on the table, his expression calm. Isn't this obvious? Improve the army's combat effectiveness, manufacture weapons, and wipe out the scattered mutant creatures. But his tone suddenly changed. These things may seem simple, but if we truly want to defeat the mutants, humanity cannot be scattered like it is now. Instead, we need to integrate and have a true leader. The faces of everyone present at the meeting changed. Their attention was all focused on Fang Yu's last words. Ha ha ha. The CEO of Future Technology suddenly laughed. Great idea. But there's just one small problem. Who will be the leader? He raised his head and glanced at them one by one. First City? Beihai Heavy Industry? Underground Business Alliance? Or Hunter Association? The eyes of those he named flashed. Or should President Fang be the so-called leader of this alliance? When these words came out, the CEO of Future Technology stared at Fang Yu, and his tone was filled with deep malice. Okay. Fang Yu said seriously, since you think so highly of me, I won't be modest. I'm willing to be the leader and shoulder the burden of humanity's survival. The expression of the president of Future Technology suddenly froze. For a moment, the words that he had prepared in his mouth were completely useless. Why doesn't this person play by the rules? I spent some time revising the last 2 chapters today. I feel that many of the words and sentences are not concise and clear enough. The overall plot remains unchanged, but the details have been adjusted. Those who also have obsessive-compulsive disorder can take another look at them. Chapter 303. You all will die. More than 10 seconds later, the Future Technology CEO recovered from his choking state and said with a gloomy face, President Fang, now is not the time to joke. Besides, your joke is not funny at all. Oh, do I look like I'm joking to you? Fang Yu crossed his arms and rested his elbows on the table. I know much more about Jiang Huai and the mutant creatures than you do. If it weren't for me, you would probably still be kept in the dark. I have more say than you in the matter of fighting mutant creatures. After all, not long ago, 300,000 mutant creatures invaded and attacked the Pango biological headquarters. What? Everyone looked a little shocked. 300,000 mutant creatures attacking the city? What was the result? The president of Future Technology asked subconsciously, could it be that the headquarters of Pango Biology has been destroyed in the previous wave of mutated creatures? Fang Yu said slowly, as for the result, Elder Julius should be very clear about it. Immediately, the eyes of all the powerful leaders fell on Julius. Julius's expression changed. Finally, he let out a long breath. Pango Bio, 70,000 soldiers lost, 150,000 mutants killed, the remaining mutants fled. Pango Bio headquarters was intact. Only soldiers from headquarters participated in the battle from beginning to end. Other gathering points didn't have time to provide support. What? How is this possible? Some people even couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, because this news is really too shocking. Using the power of one gathering point, even if it is the headquarters gathering point, to resist 300,000 mutant creatures, 70,000 soldiers died and 150,000 mutant creatures were killed. This is a completely unimaginable casualty ratio and an unbelievable result. Although the strength of mutants varied widely and there were disparities between regions, according to probability theory, when the number of variants reached 300,000, which clearly represented a vast area of mutants, the disparity would become extremely small under such a huge number. Therefore, comforting oneself by saying that the army of mutant creatures faced by Pangu was relatively weak is nothing but self-deception. The expressions of everyone at the round table changed, and they asked themselves in their hearts, it was their own headquarters that was attacked by 300,000 mutant creatures. Without the support of other gathering points in the jurisdiction, could they hold their headquarters? After putting themselves into the role, they quickly came to a conclusion: almost impossible. So, how did he do it? In addition to shock, everyone looked at Feng Yu with a hint of unconcealable fear. Although everyone knew before that Feng Yu was a war god level warrior, he made up for the gap in Pango Biology's top warrior combat power, but Feng Yu's age still made them subconsciously look down on him. But now, all their contempt has completely disappeared, and they truly put Feng Yu on the same level as themselves, no, even above them. Feng Yu tapped the table lightly. Well, now, am I qualified? The voice was low and cold. These are two different things. The future technology CEO's voice was icy. Our 8 factions have always been independent and have not interfered with each other. It was like this before, it is like this now, and it will be like this in the future. Why, now Pango Biology wants to break this situation? That's right. The president of Beihai Heavy Industry also spoke calmly, stating his position: I have absolutely no objection to the major forces watching out for each other, establishing a cooperative mechanism, and jointly combating mutant creatures. However, Beihai Heavy Industry will not allow others to dictate or interfere in its internal affairs. This is my principle and also the bottom line of Beihai Heavy Industry. That's right. That's what we thought, too. Cooperation is fine, but each faction should still manage its own internal affairs, such as resource allocation and military affairs. Apart from Feng Yu, the leaders of the other 7 major forces all expressed their attitudes, and their attitudes were highly consistent, only agreed to limited cooperation, but refused to be led and controlled. President Feng. Julius looked at Feng Yu and said gently, since no one agrees, how about we skip this proposal? Next, let's discuss the specific details of the cooperation. In his opinion, the 7 major forces have all clearly expressed their opposition. Feng Yu should give up, right? Feng Yu showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Cooperation? What is there to discuss? I'm afraid what you call cooperation is just an empty contract that keeps getting argued about. Does this kind of thing really make sense? Everyone frowned. Obviously, he thought Feng Yu was too ungrateful. President Feng, what else do you want? The Hunter Association's president said sinisterly, could it be that Pangu Bio is planning to wipe out all 7 of our factions? Feng Yu sighed and slowly stood up. It's because of the existence of you privileged class that Zhang Huai was able to easily destroy us. Originally, I still held out a glimmer of hope. After all, I don't want to waste humanity's power in meaningless infighting. What a pity, you didn't seize this opportunity. Feng Yu slowly stood up and held up a finger. Let me correct you. I'm not trying to unite you to form an alliance. What I mean is that humanity only needs one force, one voice. Now it seems that you, a bunch of people who are unaware of the impending disaster and are still scheming against each other for a little profit, will become an obstacle to achieving this goal. So Feng Yu's voice was calm and gentle. You are all going to die. I've been really busy recently, and haven't updated twice in a few days. Sometimes I have to do experiments until 2 or 3 in the morning. I hope you guys can forgive me. Also, some readers think that the guide for this Doomsday book will have hundreds of pages, but that's not the case. After all, anyone familiar with Hamster knows that my style is fast-paced, simple and crude, with no logic at all. The Doomsday book has already entered its final stages. What will the new plot be like? A return to the main world, or a new dungeon? Let's wait and see. Hamster can't satisfy everyone, but we will do our best to provide you with better content. Winter vacation is coming, wait for me to update. That's all, love your hamsters. Chapter 304 You, Nozzlance. The conference room suddenly became quiet. The air was so thick that even a needle falling to the ground could be heard clearly except for Feng Yu. The leaders of the other 7 major forces all looked at each other in confusion. Even the president of Future Technology scratched his ears, as if to confirm whether there was any problem with his hearing. Feng Yu's tone was gentle, but there was a murderous intent on his body. The temperature in the conference room was dropping inch by inch, and the moisture in the air seemed to be turning into ice crystals. The CEO of Future Technology had a gloomy face, as dark as a cloud. President Fong, what do you mean by that? That's just the surface meaning. Fong Yu's expression was calm, as if he didn't realize what he had just said. He said leisurely, only when you die can humanity unite and unleash its greatest strength to fight against the mutant creatures. The existence of your powerful forces once played an important role in defending against mutant creatures and preserving humanity's vitality, but now, you have become an obstacle. I have to say, it's really ironic. Humanity now has no chance of surviving. Instead, we should gather all our strength and launch a counterattack against the mutants. But since you are unwilling, then you will have no choice but to die. After all, I don't want to be stabbed in the back one day. Bang! The president of Future Technology was furious and slammed the table. He stood up from his seat, pointed at Fong Yu, and said coldly, "Kill us? Just you? Do you think you can do it?" Tick-tock. The sound stopped abruptly. Scarlet and sticky liquid splashed on his face. In his pupils that were shrinking wildly and almost turning into pinholes, Fong Yu just waved his hand. As a result, the president of Baoxiong Company, who was originally sitting next to him, had his head exploded. Plop. Only a headless corpse remained, wearing a black suit that was originally expensive and exquisite, but now filled with filth. It slowly fell to the ground, and after twitching a few times, it became motionless. The CEO of Future Technology froze in place. It seemed to have become a sculpture, no longer moving. Baoxiong Company. One of the 8 most powerful forces in the human race. As a result, the company president died so simply in front of him. Beside, the pupils of the 6 war god-level warriors also shrank wildly. I was shocked and horrified. How is that possible? Just now, when Fong Yu made his move, their bodies seemed to be restrained by something, and they were completely unable to move. Moreover, with their strength, they had no idea how Fong Yu made his move. Open. The 6 war god-level warriors roared, and the vital energy of heaven and earth circulated, breaking through the restraints. As war god-level warriors, their nerve reflexes are much faster than those of ordinary people. After getting rid of their restraints, they flashed and instantly came to the side of their president. Fong Yu. Julius, wearing a purple-red robe trimmed with dark gold, and maroon leather boots with crescent-shaped buckles, roared angrily. The old man's deep-set eye sockets, his brown eyes piercing with extreme rage, his wrinkles trembling constantly. Obviously, he was extremely shocked and angry at Fong Yu's behavior. The 8 major forces released the news with great fanfare and jointly held the highest conference in the initial city. But now, the president of Baoxiong Company has died here, in his own territory. Even if Fong Yu is eventually killed, he will still be faced with many troubles. The other major power holders finally came to their senses. The Hunter Association's president's eyes widened, a murderous look in his eyes. President Fong, you are being too lawless. This world has its own rules. You can't do whatever you want just by relying on your own strength. The leader of the Underground Business Alliance also had a cold expression. No matter how strong you are, can you still compete with all the war gods present? Can your Panga sacred object resist the armies of the 7 major forces? Stop talking nonsense. The CEO of Future Technology shouted angrily, "Everyone, kill him," etc. A loud shout was heard, causing the room to buzz. Boom. The air hummed. A terrifying aura suddenly rose into the sky. Let me. The president of Beihai Heavy Industry has dazzling blonde hair, bronze skin, and a body full of blood. His eyes are filled with boundless coldness and murderous intent, and the murderous aura all over his body is almost piercing the dome. Several powerful leaders suddenly remembered that the deceased president of Baoxiong Company and the president of Beihai Heavy Industry, O'Neill, were close friends who had shared hardships. Their relationship was not simply based on interests, but was true good friends. O'Neill, the god of war-level warrior, looked at Fong Yu and said slowly, "Do you know, the person you killed is my friend?" Fong Yu heard this, his eyes showing no sadness or joy. So what? I want to kill someone, why should I explain to anyone? Whoever I want to kill, no one can stop me, not even you. Chapter 305 Game. O'Neill's eyes suddenly turned red, and he laughed angrily. Good, very good, let me see, is your strength worthy of your arrogance? All of you get out of the way, kill. With a loud shout, this war god-level strong man leaped into the air, like a gluttonous beast, and punched before he arrived in front of him. His fist shone with a strange golden light, bringing with it a vast amount of heaven and earth energy. He swung it 7 times in a row. Each time he swung his fist, instead of losing the aura, the golden light became stronger and more intense, as if it were gathering strength. Finally, the power of all 7 punches merged into one, slamming heavily towards Fangyu. The base conference room, as the venue for the meeting of the 8 major forces, is naturally heavily defended. The walls are made of the hardest materials and reinforced layer by layer. They are extremely strong. Even if there is artillery bombardment from outside, it will be difficult to break through for a while, but at this moment, O'Neill's fierce fist actually tore the surface of the wall apart. If it fell completely, the power would be unimaginable. When he throws a punch, he does it with all his strength, without holding back at all, with the intention of fighting against heaven and earth. It cuts through the air like ants. A trace of contempt flashed across Fangyu's eyes. The next second, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, turning into a shadow, with afterimages overlapping, like invisible bubbles, passing over O'Neill. O'Neill seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. The figure froze in midair, and the surging fist power in his body had long since disappeared like ash and smoke. His face was now full of astonishment, shock, and disbelief. How is this possible? Blood gushed out of O'Neill's mouth, and he spoke word by word, his voice as if it was stuck, harsh and hoarse. Next second, his chest suddenly sank strangely. Then, the force of the fist penetrated the body and blasted a bloody hole. It seemed as if the speed of this attack was so fast that there was no time to react. Fangyu stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "What did you just say?" "Kill, who?" Bang! O'Neill fell to the ground like a broken sack, and all the vitality in his body poured out like water from a broken pool. Save me, O'Neill was not completely dead yet. His eyes were dim. He stretched out his blood-stained hand and reached out to the other war god-level warriors with a look of panic and pleading. Now, the thought of revenge had long been thrown out of his mind. The only thing left is the most instinctive desire of a living being, to survive. He dragged his severely injured body and crawled towards several war god-level warriors from other forces. At this moment, the other several war god-level warriors were immersed in horror and stood there in a daze. One of them was a lean and thin war god-level warrior wearing monk's clothes from the Poison Eye group. He was the first to react and took a step forward, about to save people. But Fangyu had already raised his foot and stepped on O'Neill's head. At the same time, he looked at the war god-level monk and said coldly, "Get out." Boom! A wave of air exploded from his body, and the war god-level monk was thrown out instantly. After the monk landed on the ground, blood spurted out of his mouth and he dared not move forward. Don't kill me," O'Neill gasped, his face horrified. "I'm the president of Beihai Heavy Industry. I can provide many resources for Pango Biological." Fangyu lowered his head and looked at the president's miserable appearance before his death with an admiring attitude. "Weren't you just yelling about revenge for your good friend? You look rather disgraceful now." Bang! With force from his feet, O'Neill's head was crushed like a watermelon. "The dead can't die anymore." Fangyu's eyes were filled with indifference. "I originally wanted to send you on the road with your friends, but after thinking about it, I decided not to. I'm not a good person, so why would I do good things? Since you dare to provoke me, then you will be destroyed." He clenched his 5 fingers into claws and grabbed at the air. Boom! The void vibrates. Fangyu saw strange changes happening one after another beside him. At the place where O'Neill fell, a transparent and illusory shadow slowly appeared. Upon closer inspection, it looked very similar to O'Neill. The phantom twisted in pain and screamed sharply. Everyone in the conference room felt as if they were in an ice cellar. "This is the soul, extracting the soul. What kind of method is this?" Even if a powerful god-level warrior possesses the power to destroy the world with a wave of his hand, and can fight against an army fully armed with heavy weapons alone, and is invincible, no one has ever heard of anyone being able to do such a thing. Death is scary enough, but at least we can comfort ourselves with the illusory afterlife and reincarnation. But Fangyu, with just a wave of his hand, forcibly extracted the soul, without even a chance to be liberated. How can one not be terrified? Fangyu asked in his mind, "System, can I save the souls I extracted using my plundering ability and use them later?" The reason for extracting O'Neill's soul. On the one hand, it is naturally for deterrence. On the other hand, he was very interested in the move that O'Neill had just performed. Even Fangyu was surprised by the unique power charging technique. If he could learn it, it would be of great benefit. However, extracting targeted skills requires 5,000 villain points. Now in the copy world, in the copybook, Fangyu cannot use the villain value. The system quickly replied, "Yes." When the host is unable to use the villain value, or the villain value is insufficient, the system can help the host store the extracted soul in a special space for preservation. Very good. Fang Yu was delighted then, in front of everyone, he turned his palm over, covered O'Neill's twisted soul, and gently squeezed it. Bang! O'Neill's soul disappeared without a trace in an instant. Everyone present couldn't help but take a step back, extremely frightened and horrified. They didn't have the ability to read minds and couldn't hear the conversation between Fang Yu and the system, so they naturally thought that O'Neill's soul had been crushed by him, and his body and soul were destroyed. O'Neill, he's the president of Beihai Heavy Industry and the second-ranked god of war in the entire human world, but he ended up dying on the spot, his body and soul destroyed. At this time, Fang Yu looked up and glanced at the remaining 6 war god-level powerhouses. This time, Fang Yu did not use energy to suppress and restrain their movements, but their bodies were still stiff, as if they were locked and unable to move. I couldn't do it before, and now, I don't dare. The strength displayed by the other party is no longer something they can contend with by relying on numbers. Fang Yu raised his eyebrows and suddenly said, "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Now, I'm going to give you a choice to survive." The 6 war god-level warriors were stunned the next second. Fang Yu pointed at the 5 remaining leaders of the 8 major forces and said calmly, "Kill them, and then you can live. After all, these are 6 war gods. Instead of wasting their time in internal strife, it is better to deal with the mutant creatures on the battlefield." Moreover, if the leaders of several major forces died in their hands, they would have a handle on them and would have to surrender. Moreover, as war god-level warriors, they all hold high positions in their respective forces. With these people around, integrating the 8 major forces will be much easier and reduce a lot of resistance. Speak in one sentence, the atmosphere suddenly became weird. The remaining leaders of the 5 major forces, Future Technology, Underground Business Alliance, Poison Eye Company, Hunter Association and First City, all changed their expressions of Fang Yu. He is simply a wicked person. Oh, by the way, let me add something. Kill one person in order to survive. Well, there are 6 of you, and there are 5 of them. That means one of you is still going to die. So, hurry up and don't let anyone get there first. Fang Yu was smiling, but in the eyes of everyone, he looked like a devil. Then let me see, who lives and who dies. Chapter 306, Dahe appears except Fang Yu. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The expressions of the 6 war gods flickered, while the 5 leaders of the 8 major forces who were protected behind them were stiff. After all, from the facts, Fang Yu's strength far exceeded their imagination. O'Neill, the second-ranked war god, was killed instantly. Although there were 6 other war gods present, they were probably no match for Fang Yu. How come this guy is so strong? Originally, they were already cautious enough. Because Fang Yu and O'Neill both held the dual identities of CEO and the strongest within their faction, their own war god-level warriors followed them at this confidential meeting. But the situation is still out of control. Now, what they are most worried about is whether their own god of war will really agree to the conditions proposed by Fang Yu in order to save his life. The leaders of the 5 major forces, Future Technology, Underground Business Alliance, Poison Eye Company, Hunter Association and First City, are full of suspicion. The 6 war god-level warriors were also wary of each other, because Fang Yu had just made it clear that only by killing one person would they be allowed to live, and one of them still had to die. So at this moment, they locked onto each other's auras, and no one dared to act rashly. Ha ha ha. Fang Yu looked at this scene and suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting, really interesting. Your expressions are so funny. Look, this is the human heart. In the face of life and death, everything else is so fragile that it's not worth mentioning. The smile on his face faded. But you'd better hurry up, I don't have much patience. Whoosh. Sudden. A shrill sound of the air being torn apart was heard. A figure rushed to Julius, grabbed him, and suddenly rose high, rushing upwards. Fang Yu raised his eyebrows. The other party is a war god-level strongman belonging to the First City. At the same time, he is also the most powerful person among human beings, and he has the title of Invincible God of War. Graydon. Want to escape? Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. What on earth could have given him the illusion that he had a chance to escape? Didn't he wonder why no one outside had noticed what was going on inside? Boom. Graydon's aura surged, and he had apparently reached the pinnacle of war. He extended his palm and slammed it forward. The terrifying force instantly tore through the solid dome of the base where the meeting was held, creating a large hole in it. He quickly escaped with Julius. Raphael, well done. Julius breathed a sigh of relief and praised, I finally managed to escape from that guy temporarily. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a flash of anger in his brown eyes. That madman, just wait. What will greet him next will be the artillery fire of hundreds of thousands of troops. Even if many people die, he will drag Fang Yu to be buried with him today. As Graydon rushed out, he roared, "There are attackers! Quickly notify the Divine Punishment Knights and the Silver Knights." No, wait, at the same time, a bad premonition suddenly emerged in Julius' heart. In the base where the meeting was held before, a war-level battle broke out. Although the base was specially built and the battle ended quickly, it was impossible to prevent the aftermath of the war god's battle. The movement inside should have attracted the attention of the guards outside long ago. The Silver Knights are far away on the other side of the city, and as a mechanized force, they will not be dispatched for the time being. However, the Divine Punishment Knights, composed of individually powerful warriors, in addition to external combat, are also responsible for maintaining security and order in the city, so it is impossible for them not to notice. Why didn't anyone enter the base to investigate? Then, next second, Julius then understood what had happened. Not only him, but Graydon's eyes also became dull. This is dragon? A black dragon was circling in the air at its feet. A street has turned into a sea of fire and ruins. Roar. The earth-shaking roar could be heard from far away. Not far away, the hovering black dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a breath towards the ground. The crimson, scorching breath was like underground lava. The numerous Divine Punishment Knights below were reduced to charcoal amidst screams. Suddenly, the black dragon raised its head, and its huge pupils slowly shifted to the two of them, revealing a cold, murderous intent. Boom! The low dragon roar came again. Not good. Graydon's expression changed drastically. He grabbed Julius and turned into a stream of light, fleeing madly into the distance. He was filled with horror of mutated creatures. How could there be such a huge mutant creature here? A fierce wind swept across, like a shadow of a small mountain, cutting through the sky and rushing towards them at an incredible speed. The terrifying speed even formed a terrifying wind pressure, crushing all the houses along the way, and drawing a straight line on the ground, chasing after the two people. In an instant, it arrived above their heads. The next moment, it stretched out its huge claws that covered the sky and the sun, and slammed down towards Graydon. Puff! The air was torn apart. Graydon had already burst his speed to the extreme and increased it again, but the giant claw was too big, so big that it covered everything. In the end, the dark dragon claw would still fall on them. That's too much. As the strongest human being, how could Graydon not have a little anger in his heart? He immediately shouted loudly, and the vitality of heaven and earth surged, protecting his body. At the same time, it condensed into a huge fist, flashing with green light, and rushed towards the big black in the sky. Boom! Giant claws and fists collided. Bang! A violent collision broke out, and the giant fist covered with green light lasted for a few seconds, but was still destroyed by the giant claw. The only damage caused was the loss of a few black scales. When humans fight against mutant creatures of the same level, they are almost always at a disadvantage. What's more, it's the best among them, the dragon. How is that possible? Graydon's scalp went numb. He didn't dare to fight anymore and fled madly, but the giant claw fell down without any pause and pressed on the protective shield. Crash! The protective shield constructed by the vital energy of heaven and earth collapsed in an instant. Under that immense force, Julius, a mere ordinary man, was instantly shattered into dust. As for Gladden, his body trembled as he was blasted into the ground like a cannonball. A whoosh! With blood gushing out of his mouth, Graydon dragged his seriously injured body, trying to rush out of the pit and escape from here, but the pitch-black dragon claws fell down again. Graydon once again turned into a small black dot and fell to the ground. Boom! 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 The roar of metal continued to resound. Dahe seemed to be teasing him. His claws covered with black steel scales kept falling on Graydon's body, carrying tremendous force and knocking him to the ground. A moment later, the screams of pain gradually disappeared. Graydon was unable to rush out again. His entire body had turned into a pool of mud, collapsing in the bottomless pit. His breath dissipated, and he was deader than dead. This man, recognized as the strongest in human history, has fallen. The death was without dignity, and it could even be said to be extremely frustrating. In the conference room, all the war god-level strong men felt a chill in their hearts. The roar just now made them all feel very depressed. Mutated creatures, moreover, it is a level 12 mutant creature that has never appeared before. Originally, Fang Yu was already powerful enough for them to resist, but now, there was another terrifying mutant creature that seemed to submit to him. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes. Hurry up, don't challenge my patience, roar. As if in response, there was another earth-shaking roar from outside. A tall, white-skinned man, a God of War level warrior affiliated with the Poison Eye Company, had a changing expression before he gritted his teeth, turned around, and killed the president of his company with a single blow. Before his death, the president of Poison Eye Company couldn't believe that he actually dared to do it. After the first person took the lead, others followed suit. The roar of tearing the air resounded, and blood splattered on the floor of the conference room. This was an era where warriors were revered, so the leaders of these major forces generally had martial arts skills. Even if they lacked talent, they could still achieve considerable strength with the resources at their disposal. However, under the God of War, we are all ants. God of War is a huge gap compared with those below the God of War. The gap in strength is like that between the bright moon and a firefly. Even if a peak-level general meets the God of War, he will be killed instantly. Therefore, once these powerful war gods make up their minds to take action, there will be no suspense about the outcome. The war god dressed as a monk spoke coldly. Mr. President, don't blame me. I don't want to die yet, so just go and die. Ha 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 ha. The CEO of Future Technology, a middle-aged man with a slightly gloomy appearance, laughed wildly, his expression ferocious and distorted. Fang Yu, you actually dared to kill me. Just wait, you will face the crazy retaliation of the 7 major forces. We represent an army of nearly 10 million. Stupid. A mocking smile appeared on Fang Yu's lips. He stretched out a finger and shook it. In this day and age, do you think your troops would fight me over a dead man? As for the civilians in your respective spheres of influence, I'm afraid they wouldn't even recognize your faces, right? Revenge? That's ridiculous. The president of Future Technology was stunned. Then, his expression became even more resentful and unwilling. Asshole, you. The sound suddenly stopped. Before he could finish his words, the war god dressed as a monk strangled his neck. Fang Yu was stunned for a moment, then tilted his head and said, "He's truly ruthless. Wasn't he your former boss?" The reason why the war god dressed as a monk decisively killed the president of Future Technology at this time was to show his loyalty to Fang Yu. Could it be that he accidentally angered Fang Yu? Facing the gaze, the other party was a little flustered. How cold and heartless. Fang Yu sighed, then smiled slightly, but I like it. Chapter 307, Villains can also be useful. Upon hearing this, the war god dressed as a monk immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Yu withdrew his gaze and looked sideways. The killing has completely ended at this moment. Since Graydon escaped with the elders and was killed by Dai, there were only 5 war gods and 4 leaders of major forces left. So, one person didn't get the chance to take action. It turned out to be a woman wearing a black tights, with blonde hair, blue eyes, a slim figure, and beautiful looks. He doesn't look very old, but I don't know how old he is actually. After all, when one's strength reaches the level of a god of war, aging will slow down significantly, and one may even become younger to a certain extent. Took a glance, Fang Yu learned her identity from the information in the book. Leona, who belongs to the Poison Eye Company, is the only female among the world's war god level strongmen. There is also a more interesting point. Leona is not only the top general under the president of Poison Eye Company, but also has a relationship with him that goes beyond that of subordinate and superior. In the book, when Jiang Huai traveled to the headquarters of the Poison Eye Company, for some reason, he had some relationship with her. The president of the Poison Eye Company was very dissatisfied and sent someone to get rid of Jiang Huai. Needless to say, the ending was extremely tragic. He was fooled to death by Jiang Huai because of this relationship. Although Leona was very close to the president of Poison Eye Company just now, she hesitated and did not act in time, and was beaten to the punch by another person. Fang Yu looked over, shook his head, and said regretfully, "Unfortunately, you were a step too slow." No. Leona's heart was pounding, and she was in a panic. I am a god of war, I am still useful. Don't kill me. I can give my body, you can do whatever you want. As he spoke, he tried to straighten his chest and posed with his head in a pretentious manner. Ever since she became the god of war and a big shot who controlled the life and death of others, she has never done such a thing again. But at this moment, with death approaching, she no longer cares. I was regretting in my heart, why did I hesitate just now? Sorry, I don't have a hobby of picking up bitches. Fang Yu said calmly, rules are rules. If you lose, you will die. No one can break the rules I set. He took a step forward, stretched out one of his hands behind his back, and a long sword suddenly emerged from his hand. 3 absolute sword moves. The first move, slash the air. A fierce aura burst out from Fang Yu, but the power was much weaker than when he killed 50,000 mutant creatures in one move. During this period, he spent a lot of time honing the first move of this god-level skill, and he can now achieve fine control over the power. However, I don't know when I can perform the second move. Fanya raised his sword and swung it through the air, creating ripples in the air. A black mark flashed by. Leona opened her mouth, and then her head and body were instantly split into two. With one sword, the god of war is instantly killed. The four remaining surviving war gods were terrified. Almost subconsciously, he half knelt on the ground and said in fear, "We swear to follow Master Fong until death." Fang Yu's sword strike was laced with a strange spiritual force that enveloped the entire room. Silently, this spiritual force seeped into their minds, forming a kind of psychological suggestion, and through the scene before them, instilled in them a deep-seated fear of him. This suggestion will not disappear in the short term. Fang Yu put away his sword. He lowered his head, looking down at them, and said calmly, "I don't care whether you are loyal or not. All I need is your submission. As long as you can show your usefulness, you will not only survive, but also get everything you want. Villains also have their uses. What I fear most is a villain who has no ability." Fang Yu glanced at Leona on the ground. The four war god level men who committed murder were rebels, but they were still ruthless and decisive. As for this kind of useless person who has no loyalty and is hesitant, what's the point of coming here? Chapter 308, Taking Over the Initial City. Get up. Fang Yu said indifferently, "From now on, the 8 major factions will cease to exist. The remaining 200 million humans will only have one voice and one master. Your respective factions will be temporarily under your control. However, they must all be under the control and command of the Pango creatures." The four war gods were stunned for a moment, then stood up from the ground, a hint of joy flashing in their hearts. "Yes, sir." In this way, although there is another Fang Yu above his head, but in fact, compared with before, their power has increased instead of decreased, hasn't it? However, soon, someone couldn't help but hesitate and asked, "Sir, how should we deal with the situation here?" His eyes swept over the blood and corpses on the ground. Fang Yu smiled faintly. "Isn't this very clear? Julius, the elder of the first city, plotted to murder the leaders of the major factions attending the conference, but his plan went awry and he ultimately died." Understood. The god of war's eyes lit up when he spoke, but as if he had thought of something, he hesitated and said, "However, if we control our own forces, I'm afraid we will encounter a lot of trouble. With the president's death, I'm afraid someone in the company will be ready to make a move. It shouldn't be that smooth." Fang Yu said calmly, "Those who disobey will be killed. The biggest possibility is that they are still caught up in internal strife, and it is impossible to grasp the gathering point in a short time. With your strength, killing a few people to establish your authority should not be a problem, right? If there are still stubborn resistance forces, Pango's army will help suppress them. I don't care how many people die or how much blood is shed. I only have one request: to integrate all the forces as quickly as possible." Now, no one had any more questions. He immediately responded respectfully, "Yes, roar." Outside the base, Dahe let out a terrifying roar. Fang Yu frowned, his ears moved slightly, as if he sensed something, and smiled faintly. "Ah, someone is coming." Boom! The ground shook along the wide streets of the original city center. The surging white flood rushed towards the base where the Supreme Conference was held. Hundreds of armored vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles were lined up on both sides, moving forward in a mighty manner. All the residents hid in their homes, dared not go out, and were as silent as a mouse. Silver Knights, the elite thermal weapons corps of the first city, on an infantry fighting vehicle in the front center. The leader of the Silver Knights, Hawthorne, had a solemn expression. Originally, the Silver Knights were stationed in the first city as usual. However, they suddenly received a notification that there was something unusual at the venue of the meeting. A mutated black dragon with terrifying power broke in and severely damaged the Divine Punishment Knights. "Hurry up!" Hawthorne roared. The Silver Knights moved forward quickly, and soon, on the street not far away, they saw a black dragon that was incredibly huge and had a cold look on its face landing on the ground. Although Hawthorne heard the report, he was still shocked when he saw the real black dragon, and subconsciously wanted the army to open fire. As long as he gave the order, thousands of cannons would roar, but before he could give the order, a loud voice came from the front. "Captain of the Silver Knights, Hawthorne?" Hawthorne was stunned. Who was talking? His eyes scanned the surroundings, and then, at a certain moment, his gaze fixed on a certain direction, full of astonishment. "There's someone on the black dragon's back." Hawthorne narrowed his eyes slightly, and when he saw clearly, his face was full of surprise. "Isn't that the president of Pango Biology?" Shouldn't the leaders of the 8 major forces be holding a supreme meeting to discuss important matters? Now, what on earth was going on? He was completely confused, Pa. Hozorn jumped off the armored vehicle, took a few steps forward, and asked loudly, Master Fong, what on earth is going on? What exactly happened? Call in the wind. Fong Yu slowly stood up from Dahe's back and said calmly, Julius intends to kill the leaders of the remaining 7 factions in the first city. What a wolfish ambition! Fong Yu was heartbroken. Future Technology, Beihai Heavy Industry, Underground Business Alliance, Poison Eye Company, Violent Bear Company, Hunter Association, the leaders of these major forces, all met with murderous hands. Then, he said with a righteous look on his face, fortunately, the war god-level powerhouses from all the major factions joined forces to thwart this conspiracy, but unfortunately, 2 people were still killed in the battle. However, Julius and Graydon have both been killed. Fong Yu's expression gradually turned cold. So, next, Pangobiology will take over the first city and purge all participants in this plan. Captain Hawthorne, you don't have any objections, right? Chapter 309, If you don't surrender, the city will be destroyed. The Silver Knights, all the soldiers burst into an uproar in an instant. The Chief Elder and Lord Gladden are dead. Hawthorne's pupils suddenly contracted and his heart was shaken. What a joke! If the Chief Elder and Lord Gladden truly wanted to keep all 8 faction leaders in the first city, then how could they not inform the Silver Knights and him of such an important matter? And how could they not plan everything carefully to prevent any accidents while on their home turf? Hawthorne's expression was gloomy. If you think about it carefully, Fong Yu's words are full of loopholes and cannot stand up to scrutiny. It's obvious that he is lying. Master Fong, do you think I'm a fool? Hawthorne said angrily, what you said is too far-fetched. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, Hawthorne extended his hand and waved gently. Boom! The ground shook. All the soldiers of the Silver Knights took a step forward together. The discipline is strict and the arrangements are neat, and the distance and rhythm of each person's steps are exactly the same. Tanks, armored vehicles, and various heavy weapons all slowly aimed their guns forward, beside Fong Yu, for war gods stood in the air. At this moment, they felt the murderous intent coming towards them, and their faces changed slightly. If the Silver Knights were singled out, they would be like ants compared to them. Even if they were 1,000 or 10,000 strong, they wouldn't pose the slightest threat. But when that number reaches hundreds of thousands, and they're equipped with all sorts of powerful weapons, then even a war god-level warrior wouldn't be able to escape. Hundreds of thousands of mechanized thermal weapons troops. This kind of firepower seems to have exceeded the limit of what a single individual can handle. Fong Yu couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Hawthorne, sometimes, it's better to be a little confused than to be smart. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. What's important is to make those who should believe it believe it. At the meeting, the 8 major factions reached a consensus and decided to eliminate the barriers between them and integrate and unify them. He said calmly, next, Pangobiology will not only take over the first city, but will also control all other faction gathering points. All of this is to combat the mutant creatures. Hawthorne's expression changed, and he stared at Fong Yu closely, furious. Master Fong, you really have a big appetite. If I don't agree, what will you do? Fong Yu's expression remained unchanged as he slowly stood up from the black dragon's back and stared at Hawthorne. Hawthorne suddenly shuddered. Fong Yu's body was completely different from the black dragon's, but at this moment, in his perception, it seemed as if Fong Yu was the dormant beast. When he got angry, his back would be covered with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and blood would flow like a river. Fong Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes cold and deep. To fight the mutants, the complete unification of human forces is essential. However, in this process, someone will surely die. Hawthorne, if you don't agree, you'll naturally be one of them. Besides, you seem to have misunderstood something. I'm just informing you of the results. When was it time to ask for your opinion? He narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, they should be here too. As soon as the words fell, the earth suddenly began to tremble slightly. The vibration seemed to come from a very long distance. What's going on? Hawthorne was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed drastically. At this moment, in the distance, an off-road vehicle came speeding, raising a large cloud of dust. Crack! The off-road vehicle came to a sudden stop, leaving a trail on the ground. Then, 2 soldiers jumped out of the vehicle and said hurriedly, Captain Hawthorne, something bad has happened. What happened? Tell me. One of them immediately said, at first, hundreds of thousands of troops suddenly gathered outside the city. According to the frontline scouts, it seems that they are the elite troops of Pangobiology's headquarters. What? Hawthorne was horrified. Although the 8 major forces cooperate with each other, they are also wary of each other. In particular, after Fang Yu became the president of Pangobiology, he initially obtained detailed information about the siege of the city by 300,000 mutant creatures with the help of spies he had planted. Since then, the Senate has become even more wary of Pangobiology and has been sending scouts to keep a close eye on it. Based on their dynamic monitoring, the hundreds of thousands of elite troops at Pangobiological's headquarters should still be in Reposari. How come they are suddenly at the gates of the city? Could it be that they can teleport? The corners of Fang Yu's mouth curved slightly. Pango's biological army naturally cannot move instantly, but he has already been preparing for today. From the very beginning of his plan to expose Zhang Huai, he began to continuously send small groups of troops out to sweep out the mutant creatures. Naturally, Shushijing had no doubts about this behavior, because they are doing the same thing. If there really are people who can control mutant creatures, who would dare to allow the existence of gray areas where mutant creatures may be lurking within their jurisdiction. However, the city was not discovered at first. During this process, the troops that went out on missions were no longer the same as those returning to headquarters. They were all from the 2nd and 3rd level gathering points under Pango Biotechnology. These troops were weaker than the elite troops at headquarters, so the major forces generally did not pay too much attention or vigilance. Fang Yu used this trick to replace one thing with another. All 300,000 elite troops in the headquarters were replaced. Then, they advanced in a dispersed manner by breaking up into smaller groups, and finally, they successfully gathered outside the original city. A strong wind swept through. Idahe slowly rose into the air with a low growl. Fang Yu stood with his back straight on the black armor as hard as steel, looking down, his black windbreaker fluttering. His cold gaze was like 2 bolts of lightning, shooting towards the bottom. This is an ultimatum, Hawthorne. I hope you can make the right choice. Otherwise, today, the city will be destroyed. Chapter 310. The day of decisive battle. Hawthorne's expression kept changing, his whole face flushed red. As the leader of the Silver Knights and the true controller of the first city's military power, this was the first time he had suffered such a naked threat. Even if the other party was the president of Pangobiology, it was obvious that Fang Yu had planned this all along. Outside, there are hundreds of thousands of elite troops of Pangobiology. Inside the city are several war god-level warriors, the top combat power of mankind, and their existence transcends that of ordinary people. Each of them is equivalent to a mobile troop. What's more, there is also the terrifying black dragon that is as huge as a mountain and unbelievable. The sturdy city walls that the city relied on for defense in the first place would probably be torn apart by those dark and terrifying claws in just a few strikes. Hawthorne took a deep breath. Finally, he sighed and accepted the reality. The elder is dead, and Graydon has fallen. What good will I gain by resisting here? Hawthorne is a very smart man, a wise man. Who knows what decisions to make under what circumstances? Master Fawn, I have no objection to Pangobiology taking over the first city. He gritted his teeth and said to the 2 soldiers on the city wall who had driven the SUV to the front of the army formation, "Go back and pass the order. Open the city gate and let them in." The 2 soldiers were stunned, but Hawthorne slightly emphasized his tone. "Go quickly, yes." Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. Although the 2 soldiers were startled, they still got on the off-road vehicle and sped away, intending to convey Hawthorne's orders. Very good. Fang Yu nodded with satisfaction and looked at the 4 war gods standing beside him in the air. "I will give each of you 30,000 troops and let them follow you." Now that the leaders of all the major factions are dead, both their headquarters and their subordinate gathering places are undoubtedly leaderless. With your strength, coupled with these troops, it should be enough to suppress the resistance and reclaim power, right? Major institutions, members, and policies will remain unchanged for the time being. Remember, the first priority is to stabilize the situation and gain control of all gathering points. You will each be responsible for your own forces. As for other areas, I will send other people to take over and make arrangements. Yes, I will definitely live up to your trust. The 4 war gods looked serious. If there was only one person, even if they were at the level of a war god and powerful, they would be unable to handle everything. However, with the cooperation of the elite Pangobiological forces, things would be much easier. 10,000 people are enough after all. Among the major gathering points, who wants to fight to the death with Pangobiology? Firstly, they don't dare to do it at all, and secondly, it will not benefit them. The dead ones were the president, the guild master, the alliance leader. What does it have to do with them? In this era, the leaders of major forces are high and mighty, like emperors, but this also means that once something happens to them, the forces will fall apart in an instant. Far away, the gate of the city wall has been opened. The Pango biological army surged in, quickly taking over everything in the city and seizing control of important buildings and facilities. However, it is not necessary to use so many troops to rule the first city. Most of the soldiers will return to Pango biology later, leaving only a small number of troops to guard the city. Humanity's internal problems have been largely resolved. Next, we'll just need to spend some time digesting and integrating these forces, formally solidifying them into a single, unified force, capable of being manipulated with ease. After that, it's time to deal with Jiang Huai. Fang Yu looked up and stared into the distance. The sight seemed to cross thousands of miles, piercing through all obstacles, and saw Jiang Huai, the protagonist of the book Doomsday, Keep All Humanity in Captivity, who was in the area ruled by mutant creatures. I had severely injured Jiang Huai last time, and his injury should not have recovered yet. According to the original book, the damage to Jiang Huai's spiritual essence would have a significant impact on his ability to manipulate mutant creatures. Moreover, based on the current timeline, Jiang Huai's control over the mysterious space is far from the level seen near the end of the book. So, now is the best time. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. The day of the decisive battle is not far away. Chapter 3:11 Preparations for War. The next time the human world was in uproar, the 8 major forces are integrated, and Pango biology controls all human territories. At first, the lower class people were all nervous and worried that this huge turmoil would affect them, but after a while, they found that there was no obvious change in their lives, so they gradually returned to peace. However, the gunshots and screams that rang out from time to time in the city kept reminding them this world is undergoing tremendous changes. 1 month under Fang Yu's iron-blooded suppression, it took less than a month for all the troops and gathering points under the other forces to fall into the hands of Pango biology, into his hands. This result is not surprising. After all, in this era, as long as they have food to eat and a place to shelter from the wind and rain, they will be satisfied. Not many people care who is above their heads. Rapanori, in a conference room in the tallest building in the central area. Fang Yu sat on the chair behind the table, and Karami and Meiya walked in from outside at the same time. Looking closely, there was a hint of fatigue on the faces of Karami and Meiya. In the past few days, Pango biology has been integrating the 8 major forces. As the top executives of Pango biology, they naturally have countless things to deal with. However, despite her tiredness, Karami's face was also filled with unconcealable excitement, because, as the territory controlled by Pango biology gradually expands and the population increases, the power he can control will inevitably increase. At his age, he was in the period of his greatest ambition and power, so this kind of busyness was not a torture for him, but a pleasure instead. Fang Yu glanced at him and said nothing. It is not scary to be ambitious. On the contrary, it is a good thing to some extent, as long as you have the ability and know when to stop. Just like in Fang Yu's original world, in the ancient dynasties, ministers who were capable but had no ambitions were often the most feared by the emperor. Fang Yu leaned back and asked calmly, "How is the handover between the major forces going?" Karami quickly responded, "Progress is going smoothly. The other 7 major factions have basically taken over. At least publicly, no one dares to make any moves anymore." Fang Yu nodded, "That's good. As for loyalty, don't expect it in this era. As long as you can obey orders, it's enough." After all, he looked at Karami with a half-smile. "Let's not talk about them, let's talk about you. Are you following me because of so-called loyalty?" Karami smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to respond. Fang Yu simply didn't dwell on this topic and looked at Mei Weiya again. "You're handling the issues of soldier training and recruitment, weapons production, and resource decentralization, right? How are things going?" Mei Weiya bowed slightly. The combined military strength of all the gathering points under the control of Pango biotechnology was previously around 1 million. Therefore, according to your previous order to triple the military recruitment, 2 million reservists have been recruited. Since all the resources originally controlled by the upper echelons have been used for the military, both the equipment and the strength have far exceeded expectations. However, he is a new reserve soldier after all, so it will take time for him to truly mature. Time? Fang Yu frowned. "What we lack most now is time." After a moment's contemplation, he decisively ordered, "Not only the regular troops, but also these reserves, will be immediately deployed to the battlefield to clear out the mutant creatures and engage in real combat." Once all the mutant creatures in the jurisdiction have been killed, we will continue to sweep outwards. Meiwei hesitated for a moment. Wouldn't it be a bit too aggressive to do this? Well, Fong Yu's voice was low. Do you think we're rushing things? You have to understand, even if I hear the news that Zhang Huai has begun his operation tomorrow, I won't be surprised. War could break out at any time, and I need to see results as soon as possible. Yes. Meiwei no longer refuted. In addition, Fong Yu thought for a moment, waved his hand, and said, "Remind Gregory to speed up the progress of the Immortal Man plan. Now that the 8 major forces have united, his plan no longer has to be limited to pango biology." At this time, Kurami smiled and said, "President, you don't need to tell me. Gregory has already started laying out his plan. He's obsessed with his research. How could he miss such a good opportunity?" That guy, Fong Yu was suddenly speechless. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man with an elegant and easygoing appearance walked quickly into the room after getting Fong Yu's consent. Fong Yu raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. "Mo Ting, what's the matter? You look a little flustered, which is not how you should behave." Mo Ting, the leader of Pango Biological Intelligence Organization, due to his personality and responsibilities, he usually appears very calm, but today, he was out of character and seemed a little out of control. "Boss, something happened." Mo Ting's expression was solemn. "Something has happened at the border of the human-ruled area. Within a day, 3 second-level giant gathering points and 9 third-level gathering points have been destroyed. There are even hundreds of inferior gathering points. Moreover, the circumstances under which these gathering points collapsed are very similar. They are all mutated creatures from the surrounding area. They suddenly gathered in large numbers, and then, with unstoppable force, they directly broke through the gathering point and slaughtered the humans inside." The faint smile on Fong Yu's face slowly faded. He reached out, took the document that Mo Ting handed over, and looked through it carefully. The atmosphere in the room became subtly solemn. Kurami and Meiwei exchanged a glance, and Kurami couldn't help but ask, "Mr. President, could this be?" Fong Yu did not respond. After a while, he stood up from his seat, walked to the huge French window, looked outside, and suddenly said lightly, "Next, I will go to the border area to investigate the situation. I will only take Lin Zhang and Dahe with me. This matter must be kept strictly confidential and cannot be disclosed to anyone. Also, you can start preparing now. All forces and gathering points must enter a state of war readiness from now on." A faint murderous atmosphere filled the room, frightening everyone inside. "You're right. The decisive battle with the mutant creatures is probably about to begin." Chapter 312, Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole. The Salvation Cult. Wait until Fong Yu finishes speaking. Meiwei and Kurami responded in unison. Both of them looked a little solemn. With their identities and status, they naturally knew about Zhang Huai and understood that there was a mastermind behind the mutant creatures, but what they didn't expect was that the war would come so quickly. Immediately, I felt a heaviness in my heart. "Just as I said, go do your own thing." Fong Yu waved his hand and added, "Wait, Meiwei, stay here first." Although Kurami was curious, the habit of obeying orders that he had acquired in military training made him leave the office silently without asking any questions, and by the way, he closed the door. "Boss, what's the matter?" When Meiwei saw Fong Yu leaving her alone, her heart skipped a beat and her breathing became a little rapid, but then he seemed to think of something and felt a burst of self-mockery in his heart. What a mess she was thinking. Fong Yu raised his eyebrows. "What are you thinking about?" Meiwei's body stiffened instantly. "President, I don't quite understand what you are saying." Fong Yu chuckled. "Really? From what I can tell, your emotions just now fluctuated beyond normal." Meiwei's expression was stern. In front of Fong Yu, everyone seems transparent, allowing them to pry into and analyze. It seems that there are no secrets at all. This feeling is so terrifying that it makes people want to escape as far away as possible. "Okay, let's not talk about this." Fong Yu suddenly changed the subject and didn't ask any more questions. He said, "I'm keeping you here because I have an important mission to give you." "Important mission?" Meiwei's expression gradually became serious. Fong Yu returned to his chair and sat down, thinking for a moment before slowly saying, "Have you heard of the Savior Cult?" "The Salvation Cult?" Meiwei chewed on the name, and finally shook her head. "I've never heard of it. It sounds like the name of some organization." But I know all the more famous forces among humans, and there doesn't seem to be any with this name, hee hee. Fan Yu casually picked up a small wooden sculpture beside the table and kept playing with it. Yes, this is indeed the name of a faction. However, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. After all, if others knew about it, this faction would probably have ceased to exist long ago. The Salvation Cult is a force founded by Jiang Huai. What? Mei Wei's body trembled. Fan Yu narrowed his eyes. Surprised? Do you think that if Jiang Huai's goal is to destroy humanity, then he won't recruit humans as his subordinates? This isn't a contradiction. After all, he doesn't really want to kill all humans, but rather intends to leave some behind to create a new world. And the members of the Salvation Cult will be the spark that will help him rebuild order and the world in the future. This is an organization with a strict structure and discipline. They are active in secret. On the one hand, they gather intelligence for Jiang Huai, and on the other hand, they spread Jiang Huai's ideas of world destruction and purification and recruit followers. The mayor of the second-level gathering point, Kalen City, whom I killed earlier, and Clemens Westo, an elder in the Senate of the First City, were both members of the Savior cult. However, they were not ordinary members, but senior members in charge of the cult, known as priests. They have their own code names and are distributed across various industries and major forces. Among us Panga creatures, it must exist. Mei Wei was a little stunned. She already knew that Clemens Westo was Jiang Huai's spy, but the Lord of Kalen City, the city Lord Fan Yu killed before replacing him as CEO, was actually Jiang Huai's subordinate? Did he kill that guy because he knew his identity? If that's the case, when did Fan Yu know about Jiang Huai's existence? In Mei Wei's mind, Fan Yu's image suddenly became more mysterious, but what shocked her even more was that someone like Jiang Huai, a madman who wanted to destroy the world, actually had followers, and they had even established a strict organization. The Savior cult infiltrated the human forces. They look like ordinary people, but their inner thoughts were to exterminate humanity. They may be ordinary people, or they may hold high positions, be the controllers of a gathering point, or even be the elders of the original city. These guys who usually disguise themselves as ordinary people will undoubtedly exert unimaginable destructive power when they turn against us at the critical moment, and herself. Because of the spiritual imprint, it is impossible for him to betray, so he is not a threat and can be excluded. Mei Wei couldn't help but say in a deep voice. Even Clark was called out. Could it be that even his people might be members of the Savior cult? Who knows about this kind of thing? Fan Yu shrugged and smiled. This is not a lie. After all, the information in the book he obtained was incomplete, and even in the original book, it was impossible for the author to list all the members of the Salvation cult one by one. Fan Yu stopped what he was doing and asked, besides, why do you think I'm going out at this time? Investigating the border situation is indeed one of the reasons, but it's just one of them. Mei Wei's expression suddenly changed, and she suddenly realized, do you think that if you leave when the decisive battle is imminent, these guys who are hiding so deeply will jump out? That's right, to resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the country. The 8 major factions have been basically integrated and are now under our control. So, it's time to wipe out all these little bugs lurking in the human camp. Fan Yu's expression was somewhat sinister. For the next period of time, I'll need you to select reliable personnel to conduct secret investigations. With my departure and the approaching war, these guys will definitely start to act. Give me a list of all the possible members of the Savior cult, but remember one thing, don't do anything until I come back. Do you understand? Mei Wei took a deep breath and realized the seriousness of the task. Therefore, she said calmly, I understand. I will definitely find these guys. Fan Yu waved his hand. Well, go ahead. By the way, call Lin Zheng to me. Yes. Soon, Fan Yu was the only one left in the huge office. He pinched his chin, pondered for a moment, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. This Mei Wei, he is not the silly type of male protagonist in harem novels. With his keen perception, how could he not notice Mei Wei's budding emotions? But this fact really made him feel a little helpless. Is it because my charm value has reached the maximum point and I am too charming? TSK. Because of his villain identity, even if Fan Yu's charm value is maximized, the effect is not obvious when he comes into contact with nobles and subordinates related to the protagonist. In most cases, he can only kill these people or use his power to suppress them. However, The effect seems to be more obvious in terms of attracting the opposite sex to ordinary people. Not to mention in terms of identity, Mei Wei holds an opposite stance to Jiang Huai. To some extent, as a character in the book who causes a lot of trouble to Jiang Huai, she can also be regarded as a villain in the same camp as Fang Yu. Fang Yu's playful expression gradually returned to calm. However, this way, Mei Wei's loyalty and dedication to her work can be guaranteed. Therefore, he handed over the matter concerning the salvation cult to Mei Wei. As for the rest? Fang Yu's eyes were deep. It's just a tool, do you need too much? Chapter 313. Old friend. Just then, someone pushed the door open and walked in from outside. Fang Yu knew who was coming without even looking. In Pango biology, the only one who was qualified and courageous enough to break into Fang Yu's office without knocking is Lin Zhang, the current forest administration. As he got more familiar with Fang Yu, he gradually became less taciturn and cautious than when he first left the Wilderness Wanderers, and became more relaxed. Fang Yu has high hopes for him and hopes that he can become an important helper in the future. So, in many things, we just let him do as he pleases. Fang Yu's attitude and training strategies are different for different people and different subordinates. Adult. Lin Zhang stepped forward and said respectfully. Fang Yu didn't say anything. He first looked him over carefully for a while, then smiled and said, "Not bad, you've actually reached the peak of your internal energy? That's quite exaggerated." Lin Zhang felt somewhat smug, yet also embarrassed. "My lord has already warned me before. Moreover, he has used so many resources on me. How dare I not work hard?" Even if he was ignorant, he knew that the medicines and materials used to assist in his cultivation would be enough to cover the lifetime expenses of a commoner if he took out just one of them. Fang Yu nodded. The speed of cultivating the Thunder Spirit physique is indeed terrifying. In just a few months, Lin Zhang had grown from an ordinary person to a master of peak internal strength. Those with the Thunder Spirit physique were born with an energy that could help with cultivation and open up their meridians, so their early progress was extremely fast. Before the God of War, it was almost unobstructed. Moreover, among those in the same realm, their combat effectiveness is also top-notch. Of course, Fang Yu's guidance, the pouring of resources at all costs, and Lei Zhenzi's assistance cannot be ignored. This innate energy will be completely digested after reaching the God of War. Of course, even so, their subsequent cultivation speed is still far beyond that of ordinary people. Fang Yu praised him and then got down to business. Recently, there's been some activity at the border of the human-ruled area. I'm going to investigate, and you should come with me. You can't practice in isolation. Go out and travel, find mutant creatures to fight, and maybe you'll have the opportunity to break through to the level of a general. Really, that's great. Before Fang Yu finished speaking, Lin Zhang's face was filled with excitement. He had always stayed in the city, never having to worry about food and clothing. Although this was the life he had longed for before, it became boring and depressing after a long time. "Oh, you guy." Fang Yu shook his head and laughed dumbly. "We are not going out to play." "Forget it, just get ready, we'll set off right away, yes." Lin Zhang's tone was excited. Soon, after simple preparation, Fang Yu and Lin Zhang rode on Dahe and left Pango Biological's headquarters. Boom! A violent burst of lightning erupted. With a shrill scream, a 6th-grade mutant giant's hard gray keratin was shattered and fell miserably to the ground. Call. Lin Zhang was breathing slightly, and beside him, four thunder beads flashing with lightning were spinning around. At his feet, there were nearly 10 corpses of mutant creatures lying. His aura has become more condensed and powerful than before he set out. Fang Yu sat on a huge rock nearby, observing everything, nodding from time to time, or speaking and giving some instructions. They are now at the border of the southwestern human jurisdiction. Going a little further out, you'll reach the true forbidden area. There are all kinds of unpredictable disasters, such as severe pollution, gathering places of mutant creatures, and so on. It is so dangerous that even powerful generals dare not set foot in it lightly. Fang Yu looked around at the desolate scene and frowned slightly. The density of mutant creatures around here has indeed increased a lot compared to before. Really, his eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Huai, that guy has already started to act. The Damhua gathering point, where people first arrived in this world and obtained their identity, is also located in this southwestern border area. But at that time, when Fang Yu was traveling in the wilderness and heading towards Pangu biology, the number of mutant creatures he encountered on the road were far fewer. We still need to further explore intelligence and collect data. However, we can't go back too early, otherwise, those people from the Salvation Cult will probably not show up completely. Thinking like this, suddenly, there was a roar of an engine coming from a certain direction, accompanied by a cloud of dust. A large convoy passed by not far away. There were soldiers armed with guns in the cars, and next to the cars were many wilderness wanderers who were driven to run and follow the convoy. Fong Yu's eyes swept across casually, and at a certain moment, they suddenly focused. That's, among the group of people who looked like wilderness wanderers, there was one person who caught his attention. It was a man with red hair, tall and muscular. Chi Fong? Fong Yu's expression changed. A former soldier of the Donghua Gathering Point Combat Force, he was casually appointed as the new Gathering Point manager before leaving the Donghua Gathering Point. Chapter 314. Chi Fong. Fong Yu raised his eyes and looked at it carefully. It really is him. Sure enough, among the crowd of people who looked like wilderness wanderers and were being driven to run beside the convoy, the strong man with red hair was actually Chi Fong. What's going on? He frowned slightly and planned to go over to check it out, so he called Lin Zhang, who had just knocked down the mutant creature and was taking a break, and they rushed in that direction together. The convoy was not moving very fast. This is to ensure that the wilderness wanderers on the ground can keep up. At the front of the convoy was a truck with 3 huge wheels on each side. On the truck, surrounded by several soldiers, stood a man with a scar on the right side of his cheek. He exuded murderous aura and looked fierce, looking like the leader of the entire convoy. Boom! At some point, the truck suddenly stopped. This caused the scarred man, who was in deep thought, to lose his balance. Fortunately, he had a certain level of martial arts skills and reacted quickly, so he did not fall. He shouted angrily, "You bastards, what are you doing?" The driver hurriedly explained, "Boss Tang, there is someone in front." Touching the scar on his right cheek, Tang Long's expression turned cold. Could it be wilderness bandits? Which blind bandit group dared to rob us? Are they tired of living? There were nearly 200 fully armed soldiers on the vehicle. For example, some ordinary and weaker third-level gathering points may not have more than 1,000 soldiers. Boss Tang, they are not wilderness bandits, there are only 2 people, the driver responded again. 2 people? Tang Long's eyes narrowed slightly, and he exerted force with his legs, actually flying over the front of the car and landing on the ground at the front of the convoy. Next second, he then saw the 2 people the driver had mentioned. One of them was wearing a black windbreaker, tall and handsome, but only in his early 20s, while the other one was still childish, thin and energetic, and was obviously a young boy. But Tang Long was not careless. After all, he didn't find any means of transportation for the 2 people. In the age of cataclysm, 2 people who dare to travel alone in the wilderness without any means of transportation are likely to be dealt with easily. Tang Long glanced at Fong Yu and Lin Zhang and said fiercely, "Who are you 2? What do you want to do?" Although he felt that the 2 might be difficult to deal with and did not want to cause more trouble, he was not afraid. After all, he was a warrior himself, and he had 200 elite soldiers behind him. In addition, his greatest confidence comes from his own identity. Fong Yu looked calm. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the group of people behind the convoy. "There's someone in there I think I know. I want to take him away. I have something to ask him." Puff. Tang Long sneered, his expression suddenly becoming gloomy. "You can take us away if you want. What do you think of us?" I was a little apprehensive about their strength, but did they actually know someone among the downtrodden group of people behind them? It seemed like they weren't powerful characters. That's right, I was too cautious. They were just 2 young people, what threat could they pose? Fong Yu narrowed his eyes. The group of people behind you don't belong to the same faction as you, right? Pango Biology should have issued an order prohibiting any gathering points and starting a war privately. Hearing this, Tang Long's expression changed, and immediately, he became fierce and violent, with a gloomy tone. "Damn it, don't meddle in other people's business. Do you know who I am? I'm from the 2nd-level gathering point, Huiguang City, and we are a combat unit affiliated with Huiguang City. Get out of here quickly, or I'll kill you." Glow City? Fong Yu tilted his eyes slightly. "Sorry, I haven't heard of it." "You?" Tang Long's eyes were gloomy. "Who in this area doesn't know about the 2nd-level gathering point, Glowing City?" The other party was definitely asking knowingly. As he spoke, his expression was cold and he waved his hand impatiently, intending to get rid of these 2 guys who came out of nowhere. Fire! Just then Lin Zhang, who was beside Fong Yu, suddenly moved. He raised his foot and took a step forward. The ground shook violently, and all the soldiers' guns became unstable and their bodies staggered. At the same time, his fist extended out, and with a whistling sound that tore through the air, it hit Tang Long's chest heavily. Puff. The sound of flesh being torn apart suddenly erupted. Lin Zhang's fist pierced Tang Long's chest. Tang Long's eyes narrowed, his body trembling. Wu, peak warrior? He had never expected that this childish boy would actually be a master of the pinnacle of internal strength. Wait, Tang Long opened his mouth and was about to beg for mercy, but Lin Zhang's fist shook, bringing with it a flash of lightning, and almost in an instant, all the vitality in his body was shattered. Thump! With a face full of fear and disbelief, Tang Long fell limply to the ground. Boss! The soldiers had just managed to steady themselves when they spotted Tang Long's body lying on the ground. They were instantly horrified. They subconsciously pointed their guns at Lin Zhang and pulled the trigger. Fang Yu was a little impatient and waved lazily. Kill them! Get a formal order. Lin Zhang's body moved to one side, like a longbow being drawn, and then he stepped on the ground with his right foot, causing the ground to crack, and he suddenly rushed into the group of soldiers who jumped off the convoy like a tiger among wolves. 4 thunder beads were spinning to protect his body. These soldiers, who were only equipped with ordinary rifles, could not break through his defense at all, and each of his strikes could kill one person, but after a while, the repetitive sound of gunfire turned into complete silence. With blood all over his body, Lin Zhang walked back slowly. Are you scared? Fang Yu asked with interest. Lin Zhang said calmly, I'm not afraid. Because this is the order of the adults. However, his body was still visibly trembling slightly. Fang Yu smiled and said, It was not my order for you to kill the leader. Lin Zhang said calmly, This fellow was rude and insulted the adults, so he deserves to die. For him, Fang Yu saved his life, gave him dignity, strength, and everything, therefore, he was willing to do everything for Fang Yu. Anyone who dared to provoke Fang Yu in front of him would have to pay the price, even if it was just an insignificant ant. Good. Fang Yu laughed loudly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Lin Zhang used to be silent and cautious, and he always seemed to lack a bit of ruthlessness and murderous aura. But now it seems that he was wrong. Moreover, his spiritual perception detected something interesting. Lin Zhang seemed to have subconsciously regarded himself as his belief, as his faith. Ideas and goals are very important for stimulating a person's potential. Some people pursue power, some pursue money, and some pursue a glimpse of the pinnacle of power. In short, they are all for something, and Lin Zhang's will is himself. Haha, interesting. Fang Yu thought to himself, I wonder how this situation will develop in the future? As he thought about it, he looked at the group of people who looked like wilderness wanderers behind the convoy and shouted, Qifeng, come out and see me. The sound waves were so loud that they made people's ears ring. Die in the crowd. Qifeng was watching the situation quietly. When he heard someone calling his name, he was stunned. This, young master? He has heard this voice for many years. Qifeng's body trembled and he rushed out of the crowd in disbelief. When he saw Fang Yu, who was wearing a black windbreaker and had a calm expression, his expression was suddenly filled with surprise, excitement, shame, and was extremely complicated. Master, it's really you. Soon, after Qifeng's slightly excited narration, Fang Yu finally understood what had happened. It turned out that under Qifeng's leadership, the Donghua gathering point had been developing steadily as usual. However, in recent times, the mutant creatures suddenly rioted. They gathered together and attacked frantically. The Donghua gathering point was also affected, suffered heavy damage, and was almost destroyed. Small gathering points, including the Donghua gathering point, are struggling to survive. The most powerful secondary gathering point in the region, Glowing City, not only failed to help, but also began to exploit the situation. Glowing City captured several small gathering points and sent troops to plunder the population, bringing them to their own gathering point, intending to use them as cannon fodder to replenish their troops and protect themselves in the chaotic times. Fang Yu listened and his expression gradually darkened. After Pango Biology unified the 8 gathering points, he issued an order: fighting is prohibited between gathering points. Humanity needs to retain its strength and fight against mutant creatures. Together, any violation will be subject to severe punishment. Fang Yu sneered. Very good, very good. It seems that this glowing city didn't take my orders seriously at all. A murderous intent suddenly flashed from his dark pupils. The 8 major forces previously issued a joint order to prohibit other forces from fighting and self-destruction, but basically no one obeyed. After all, struggles and even wars broke out among the 8 major forces all year round, so now, some people still think that the situation is the same as before, and the announcement is just a formality. No one will care what happens and what can be done. It seems that we need to correct their past ideas. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes and said to Lin Zhang, "Remember, when you return, tell Karami, Glow City, massacre." His tone was calm, but the words he said made people feel like they were falling into the abyss of hell. In this situation, Fang Yu doesn't have time to take it slow and waste time on such matters. The fastest way to make everyone realize the situation is to shock them with blood and death. Chapter 315, The Changes in the Main World, Qin Yang Reborn. Yes. Lin Zhang nodded, indicating that he understood. Fang Yu nodded and continued to explain without asking any more questions. This kind of thing was not worth his concern. Beside Qi Feng was petrified. Glowing City is a second-level gathering point. As a second-level gathering point, there are naturally general-level strongmen in charge, and the scale of the soldiers is as high as tens of thousands. The boss of Glowing City is notoriously overbearing and cruel. Even though he had been the manager of the third-level Donghua gathering point for some time, Huiguang City was still a high and mighty force that he absolutely dared not offend. But from Fang Yu's mouth, just one simple sentence meant a massacre of the city. One word determined the fate of hundreds of thousands of people. Joke. The look on Fang Yu's face when he looked at him didn't seem like he was joking at all. Qi Feng opened his mouth and asked cautiously after a while, "Master, what is your current status?" Fang Yu hadn't spoken yet, but Lin Zhang, who was standing beside him, had already spoken on Fang Yu's behalf, speaking with a hint of pride. "My master is the president of Pango Biology." Qi Feng was stunned immediately. He reacted and a storm of emotions surged in his heart. Pango Biology. Then, isn't that one of the 8 major forces of humanity? Fang Yu is now the president of Pango Biology? It's like a fairy tale. In addition, Lin Zheng thought for a moment and added seriously, "Recently, Pango Biology has unified the 8 major forces and declared jurisdiction over all gathering points. In other words, you are now the number 1 person in the human world." Qi Feng's mouth twitched and he felt dizzy. My legs were weak and I almost collapsed to the ground. When Fang Yu left, he had a premonition that Fang Yu might reach a level that he could not imagine in the future and shock the world, but at this moment, everything he heard was far beyond his imagination. When he left, no one knew about it, but when they met again, Fang Yu had already stood at the top of the world. Fang Yu didn't care about Qi Feng's shock. He was concerned about other things. He frowned slightly and murmured softly, "Donghua Gathering Point has also been attacked by mutant creatures?" After all, the Donghua Gathering Point is still some distance away from the border area. Zhang Huai's progress is faster than he thought. It seems that we can't delay any longer. We can't let Jiang Huai take the initiative. The closer the battlefield is to the human-ruled area, the more disadvantageous it will be for the human side. It seems that we need to go back as soon as possible to clean up the internal troubles and get rid of the guys from the Salvation Cult. Main world, beyond the slowly rotating stars, the starry sky is brilliant, mysterious, and vast. At some point, boom. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the endless and deep starry sky. This loud noise seemed to transcend time and space, causing strange ripples to spread far and wide in all directions. An invisible gravitational force seemed to form above the planet. Under the influence of this attraction, where the loud noise came from, it seemed that something suddenly passed through the atmosphere and sank into the planet. At the same time, Dongsha, Hangzhou, Jiangnan City. In the corner of Class 1, Grade 3, Jiangnan No. 2 High School, a handsome and ordinary-looking boy suddenly shook his body and raised his head. A pair of eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of countless years. Even though they looked as dark as usual, there was a sharp edge brewing in them, like an eternal god, standing high in the clouds, overlooking below. Soon, his eyes were filled with confusion. Qin Yang lowered his head, looked at his hands, and murmured, "Didn't I fail to survive the tribulation, and was destroyed by the thunder tribulation, and died? He looked around. Everything in front of him seemed familiar yet strange and unbelievable to him, etc. Qin Yang's eyes were filled with astonishment and surprise. I was reborn? Ha 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 ha. After accepting the reality, Qin Yang suddenly burst into laughter, regardless of the looks of his classmates who looked at him as an idiot. His laughter lasted for a long time. "Since God has allowed me to live again, I will definitely make up for all the regrets of my previous life and reach the top of the world again. My former enemies, just wait, you will pay the price in blood." Just when Qin Yang had a great wish in his heart, Yuan Xing, Fang Yu, and Lin Zhang were walking in the wilderness. As for Qi Feng, he has been asked to lead those wilderness wanderers to the nearest gathering place for settlement. Buzz. Fang Yu activated the mental mark. Soon, in the roaring gas explosion, the big black dog he had released to find food on its own flew down from the horizon, stirring up a strong wind. Fang Yu was already planned to return to Pango Biological with Lin Zhang. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears. He suddenly froze. Bite. Because of the butterfly effect and mysterious factors. The book Rebirth of the Urban Mad Immortal has been released ahead of schedule. The protagonist, the Thunder Emperor Qin Yang, has been reborn in the main world. Chapter 316 Unexpected Situation. What? Fang Yu's heart was suddenly shocked. Qin Yang, the protagonist of Reborn Urban Immortal Cultivator, has already been reborn? Naturally, the plot of the book also begins early. This incident was completely beyond his expectations. System, how could this happen? Fang Yu's voice was low. Didn't they say there was a 1-year buffer period? I need a detailed explanation. This 1-year buffer period is 1 year in the main world from the moment he killed Yilong, including the time he spent in seclusion to advance to the divine realm, and then sealing off Guishu and cleaning up the mess. It took less than 4 months in total. By the time he entered the dungeon world containing the book Doomsday, A Captivity All Humanity, the time ratio between him and the outside world had already reached 10-1. No matter how you calculate it, it should not take more than half a year. So, Qin Yang, why was he suddenly reborn now? The system responded with a response. Host, in Rebirth of the Urban Mad Immortal, the protagonist Qin Yang was able to be reborn because the overpowering energy he generated during his tribulation triggered some kind of resonance. When only a trace of his soul remained and was about to perish, he traveled back to the past world. This wisp of soul wandered aimlessly in the universe. Driven by instinct, it approached the planet it originally came from. Just as it was about to dissipate and turn to ashes, it plunged into the body of the still weak Qin Yang and completed its rebirth. According to the original trajectory, this time is indeed after the 1-year buffer period. However, due to the sudden outbreak of spatial turbulence in the starry sky, the residual soul was attracted here, and the rebirth was completed ahead of time. Fang Yu frowned. No, according to the original script, there shouldn't be this spatial turbulence, right? Why has this fact suddenly changed now? The system responded, this is due to the butterfly effect caused by the existence of the host variable. Space turbulence is a randomly occurring phenomenon in the universe and is completely unpredictable. Therefore, any subtle impact caused by the host's rebirth may lead to this situation through a chain reaction. Fang Yu rubbed his forehead, his expression slightly gloomy. It turns out to be like this. However, it would be too far-fetched to attribute it to coincidence. After all, even if it is the butterfly effect, how much coincidence does it take for a tiny individual like yourself to affect the turbulence in space far away in the starry sky? This is probably because of Qin Yang's halo as the protagonist. Was it because of his existence that the worlds will gave him compensation? Or was it because he had sealed off Guishu? But no matter what, Qin Yang's rebirth is now an established fact, no changes can be made. What you need to think about are response measures and plans. As for complaining here, it is completely meaningless. Fang Yu pondered, it's really a bit troublesome. System, you said before that I have a maximum of 2 chances to conquer a dungeon world. If I conquer one and then return to the main world, can I keep this chance? The system was silent for a while, as if it was thinking. Soon a mechanical, crisp reply came. Due to special circumstances, the host can reserve another opportunity to attack the dungeon and enter at any time. Hearing this, Fang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. That's about right. If he opened the book unexpectedly and returned to the main world, thus losing the opportunity to complete the dungeon, he would really want to curse. Fortunately, the system is relatively humane. To some extent, this is also a kind of compensation for myself. But Fang Yu's eyes flickered. Doomsday, I keep all humanity in captivity isn't over yet, and I can't escape it. Qin Yang, unexpectedly, has been reborn at this very moment. As a powerful and reborn protagonist, the opponent's power increase, speed and threat level will definitely surpass any protagonist he has faced. It seems that we need to finish this as soon as possible and return to the main world. A light flashed in Fang Yu's eyes. He turned his head and looked at Lin Zhang, who was standing beside him. At this moment, the other party's aura was thick, sharp, and terrifying, and there seemed to be a hint of lightning in his eyes. If it were an ordinary person, it would be almost impossible to look directly at him. Compared with before, it's like heaven and earth difference. General, in just these few days, Lin Zhang finally lived up to Fang Yu's expectations. With his thunder spirit physique, he successfully refined the essence of heaven and earth, transformed it into true essence in his body, and broke through to the level of a general, that is the realm of the main world, which can be called the master of martial arts. At this level, even in Yuanqing, where the vitality of heaven and earth is recovering and the martial arts are flourishing, he is considered to be among the masters. The thunder spirit physique and the terrifying speed of cultivation are truly amazing. Of course, after reaching the level of war god, the speed of cultivation will slow down due to the disappearance of energy in the body, but it is still far beyond that of ordinary geniuses. But, although Fang Yu felt emotional, he was not envious. After all, his system is far from comparable to the thunder spirit physique roar. The black dragon lowered its head and let out a low growl. He seemed to be wondering why Fang Yu hadn't left yet. "Don't worry, I'll leave now." Fang Yu stopped thinking and casually called out to Lin Zheng beside him, "Lin Zheng, it's time to go. You've been out for so many days. It's time to go back, yes." Lin Zheng responded and followed closely behind Fang Yu. He also jumped lightly and landed on the back of the black dragon. Fang Yu ordered, "Dai, let's go." Boom, the black dragon spread its wings, and its pitch-black shadow swept across the clouds and mist, suddenly rushing out. Wherever it goes, strong winds blow, thunder roars, and sonic booms that almost shatter eardrums burst out continuously. At this speed, even though Lin Zhang has been promoted to a general, he still feels it is unbearable. Under the terrifying wind pressure, he even had to circulate the true energy in his body to resist. Fang Yu, who was standing aside, was as steady as a rock and was not affected at all. Seeing Lin Zheng's embarrassed and painful look, he had no intention of helping. He just curled his eyes slightly and couldn't help but smile. This guy had been leisurely riding on the black dragon's back before. Did he really think that was the speed of the black dragon? At that time, if the black dragon had moved at full speed, Lin Zhang, who was only at the peak of martial arts, would probably not have survived. Take back your onlookers' gaze. Fang Yu's smile slowly faded, and his gaze became solemn again. There are four main purposes for this trip. The first is to lure the snake out of its hole, and use this opportunity in time to completely wipe out the members of the savior cult who are likely to take advantage of the opportunity to act. Secondly, he took Lin Zheng to gain some experience and seek opportunities for him to break through to become a general. Lin Zheng did not disappoint Fang Yu's expectations. The third is to explore the situation at the border of the human-controlled area. When Lin Zhang was fighting with the mutant creatures, the black dragon flew high into the sky, went deep into the human border, and used mental waves to transmit all the information it had discovered to Feng Yu.as. For the last one, Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He tried to lock onto Jiang Huai's location. Before, when he was in Kailan City, he placed a mental mark on Jiang Huai. As long as he entered within a 1,000-mile range, he could be sensed and his location could be locked. However, after walking around the border area for a distance, Fang Yu did not find any trace of Jiang Huai. This guy is quite cautious. He doesn't even approach the human-occupied area. Is it because he suffered a few losses at my hands? However, even if I pinpoint his location, I won't be able to kill him until his protagonist halo is stripped away. According to my guess, as long as we defeat the mutant creature, this guy's protagonist luck will be completely eliminated. At that time, it will be no more difficult for me to crush him than to crush an ant. Chapter 317 Ignored information. Fang Yu's gaze was extremely cold. He was also in a hurry to rush back to the main world. Although the speed of time was different, facing a protagonist like Qin Yang, the longer the time dragged on, the threat level would probably increase exponentially. So, Jiang Huai, please just go and die. Also, pinching his chin, Fang Yu's eyes lit up with a strange light. In his mind, scenes of his previous face-to-face encounters with Jiang Huai flashed one after another. I always feel like something is wrong. He had a vague feeling that he seemed to have overlooked something very important. This information may already be in the book itself, but due to incomplete information, I don't know it. Don't be impatient, think about it carefully. Fang Yu kept recalling, and finally, at a certain moment, a bright light flashed through his mind like lightning. There was a moment of silence. A strange smile crossed the corner of his mouth. Oh, so that's how it is, an area ruled by mutant creatures. Although it is called the mutant creature ruling area, it does not mean that all creatures outside the human jurisdiction are mutant creatures. Just for the sake of convenience, all areas that have not been explored and occupied by humans are collectively referred to as areas ruled by mutant creatures. The sky was gray and a light rain was falling. In the ruins of an old city, on the top floor of a skyscraper, Jiang Huai, wrapped in a black robe, sat quietly, not paying any attention to the wet ground. Suddenly, he couldn't help but shiver, and his heart suddenly felt cold. What's going on? Jiang Huai stood up suddenly and looked around vigilantly, but there was nothing around, no threatening creature approaching. Am I too sensitive? But I have a feeling that this premonition doesn't mean anything good. He muttered softly, raised his head, and looked in the direction of the human-governed area. His eyes gradually became colder. Humanity will eventually face the destruction that is coming. I didn't intend to act so quickly, but that damn Fong Yu actually integrated the human forces, and is carrying out large-scale preparations for war? It seems that the target is me. After all human forces have fallen into Fong Yu's hands. I am this situation. Who else can we go to war with? Whether it was the declaration of war issued by the 8 major forces, which only the human leaders and Jiang Huai himself could understand, or the several losses he had suffered at the hands of Fong Yu before, they all made him understand that it was meaningless to comfort himself with unnecessary speculation. Fong Yu's gaze was obviously on himself. Who is he? Jiang Huai's eyes were gloomy. This guy has been targeting me, and he seems to know a lot about me. All this left him completely baffled. No matter what, as long as humanity is destroyed and this guy is killed, no matter what conspiracy he has, it will be useless. Although his injuries have not fully recovered and he is not in the best condition, with the number of mutant creatures I can control now, it should be enough. Besides, the arrow is already on the string and he has to shoot it. Jiang Huai glanced sideways, looking into the distance, his eyes narrowed. The mutated creatures will continue to advance from the periphery, squeezing the human living space until a general attack. Also, we need to get more information from the Salvation Cult. At a critical moment, they will become a knife piercing the enemy's heart. Jiang Huai sneered. As if to echo him, thousands of mutant creatures, centered around the building, roared together. Fong Yu will definitely die, and mankind will inevitably perish. He stood up, stretched out his hands toward the sky, and laughed wildly. Chapter 318 Arrest Operation President. We have basically grasped the specific situation of the Salvation Cult. Following Fong Yu, Mei Weiya walked into the office and began to report, as expected, all the preparations for the war at the gathering point during this period. Coupled with your departure, these people couldn't help but jump out. At Pangu Bio's headquarters and Reposari and its subordinate gathering points at all levels, a total of 342 members of the Salvation Cult have been discovered. The highest-ranking member is a general in the army. As for the members of the other 7 major factions, we have also basically figured out their specific situations. This is the summary roster. Mei Weiya reached out and handed a piece of information to Fong Yu. Oh. Fong Yu sat on the chair and did not take the list. His tone was calm and without any emotion. What's there to see in the information of a group of dying people? Pass the order. Start closing the net, yes. Mei Weiya's heart trembled. She bowed slightly, turned and left. Repanori in the military camp area, in a villa area. In the spacious living room, General Coleridge sat back on the sofa, enjoying a glass of red wine. Gudong, gudong. When the red wine entered his mouth, it tasted a little sour at first, but soon, the rich and mellow aroma filled his nose, making him moan involuntarily, and his whole body felt comfortable. His mood at the moment felt like the glass of wine in his hand. Bitterness followed by sweetness. The long period of dormancy and the delay in taking action have made him extremely anxious. After all, that adult can be like a miracle, eternally young, and his lifespan seems to have no limit, but he can't. The higher the martial arts skills, the longer the lifespan. But it is ultimately limited. Although he served as the general of the garrison at Pango Biological Headquarters and held military power, but he was ambitious and not content with just this. He was eager to see the scene of the new world order that the master had promised. By then, his status and power would surely be higher than they were now. A smile played upon the corners of Coleridge's mouth, and just then, General Coleridge, what makes you so happy? There was a chair not far from the sofa, which should have been empty. But at this moment, a man in uniform with a cold and resolute face like a knife was sitting on the chair and speaking slowly. How about we all share it together? Coleridge's pupils shrank, and his body suddenly tensed up. He suddenly stood up from the sofa and shouted, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" But the man sitting on the chair did not respond, but spoke to himself. Coleridge Yellen, general in command of the 6th Legion, stationed at Pango Biotech headquarters, has served in the military for decades. But you also have another identity, a priest of the Salvation Cult. You've been a member of this organization since the 63rd year of the Cataclysm era. Since then, you've repeatedly leaked human intelligence. In recent days, you've secretly placed your trusted aides in key positions within the 6th Legion, attempting to transform it into your own private army. With every word he said, Coleridge's face became paler, and in the end, he collapsed directly in the chair. On a chair, the man slowly stood up, his face expressionless. By order of the President and the Vice President, General Coleridge, you are under arrest. Coleridge's face turned pale. In today's human world, there is only one person who is qualified to be called the President and can issue such an order, Fang Yu. He had no intention of resisting at all, and he knew very well in his heart that he was finished. Repanori, Central Area, the building where the Logistics Support Department is located, is on the 2nd floor. Liu Yao, with a big belly and a smiling face, walked along the corridor. Minister Liu Yao. Along the way, all the staff members greeted us respectfully with awe on their faces. They knew full well that although Liu Yao appeared kind on the surface, his true character was extremely cruel and ruthless. Just last week, because the woman he liked refused to obey him, he was furious and beat her to death. The Logistics Support Department, as the department in charge of resource allocation within the company's administrative functions, has enormous power. Even the generals in the army dare not offend it. After all, their resource allocation depends entirely on Liu Yao. Liu Yao responded with a smile, but his eyes were slightly cold and gloomy. When they arrived at a room at the end of the corridor, Liu Yao took out his ID card and swiped it against the electronic device installed on the door. The door opened. Liu Yao strode in, took a breath, took off his coat and hung it on the hook on the wall. He turned his head and looked at the sofa next to him. A female figure sat on it. He smiled and said, "Rosalind, you're here early?" "Oh, I've been very busy these past few days, but for the sake of that master's goal, everything is worth it. The human edifice is about to collapse. Only by following the right people can we have a bright future." Rosalind is Liu Yao's assistant, or rather, his favorite assistant. Her strong business ability, beautiful appearance, hot body, and superb skills in certain aspects made her deeply loved and became Liu Yao's confidant. She was inspired and joined the Salvation sect. Call. With a long sigh of relief, Liu Yao sat down on the soft boss chair and ordered, "Rosalind, come and rub my shoulders." Waited for a while. He received no response, and the figure on the sofa remained motionless. "Hey, are you deaf?" Liu Yao's face suddenly turned gloomy. He was in a bad temper and sat up suddenly from his chair like an angry lion, reaching out to grab Rosalind. "You stinky bitch, I asked you a question and you didn't respond?" However, in next second Liu Yao's body suddenly froze, because when he touched her, he found that Rosalind's body was completely stiff, without any breath, and her face was distorted and terrified. Bang! Rosalind's body fell to the ground with a thud as Liu Yao touched her. "What's going on?" Just when Liu Yao was panicking, a calm and magnetic voice sounded from behind him. "Liu Yao, a priest of the Salvation cult, codenamed Jackal." "Ha, it really suits you. Not only that, but you're also a traitor, harboring evil intentions. Who are you?" Liu Yao pretended to be calm and asked. Behind him, the man with the magnetic voice said, "I belong to the newly formed Special Operations Team. I'm responsible for investigating members of the Salvation cult and arresting them." "President?" Liu Yao's pupils shrank. "When did you start taking action?" The man did not hide anything and said slowly, "After the president left." Liu Yao felt dizzy. So, everything they did in the past few days was actually seen by everyone. Fang Yu deliberately exposed his flaws, waiting for them to jump into the pit and die without a burial place. Liu Yao was silent for a few seconds, then, without any warning, it crashed into the window. However, before he could run to the floor-to-ceiling window, a cold light suddenly flashed across, and blood gushed out from the base of his right leg. His entire right leg was broken at the root. Amidst the shrill screams, Liu Yao hugged his thighs, his nose running and his whole face distorted. And next second the man with the magnetic voice stretched out a hand, grabbed Liu Yao's head, and pulled his frightened face in front of him. "The president has instructed us to capture him alive, but he didn't say he had to be whole. So, please don't add to my workload." Almost at the same time, the same thing happened in all the major gathering points in the human-occupied areas. No matter what their previous identities were, small businessmen, ordinary soldiers, or the powerful and influential people who held great power, they were all arrested at this moment. Those who were arrested were escorted to Pango Biological's headquarters. ***. Hey everyone, Happy New Year! Chapter 319 Declaration of War. The arrest of the Salvation Army was a secret operation, although many of them who could be considered big shots were caught. For ordinary people, this news was like an undercurrent in the ocean 10,000 meters deep, completely imperceptible. However, even ordinary people can notice some changes in the surrounding atmosphere. Recruitment is open 24/7. Even qualified wilderness wanderers were allowed to join the army. Organized troops can be seen on the streets at any time, rushing past and heading to the military headquarters to gather. The smell of war is almost overwhelming. Although the people do not understand what is going to happen, they know that war may be about to break out. At the same time, high in the major first level and second level gathering points, staff began to appear in the square. They connected wires, carried various sophisticated equipment, and then set up huge display screens above the square. As people discussed this, they were filled with curiosity. These are obviously devices for transmitting images over long distances. In the old days, they were just the most common things. However, in the catastrophic era when civilization is declining, they can only be seen in the central building when the scale and technology have reached a certain level. What is the purpose of setting up this kind of thing? But before they could come to a conclusion, the authorities issued a formal announcement to Fang Yu, the president of Pango Biological, who has unified the 8 major forces of mankind, will use the large screens installed at gathering points above the second level to deliver a speech through image transmission, and it is mandatory viewing. However, all major gathering places will compensate all people and issue compensation for that day's income, just watching the images on the big screen without doing any work, and you can get money. Most civilians have made up their minds to go. Not going? You'd be a fool not to go. Of course, there are also some more perceptive people who, based on the recent situation, have their own speculations about this speech. 2 days later, the crowd was surging. Don't push. Ouch, let me in first. The original first-level gathering points of the headquarters of the 8 major forces, as well as the remaining second-level gathering points, all the people were rushing towards the square where they were gathering. For people living in the catastrophic era when civilization was regressing, watching images on the big screen set up in the square was already a novel experience. As time goes by, countless heads, like a tide, have gathered in the square. They are noisy and staring at the huge display screen. Sizzle. At some point, a blurry afterimage flashed by, and images began to appear on the screen. Wow. Everyone suddenly fell silent, holding their breath. At the same time, at Pango Biological's headquarters in Reposari, Fang Yu slowly walked up the steps and onto the huge platform in the central square. At this moment, nearly 100 million eyes were staring at him. The rest of the people are residents living in third-level gathering points and inferior gathering points that are unable to set up equipment. And there are even more miserable people, wilderness wanderers and wilderness bandits living in the wild. All the soldiers at the gathering point were also among the spectators. Of course, there is no doubt that the news here will spread throughout the human world and reach everyone's ears through various means. Fang Yu slowly walked onto the stage, tall and straight, with an almost perfect face, as deep as if it had been carved by a knife or an axe. His eyes contained an extreme darkness and cold light, as if they could pierce the soul and see through everything. The moment he came on stage, there was a burst of discussion under the big screens everywhere. For most people, this was the first time they saw Fang Yu's true face. Is this the president of Pangu Biology? It was him who unified and integrated all human forces. So young? Their first impression was that they were surprised at Fang Yu's youth. He looked to be only in his early 20s, yet he already dominated the world. These residents living at the bottom of society have envy and awe in their eyes, but there is no jealousy. After all, when jealousy arises, the other person is still someone you can spy on, but when you don't even have the qualifications to look up to the other person and the gap is too huge, you will no longer feel jealous. Besides, Fang Yu's outfit made many people stunned. Today, Fang Yu was not wearing a formal, expensive suit, but a dark military uniform. The cold black military uniform not only makes him look more majestic and solemn, but also reveals a murderous aura. Even the strong breath seemed to penetrate the barrier of the big screen, making everyone present feel suffocated from the soul. Fang Yu stood on the platform with a serious look in his eyes. Residents of all the major gathering places, some of you may be aware, while others may not. You may be speculating about the purpose and content of today's speech. Here, I can tell you clearly. The sound was low, but also like the sound of a huge bell, deafening. Today, it's a declaration of war. And the target of the declaration of war is the mutant creatures. The people were stunned, and then an uproar broke out to declare war on mutant creatures. there was fear and disbelief in their eyes. The outbreak of the Age of Cataclysm and the coming of the end of the world are all caused by mutated creatures. It is precisely because of the existence of mutant creatures that the human population has drastically decreased, and they are forced to hide within the high walls of the gathering point. In their minds, mutant creatures are synonymous with disaster and fear. But now, humans are actually going to declare war on mutant creatures. What a joke! But there was no smile on Feng Yu's face. 75 years ago, civilization collapsed and catastrophe struck. The mutated creatures are frantically killing humans and have become a symbol of fear. Most people believe that humans will never be able to reclaim their lost territory. Stupid, stupid. Feng Yu's eyes were cold. Humanity in the past was actually destroyed by internal strife and disorder. Today, humanity is much stronger than it was at the beginning of the catastrophe when civilization collapsed. Moreover, the arrival of the end of the world is also accompanied by the revival of the vitality of heaven and earth, and the emergence of martial arts masters. Humanity is not without the ability to fight. You may not know that before, 300,000 mutant creatures attacked Repanori, but were eventually repelled by us. 300,000 mutant creatures, attacking a gathering point. The residents looked at each other in bewilderment. With such a large number of people, they couldn't even capture the gathering point. If this was really the case, then the mutants weren't as scary as they had imagined. Feng Yu's eyes were cold. He did not mention the number of casualties. The data from that time seemed shocking to the top leaders of the major powers, but to the civilians, it would probably only increase their fear. Besides, Feng Yu paused slightly. We have no way out. Do you think the coming of the disaster was an accident? No, it's a conspiracy manipulated by humans. There's a madman who wants to exterminate humanity, a madman who can drive mutant creatures, and he's manipulating all of this behind the scenes. And now, he's taking action. Under the display screen, the eyes of many civilians and even soldiers suddenly widened. This was the first time that news about Jiang Huai was publicly revealed to people outside the high-level forces. There was a storm in everyone's heart. A terrifying aura began to spread from Feng Yu's body, and his voice became even deeper. Do you understand? Your ancestors, your relatives, your friends, the miserable lives you lead now, are not caused by brainless beasts, but by a living person, a human being who was constantly mocking and fooling you behind your back. In his heart, you are nothing more than captive ants, toys to be fiddled with at will. Are you willing? Tell me. Murderous intent flashed in Feng Yu's eyes, and he spoke in a cold tone. His words are filled with indescribable attraction and guidance. The people and soldiers in front of the big screen felt anger boiling in their hearts and couldn't help but roar in unison. I'm not willing to accept this. Kill him. Bastard, kill that bastard. For a moment, in the many gathering places of human forces, the crowd was excited, and some people even had red eyes. Feng Yu's eyes flickered. The speaking ability brought by the elite management's skill and the infectiousness and influence added by the full charm value of 30 points have created the current results. In addition, he also used some hypnosis techniques in his speech just now. Hypnosis is divided into two parts: mental power, and resonance and fluctuation of special frequencies of Feng. You cannot transmit mental power through the air, but for the latter, he can transmit part of the effect through sound. This is the principle behind activating the suggestion planted through the phone call before. At this moment, Feng Yu's speech, to some extent, can be said to be a suggestion in hypnosis to all humans watching the video. Feeling the crazy emotional fluctuations among the civilians and soldiers inside Reposari, Feng Yu's eyes also showed a hint of madness. The crazier the better. In order to help him acquire the books and kill Jiang Huai, what he needs is a group of fearless lunatics. As for how many people will die, what does it have to do with him? As long as Jiang Huai can be killed, any sacrifice is acceptable. If necessary, everyone in this copy world can die. Chapter 320. The army sets out to fight. Feng Yu's expression gradually became stern. We have no choice but to fight. Will you die in this gathering place, or take up arms and fight for a future for yourselves and your descendants? The choice is yours. Recruitment is open 24 hours a day. If a soldier dies in battle, his family will be supported by the gathering place. However, if anyone deserts the battlefield, they will be killed without mercy. After saying all this, Feng Yu suddenly waved his hand downwards. Bring it up. Boom, boom, boom. With the help of various equipment, 8 huge special three-dimensional cages were moved to the platform. Many people took a step back in fear. because the cage was filled with many mutant creatures, mutated giant wolves, mutated giant bears, giants, zombies. These brainless mutated creatures roared and made bloodthirsty cries from their mouths. Then, footsteps were heard, and fully armed soldiers came onto the stage, escorting the members of the Salvation sect onto the platform one by one. Voices of fear burst out from their mouths, because they seem to already know what they will face next. At this time, Fang Yu showed a cruel smile. Just when humanity was struggling to survive because of the mastermind behind the scenes, some people turned traitor and surrendered to him. So today, the blood of these traitors will be used as a sacrifice for the coming war. Get started. His expression was indifferent, yes. The soldiers saluted respectfully and then began to carry out the order. Soon, mixed with sounds of cursing, madness, and begging for mercy, all the members of the Salvation sect who were pulled out from human forces were thrown in one after another through a hole opened above the iron cage of blood and screams. The long hungry mutant creatures tore them into pieces and swallowed them into their mouths. The scene was brutal and the scene in the cage was like hell. There was even blood splattering out of the cage and splashing at Fang Yu's feet. However, he just sucked in the sweet smell of blood in his breath, his eyes slightly narrowed. Look, what a beautiful scene, isn't it? After a long time, the screams gradually disappeared as Fang Yu turned around and said grimly, "Pass my order, the army is moving. All troops at all gathering points will gradually converge according to the previously communicated marching routes. The war is about to begin." After the declaration of war was issued, the news spread quickly throughout the human world like a storm. Countless people were talking about it in the streets and alleys, and countless young and middle-aged people, with red eyes, joined the army, were assigned to the reserve, waiting to go to the battlefield. The entire human jurisdiction is like a huge machine, and the 8 first-level gathering points, hundreds of second-level gathering points, and thousands of third-level gathering points are like tiny parts on this machine following Fang Yu's orders. At this moment, the parts are moving and the machine is running with a roar. From the moment Fang Yu made the decision, the decisive battle had already begun. Boom! In the early morning, the dim light begins to shine. At Pango Biological's headquarters, the main gate of Repanori burst open. Boom boom boom, the ground was shaking slightly. Countless huge machines weighing tens of tons slowly drove out of the city. Their steel tracks rolled over the ground, flattening the gravel and rubbing against the crisscrossing grooves, making a clicking sound. The dark and deep muzzles extended out, like the scythe of the god of death, about to sweep across the sky and reap lives. Tanks, armored fighting vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles. What followed was the sound of uniform footsteps, and 900,000 elite warriors wearing combat uniforms and belonging to Pango Biology came out in a mighty force. Some of them are young, some are mature, but the same thing is that there is a murderous look in their eyes. First of all, this is thanks to Mei Weiya's training. Fang Yu had already taught Mei Weiya the training of soldiers, and she did have her own methods in this regard. The second reason is that these people have experienced real battles. Not long ago, the number of this army was still 1.2 million. In a short period of time, 300,000 people died while going out to sweep and fight against mutant creatures. 1/4 of the casualties were even higher than the siege by the mutant creatures. However, it was this iron-blooded training method at all costs that made it possible to train a large number of troops ready to go to the battlefield at the fastest speed. Outside the city gate, the vast army, like a dark cloud, gathered in front of the Repanori gathering point. At the very front of Fang Yu stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. Snap, snap, snap. Karami trotted over to his side, and after stopping, he didn't ask anything and waited patiently. He seemed to know what Fang Yu was waiting for. Crunch, crunch. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard at the city gate. The sound sounded like footsteps and the friction between steel and concrete. This strange phenomenon made the soldiers present feel a little uneasy. What's going on? However, Fang Yu couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. Here it comes. The Immortal Man Project creates a legion of super soldiers through the integration of consciousness uploading technology and exoskeleton armor technology. The Eternal Legion. Finally, the thing that made the strange noise appeared in front of everyone. They were figures, all of them were of the same height, about 1.9 meters, their bodies made of black metal skeletons, and they were covered with black robes. On both sides of the left and right shoulders, there are grenade launchers, plasma bombs, etc. As for the forearm, there is a launch port for a machine gun installed. Even without using weapons, the steel-like mechanical arm is enough to easily crush steel and destroy rocks. It is a killing machine that retains complete consciousness and is born purely for combat. There are a total of 18,000 such figures. This is the result of the 8 major forces and all their resources coming together either to escape the torture of illness, or to prolong life, or to gain strength. In short, No matter what the purpose is, they all chose to break free from the constraints of the flesh and become immortal. Although there are many disadvantages, for example, there are various inconveniences such as the need to carry large batteries and the need for repairs after damage, but there is no doubt that this is a terrifying killing army. On the battlefield, everyone's destructive power is no weaker than that of a powerful warrior. It is equivalent to an army composed entirely of powerful warriors, looking down at the 18,000-strong Immortal Legion and nearly 1 million elite troops. Fang Yu suddenly felt a surge of heroic spirit in his heart. Being able to command thousands of troops is perhaps a desire that all men have had in their hearts. Buzz. Fang Yu was filled with evil spirit and fierce murderous intent that spread out, as if stirring up the dark clouds in the sky. The momentum of one person even surpassed that of the million-strong army behind him. Licking his lips, he said to Kurami, "During our previous operation against the Salvation Cult, we discovered their channels and methods of contact with Jianghuai, right?" "Yes." "In that case, please convey a message for me." "The content is..." Kurami tilted her ear, listening carefully, her expression becoming a little strange. "I understand. But, my lord, will this alert the enemy? After all, Jianghuai doesn't know that we have wiped out the members of the Salvation Cult. And since his spies have been eliminated, he won't be aware of our march. But if this message is sent out..." Fang Yu glanced at him and said, "Stupid. Can't you wait for the arrival of the vanguard army before doing this?" Kurami was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, yes. Looking up at the slightly gray and gloomy sky above, Fang Yu's mental power suddenly fluctuated. Soon boom. Accompanied by a strong sonic boom, there was a sudden burst, and the black dragon roared and flew over. Fang Yu took a step forward and stomped on the ground, causing a huge shock. At the same time, his body had already jumped onto Dahe's back. Then, the black dragon took off into the air and circled slowly at a low altitude. Fang Yu's voice turned into rolling waves. "All troops, move out." As soon as the words fell, the steel torrent on the ground, like clouds and mist in the sky and surging peaks, began to slowly press forward. Chapter 321 Dark Clouds over the city. Secondary Gathering Point, GBI Gathering Point. The city Lord Hansen was leading an army of 30,000, waiting respectfully outside the gathering point. Unlike in the past, except for the gathering points controlled by the 8 major forces, the other gathering points are independent of each other. However, when Fang Yu unified the 8 major forces, he also announced his control over all the gathering points. In the past period of time, he even issued orders for the troops in various gathering points to gather and reorganize, waiting to reunite with the main force. Hansen, the mayor of the Jeep gathering point, had been waiting outside respectfully without showing any dissatisfaction before the main force arrived. Because before him, the previous city lord was killed directly because he was unwilling to hand over the military power. Therefore, it is now Hansen's turn to be the city lord. Hansen, who had witnessed the previous city lord being executed, was completely shocked and frightened, and dared not disobey in the slightest. At some point, Hansen's expression changed. "Here I come." Several senior executives standing next to him also raised their heads. Boom! As if it could not withstand the enormous pressure exerted on it, without any warning, the earth began to hum and tremble, the dark clouds above the sky seemed to be shaking, and the whole world shook violently. Everyone, including Hansen, widened their eyes because, in the next second, they saw a scene that they would never forget. Boom! Suddenly, a black mark appeared on the distant horizon. The mark was just a thin line at first, but in the span of a breath, the black color, like a faint flame, began to expand infinitely and turned into a surging black torrent. A towering tree that several people can hug. One after another, they were roughly broken and fell to the ground with a loud bang, like a rice field after a swarm of locusts, with cold rays flashing out from the black frenzy. Army. It's a huge army whose exact number is difficult to determine. Boom! Countless armored vehicles, tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and off-road vehicles led the way. Behind them, fully armed soldiers, with grim faces and steel guns in hand, rushed towards them. In the era of catastrophe, the vitality of heaven and earth revives ordinary people, because they are soaked in the vitality of heaven and earth through their breath, have physical fitness far superior to those of people in the old era. Not to mention, the people in front of them are soldiers who have undergone brutal training, and even a large part of them are powerful warriors. City Lord Hansen and the higher-ups at the nearby gathering place felt their scalps go numb, and the color in their faces almost completely faded. Boom! The army took a step forward. Hansen and his men, including the 30,000 soldiers gathered behind them, all retreated. A gust of wind blew, brushing against the texture of the skin. The army in the distance advanced again like a ghost. Bang! Including Hansen, everyone roared again and took a step back. Just when the army was about 100 meters away from Hansen's city, it finally came to an abrupt stop. At this time, the weaker soldiers belonging to the Hansen gathering point had even begun to pant, as if they had just gone through heavy training. The oppressive feeling that comes at me is too strong. That momentum was completely overwhelming, just like a wildfire burning the prairie, invincible, even though he knew that the army in front of him was not targeting him. He still couldn't help the trembling in his heart. The fear that spread out was as if the black steel tide would tear him to pieces in the next second. Hansen gasped for breath, suppressing his fear as he stepped forward and shouted respectfully to the army before him, "Is Lord Fong here? I am Hansen, the mayor of the Jeeb gathering point. I lead 30,000 soldiers, waiting to join the main force." He originally wanted to say 30,000 troops, but before he could say it, he changed his words. Snap. In the SUV at the front, Kurami opened the door and jumped out. Kurami was tall and straight, and with big strides and a few kicks, he came in front of Hansen. He nodded slightly. I'm Kurami, the commander of the Pango Biological Army and the deputy commander of the Human Coalition. Lord Hansen, right? Thank you for your hard work. I dare not. This is what I should do. Hansen was terrified. Then, he couldn't help but ask, Commander Kurami, I wonder where Lord Fong is. Kurami smiled, stretched out her hand, and pointed upwards. Mr. President? Isn't he here? Hansen was suddenly stunned. Walala, at this moment, a strong wind suddenly howled above his head. Roar. A low dragon roar slowly sounded, causing the air to vibrate wildly. Hansen suddenly raised his head and stared blankly into the air, his mouth gradually opening wide and unable to close. Just a scale on its body made a black dragon, bigger than himself, flap its wings and circle around. What was even more exaggerated was the man standing on its head, like a god. Fong Yu stood calmly, his black windbreaker rustling. Buzz. The invisible and intangible spiritual power, like a tide, continuously surged out from his body, transformed into countless tiny threads, and fell into the army below, trying to adjust the momentum of everyone to one frequency. It is precisely because of Fong Yu's spiritual guidance that, in the perception of Hansen and others, the army's momentum is so terrifying. As if it were one. Hansen's body trembled gradually, the confusion in his eyes dissipated, and he quickly bent down deeply, almost kissing the ground with his face. Master Fong. Everyone, you've all been through a hard march. Would you like to rest in the city for a while before continuing on? Hansen's head was covered in cold sweat, and he even began to stutter when he spoke of Fong Yu, and the army in front of him put too much pressure on him. In midair, on the back of the black dragon, Fong Yu's dark eyes cast down. Rest at the Jeep gathering point, yes. Hansen glanced at the army in the distance and estimated that there were about 2 million of them. So, he said nervously, although it's impossible to arrange a separate room for each soldier, we can still manage to set up camp and provide food in the city. Our GBI gathering point is much larger than other secondary gathering points. Ha 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 ha. Fong Yu suddenly burst into laughter. His hoarse laughter was like a blinding flash of lightning, stirring up the vital energy of heaven and earth around him. On the ground, Kurami also looked at Hansen with a strange expression. Hansen was immediately covered in sweat, and was almost paralyzed with fear. Did he say something wrong? Big, adult, ahem. Seeing Hansen's expression, Kurami couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder and said helplessly, Don't be afraid. But what you just said was really funny. Do you think that what you see before you is the entire army? Chapter 322 16 million. Hansen was stunned. Kurami had already turned sideways, swung his arm, pointed to the distance, and said, This is just the 2 million troops from Pangu Biotech headquarters and all its subordinate gathering points. We are the vanguard. As for the original 7 major forces, and all the armies that joined up along the way, they're still behind us. This is practically your last stop, City Lord Hansen. What do you think we're here for this time? Well, judging by the time, they should be here soon. Rumble. As soon as the words fell, the earth shook, a black tide emerged again on the horizon. Although it was much weaker than the Pango Biological Army in terms of momentum, its number was no less than the 2 million Pango Biological Army in front of the Jeep gathering point. However, this is just the beginning, not the end point. 1 wave. 2 waves. 3 waves. The earth continued to tremble, until at some point, the movement slowly stopped. Suddenly, a messenger rushed out from the army formation and shouted, Report to the president, all 16 million soldiers have arrived. 16 million troops. Hansen's facial expression was completely dull at this moment, and the corners of his mouth twitched. 16 million troops, for human forces, this is almost the limit of the number of soldiers that resources can support. The resources consumed by this army's march are absolutely astronomical for human forces. Such a war can only be waged once at most. Give it your all. The first battle will be the decisive battle. 2 million soldiers formed in operational order, and 500,000 soldiers formed an operational cluster. Under this, there were corps, battalions, and other organizations. Fang Yu remained calm, ignoring the dazed Hansen. He spoke slowly. Listen up. Gather 30,000 soldiers at Jeeb and join the 8th action sequence. The army will not rest for now, but march at full speed, yes. The roar of nearly 20 million people rang out. Under the guidance and mobilization of Fang Yu's spiritual power, the army marched towards the distance in a mighty manner. On the back of the Black Dragon, he looked into the distance. At this moment, we are not far from the border area. The army was like countless ants, moving slowly on the ground. Not long after, in the distance, 6 second-level gathering cities lined up in a row guarding the border became faintly visible. A divine light flashed in Fang Yu's eyes. He waved his hand violently, and his voice spread far and wide. Stop moving forward, and repair on the spot. Soon, the black clouds moving on the ground slowly stopped. At the bottom, Kurami, sitting in the SUV, frowned. He mobilized his inner energy and shouted to Fang Yu in mid-air, "Sir, ahead are 6 level 2 gathering points near the border. Beyond here, apart from level 3 gathering points and inferior gathering points, there's only endless wilderness. So, why don't we go into the gathering points to rest and recuperate? The war is imminent. This way, we can not only defend these 6 gathering points, but also use the city walls to better defend against mutant creatures." Fang Yu's voice came rumbling. "I have my own intentions. Just follow the plan. All troops, rest where you are. Eternal Life Legion, stand by at the front. Kurami, you can send a message to Jiang Huai now." He looked up, his eyes seemed to travel through time, reflecting what would happen next, and he couldn't help but reveal a cruel and crazy smile at the corner of his mouth. The show is about to begin. Chapter 323, Wash Your Neck and Wait for Death. The boundary between the human-ruled area and the mutant-ruled area. A small border town, Shuiwei Town. A small gathering place that can barely be rated as level 3. The widest road in the town can barely accommodate 4 off-road vehicles, and around the road are the few shops and small vendors in the entire town. Overall, it is quite lively. In an alley at a corner of the street, Jiang Huai's whole body was covered in a black robe, standing quietly. At a certain moment, he stretched out his hand from under his robe and took out a dark communication device. As he pressed a button, a row of red lights on the top of the device began to flash one after another. As long as a special decryption method was used, the hidden information could be obtained. Although this method is old, it is not easy to intercept and detect. Jiang Huai's face was as gloomy as water. "I wonder if the savior cult I founded will send any useful information? I hope it's information about Fang Yu, or news about humanity's war preparations." Before, he could roam freely in the human world, personally spy on intelligence, conduct various researches, and even go so far as to use humans as experimental subjects, manipulating everyone at his will. But now, Jiang Huai doesn't dare at all. First of all, his existence and identity have been completely exposed in the human world. If he goes deeper into the human-controlled area and accidentally reveals his whereabouts, he will face endless and crazy pursuit. His foundation is the ability to manipulate mutant creatures, and the vast majority of mutant creatures are distributed in mutant creature-dominated areas. Especially after Fang Yu unified the 8 major forces, the mutant creatures in the human-ruled areas have basically been wiped out, so once he was targeted, he simply didn't have enough strength to escape more. Importantly, after being ambushed by Fang Yu several times before and his plans being thwarted, Jiang Huai had some, serious psychological trauma in his heart. This time, if it weren't for the need to receive information and enter the signal range, he would not have intended to enter the human-controlled area at all. In other words, he was already a little scared. Although Jiang Huai tried his best to deny this in his heart, just as this thought arose in his mind, something invisible and intangible, even more ethereal and illusory than mental power, separated from his body and dissipated luck. The protagonist developed a fear of the villain. This is already a serious distortion of the plot, and it is also something that a son of destiny should never do. However, Jiang Huai himself was completely unaware of this. Jiang Huai took a deep breath and began to decipher the message word by word. "What do you miss me?" While translating the information, Jiang Huai seemed to realize something was wrong and was stunned. He proofread it again in disbelief, then subconsciously arranged the information into a complete sentence and read it out in a low voice. "How's it going? Did you miss me? Last time I spared you one arm, this time, it's your head. Wash your neck clean and wait for death." Jiang Huai was silent. The black robe on his body began to move without wind, fluttering wildly. He looked at his empty arm and the faint tingling sensation that seemed to be engraved into his soul. His whole face could not help but begin to twitch gradually, and uncontrollable rage surged wildly from the bottom of his heart. "Fong Yu, I will kill you sooner or later." Chapter 324. Attacking the gathering point. Jiang Huai roared angrily, his voice revealing extreme turmoil and murderous intent. Ever since he met Fong Yu, he has been frustrated everywhere, and his previous calmness and composure can hardly be maintained. The extinction game that was originally enjoyable for both body and mind is no longer playable, especially now. He felt like he was almost losing his mind. Obviously, this news was sent by Fong Yu, and since his message transmission method and channel have been known and intercepted, the Salvation Sect is most likely finished. Even if there are only 2 or 3 kittens left, they won't cause any more trouble. Calm down, calm down. Jiang Huai took a deep breath and forced himself to remain calm, but the blue veins on his forehead couldn't help but bulge and tremble. Fong Yu dares to openly provoke like this. Does he think he's fully prepared? If so, the Human Forces Army should have already been dispatched. Ha ha. In that case, let's see who's the winner on the battlefield. He finally adjusted his breathing, adjusted the monocle in his left eye socket, and said calmly, "I'll let you know that in the face of absolute strength, everything is doomed. No matter how hard I struggle, I, who possess the mysterious dimension, cannot lose." The next second, a voice filled with murderous intent came out of his mouth: "Kill." The ground suddenly began to tremble violently, as if a giant earth was turning over. Outside Shuowei town, on a tall tower inside the iron fence, the soldier who was keeping watch was shaken by the sudden vibration, lost his balance, and finally fell to the ground. Shit, what's going on? When he stood up cursing and looked into the distance, his body was as stiff as a stone, and the blood color on his face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. His mouth moved, trying to warn the people in the town, but he couldn't utter a word again. Presented before him it is an endless tide of mutant creatures. Boom! Under the brutal collision, the iron bars were destroyed almost instantly. The soldier on duty didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was drowned in the surging tide. It was unclear whether he was trampled into a meat paste or torn into pieces. Soon, dust and blood began to spread in Shuowei town. There were sporadic gunshots, but they soon died down and disappeared amid the roars of the mutant creatures. As a small third-level gathering point, Shuowei town did not stop the mutant creatures at all. They turned into a gray tide and continued to rush towards the distance without stopping for a moment. Ouch! Suddenly, an earth-shaking howl was heard from the front of the mutant army. Boom! 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 Deep pits were constantly being trampled out on the ground. The culprit behind all this was actually a ground dragon that was about 5 meters tall and had a body length of a terrifying 30 meters. The so-called Earth Dragon is a creature that was formed when a giant lizard underwent a mutation and the ancient genes hidden in its body were stimulated. They have huge bodies, sharp claws, hard scales, are indestructible and have infinite strength, but their numbers are rare. There are only a few of them in the whole world. However, each of them is a well-deserved killing machine. On the head of the Earth Dragon with red eyes, Jiang Huai stood steadily, his eyes slightly narrowed, and continued to drive the army of mutant creatures behind him, sweeping towards the distance like locusts. Clatter. Because it is a barren and dilapidated border area, the gathering points here are not only sparse in number, but also very weak. In many cases, it was the wilderness bandits and wanderers who were marginalized in the interior and had no place to stand in the wilderness. In these remote areas, they discovered the ruins of an old world town or city with relatively abundant resources, and used it as a base to absorb the population and form a gathering point. Therefore, under the attack of the nearly endless mutant creatures behind Jiang Huai, these weak settlements, a complete sweep, the weak gunfire and resistance were completely futile. As for begging for mercy? That would only arouse Jiang Huai's hatred even more. The earth was shaking violently. Soon, Jiang Huai, who was on top of the Earth Dragon, discovered 6 secondary gathering points running across the distance. The distance between the 6 gathering points is actually not close, but when viewed from a distance, they seem very close. But these 6 secondary gathering points are an insurmountable barrier standing in the way of the army. If this place is not defeated, due to the influence of various terrains and disaster zones, the mutant creatures will have to pay a very high price to invade the human heartland. Pull out these 6 nails first. There was complete contempt in Jiang Huai's eyes. Boom! Under his manipulation, the mutant creatures rushed towards the city wall with unstoppable force. The doomsday copy is gradually coming to an end, and the final battle is also beginning. Next, would I write about Feng Yu's godlike military strategy, with a single command leading to immediate victory? Or would it be a simple, crude exchange of blows, a tug of war? How is that possible? If I wrote it that way, I wouldn't be called a hamster anymore. This is called the diversionary tactic, throwing out a topic, taking the initiative, and covering up the fact that I am short. Chapter 325. The city was broken, and there was a sudden roar. For Jiang Huai narrowed his eyes slightly. I watched as the distance between the mutant creatures and the 6 gathering walls continued to shorten. 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 3 kilometers. The distance is getting closer, until the mutant army finally advanced to within 1,000 meters. Boom! 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 Day. At the 6 gathering points, on each of the city walls, heavy machine guns and artillery suddenly roared, and countless bullets and shells poured down madly. Bullets as big as palms and as thick as thumbs whizzed out. Sometimes only a single one was needed to cut a mutant giant in half. As for the falling shells, they splashed dust and flames, killing countless people within the coverage area. There was a loud bang. Large groups of mutant creatures kept falling down like wheat being harvested, and their corpses covered the ground. Behind him, on the Earth Dragon's head, Jiang Huai frowned slightly and muttered, "Has this been prepared for a long time? Have their scouts discovered the whereabouts of the mutant army? And this firepower is a bit exaggerated." But after a little thought, Jiang Huai understood the 6 second-level gathering points have been entrenched in the border area for a long time. They probably often encounter mutant creatures, so it is normal for them to be highly vigilant and have strong reconnaissance capabilities. In addition, there have been rumors that in order to prevent the invasion of mutant creatures, the weapons of these 6 border gathering points were provided by the previous 8 major forces, and all of them are the most advanced weapons. It was impossible to confirm its authenticity before, but now it seems that it is probably true. Jiang Huai smiled coldly. But, in the end, it's just useless. After all, the gap in strength between the 2 sides is too big. They are just 6 gathering places in the wilderness. How can they compete with me? In addition, the current situation also made Jiang Huai feel a lot more at ease. Although the news from Feng Yu made him extremely angry, he was not completely overwhelmed. In his heart, he still remained cautious and calm regarding the cleaning along the way. Jiang Huai felt that it seemed a little too smooth at this moment. The tenacious resistance of the 6 gathering points made him feel a lot more relaxed. It seems that there should be no conspiracy, and the human army seems to have not arrived here yet. Whether it was because of some problem on Feng Yu's side or because of his own misjudgment, he felt relieved. Keep on attacking. Jiang Huai's eyes gradually turned cold. He used his mysterious space plugin and issued instructions again. It wasn't long before the 6 gathering points began to show signs of decline. The mutant creatures roared and used their bodies to slam into the outer walls of the gathering point. They were not afraid of death at all. Those in front were knocked to death or trampled to death, and those behind stepped on the corpses of their companions and continued to rush forward. Although these city walls are built with special materials, there is still a big gap between them and the city walls of the headquarters of the 8 major forces. After a long period of continuous impact, the city wall is crumbling. Several gathering points can't hold on any longer. Harper Gathering Point, at the city wall, the commander looked anxious and shouted to a man beside him, "Mr. Burtica, when will you Pango biological people take action? Why haven't you used the so-called secret weapons you brought with you yet?" Burtica's expression was calm, no rush. Damn it, how could I not be anxious? The commander was on the verge of a rage. "Mr. Burtica, can't you see? The city wall is about to be breached. You know what this means. How on earth can you expect me to stay calm at this moment?" He waved his arms with great excitement. Since Lord Feng had already anticipated this situation, why didn't he send a large army, but only sent your small team early on with the so-called secret weapons? What secret weapons can fight against so many mutant creatures? Even if you brought the Pango creature's electromagnetic railgun, I'm afraid it would be useless now. Faced with the crisis of life and death, the commander has gradually lost control of his emotions. Burtica glanced at him and said, "I told you, don't be impatient. Are you questioning our CEO? Upon hearing this, the commander's facial expression froze. No, I just. Mr. Burdica, please forgive me, I just slacked up. I hope you won't tell anyone about this. As he spoke, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was indeed a little excited just now. If this word gets out, even if he survived the siege by the mutant creatures, he would probably die afterwards. No problem. Burdica murmured in a low voice, anyway, you will die, ah? The commander didn't quite hear clearly and subconsciously asked, what did you say? Nothing. Burdica's expression returned to calm, and he looked at the soldiers on the city wall. Some of these soldiers were trembling as they numbly loaded bullets and shells, while others were crying bitterly with tears in their eyes. One even leaned silently against the wall, casually tore off a piece of cloth, bit his finger, and began to write, seemingly to his lover or a family member at home. After doing all this, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward again, replacing his comrade who had fallen to the ground due to the shaking of the city wall. He roared, and fired out his anger and resentment along with the bullets. Even though it is the end of the world, it is an era of catastrophes. Certain things in many people's hearts have not completely faded away. Was it because the person before him was humanity's natural enemy, the culprit behind humanity's current plight? Or was it because of the impact of Fan Yu's previous declaration of war? Or was it simply for the sake of his friends and family? Maybe neither, or maybe both. In short, at this moment, no soldier on the city wall escaped, no matter how scared they were. Looking at this scene, Burdica seemed slightly touched, but in the end, he sighed silently. More than a month ago, a total of 6 teams, including the team he led, followed Fan Yu's orders and took their belongings to the 6 second-level gathering points on the border. Even Karami and the others were unaware of this matter, which was classified as top secret. At that time, he already knew his own ending. Today, he will die. However, as long as the mission is completed, his sister's serious illness will be cured, and his family will receive the best care and live the best life. At this time, boom. A crack suddenly appeared on the city wall. Even though it was just a crack, it caused fear to appear on everyone's face. The commander was like amber, his whole body seemed to be frozen. Finally, more twisted and disordered cracks began to emerge uncontrollably from the walls of Harper Gathering Point. In just over 20 seconds, accompanied by everyone's desperate eyes, the walls began to collapse. Boom. Including the commander, the soldiers defending the city, Burdica, everyone started falling. There is no chance of luck in this situation. Even if one has martial arts skills and will not fall to death due to the height of the city wall, the army of mutant creatures below will crush them into powder. Before falling, Burdica took something out of his pocket and pressed the button hard. At this moment, a final thought flashed through his mind of this damn world. Similar scenes also occurred at the other 5 gathering points. The next moment, boom. The army of mutant creatures destroyed the city walls unreasonably, tore all the people who fell from the walls into pieces, and then rushed into the city frantically and began to slaughter. Without the barrier of the city wall, the few defenders in the city could not mount an effective defense. The 6 gathering points were facing destruction in an instant. Zhang Huai looked at all this from afar, a scornful smile on his face. It's not worth a single blow. Next, we will enter the heart of humanity and officially begin the extermination plan. At this moment, mutant creatures are wreaking havoc in the 6 gathering points, and some have even broken through the rear walls of the gathering points and rushed towards the rear. Zhang Huai was also controlling the Earth Dragon and was about to move forward. At this time, suddenly, a roar was heard in the distance. 6 extremely bright rays of light lit up from the focal point at the same time. Chapter 326 The last nuclear weapon. The light was so blazing that it instantly pierced through the numerous buildings, illuminating the entire sky like 6 tiny suns. It brought with it a nearly devastating amount of light and heat. Boom! With extreme heat, the wind of destruction spread in all directions. The power of the explosion tore apart the buildings, the earth, and the clouds. Even the space here, which was much more fragile than the main world, had countless fine cracks. A terrifying pulling force suddenly burst out. It greedily enveloped everything and continuously destroyed everything in the city. Even the mutant creatures that had already rushed out of the city or had not yet entered the city were all drawn into the attack range amid the roars, despite being at a great distance, and were instantly vaporized and turned into powder. The earth shook and the world was destroyed. There were 6 huge mushroom clouds, as if connecting heaven and earth, suddenly sweeping up. Even Zhang Huai, who was very far away, was almost affected. When he raised his head in shock, his expression suddenly became a little dull. Ahead, the original 6 gathering points have completely disappeared. At the same time, along with the explosion, 5 million mutant creatures were annihilated. 5 million. the shockwave continued to spread. Like a magnitude 12 earthquake, the earth was shaking endlessly, as if it was about to collapse into a bottomless abyss. Behind the gathering point, very far away, the army was resting on the spot, and everyone could faintly hear the artillery fire in the distance. Obviously, the mutants are attacking the gathering point ahead. However, what is puzzling is that Fang Yu did not give the order to march, but just stared quietly into the distance, until one moment, the heaven and earth roar. The huge noise almost broke people's eardrums. Even here, one could feel the waves of heat sweeping over. The black dragon lay on the ground. Fang Yu sat cross-legged on its back, looking at the 6 mushroom clouds rising into the sky in the distance, covering the sky and the sun, and chuckled softly. It's really spectacular. Karami beside her was shaking violently, her heart filled with fear and shock, unable to speak for a long time. What is that? After a long time, his mind gradually recovered. He seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but screamed, "Is this a self-destruct device? Only that thing can have such powerful power." Not bad, you can actually guess it. Fang Yu clapped his hands in praise and said, "It's a self-destruct device." In the age of Cataclysm, after experiencing the initial era of the first city, humans gradually gained a foothold. Afterwards, many heroes emerged, other forces were established, and they began to conduct a carpet search of the safe zone. In the process, they discovered the heritage of the old world and powerful weapons. They were divided up among the 6 most powerful of the 8 factions. Fearing their power, the 6 factions reached an agreement never to use them actively. Instead, they used them to manufacture and install self-destruct devices in their respective headquarters for deterrence purposes only. This secret can only be known by the highest level of each gathering point. Karami learned some things after being promoted by Fang Yu and gaining access to information, but she was not clear about the details. Although always, the 6 major forces, including Pango Biology, are all researching self-destruct devices, but that thing is no longer something that can be mastered with the resources and technology of the Cataclysm era. Fang Yu chuckled. Actually, in the old world, it has another name. His smile slowly faded, and his eyes were as cold as iron. Nuclear weapons. The self-destruct devices of the 6 major forces, these are the only 6 nuclear weapons left in the world. Karami was so shocked that she was speechless. At some point, he finally spoke. "Sir, were you the one who sent people to transport and install the self-destruct devices to these gathering points?" Even he didn't know about this, Fang Yu said calmly. "That's right." Karami opened her mouth and couldn't help but want to ask the people in the gathering place. There's no way they could have survived an explosion like that, right? Had Fang Yu already moved them in advance? With a migration of that scale, he should have heard about it. Moreover, the sound of gunfire from the battle just now also indicated that there were quite a few people in the gathering place. Before he could finish his words, Karami suddenly stopped because he saw Fang Yu's eyes. Those dark eyes were filled with extreme indifference at this moment. Fang Yu suddenly glanced sideways, with a half-smile. "What do you want to say?" "No, nothing." Karami said hurriedly. He suddenly understood everything, and his heart suddenly felt cold, and his body couldn't help but shiver. Everyone in the 6-second level gathering points can die, and he is naturally no exception. So there are some things that cannot be said out loud. Anyway, the person who died had nothing to do with you, so why bother to meddle in other people's business? Although I comforted myself in this way, I couldn't stop the chills that surged in my heart. Sudden a Fang Yu's ear. A loud system prompt sound suddenly rang out. Byte. Current trigger book, Doomsday. I keep all humanity in captivity after testing. The final battle begins. Ding, the number of mutant creatures -5637810. The protagonist's luck value has decreased. Tip, the host is expected to kill another 10,987,687 mutant creatures, and the protagonist's halo will be completely stripped away. Chapter 327. The war begins. The Eternal Legion attacks. Oh? Fang Yu raised his eyebrows, but his expression was very calm, and he didn't feel too surprised. He had anticipated this situation. Really, in this book, Jiang Huai isn't like the protagonists of other books, adored by thousands and blessed with benefactors whenever he takes a few steps. On the contrary, his goal is to exterminate humanity and to make the world his enemy. Putting aside the power of the savior cult, the mutant creatures that infest and roam this world are his greatest and only helpers, and also the source of his luck. As long as I kill all the mutant creatures that Jiang Huai can control, then naturally, his luck value will disappear. Then, without the protagonist's halo, I can kill him easily, and the strategy will be successful. However, there are still 10 million. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes. This is basically consistent with the data that Black Dragon gave him when he went to the border area to investigate the situation. Although the explosion of the nuclear bomb wiped out 5 million mutant creatures, but there are still 10 million mutant creatures left, which is still an extremely exaggerated number. The number of human troops is 16 million, which seems to be more than 10 million, giving them an advantage, but numbers never represent strength after all. Not every army can achieve the terrifying casualty ratio that the elite troops of Pangu Biological Headquarters could achieve when facing the siege of 300,000 mutant creatures. Normally speaking, even for the armies of the 8 major forces, in a large-scale war, excluding individual cases, on average, it would take 5 soldiers to kill 1 mutant creature. Not to mention that a considerable portion of the 16 million troops came from numerous second-level and third-level gathering points. Quality, uneven. However, there are also things to be happy about. Zhang Huai's ability to control mutated creatures comes from a mysterious space. As Zhang Huai's proficiency and control over the mysterious space improves, the number of mutant creatures he can control will also increase accordingly, but the number of mutant creatures in his hands will continue to decrease, rather than being able to be replenished indefinitely. For example, if Zhang Huai is currently at the stage where he can control 10,000 mutant creatures, then if the number of mutant creatures he controls that die reaches 10,000, it means that he can no longer control even 1 mutant creature. Besides, I don't intend to really rely on a head-on confrontation. Fang Yu's eyes were deep and his smile was strange. I had already woven a net for Zhang Huai, a big net of death. The more he struggled, the faster he would die. The next moment, he waved his hand and said in a cold voice, "Eternal Life Legion, charge." The 7th and 8th action sequences are responsible for providing cover. Attention, except for the Immortal Legion, everyone else should stay away from the explosion core. After the nuclear explosion, there will be strong residual radiation in the surrounding area. Of course, in the age of Cataclysm, the air was filled with radiation, so humans of this era were constantly exposed to nuclear radiation pollution, and to a certain extent, they had developed resistance to it. As long as they didn't get too close, there would be no problem at all. As for the Immortal Legion, there is no need to worry at all. After all, they have abandoned their human bodies and transformed completely into machines. Why would they care about radiation? As soon as the words fell, a terrifying murderous aura rose into the sky. 18,000 immortals, transformed through consciousness uploading technology and exoskeleton armor technology, each raised their head from under their black robes, and in their non-human eyes, a strange red light flickered. Kill. A cold and orderly mechanical sound came out of their mouths, accompanied by the roar of metal. The hard skeletons of their bodies moved in a clanging sound, and the entire legion turned into a black arrow and suddenly rushed out. The other side, behind the endless mutated creatures, Zhang Huai stood on the head of the Earth Dragon, his face ashen, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. I fell into the other party's trap again. Once again, he was tricked by Fang Yu. 5 million, that's 5 million mutant creatures. In an instant, 5 million mutant creatures disappeared, even for Zhang Huai. This number was extremely painful, and his heart almost bled. Nuclear weapons. As a scientist from the old era, Zhang Huai naturally would not fail to recognize nuclear weapons, the most powerful weapon ever developed by mankind, the sword of Damocles that should never be mastered, Pandora's box. But at this moment, in this catastrophic era of civilization collapse and technological regression, the mushroom cloud of nuclear weapons once again rises into the sky. How is that possible? Why did nuclear weapons appear when the 6 little suns exploded with terrifying light and heat? Even though Zhang Huai had not yet entered the coverage area due to caution, he could not help but tremble deeply in his heart. In the face of such devastating power, both he and the mutated creatures like the tide seemed extremely small. However, Zhang Huai knew very well that these 6 nuclear weapons should be the remnants of the old world, and they were probably the last nuclear weapons in the world, because, with human beings' current resources in technological research and development capabilities, it is impossible to restore nuclear weapons. Besides this, what shocked him even more was Fang Yu's actions. Along with his army of 5 million mutant creatures, what was annihilated were not only the cold buildings, but also the millions of living beings living and fighting in the 6 gathering points. Fang Yu's coldness and indifference made Zhang Huai feel extremely odd. There was even a moment when he was a little confused about the roles between the two. Isn't the other party on the side of humans? However, Fang Yu's style of doing things and his methods of doing things do not seem to care about the life and death of humans at all. He just treats them as tools and throws them away after use. Zhang Huai can kill humans, but this is because he has a lofty belief in his heart that transcends racial concepts and himself, and for this, he can give up many things. However, even so, sometimes after falling asleep, He still couldn't avoid nightmares and broke out in cold sweats. But Fang Yu, why did he do all this? A chill surged in Jiang Huai's heart. Chapter 328, A Life of Fighting Across 3,000 Miles, a sword that once outmatched a million warriors. Snap, snap. There was a sudden noise in the distance, which caught Jiang Huai's attention. He saw that under the cover of massive firepower, a small group of troops actually advanced to the front of the main army. Jiang Huai's expression was gloomy. Damn it. Fang Yu, he actually dared to take the initiative to attack. Moreover, it is such a small force. Crazy? Or, doesn't he take me seriously at all? Snort. He snorted coldly, his heart already filled with rage. Very good. The 6 gathering points have been razed to the ground by nuclear bombs. In this wilderness with no obstacles or barriers, I want to see what tricks you can pull off and how you can resist the charge of millions of mutant creatures. Destroy them. With one command, tens of millions of mutant creatures roared, and their aura became increasingly manic and powerful. They roared and rushed forward. Tens of millions of mutated creatures rushed towards a certain direction, and the momentum was horrifying enough, like a tidal wave, and terrifying beyond measure. It was like an indestructible steel wall, and there were sharp swords on the wall. However, the next second, Jiang Huai's grinning expression froze in an instant. What did he see? The steel wall was torn apart when millions of mutant creatures rushed forward with roars and collided with the Immortal Legion shrouded in black robes. It was like ice meeting fire, and the army was instantly torn open. How is this possible? Jiang Huai widened his eyes in complete disbelief. Boom! The weapons mounted on the bodies of the immortals began to roar and burst forth. Sizzle! The mechanical arm suddenly exerted force. A zombie was torn into 2. Then, this warrior from the Immortal Legion bent his knees, used the momentum to leap into the air, reached out his hand, and inserted the muzzle of his gun into the giant's mouth covered with gray keratin. Then, bullets poured out. Da-da-day. The bullet from the heavy machine gun penetrated the back of the giant's head and shattered it. With the help of the recoil, the soldier of the Eternal Legion retreated several meters and avoided a sharp claw that tore through the air and swept across the sky. A giant mutant bear with bloodshot eyes and a body covered in rotten flesh rushed out roaring. Ding ding. A flash of red light flashed in his eyes. The Immortal Legion soldier rolled to his feet, half knelt on the ground, raised his shoulders slightly, and suddenly fired the howitzer with a sharp whistling sound of friction with the air. Ignoring pain, possessing immense strength, agility, and perception, the Eternal Legion displayed its terrifying power on the battlefield for the first time. Even though they are few in number, it is impossible to confront the army of mutant creatures head on. However, their superior mobility, strong individual strength, and predictive ability far beyond that of ordinary people enable them to form effective cooperation with each other. They influenced each other, forming a special rhythm and formation. Under the cover of firepower, they were like a sharp blade, piercing into the heart of the mutant creature. Rancid blood splattered. One mutant creature after another fell. 5,000, 10,000, 30,000, 50,000. Finally, as the distance increased and the surrounding mutated creatures gradually surrounded them, the Immortal Legion began to feel tremendous pressure and slowly retreated. They had carried out a perfect raid. Jiang Huai watched all this coldly from a distance. Robots? The so-called Immortal Man plan from the old days? They're actually being used in the military. You're really something. But, you actually want to escape? You wish. He suddenly jumped down from the Earth Dragon's head and ordered, "Stop them." Bang, bang, bang. The Earth Dragon trampled the ground with its thick limbs, shook its tail, roared and rushed forward, without even distinguishing between friend and foe, and crushed many mutant creatures to death. To deal with the Eternal Legion, a weapon of war and an elite sharp knife, ferocious beasts like Earth Dragons, which are individually extremely powerful, can actually create even greater pressure. As long as they can hold back the Immortal Legion, the mutant creatures pouring in from all directions will sooner or later tear the Immortal Legion's iron bodies into pieces. Boom! 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 The Eternal Legion began firing at the Earth Dragon. However, the final effect was minimal. Only a few scales were knocked off and some bleeding occurred. War God level. This Earth Dragon is actually a War God level mutant creature, although it can only be regarded as a level 10 mutant life form, corresponding to a warrior who has just entered the realm of war among humans. Its defense is extremely amazing. Even the weapons equipped by the Immortal Legion find it difficult to break through its defense in a short period of time. Click. The Earth Dragon crushed several soldiers of the Immortal Legion with one kick, and then swept its tail across, shattering dozens of exoskeleton armors with a force of thousands of tons. Damn it! The 7th and 8th operation sequence is intended to provide support, but it seemed it was too late. The Earth Dragon's eyes revealed a hint of human disdain and bloodthirstiness. At the critical moment, a low dragon roar suddenly rose up. Roar. The ferocious dragon might spread all over the sky. Near the Immortal Legion, there are hundreds of thousands of mutated creatures. Under the suppression of genes and instincts, they have fear in their eyes, slow movements, and confused reactions. The Earth Dragon's reaction was even more exaggerated. It knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Although Earth Dragons and Giant Dragons are different species, they belong to the same lineage, so they are almost unable to resist the dragon's power. Asshole! Jiang Huai was furious. There was a sudden flash of light in the left eye. At the same time, in the mysterious space, the pillar of light that reached the sky and the earth shone brightly, and strange fluctuations spread in the ripples. A moment, the influence of Long Wei was completely suppressed by the power of the mysterious space and was eliminated. The Earth Dragon immediately regained consciousness, turned around with a little panic, and fled towards his master Jiang Huai, without any of the ferocious look he had just shown. Right now, the rolling waves of sound swept over. You beast, can you run away? The heaven and earth are changing, the wind and clouds are surging, the vital energy of heaven and earth is surging like a tide and as violent as huge waves. It seems to be endless and is converging in a certain direction. In Jiang Huai's contracted pupils. In midair, a long sword emerged from Feng Yu's palm. Millions of sharp sword energies appeared out of thin air, cutting through the air and finally converging into one. The first of the 3 ultimate sword moves. Slash the air. Amidst the rumbling sound and the roar of metal, a black sword beam cut through the sky and earth and fell obliquely. This time, Feng Yu's air slash was more powerful and imposing than last time. Jiang Huai let out a strange cry, and the space around him twisted again. He didn't care about the heavy price, and his figure flashed and he came directly to 2 kilometers away. The Earth Dragon continued to run forward, but at a certain moment, a hint of doubt and fear flashed in his eyes. Then, accompanied by a desperate howl, a crack appeared from the top of its head and spread to the chest, abdomen, and limbs. Finally, accompanied by a large amount of blood gushing out, the Earth Dragon's body was split into 2. Flash sale. I have fought in battles across 3,000 miles, and my sword has been as powerful as 1,000,000 men. With just one sword, Jiang Huai was frightened away. 120,000 mutant creatures were killed, and the Earth Dragon perished. Chapter 329 Rebellion. When Feng Yu swung his sword, it seemed as if time had stopped. At this moment, the army of mutant creatures seemed to freeze for a moment. In their minds, Earth Dragons are their companions, and are much stronger than them, yet, such a powerful being was easily killed, and even more so, hundreds of thousands of their companions were killed at the same time. Doesn't this mean that they, too, will be easily killed? Mutated creatures lack intelligence, but they still retain their basic instincts of seeking advantage and avoiding harm. However, before the fear could spread in their hearts, the invisible force once again controlled their brains, causing them to roar and start attacking frantically again. Even so. The Rear Army Command Center, Mei Wei seized the opportunity and made a quick decision. Now is the best opportunity to launch an all-out attack. All troops, attack. Kill. First combat sequence, responsible for the left wing. Second combat sequence, responsible for the right wing. The 9th Legion is responsible for fire cover. The 5th combat sequence, with the legions as combat units, will be divided and responsible for concentrating on strangling high-level mutant creatures. The 7th and 8th combat sequences continue to assist the Eternal Legion. One order after another was issued from her mouth. In the original book, Mei Wei led the Pango creatures and became the last major force to perish, and it was not luck that was the reason. Boom. The 16 million human troops are like a sophisticated machine. At this moment, countless gears on it are meshing together, the device is running at full speed, countless formations took shape and, according to her plan, attacked forward. Human soldiers may not possess the terrifying physical qualities that are common among mutant creatures, but they also have something that mutant creatures cannot match, namely wisdom, strategy, and the ability to accurately execute combat plans. The mutant creatures only know how to rush around recklessly. The reasons behind this are also easy to understand. First of all, Jiang Huai was originally just a scientist with extraordinary intelligence, but he was not good at military strategy. In the book, apart from his absolute overwhelming strength, he relies on conspiracy and macro-level strategy. Moreover, even if Jiang Huai himself is an excellent military commander, he needs to command tens of millions of mutant creatures. They were all controlled by Jiang Huai alone, and there was no one to convey his instructions or give him detailed commands. Therefore, gathering mutant creatures of this scale together and preventing them from disintegrating was already Jiang Huai's limit. In mid-air, Fang Yu put away his sword, stood in mid-air, and suddenly slapped down with his palm. Boom! The metal roared and burst out. A terrifying storm suddenly swept below. Amidst the roars and screams, hundreds and thousands of mutant creatures were blasted into powder. Even those that were farther away were still thrown far away due to the terrifying shockwaves, their lives or death's unknown roar. Under their feet, many mutant creatures began to notice Fang Yu in midair and the terrifying black dragon slowly circling. Enemy. Under Jiang Huai's manipulation, their instinct was to completely strangle all creatures and enemies except their own kind. Roar. There were more than 100 mutant creatures of different types, above level 6, corresponding to the general level among humans, and they all opened their mouths wide. Amid the trembling of the air, terrifying energy condensed in the air. Puff! Finally, streams of terrifying breath were spewed out and rushed into the air. In the overworld, the war general level represents the grandmaster of the transcendent realm. This marks the true beginning of the martial arts path. Attacks unleashed from a distance of 100 or even several hundred meters retain immense power, allowing for the unstoppable killing of enemies with a single move. Now, but there were more than 100 powerful breaths spurting out. If these attacks were to fall upon the human army, their power would be no less than that of howitzers and anti-armor fragmentation grenades, enough to penetrate and shatter more than a dozen armored tanks. The black dragon's might can indeed intimidate mutated creatures, but the number of mutated creatures it can affect is ultimately limited. Face the breath attack. A deep dragon roar sounded, and the black dragon, hovering in midair, also released a scorching breath from its mouth. The red, scorching breath instantly crossed the distance between the two, and in the head-on collision, it directly dispersed 90% of the breath. As for the remaining sporadic breaths, they fell on its body. However, due to the dragon's incredibly tough muscles and scales, even if it took a few breaths, it would not be harmed at all. He blocked all the attacks for Fang Yu, and not a single one of them could reach Fang Yu. Taking advantage of this gap, Fang Yu's windbreaker rustled behind the black dragon, and the long sword in his hand swung out again. Boom! A huge sword beam cut through the sky. The sound of explosion erupted, resounding between heaven and earth, and the entire battlefield could hear the explosion. Above the sky, after the sun passed through the thick layer of dust, its already dim light was almost completely covered and suppressed, leaving only the white sword light shining, which was extremely dazzling and seemed to assimilate the entire sky. Rumble in an instant. There was a loud earth-shaking sound, and the white light sank into the ground, taking the place where the sword light fell as the origin. All the mutant creatures in the range of more than 1,000 meters on both sides were blown into the air by the huge force. Silently, the ground cracked open, and eventually, it turned into an abyss that was several feet deep. The sword mark continued to extend, penetrating to the end of the site. However, no one seemed to notice that something flashed by and disappeared during this attack. Far away, Jiang Huai, who had just recovered from his shock after escaping from the attack range of Zhenkong through space teleportation, suddenly had his eyelids twitched. A level 9 mutant giant was thrown violently and landed beside him. This guy still human? How strong is he? As for the human coalition forces, morale was greatly boosted. Mr. President is mighty. Kill, kill. The black dragon is the shield and Fang Yu is the sword. In addition, the human coalition forces continued to output firepower to tie down the main force of the mutant creatures. The combination of many factors directly led to the army of mutant creatures, which made it almost impossible for them to deal with the single man and the dragon. The air kept roaring. Fang Yu's attacks continued to fall, and with every move he made, hundreds of thousands of mutant creatures fell. Asshole! Extreme anger and coldness flashed in Jiang Huai's eyes. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Although I don't know how you tamed this powerful dragon, it is essentially a mutant creature. Using a mutant creature to deal with me is too foolish. I can control all mutant creatures. A thought flashed through my mind. Jiang Huai's eyes were cold. Under his black robe, he adjusted the monocle on his left eye, opened his mouth slightly, and suddenly let out a strange cry. Buzz! The sound waves spread out, carrying fluctuations from the mysterious space in midair. Who was stretching out his giant claws to blast away the attacks from the ground, suddenly paused and his body trembled suddenly, as if he was under a spell of immobilization. The red light in the pupils became brighter, but at the same time, as the light in his eyes flickered, the original agility and wisdom were gone, replaced by the ferocity of a wild beast. Boom! Dahe roared and suddenly stretched out his claws. This time, the target was no longer the mutant creatures on the ground, but Fang Yu, who was right next to him. The huge dragon claws, covered with steel-like scales, covered the sky and the sun, grabbing fiercely. Fang Yu seemed to be caught off guard and was hit head-on by the claw. Bang! He spat out a mouthful of blood, which looked insignificant compared to the giant claws, like a fly being swatted, and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 330. Something is wrong. The ground cracked, and a huge abyss appeared. Countless mutant creatures around were shaken to death. Ha ha ha! Jiang Huai saw Fang Yu vomiting blood and falling from a distance, and couldn't help laughing out loud, without any regret for the mutant creatures that were affected. Compared to killing Fang Yu, what is that little loss? How stupid! Jiang Huai laughed wildly, knowing that he had the ability to control mutant creatures. He still dared to use a mutant dragon against him, although he didn't know how Fang Yu made such a terrifying creature surrender. But from now on, this powerful black dragon belongs to him. Fang Yu was just making wedding clothes for himself. Jiang Huai was in a good mood and felt relaxed all over. This was the first time he had won a victory since he had established a relationship with Fang Yu. Kill him for me. He gave orders to the mutant creatures. Countless high-level mutant creatures madly surrounded the place where Fang Yu fell. As for the human side, they were in some chaos. At this moment, the eyes of many human coalition soldiers and generals were all dazed and filled with disbelief. Fang Yu, is he going to die, being hit head-on by a black dragon that looked like it was rebelling, and surrounded by so many powerful mutant creatures? It seemed as if the fate was already determined. Then, can they still defeat the terrifying mutant creatures in front of them? Before, it was Fang Yu's strength, Fang Yu's invincibility, and Fang Yu's control over the overall situation that infected them, allowing them to still be full of fighting spirit when facing the mutant creatures that were as surging as the tide and almost invincible. Fang Yu was their spiritual pillar. Roar! The high-level mutant creatures roared and rushed towards where Fang Yu was. Boom! Sudden, the scorching dragon breath pierced through the air and descended from the sky, with enough power to burn cities and blast them into ash in an instant. Jiang Huai suddenly turned his head to look at Dahe, but then remembered that it was he who issued the order for the high-level mutant creatures to deal with Fang Yu, who might be seriously injured. Seeing Dahe about to spit out dragon breath again, he was startled and hurriedly made another strange sound, ordering it to stop. The opponent's dragon breath has a very large coverage area and is a completely indiscriminate attack. Those who were burned to charcoal just now were all high-level mutant creatures, the backbone of the army of millions of mutants. Jiang Huai looked at the black dragon that stopped attacking and the high-level mutant creatures that surrounded it again, and his mood became happy again. As the backbone of the human coalition, Fang Yu is not only cunning but also individually powerful. As the protagonist of the book, he couldn't help but feel fear and dread. In Fang Yu's hands, he was repeatedly defeated and hardly ever got the upper hand. Now, if Fang Yu dies, with the army of mutant creatures in his hands, humans are nothing to be afraid of. His eyes swept over. This moment, the war between the mutant creature army and the human coalition forces is still raging. Both sides intended to win the battle in one go, so the fighting was extremely bloody and brutal, with no one holding back. Every second, countless mutant creatures and humans die. Even the most elite soldiers of Pango Biological Headquarters, who could be regarded as Fang Yu's personal guards, suffered heavy casualties. However, the Immortal Legion caused a lot of trouble to the mutant army. They only accounted for about 1/1000 of the coalition forces, but caused almost 1/10 of the casualties. But if the human coalition is defeated as a whole, the Immortal Legion alone will not be able to reverse the situation. Jiang Huai looked down at the battlefield with a smile on his face. If the situation continues like this, the human coalition's chances of victory are slim. The huge gap in strength between mutant creatures and humans cannot be easily eliminated in a short period of time. The outcome is decided. Jiang Huai smiled. Judging from the current situation, the failure of the human coalition and the demise of mankind are irreversible. Everything is already predetermined and cannot be changed, huh? He suddenly felt a creepy feeling in his heart, but he couldn't explain it clearly. I always feel that something is wrong. Am I overthinking it? Jiang Huai looked up at the black dragon circling in the sky, the mutant creatures surrounding Fang Yu as he fell, and the human coalition that was showing signs of decline. Then, he glanced at his side, where a seriously injured mutant giant lay. Everything is so normal, etc. Jiang Huai's pupils suddenly contracted. He turned his head and suddenly looked at the ground. At this moment, the sound of something breaking suddenly rang out. The source, was none other than the inconspicuous mutant giant that had been thrown to his side before and was seriously injured. Chapter 331, Take away the plug-in, and the luck will be reset to zero. In the reflection of Jiang Huai's suddenly contracted pupils, a flash of light appeared on the inconspicuous mutant giant lying on the ground beside him. Then, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Buzz. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted, rising steadily as if it was about to break through the sky. This is definitely not the aura that a level 7 mutant creature can possess. This aura is so powerful and makes people feel extremely familiar. It's clearly Fang Yu's breath, Advent Jade Pendant. In the process of jointly killing mutant creatures with Dai, Fang Yu used the attack to quietly leave the descending jade pendant on a mutant giant, and accidentally shocked it to the side of Jiang Huai. Because the army of mutant creatures will retreat on their own and leave an open space when approaching Jiang Huai, there is no need to worry that this mutant giant will be trampled to death. Besides, Jiang Huai's luck is no longer as good as before. The reduction of luck value will inevitably be accompanied by the reduction of Jiang Huai's good luck, or the reduction of shitty luck, so the plan has a high chance of success. The result was indeed not beyond Fang Yu's expectations. In the end, with the giant's body as a carrier, Fang Yu's power was able to descend 100% through the descending jade pendant, and the two sides were very close. Not good. Jiang Huai was shocked, his hair stood on end and goosebumps appeared uncontrollably. A strong smell of death hits me in the face, almost without thinking, as if by instinct. He instantly activated the teleportation ability of the mysterious space. In an instant, Jiang Huai's face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, but at the same time, the space around him began to fluctuate and distort, and he began to blur like the lines on paper rubbed by an eraser. Space teleportation, all this was done almost instantly. Jiang Huai's reaction speed was very fast, but Fang Yu's power had just arrived. It was too late for him to take action now. Get it all done. Jiang Huai breathed a sigh of relief. In this split second, thoughts surged rapidly in my mind. Is it the same trick we used in Kalen City last time? The carrier doesn't have to be human, any living thing will do. Damn, how did this guy do it? Wait. He should know that I can use space teleportation, so why would he do this? Power transmission also seems to take time. Could it be that he thinks there is something that can hold me back? Jiang Huai's body suddenly shook. I seem to have overlooked something. Shouldn't Fang Yu have already been severely injured by the mutant dragon and is now being besieged by the mutant creatures I sent? How could he have the ability to transmit power here? Besides, his aura now is even stronger than before. As if he thought of something, he looked up suddenly. Then, he saw the mockery and indifference in Fang Yu's eyes. Wu, this mutated giant let out a low roar. The invisible and intangible mental power fluctuations were transmitted along with the sound. The implicit information contained therein could be understood by someone other than Fang Yu. No, perhaps it is a bit inaccurate to describe it as a person. Roar. The next second, a shocking dragon roar rose into the sky. In the air, circles of transparent white airwaves were raised. As soon as the sound came, a scorching dragon breath pierced through the void and hit Jiang Huai, who was about to teleport. At this moment, was there no trace of irrationality in Dahe's eyes? Was not controlled by Jiang Huai from the very beginning. Fang Yu is not a fool. How could he not consider that the other party can control mutant creatures? In Black Dragon's mind, he had already planted a mental imprint. This mental imprint came from the soul capture skill, a perfect level skill. As an ability that the system helps record in shape, its status is superior to Jiang Huai's plugin. If Fang Yu was unable to influence the thousands of mutant creatures, but with only Big Black, Jiang Huai had no way of passing through the mysterious space, erasing the influence of his own mental imprint, and controlling the Black Dragon. Jiang Huai's face was full of horror. He instinctively wanted to take countermeasures, but it was too late. Bang! The dragon's breath twisted the air and bombarded Jiang Huai's surroundings. The fluctuating space trembled violently, and Jiang Huai's body was shaken out of it. Oh no! Jiang Huai wanted to start teleporting again, but Fang Yu had already stretched out his palm, clenched it, and then threw a punch. Sizzle! The terrifying explosion and tearing force acted on Jiang Huai's body, as if to blow him into pieces. No! He let out a desperate scream. Boom! The aftermath spread, the earth shook violently, and all the mutant creatures within the range were reduced to ashes. Billowing smoke and dust filled the sky. Ahem! On the ground, in a huge pit, Jiang Huai dragged his severely injured and broken body and stumbled to his feet. A flash of surprise first flashed in his eyes, and soon turned into ecstasy after surviving the disaster. He is not dead. I didn't die. I survived. I actually survived. It would have been impossible for him to withstand Fang Yu's attack with his own strength. After all, his talent in martial arts was not outstanding, and he had not been promoted to the level of a war god in all these years. However, despite the reduction in his luck value, Jiang Huai's protagonist halo still exists. Although Dahai's breath just now interrupted his space teleportation, the surrounding space was still temporarily in a chaotic and distorted state. Therefore, with a probability of 1 in 10 million, the distorted force would just offset most of the power of Fang Yu's attack. Although he was seriously injured, he did not die. Escape. A look of resentment flashed across his face. Jiang Huai, who had luckily survived, planned to take the opportunity to teleport to a distant place and wait patiently for the defeat of the human coalition forces. There was no need for him to confront Fang Yu head-on. There are endless mutant creatures all around. No matter how strong Fang Yu is, he would never dare to go any deeper. When humanity is defeated, can Fang Yu still resist the remaining millions of mutant creatures alone? Impossible. However, the next second, Jiang Huai's body suddenly stiffened, and boundless chill began to spread from his heart. How come? His Adam's apple rolled. He subconsciously touched his left eye socket, but only felt the skin and eye. He slowly raised his stiff neck and looked into the air. The mutant giant that had just served as a carrier had fallen to the ground at some point, its head blown up. Fang Yu's true body stood in the void. At this moment, he was wearing a black windbreaker and black trousers, holding a crystal monocle with a strange touch. Is this the real body of the mysterious space plug-in? Interesting. Fang Yu looked at it carefully, squeezed it gently, then picked up the monocle with his fingers and inserted it into the socket of his left eye. Bite. The protagonist Jiang Huai's mysterious space has been taken away, and his luck value has decreased. Ding! Jiang Huai's luck value has dropped to 0, and the protagonist's halo has been stripped away. Reminder: the current protagonist can be killed. Once the protagonist dies, the copybook will end and be settled. Fang Yu's expression was indifferent. It's time to end it. The moment he put on the monocle, a brilliant light suddenly shone from the lens, as if all the light between heaven and earth was stolen from it. On the fierce battlefield, tens of millions of mutant creatures, no matter whether they were roaring, charging, or fighting, at this moment, without exception, all of them paused and suddenly stood still. Then, everyone turned their eyes to Jiang Huai. Fang Yu also looked up at Jiang Huai, whose face was extremely pale and looked terrified. The corners of his mouth stretched slightly, and there was a hint of madness in his eyes. Ha, have you had fun during this time? Finally. I caught you. Ding, the protagonist is about to -1. Today is the first update. The old chapter is about to end and the new chapter is about to begin, so Ron Kang Hamster will sort out the outline carefully. Chapter 332. I want to listen to this guy's screams. For a while the battlefield suddenly became silent. The soldiers belonging to the 8 action sequences of the human coalition were fighting bloody battles and slaughtering mutant creatures in the previous second. However, in the next second, they suddenly discovered that the mutant creatures that were originally ferocious, brutal, and powerful had become motionless like sculptures. It's like a robot that has lost power or has had its shutdown button pressed, entering a shutdown state. What the hell? Everyone was stunned and had no idea what was going on. How could the originally ferocious and powerful mutant creatures suddenly become motionless? Boom. Da-da. Due to the strange situation in front of them, the roar of guns and cannons gradually died down until it disappeared completely. Rear Human Coalition headquarters. Many generals and martial arts masters also had dazed expressions. Even Kurami, the deputy commander of the Human Coalition forces, had a look of surprise and confusion on his face. Of course, as the deputy commander, he was more of a figurehead. It was Mei Weiya who actually mobilized and issued combat orders to the army. He was actually only responsible for coordination. Only Mei Weiya seemed to have guessed something. After a moment's silence, she said, "Pass the order down. Wait and see what happens. Don't act rashly. I think this situation may be related to adults?" Kurami nodded as well. "I thought so too, except for the president. I'm afraid no one can do this." Although Kurami didn't know what Fang Yu had done, there was no doubt that it was Fang Yu's handiwork. Therefore, they didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, if they ruined Fang Yu's plan, it would be unfair. After thinking for a moment, he stretched out his hand and called a messenger, saying in a cold voice, "Have all the soldiers on high alert. Do not let your guard down, but do not act rashly, yes. The soldier immediately took the order and left. On the other side, Jiang Huai finally came back to his senses, his face full of disbelief and dull expression. His biggest trump card and reliance, the mysterious space, was taken away by Fang Yu. Having lost his most powerful strength, Jiang Huai seemed to think about what kind of ending he would face next. Fang Yu's eyes were calm. When he came back from investigating the situation in the border area, he suddenly thought of something he had noticed before but had never thought about it in detail. That was when he was in Kailan City. He had used the jade pendant to attack and kill Jiang Huai. When the other party activated various abilities, including space teleportation, there seemed to be strange fluctuations coming out of the monocle he wore. At that time, he didn't think about it too much and just thought it might be a secret treasure or something. After all, there are many types of secret treasures, including rings, beads, necklaces, swords, etc. With irregular shapes, anything is possible. But at some point, he suddenly figured it out. Jiang Huai has a traditional plugin, not a system like his own. Therefore, there is a possibility that the opponent's plugin may be in the form of a physical object, which means there is a possibility of it being stolen, and want to take away the protagonist's plugin. On the one hand, the protagonist's luck value needs to be weakened to a certain extent to avoid bad luck. On the other hand, it is to plan the timing so that the world will cannot manipulate the various factors around it and the plan is forcibly destroyed. Therefore, this scene happened now, when Jiang Huai, whose luck value has been greatly weakened, is directly robbed of the mysterious space plugin. Then he may be able to bypass the condition of exterminating all the mutant creatures that the other party can control and deprive him of the protagonist's halo. The facts prove it. His idea is correct. Fang Yu smiled slightly, looked at Jiang Huai, and said, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" Jiang Huai's face twitched slightly. At a certain moment, he suddenly raised his head, gritting his teeth and speaking hysterically, "You bastard, why do you always go against me? Do you know what you are doing? Humans are a cancer, a pest. If greedy and endless humans do not perish, then sooner or later this world will be destroyed in their hands." He looked a little crazy and opened his arms. "I represent the will of this planet, this world. I am the agent of the world's will. And you are fighting against the world, and are the enemy of the world. You will regret this. Sooner or later, you will suffer divine punishment, and be judged and cleansed by the world." World will? Fang Yu chewed on these words and suddenly laughed. "What the hell is that?" Jiang Huai was furious when he heard this. He was about to say something but was suddenly choked because Fang Yu's figure slowly stood up invisibly. In his eyes, a dark vortex surged, as if a ferocious eagle was circling in it with its wings flapping, about to bring down a huge thunder of punishment. The terrifying atmosphere even affected reality, and the air froze. Fang Yu's eyes were cold. World will? How ridiculous! He was the owner of the strongest villain system, a villain. According to fate, he should be slapped in the face by the protagonist's pretense and eventually die miserably, but he didn't want to die, and he didn't want to be stepped on by others. Therefore, Fang Yu's mission is to act as a bug and variable who knows his identity, to fight against the will of the world, to kill the protagonist, to change the established trajectory of fate, and to change everything. Therefore, Jiang Huai's words sounded so ridiculous to him, and undoubtedly angered him. Feeling Fang Yu's gaze, Jiang Huai couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The other party's reaction seemed different from what he expected. If Fang Yu waved his sleeves and suddenly smiled, but his eyes were filled with coldness. "To tell you the truth, I don't care at all. I don't care whether humanity will perish, nor do I care what the future of this world will be like. The only thing I care about is that you must die." Jiang Huai's expression was gloomy and uncertain. "Since you don't care, why do you have to go against me?" Fang Yu suddenly pinched the tip of his nose and said, "Actually, I'm from the future. Because of some special reasons, I was able to return to the present and change history." "What?" Jiang Huai was stunned and seemed unable to believe it. "From the future, back to the past, are you kidding?" This is too ridiculous. However, when his brain started thinking, Jiang Huai suddenly believed it. If this is true, many things can be explained. For example, Fang Yu's mysterious origin. How could a guy with such terrifying strength just appear out of nowhere? Before, I had never heard of any news related to him. Moreover, he had never met Fang Yu before, but Fang Yu seemed to know him very well and was full of hostility towards him. Jiang Huai stared at Fang Yu intently. "What kind of future do you see?" When he asked this question, there was a hint of madness and desire in his eyes. Well, it's already this late, so I'll just tell you. Fang Yu pinched his chin. After all, when a person is about to die, his words are kind. We should have basic kindness towards those who are about to die then. The next second, Fang Yu said with a smile on his face, you died, a miserable death. Besides, everyone will learn from history that there was once a fool like you who wanted to exterminate all mankind. Jiang Huai's face instantly turned the color of liver, roaring angrily, are you kidding me? Fang Yu smiled faintly and said, no, this is the truth. This is the real future for you now. He sighed slightly. Exterminate humanity to protect this planet? Such a noble ideal. If so, let you perish at the hands of the mutant creatures you created, contributing your final bit of strength to the reduction of the human population. Pa! Fang Yu stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Bite him into pieces for me. Remember, slowly and gently. His eyes narrowed slightly. I want to hear this guy scream for a while longer. Chapter 333 Jiang Huai, Fallen. Woo, several mutant creatures, as if a switch had been turned on, their stiff bodies began to move again. They roared, with bloodthirsty red light in their eyes, and pounced forward. Among them were mutant giants, mutant spiders, and mutant pythons. Although Jiang Huai tried his best to resist, he had been seriously injured just now and had little strength left. Therefore, not long after barely killing a few mutant creatures, Jiang Huai could no longer hold on. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Jiang Huai was terrified. He roared angrily. One of his arms was broken, and he was now restrained by several mutant giants. Then several other mutant creatures came up and began to bite his body frantically. The sounds of biting, chewing, and roaring continued to ring out. The mutant creatures gnawed and bit according to Fang Yu's control, but did not cause any fatal damage. Jiang Huai cursed loudly, his voice painful and full of venom. Fang Yu, bastard, I won't let you go. At first, Jiang Huai continued to curse, but soon, the curses turned into pleas for mercy. Oh, spare me. I was wrong, forgive me, and give me a quick death. Jiang Huai kept howling, death is not scary, but watching your own skin, muscles, and bones being eaten away piece by piece, even hearing the chewing sounds in your ears, and feeling the pain in your brain at the same time, this is simply the cruelest punishment in the world. The wailing sound could be heard from far away, even reaching the distant human coalition positions. These soldiers who had experienced life and death battles could not help but shiver. Listening to that sound was like facing hell. In midair, Fang Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes expressionless, even with an expression of enjoyment, as if he was listening to the most wonderful music in the world. Originally, when Jiang Huai cursed him, Fang Yu had no reaction. But when he heard the begging for mercy, a trace of contempt could not help but flash across his eyes. Waste. When I first came to this world and obtained the content of the book of Fang Yu even felt that Jiang Huai had some resonance with him and thought that the other party was very similar to him. Let's not discuss right or wrong or stance for now, but he admired the other party's ruthlessness, decisiveness, and unscrupulousness. However, it seems now that he can't even bear this little thing and actually starts begging for mercy. He is simply an idiot and a coward, which makes Fang Yu extremely disappointed. It's such a disgrace to the protagonist. But that's true. Even the protagonist of a book may not have a very strong mind. Fang Yu shook his head. As the protagonist, what would happen if you removed the protagonist's halo? For some of them, it may cause some impact and the time it takes to become stronger will be prolonged, but with their determination and perseverance, they will eventually reach the top of the world. However, the protagonists of some books are nothing without the protagonist's halo and plugins. This is a novel in which the golden finger transcends the character setting and the protagonist himself, and this Jiang Huai is obviously just like that. The mysterious space he obtained was of overwhelming level to this world. He was completely invincible from the very beginning and had no rivals at all. At the same time, it was hidden in the dark. So, under absolute advantage, this allowed him to maintain the image of a mysterious, calm and cool happy criminal. Until now, his greatest support has disappeared, and his true colors have been immediately exposed. He is not the agent of the world's will, the creator of a new world, but just a paranoid madman who desperately wants to prove himself and is lucky enough to get the system. Begging for mercy to no avail, Jiang Huai started cursing again, but this time, his voice seemed weak. Asshole, I will never let you go even if I die, you. Fang Yu suddenly opened his hand, clenched his fingers, and punched out. Boom. The air suddenly twisted, and Jiang Huai, who was already dying and screaming, was directly smashed into powder by this punch. Die without a complete body, the several mutant creatures that were originally lying on him and gnawing at him were all turned into powder. Roar. Several other mutant creatures who received Fang Yu's order to attack Jiang Huai were affected by the attack and were blown away with screams. After landing, they dared not move, with fear in their eyes, and trembled under Fang Yu's cold breath. Fang Yu scratched his ears and said calmly, "I'm a little tired of hearing that. That's all for today's show." After saying that, he stretched out his hand into a claw, aiming at the place where Jiang Huai fell. In an instant, black air currents emerged and combined into the appearance of Jiang Huai, and the opponent's soul was directly pulled out by him. Jiang Huai's dazed face only had time to show a hint of fear. Immediately afterwards, Fang Yu pinched it casually, and it turned into a faint black mist, dissipating between heaven and earth, turning into ashes. Bite. The protagonist Jiang Huai is dead. Testing, the book Doomsday, I Keep All Humanity in Captivity has been confirmed to be finished. Note 1, the host can settle accounts at any time according to their own wishes and exit the world. By paying a certain amount of villain value, they can take away creatures or items from the copy world and gain the opportunity to re-enter the copy world, etc. Note 2, after clearing the dungeon world, the passage of time in the dungeon world will be synchronized with the main world. Chapter 334. Another world? It's over. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy doesn't have any abilities worth plundering, and there's no point in keeping his soul. We can just eliminate the root and kill him completely. I remember now. The soul of O'Neill, the president of Beihai Heavy Industry, one of the 8 major factions, whom I killed earlier, is still stored in the system. I can't use villain points in the replica world. Once I return to the main world and complete the settlement, I can consider devouring his soul. I'm very interested in his power amplifying skill. But now, let's deal with the things here. Recovering his thoughts, Fang Yu raised his hand and adjusted the crystal-like monocle on his left eye socket, and its true identity is actually the body of the mysterious space plugin. Buzz! A bright light flashed from the monocle inside the mysterious space, a beam of light pierced the sky and shone brightly, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Roar! The roar shook the earth. The remaining less than 10 million mutant creatures suddenly regained their movement at the same moment and began to become frantic and agitated. The human coalition forces were startled, and the soldiers subconsciously raised their weapons, intending to attack. Then, before they could even open fire, they were shocked to discover, in the wilderness, the vast number of mutant creatures of various shapes not only did not attack them, but surprisingly, they fought each other. Bang! A mutant giant bear smashed the mutant giant's head, but before it could attack the next target, it was swallowed by a huge python with a flat head, purple scales on its body, and special patterns. Their eyes were red as they bit and fought, and their blood soaked the earth. The hellish scene before him did not cause a single ripple to cross Fang Yu's face. He just watched quietly. Under his control, the remaining mutant creatures on the battlefield will perish in the infighting. However, for the humans in this world, the best option is actually for Fang Yu to control the remaining large army of mutant creatures and completely wipe out the remaining mutant creatures in this world that have not been controlled. But what does that have to do with me? He didn't have time to do such troublesome things, and he was in a hurry to return to the main world. He is not here to save the world and send it to heaven, he is just here to send Jiang Huai to hell. Fang Yu slowly exhaled, and the sound turned into rolling thunder, spreading far away and echoing throughout the wilderness. The war is over. Victory belongs to us. All troops, listen to the order, return. A few days later, Pangea Biotech headquarters, Riponori in the central villa area. There is a luxurious single-family villa in the living room. Fang Yu sat on the sofa, half lying lazily, closing his eyes in deep thought. In the past few days, he has briefly dealt with matters concerning the human forces in this world. That he is used to finishing things from beginning to end. After all, the fact that the world has come to this point is the result of his considerable efforts. A total of more than 15 million mutant creatures died in the battle a few days ago. The number of existing mutant creatures on land has been greatly reduced. With the current strength of mankind, it is only a matter of time to wipe them all out. As for the remaining nuclear radiation and nuclear pollution, since the source star has the ability to purify itself, they will gradually be cleared and eliminated sooner or later. I believe it won't be long before this world returns to the civilized era. Of course, what happens after that is no longer within his consideration. It is highly likely that he will never return to this world. Someone come. Fang Yu straightened up and said in a deep voice. Snap, snap. Accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, a waiter walked up quickly. Master Fong, what do you want? The waiter's attitude was extremely respectful, and his eyes were filled with extreme awe. After all, the person in front of him was the pinnacle of humanity. The world is in your hands, especially after Fong Yu led the human coalition to kill Jiang Huai and wipe out the army of mutant creatures. His personal prestige reached an unparalleled peak. Even some fanatics have already worshipped Fong Yu as a god and practiced religious belief, believing that he is the savior of the world. Fong Yu pointed to a stack of documents on the table. I called Mei Weiya and Karami over. When they arrive, tell them to take a look. The waiter responded, but still couldn't help wondering, Sir, are you planning to go out? Fong Yu frowned and said, just focus on your own business. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Yes. The waiter shuddered with fear after realizing that he had said something he shouldn't have. He didn't dare to refute and quickly turned and left. After a while, Lin Zhang walked in. Sir, you want to ask me something? Yes, it's very important. Fong Yu nodded slightly, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip of water, and said in a calm tone, we should leave? Lin Zhang was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what was going on. After a few seconds, a look of realization appeared on his face. He said a little excitedly, are you taking me out for training again? Where are we going this time? Experience? That's actually not wrong. Fong Yu gently stroked the teacup in his hand and laughed dumbly. It's just that the location of this training is probably farther than you can imagine. We are going to another world. Another world? Now, Lin Zhang was completely confused. Chapter 335 Return to the main world. Fong Yu was not anxious, but patiently explained. Of course, he only stated some simple facts, including the existence of the main world. He did not mention anything specific about the protagonist, villain, or book. First of all, Lin Zhang doesn't need to know this. Secondly, this is the biggest secret in Fong Yu's heart and will not be revealed to others. After telling everything, Fong Yu smiled and said, how about it, are you willing to leave with me? You possess a thunder spirit physique. Your future achievements are bound to be limitless. I have always trained you as my right-hand man. However, I am willing to respect your wishes on this matter. After saying that, he did not urge him, but instead sipped his tea leisurely, waiting for Lin Zhang to digest the information he had just obtained. After all, if anyone suddenly heard these things, it would probably be impossible for them to accept them instantly. At this moment, Lin Zhang really felt his head buzzing and was speechless for a while. Another world? My master actually comes from another world. What's more, now he is planning to leave and wants to take me with him. Looking at Lin Zhang's expression, Fong Yu said calmly, don't worry. I can give you some more time to prepare. You can give me an answer in a few days. Although the early rebirth of the protagonist Qin Yang in the book made him a little impatient, he was not in a hurry. At present, the passage of time in the main world and the copy world has not been synchronized. Even if Lin Zhang waits for a few days to think about it, it will not delay much. However, unexpectedly, within a few seconds, Lin Zhang raised his head, his eyes filled with determination, and said in a low voice, my lord, I have made up my mind. Fong Yu was stunned, but still asked, so, what is your decision? Lin Zhang said firmly, I choose to always follow you, my lord. If you want to go to another world, then I will naturally go with you. Fong Yu smiled and said, don't you want to think about it carefully? This is a big deal. You are leaving the world where you were born and raised and entering a completely unfamiliar place. There's nothing to consider. Lin Zhang shook his head and said calmly, I have nothing to be nostalgic about this world. Or perhaps, the people in this world don't have any feelings towards this cruel apocalypse. Before I met you, my life was muddled and lost, without any goals or motivation. I imagined myself being killed by a mutant one day. It wasn't until you took me away that I felt like I was truly living. Following you, my lord, and serving you is my only thought now. Lin Zhang stared at Fong Yu, emphasizing each word as if it were a matter of course. Besides, the master said at the beginning that he would give me strength and dignity, but I paid with my life. Ha 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 ha. Fong Yu laughed out loud, good, very good. A look of satisfaction flashed across his eyes, and at the same time, a subtle hint of murderous intent and awe also disappeared when he rescued Lin Zhang, who possessed a thunder spirit physique, from the wilderness wanderers. the contract between the two parties was established. His destiny is his, but his destiny is his own. If Fang Yu was not lying, he really intended to give Lin Zhang the opportunity to choose freely. What he wanted to train were subordinates who could be of great use, not ungrateful people who could stab him at any time. However, if the other party was obsessed with everything he had now, then, while respecting Lin Zhang's wishes, he would take back everything he had given to the other party, including principal and interest. Fortunately, Lin Zhang's answer and choice satisfied him. In that case, let's get ready. Fang Yu smiled slightly. We are leaving. Lin Zhang's breathing became a little rapid, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. A world without mutant creatures, a world where you can see the sun, drink unpolluted water, and eat unpolluted food, a prosperous civilization like the old times that we have only seen in words. For Lin Zhang, this is simply a paradise. At the same time, Fang Yu was already reciting in his heart. System, leave the copy world and return to the main world. The system's grand mechanical sound descended from the sky. Ding. Request received. The host is about to return to the main world. The rewards and villain points generated by the dungeon strategy will be settled uniformly after returning to the main world. Do I need to bring creatures and items from this world? Yes. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the appearance of Dahei and Lin Zhang appeared in his mind. Testing, ding, the villain value required to carry it is 5,000 points. Are you sure? Fang Yu said without hesitation. Confirmed. Whether it is the black dragon who has reverted to his ancestral form and possesses dragon genes, or Lin Zhang who has a thunder spirit physique, their roles and potential cannot be measured by a mere 5,000 villain value. Suddenly, everything around began to change quietly, just like a stone thrown into the water. Ripples appear, and the spaces twisted, torn, and reconstructed in incredible ways. Fang Yu and Lin Zhang's figures gradually became dim and transparent. In Repanori, in the wilderness. Hundreds of kilometers outside the city, Dai, who was lying in a coiled position to rest, was also experiencing the same changes in his body. A low growl came from its mouth. Fang Yu had already communicated with it through his mental power about the current situation. At some point, the distortion reached its peak. The figures of Fang Yu, Lin Zhang, and Dahei all flew into the darkness. Chapter 336. A few hours later, with the roar of the engine, a black car slowly stopped in front of the villa area. The car door opened. Kurami and Mevia got out of the car. Lady Kurami, Lady Nevia. The soldier at the door saluted hurriedly. The two nodded slightly and walked along the quiet path. All around are flower plants that have been meticulously trimmed by the gardening staff to near perfection, exuding fragrance and creating a quiet and elegant atmosphere. Halfway through, Kurami turned around and asked, "Why do you think the president summoned us here?" Meiya reached out and slightly gathered the silver hair by her ear, saying, "It's just to explain what to do next. After all, the mastermind behind the mutant creatures has been killed, and the main force of mutant creatures has been defeated. Next, although we still have to continue to wipe out the remaining mutant creatures, our focus will undoubtedly change." That's what I thought. Kurami nodded in agreement. His gaze shifted forward again, and he let out a breath, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. The biggest threat to humanity has basically been eliminated. After resolving the crisis of survival, reconstruction is the natural thing to do after the disaster and destruction. Recapture the territories that belong to mankind, vigorously develop resources, encourage population growth, and re-establish the lost order and civilization until the old world returns. This will undoubtedly be a long process, but as one of the highest-ranking generals in the current human military and the former deputy commander of the elite forces of Pango Biological Headquarters, Kurami is naturally a warrior with outstanding martial arts skills and a longer lifespan than ordinary people. Therefore, Kurami felt that she had a chance to see that scene. For humans in the age of cataclysm, who doesn't yearn for the old world that only exists in words? More importantly, with the expansion of territory, the increase of resources and the increase of population, the power he can control will inevitably increase. By then, as an important participant in ending the era of catastrophe and rebuilding a new world, he will also go down in history. Kurami's eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of heat. This is an irresistible temptation for anyone, not to mention that he himself is a person with great ambition and desire for power. Of course, Fang Yu knew Kurami's character and situation very well. Although they are ambitious, they can put themselves in the right position and have sufficient abilities. For such people, ambition is not an obstacle but a catalyst. Mei Wei's attention was not on this. but because she was going to see Fang Yu again, her mood couldn't help but fluctuate, her eyes flickered, and finally, she seemed to have made up her mind. Soon, the two came to the end of the path, and a beautifully built villa covering a large area came into view. At the gate, the fully armed soldier held the gun handle with a stern expression. Anyone who breaks in suspiciously will be shot dead on the spot without hesitation. However, everyone knows that these guards are actually just decorations. Who in this world can assassinate Fang Yu? Seeing Kurami and Maebaya, the soldiers did not dare to be negligent and saluted respectfully. After all, nowadays, their status in the human world can be said to be second only to Fang Yu, and they are powerful and influential. Just to inform you, we want to see the president. Please wait a moment, my lords. One of them turned around and trotted forward to report. Not long after, the soldier returned to the door of the villa. Oh my lords, the president left a message earlier. If you two come, he will let you in. He left something for you. Kurami and Maebaya exchanged a glance, both of them looked puzzled. This statement. Fang Yu is not here now. Finally, Maebaya spoke. Let's go in and take a look. Boom, the door opened and the two walked into the living room of the villa. As their eyes turned, they found the documents on the table, subconsciously stepped forward, picked up the documents and started browsing. Clatter, as the papers turned. Maebaya's expression couldn't help but change. Kurami was a little curious and couldn't help but frown and asked, "What is it?" Maebaya said nothing more, but let out a long sigh and handed the things to him. Kurami hurriedly began to flip through them. As she looked, she became a little surprised. This is, the contents of the file are not surprising. As they expected, it was an explanation of some things that would happen next, but when reading it, it felt like someone was entrusting something to someone before leaving. Kurami was shocked and said, "The president is going on another long journey? Why didn't he inform us in advance so we could see him off and welcome him back?" Maebaya sighed, "Don't you feel it? He may never come back again." Her expression was extremely complicated of Fang Yu's mysterious origins, powerful strength, and his unexplained disappearance at this moment gave her some vague guesses. At the same time, the determination she had just made up in her heart suddenly disappeared. After all, the person who forced him to make up his mind is no longer there. Logically speaking, shouldn't I be happy that this guy who stole my CEO position, didn't even know how to be gentle with women, and planted a spiritual mark on me has left? Maebaya laughed at herself, but found that the other person's figure had been deeply imprinted in her mind and could not be erased. This time, she had to admit that she might really have fallen in love with Fang Yu. It's baffling and incomprehensible. Is it true admiration, or is it that as a woman born in the age of cataclysm, she has a deep-seated admiration for strong men of the opposite sex? Maebaya didn't know. Yu sighed and looked outside. Will I have a chance to see him again? In the turbulence of time and space, here, time and space seemed to have lost their meaning. Murderous intent filled every corner, including the spatial cracks that filled the surroundings. Their power was completely different from the spatial cracks created by the powerful outsiders. They twisted and flashed like black snakes, carrying an astonishing aura of destruction. Each one of them can easily break through the defense of the divine realm and destroy the divine realm warriors into ashes. As for the power of time that permeates it, it can allow the most powerful person to travel through countless years in an instant and turn into a pile of dry bones. This moment, the space time turbulence is fraught with danger and is inaccessible to normal people. 3 rays of light wrapped in a strange shield turned into a stream of light and shuttled away into the distance. Chapter 337, Accident. Arrival at Guishu. Fire and lightning flashed across each other, and the world collapsed and was destroyed. In Fang Yu's perception, he once again fell into the psychedelic state that was like a dream when he first teleported into the copy world. Perception seems to be completely deprived, until one moment there was a loud bang, the lost control over his body was restored, and Fang Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Puff! In his open eyes, 2 rays of divine light flashed, as if they were real, extending for several meters, penetrating the air, and making bursts of explosions in the void. Bang! Fang Yu jumped up from the ground like a tiger, the soles of his feet squeezed against the ground, causing it to tremble and immediately collapse, leaving 2 large holes on the soles of his feet. His body shook, and all his bones made crackling sounds. Then, he slowly let out a sigh. I'm finally back. A smile appeared on Fang Yu's face, but he noticed something and his brows suddenly frowned out. He turned his head and looked around, and found that there was no sign of Lin Zhang and Dahei around him. Where are the people? Fang Yu's eyes flashed, and he asked in a deep voice, "System, why are they gone?" Host, spacetime turbulence is extremely unstable. During the return journey, due to the spacetime chaos, the final location of the teleportation to the main world may be different. That's actually the case. Fong Yu frowned. This is really troublesome. If this happens, don't I have to go look for them again? However, with Dahe and Lin Zhang's strength, there's basically no danger. One of them is a dragon, and the other is from the end of the world. In modern society, they should stand out and attract attention. So as long as they reach the main world, they should be easy to find. While speaking, Fong Yu suddenly froze and frowned. He looked around and into the distance, making careful observations. Towering trees rose from the ground, reaching heights of tens or even hundreds of meters, their branches and leaves lush and verdant. Looking up, one saw a clear blue sky, white clouds drifting across it, and even more astonishingly, 3 suns stretched across the sky. Moreover, normally, although the sun is big enough, it also appears small due to the distance. However, at this moment, the 3 suns above the sky were pressing down, appearing incomparably huge, like 3 huge burning fireballs, bringing terrifying light and heat, nourishing all things in this world. Here everything around me is so strange. Fong Yu had indeed not traveled to every corner of the main world. However, he was still certain that there was no place with towering trees 100 meters high, or with 3 suns hanging in the sky at the same time. Boom! There was a sound of gas explosion. Hundreds of meters above the sky, a black shadow appeared. It was huge, nearly 20 meters tall. Its feathers were like scales, shining with a cold metallic light, and its sharp claws were purple-black in color. Hold head high. The high-pitched and sharp sound coming from the bird's mouth actually stirred the air and created terrible sound waves. Seeing this scene, Fong Yu's eyes suddenly froze. This eagle-like bird possessed strength beyond that of a normal beast. Its sharp claws seemed capable of easily tearing through thick steel. Fong Yu's mental strength could not help but spread out. All around are towering trees and majestic mountains, and the air is filled with rich energy from heaven and earth. Fong Yu gradually had a guess in his mind. This place may indeed be the main world as the system said, but all the anomalies here show that this place is different from the space where ordinary people live. It is a mysterious world, returned to the abyss. In the sect era, after sensing the decline of the vitality of heaven and earth, warriors accidentally discovered and entered a mysterious space. Although it was still located in this world, it was a small world of its own. Fong Yu's expression was a little strange, and he felt that all this was full of absurdity. I was actually teleported to Guishu? Before leaving for the dungeon world, Fong Yu had visited the spatial channel between the outside world and Guishu. To be on the safe side and block any opportunities Qin Yang might have, he used the invincible phantom state, one of the rewards from the system's mid-level gift pack, to disrupt the spatial channel and block Guishu. In the short term, people inside Guishu will not be able to leave, and people outside will not be able to come in. So, this brings up a very serious problem. Fong Yu pinched the tip of his nose and smiled bitterly. How do I get out? Although he sealed Guishu with his own hands, that time he mainly relied on the terrifying power of the invincible phantom state to forcibly disrupt the space channel, causing the space channel to be in a state of chaos and riot. At the same time, it also triggered the formation created by the leader and powerful warriors in the sect era. In this situation, almost no one can shake it. But the formation does not recognize Fong Yu, and the dangerous spacecracks in the chaotic space channel are even less familiar with him. With his current strength, it can be said that there is a world of difference compared to the invincible shadow state. Therefore, it is nonsense to connect the chaotic space again, even for Fong Yu now. Also, I don't know if Lin Zhang and Dahe have also fallen into Guishu. We need to search for them first to determine their situation. Fong Yu quickly calmed down and thought about his next plan. His eyes narrowed slightly. Coming to Guishu may not be a bad thing. First of all, the vitality of heaven and earth here is rich, which is a good place to practice martial arts and break through the realm. Secondly, although he had sealed off Guishu, it was the place where Qin Yang, the protagonist of the reborn urban mad immortal, rapidly improved his strength. As the son of destiny and the reincarnation of a powerful being, Qin Yang might have some means to enter here. Fong Yu's expression was calm, thoughts surging in his mind. According to the time, Qin Yang's rebirth in the main world is only a few days' work. Although he's the reincarnation of a powerful being, in the novel, he's actually been in the secular world for at least a few months. Otherwise, how could he have entered the immortal cultivation mode right from the start? How could the word urban in the title even fit? With my influence in the secular world, it's indeed easy to target him, but for a powerful and reborn protagonist like this, the impact is limited. Qin Yang is like a dragon swimming in shallow water. Once in the deep sea, with his martial arts insights that once dominated the world, he will surely soar to the sky. Guizhou is such a place. So, now is also an opportunity. Confirm whether Lin Zhang and Dahe are here, then improve your own strength and accumulate trump cards. Fang Yu sneered, during this time, I'm going to turn this Guizhou upside down. I'm going to cut off all the opportunities and plots that belong to Qin Yang. After that, I'll find a way to get out of here. Just as I made up my mind, the system notification sound came from the sky a bite. Do you want to proceed with the copy settlement? Chapter 338 Settlement, Breakthrough. Fang Yu's eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Now that he had conquered the books, he would return here and settle the account. It was finally coming out. He opened his mouth slightly and shouted in a low voice, "Start!" Ding! The host changes the plot, villain value plus 2000. Ding! The host changes the plot, villain value plus 3000. Bite ding! The host takes away the life of the copy world, the villain value is minus 5000. The refreshing and joyful voice kept echoing in Fang Yu's ears. Those voices represent not only simple numbers, but also confidence and strength. After a moment, the sound gradually disappeared. Fang Yu waved his hand, and a silver-white light took shape in front of his eyes. The system interface slowly emerged. The strongest villain system host, Fang Yu personal wealth, 897.6 billion charm, 30 vitality points, 1.7 skills, 3 absolute sword styles, god level, fighting skills, perfect, soul capture, perfect, medical skills, Xiantian medical cannon, perfect, mysterious jade hands, perfect, synchronization, mastery, villain value, 88100 villain value of 88100. In the copy world, all the villain points that Fang Yu obtained by plundering Zhang Huai's luck have now been credited to his account, excluding the 5,000 points spent on taking Dahe and Lin Zhang out of the copy world. The villain value is increased by 88,000 compared to the pitiful 100 points before leaving. 0.3000 of these points came from Fang Yu's reward for comprehending the skill Synchronize, Mastery, in the battle to recapture Dahe. The other one comes from Zhang Huai. That is to say, by completing the book Doomsday, I keep all humanity in captivity. A total of 90,000 villain points were obtained. It's a great harvest. In addition, when he was on Yuanqing, due to the limitations of the system rules, Fang Yu was unable to use the villain value to increase his strength. However, the vitality of heaven and earth there was abundant, and his strength also improved through his own practice. The vitality points increased from 1.2 when leaving to 1.7. The harvest this time is more than that. Fang Yu raised his hand slightly and supported his left eye. A crystal-textured monocle was quietly embedded in the left eye socket. From time to time, a strange light flashed by Yi Zhanghuai's plug-in. To be honest, when the system said that this could be taken away from the copy world, Fang Yu was very surprised. Moreover, the system had not yet collected the villain value. Therefore, this monocle is also the carrier of the mysterious space, and it rightfully belongs to Fang Yu. The large-scale infection ability of the mysterious space can only be used once. As the creator of the Cataclysm era, Zhang Huai has used it up. However, some special little abilities that come with the mysterious space, such as space teleportation at a certain price, are also valuable and meaningful to Fang Yu. Stroking his monocle, Fang Yu suddenly asked silently in his heart, "System, how many vitality points do I need to reach to enter the next stage?" The system immediately responded, "When the host's vitality points reach 5, another qualitative change will occur." 5 points? My current villain value is 2000 points, which can increase by 0.1 vitality points. So with my current villain value, it's completely sufficient. In that case, I should first improve my strength and break through the realm. There are beings above the divine realm in Guizhou. Thinking of this, Fang Yu flashed and rushed into a dense forest in the distance. Under a towering tree that was 100 meters tall and several feet thick, Fang Yu found a place, sat cross-legged, and meditated, breathing in the vital energy of heaven and earth and the environment. With the energy of the entire planet nourishing the Guizhou realm, one can imagine the density of the heavenly and earthly vital energy here is terrifyingly rich. Only with such abundant heavenly and earthly vital energy can one give birth to beings in the divine realm, and even beyond. In such an environment, both the speed of cultivation and the speed of breakthrough will be much faster. Within a few breaths, the energy in his body circulated and he had adjusted his breathing. At the same time, a huge amount of mental power spread out from Fang Yu's mind, instantly covering an area of several kilometers, forming a huge and invisible protective shield. that could conceal the breath within this range. After all, a breakthrough of this level would cause such a huge commotion. If he attracted the attention of the powerful people in Guishu during the breakthrough, it would probably cause unnecessary trouble. Buzz, his mental power trembled and turned into thin threads, which were woven into a large net, completely blocking Feng Yu's energy. He seemed to be isolated from the world, trying to break through under the giant tree. After making all necessary preparations, Feng Yu quickly closed his eyes and thought to himself, "System, increase the vitality points to 5. The host's current vitality point is 1.7. To increase it by 3.3 vitality points, 66,000 villain points will be consumed. Are you sure? Confirm." Ding, villain value -66,000. Boom, the terrifying system energy descended from the void, more surging and powerful than ever before. The energy was like the Milky Way in the sky, hanging down with the power of heaven and earth, stirring up the surrounding heaven and earth vitality, and all poured into Feng Yu's body, making it creaking sound like steel forging. The sound was roaring and deafening. Temper the body, refine the spirit, and integrate the strength. The aura on Feng Yu's body was like a dragon emerging from the sea, constantly churning and surging upwards. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days. Although the vitality of Guishu was abundant and suitable for breakthrough, it will obviously take more than 1 or 2 days to cross this level of realm. Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Chapter 339, leaving the seclusion and entering the divine sea under a towering tree that is 100 meters tall and several feet thick. Feng Yu closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, motionless like an old monk in meditation. The endless system energy, as if ignoring the law of conservation of energy, surged out of thin air like a tide and penetrated into Feng Yu's body, tempering his body, spirit, and energy. Boom, boom, boom. It's like being forged by thousands of giant hammers, and it's like the humming of a huge bell. Gradually, Feng Yu's originally fair skin became even whiter like jade, like solidified fat, but it contained explosive power that could destroy the world, and one punch could blow up a mountain. In the mind, the mental power is as vast as the ocean, but it is divided into thousands of strands, becoming thin threads like spider webs, which can be controlled freely. The changes in the Dantian meridians are particularly significant. The surging heaven and earth chi surged ceaselessly. At the same time, driven by an inexplicable force, the heaven and earth chi, in the form of energy particles, began to rapidly spin, transforming into a massive vortex. The pressure within the vortex continued to increase, and the heaven and earth chi was compressed, and compressed again, until one moment, the first drop of liquid energy of heaven and earth was born. Then, the second drop, the third drop, in the end, 12 drops condensed. Feng Yu has now reached the peak of the divine realm. How vast is the energy of heaven and earth in his body? At this moment, it was all transformed into 12 drops of heaven and earth energy that was condensed to the extreme. Each drop of them is as heavy as a mountain, emitting an unimaginable power. Feng Yu's strength, instead of decreasing compared to before, has increased significantly. Every drop of heaven and earth energy is enough to unleash terrifying power. Boom! A fierce aura rose from Feng Yu's body and pierced the sky. A terrifying aura emanated, spreading in all directions. Even the numerous mental shields he had personally erected couldn't completely block it, tearing a crack. Through the crack, a shivering force shone through. In an instant, a massive mental pressure suddenly swept through the forest where he was retreating. Boom! Countless birds and beasts are roaming among the towering trees. In Guishu, where the vitality of heaven and earth is extremely rich, in addition to many powerful practitioners, there are also many powerful spirit beasts. With the nourishment of the vitality of the weather, they possess great strength and even some intelligence. They are the overlords of the forest and wasteland. However, at this moment Feng Yu's surging momentum turned into a hurricane that swept across the entire forest. All the spirit beasts within, no matter how powerful they were, whether they were only slightly stronger than ordinary wild beasts or comparable to humans at the transcendent realm grandmaster level, were now all suppressed to the ground by this terrifying aura, their bodies trembling, their eyes filled with fear. Some of the more powerful and violent ones struggled frantically, trying to break free, causing the ground to collapse. Some extended their mental power to investigate the source of the unusual movement. However, whenever their mental powers extended out and came within a kilometer of Feng Yu, they were all instantly bounced back by the terrifying force, as if they had hit a towering mountain. Those who managed to survive were severely mentally damaged, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and never dared to explore again. As for those who are unlucky or weak, even their mental strength will be shattered. Woo! The spirit beasts wailed and trembled endlessly. Boom! The terrifying pressure instantly swept through the forest and spread outward. This time, Fang Yu, who was sitting cross-legged, had reacted. He waved his hand violently and quickly suppressed his breath. The space suddenly fell into silence, and all the fluctuations disappeared without a trace. Fang Yu opened his eyes, and a flash of lightning flashed across them. Finally, the breakthrough was successful. It only took a little over half a month. Because of the rich vitality of heaven and earth in Guishu, the time it took was actually shorter than the initial promotion to the divine realm. According to the information in the book Reborn as a Mad Immortal in the City, Fang Yu understood that he had officially entered the first realm above the divine realm, Divine Sea Realm. The primordial energy condenses into shape, turns into liquid and becomes the sea, flies in the sky, flattens mountains and cuts off rivers. This is the realm of the Divine Sea. After being converted into liquid, the Dantian meridians can not only store far more vital energy of heaven and earth than before, but the difference in quality and power is also huge. The Divine Sea realm is also divided into early, middle and late stages. Next, he needed to use the 12 drops of heaven and earth chi as a foundation to continuously condense liquid heavenly chi within his Dantian. Once the Dantian was completely filled with the new form of heavenly chi, it would signify that the warrior had reached the peak of the late Divine Sea realm. Fang Yu exhaled, feeling the boundless power in his body, and smiled slightly. The 16th day after entering Guishu, Fang Yu successfully broke through the barrier of the divine realm and achieved the Divine Sea realm. ****. The latest version of Tomato has a follow function. Dear friends, please pay attention to hamster, so that you won't get lost in the new books in the future. Chapter 340 Encounter. According to the content of the book, even in Guishu, Shinhai is already at the top level of combat power, enough to overlook all living beings, suppress everything, and sweep across the land invincible. The number is very small. The few holy places and great sects almost monopolize all the powerful people in the Divine Sea realm. However, Fang Yu didn't care at all. I in the same realm. Who has he ever been afraid of? He even crossed a great realm and defeated the gods. After Fang Yu withdrew his breath, the spirit beasts that were suppressed on the ground finally dared to stand up and start moving again after a long time. However, for a short time, the entire forest was still silent. Many spirit beasts seemed extremely fearful and cautious, because they knew that a terrifying existence that they could not afford to provoke had arrived in the surrounding area. Faced with this situation, Fang Yu was also happy to be quiet. There was no creature to disturb him, so he continued to sit cross-legged, breathing in and out, consolidating his strength. Appear neither arrogant nor impatient. Your own strength is the foundation of everything. The system energy increases your strength too quickly, so you must pay attention to digestion and stability. As for Lin Zhang and Dai, with their strength, if they entered the secular world, it would naturally be no problem. But even if they accidentally fell into the Guishu like himself, they would be able to protect themselves. Although Lin Zhang's strength is slightly lower in comparison, Fang Yu would not feel too much regret if he could not even hold on for this period of time and an accident happened before he could find him, because this shows that he is not worth spending a lot of money to train. What you need is a helper who can be of great use, not a loser who only relies on yourself. However, Lin Zhang is already a master in the middle stage of the transformation realm, and he has a thunder spirit physique. It is difficult to find an opponent in the same realm. In some small places, he is also considered a hegemon. Fang Yu breathed in and out, and the aura around him was as deep as an abyss and a prison. He suddenly looked up and looked in one direction, where, it seemed someone was coming. Boom! In the dense forest, several figures moved extremely agilely, almost flying past. Where are you running to? A moment later, a loud shout was heard. These figures were divided into two groups, one chasing and the other fleeing. The pursuit consisted of 5 individuals, all wearing black robes embroidered with blood-red patterns. They seemed to be practicing some kind of cultivation technique, and a sinister aura emanated from them. Leading the group was an old man with a grim expression and white hair and beard. He was brimming with vigor, and was clearly in the middle stage of the transformation realm. The group that escaped consisted of 3 men and 1 woman. Except for an older, bald, strong middle-aged man whose cultivation had reached the initial stage of the transformation realm, the rest were all very young and relatively weak. They were all wearing the same clothes and looked like they belonged to the same faction. On both sides, only the leader is a master of the transformation realm, while the rest are from the middle to the peak of internal strength. It is rare to see such masters in the secular world, like a dragon that can only be seen elusively. Even national forces have a certain respect for them. But now, 2 of them can be seen in this desolate and remote place. Guishu's martial arts strength is indeed far beyond that of the outside world. Still running? You're so stubborn. The gloomy old man in the lead sneered, immediately made a hand gesture, and rubbed his hands together. Suddenly, his body was like a steamer, with a faint blood-colored mist emerging, and a humming sound was heard, like the howling of ghosts and wolves, or the howling of a strong wind. The next moment, the old man struck out with a palm, and all the mist gathered and followed, turning into a faint blood-red giant hand that slapped down. The big hand distorted the air and hit the middle-aged man, who was unable to dodge a puff. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the strong man was knocked into the ground with the sound of broken bones, and the mud splashed, creating a big hole. The thick trees rustled and were even cut in half by the dissipated energy. Snort. The gloomy old man sneered and ignored the seriously injured strong man. Instead, he turned into an afterimage and rushed out. His 5 fingers formed into claws and grabbed the 2 men and 1 woman who were still fleeing in a hurry in front of him through the air. Call. This strike, carrying a huge amount of true energy, was enough to penetrate thick steel plates. The guys in front of him, who only had internal energy, were torn into pieces in the blink of an eye. There was no possibility of escape at all. 2 men and 1 woman, all with despair on their faces. Just then a faint sigh suddenly sounded. "You are disturbing me." The sound didn't sound loud, but when it reached the ears of several people, it was like a thunderclap, making their brains dizzy and their bodies stop moving. The claw shadow condensed from the true essence was also shattered in an instant. Who? The gloomy old man stood there with a serious expression. With a quick glance, he spotted a figure sitting cross-legged beneath the giant tree. He was dressed in strange black attire, his face strikingly handsome, his black hair flowing. His expression was as still as a pool, without the slightest fluctuation, like a god high above, overlooking everything. Hissed. The gloomy old man felt a chill in his heart. With his perception at the middle stage of the transformation realm, he didn't even notice the other party's trace at all. With just the sound, he broke his attack silently. What kind of strength is this? At least it is the peak of the realm of transformation. Or it might even be the realm of God. Thinking of this, the cold old man's expression suddenly changed. His expression became respectful, and he bowed. "Master, we just happened to be passing by and absolutely had no intention of offending you." In Guishu, master is usually used as a respectful title for martial arts practitioners who are more powerful than oneself. The 4 people following behind him also bowed hurriedly to show that they had no intention of resisting. The 2 men and 1 woman who had fled in panic before also stopped, with ecstasy in their eyes, as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. The only woman among them had a beautiful face, wore a jade ornament on her head, had skin as white as cream, wore a long robe, and had long, slender legs. She looked very simple, elegant, and noble. She mustered up her courage, walked over with a pale face, bowed to Fangyu, and said respectfully, "Master, we are disciples from the Red Sun sect. That one is our elder, and these people are from the Blood God sect, a sect of the devil. One of their disciples had evil intentions towards me before, and after he was killed, they began to hunt us down frantically. Master, I beg you to take action and kill them." "That's right, that's right." The other 2 young men also echoed, "These evil demons are all bad people. As members of the Blood God sect, they usually burn, kill, rob, and commit all kinds of evil. These demons all deserve to die." Fangyu repeated in a low voice, "Blood God sect?" Next to him, cold sweat suddenly broke out on the head of the gloomy old man, and his face turned extremely pale. Although the man in front of them looked young, his strength was unfathomable and they were definitely not someone they could deal with. The leader of their Blood God sect is a master at the peak of the transformation realm, but he can't just take it lightly and just neutralize his attacks, right? If this person were to take action, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to escape. In Guishu, most powerful force in the demonic path, the demonic sect, despite being one of the 9 supreme factions, was still subject to criticism and disdain. Of course, intimidated by the demonic sect's immense power, no one dared to say anything. As for ordinary demonic sects, they were less cautious, with many factions openly targeting them. Of course, these demonic forces do indeed do all sorts of evil things. Moreover, they don't mind being targeted. However, seeing this scene, the gloomy old man's face changed drastically, his mouth became dry, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Most warriors are prejudiced against the demonic sections. If the person in front of them were to act in the name of justice and want to destroy them, they would be in dire straits. This master, however, before he could finish his words, Fangyu had already taken action. Amid the excited eyes of the 3 Chiang sect disciples and the desperate eyes of the gloomy old man and others, Fangyu slowly stretched out his hand and grabbed forward from a distance across the void. Sizzle! A terrifying force appeared out of nowhere, seemingly able to tear everything apart. Bang! 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 Accompanied by a muffled sound like watermelons breaking, 3 heads exploded. The middle-aged man who had been blasted into the ground earlier and was now standing by with serious injuries, clutching his chest, had breathed a sigh of relief and a look of joy on his face. Seeing Fang Yu's move, he even opened his mouth slightly, ready to say thank you, but the next second his open mouth froze completely. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and an indescribable deep chill emerged from the soles of his feet and rushed straight to the top of his head, because his head was blown up, brain matter and blood splattered everywhere, and the person who fell to the ground with convulsions was not a member of the Blood God sect, but 3 disciples of their Red Sun sect. Chapter 341. Killing the Grandmaster with a snap of fingers. The air seemed to freeze, all the sounds around disappeared, as if it were a realm of silence. The gloomy old man had a dazed look on his face. He originally thought that he was doomed, but the reality made him stare wide-eyed. Fang Yu didn't attack them, but instead killed the 3 disciples of the Qiyang sect. What on earth is going on? After several seconds, a roar was heard. The middle-aged man, an elder of the Red Sun sect, reacted and yelled, "Asshole!" The 3 elite disciples of the sect all died tragically, and he could not escape the blame. Besides, Fang Yu had killed 3 people, so would he just let himself go? Impossible. I'm going to fight you. After saying this, the Qiyang sect elder roared instantly. The aura of a transcendent grandmaster erupted from him, flames swirling and dancing around him, transforming into coiled, serpentine fire, his aura soaring into the sky. Dozens of these fire snakes, entwined with one another, rushed towards Fang Yu. The terrifying temperature can even melt steel easily. A warrior with internal strength can almost be said to die if touched, and turn into charcoal in an instant. The elder of the Red Sun sect had a ferocious look on his face. Even if I die, I must die with dignity. At least I must cause this guy some trouble and not let him have an easy time. A master of the transformation realm risked his life, so even someone at the peak of the transformation realm would be wary. But Fang Yu stood up slowly, with no fluctuation in his eyes, as if the one rushing towards him was not a master of Hua Jin, but just an ant that dared to challenge an elephant, which was ridiculous and overestimating its own status. The aura of his whole body is like a vast ocean, deep, tranquil and unpredictable. After entering the Divine Sea realm, Fang Yu's aura became more restrained, and he looked like an ordinary person from the outside. Even if he made a move, with his strength, even strong people in the same realm might not be able to detect his depth. Noisy. Can't I just wait to die quietly? He raised his hand, interlocked his index and middle fingers, and flicked them lightly. Buzz, there was a loud roar and explosion of metal. Dozens of lifelike and terrifyingly powerful fire snakes, condensed from the true essence of the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm, instantly disintegrated and turned into sparks that dissipated between heaven and earth. Then, as the Scarlet Sun cult elder stared in horror, invisible energy surged forward, and a crack appeared in his chest. The crack extended to his limbs, abdomen, and neck, like cracked ceramic. Then, his entire body exploded instantly from beginning to end. It exploded into countless pieces and turned into gray smoke. With a snap of the fingers, he killed the Grandmaster of Transformation Realm. The gloomy old man's eyelids were twitching wildly, and his heart was filled with shock. The Divine Realm, it was definitely the Divine Realm. Only by stepping into the Divine Realm can one possess such terrifying power and easily kill the Master of the Transformation Realm. Bite. The host changes the plot. The protagonist's luck value is -3,000, and the host's villain value is +3,000. The system prompt sound suddenly rang out. Fang Yu slowly retracted his fist. In fact, at this moment, he felt a little surprised that he hadn't expected that he would meet the characters in the plot so soon. When the 2 men and 1 woman, 3 disciples, said the names Red Sun Sect and Blood God Sect, and combined with the situation of the pursuit between the 2 sides, he instantly selected a small plot that was mentioned casually from the large amount of information in the book. Although this paragraph was only mentioned briefly in the book, the follow-up that followed involved many things related to the protagonist Qin Yang. There was a flash of lightning in Fang Yu's eyes, and related memories slowly emerged. Chapter 341. Yu sisters. The beautiful young female disciple among the 3 is, as expected, the Yu Menghe in the book. Yu Menghe, an inner disciple of the Qiyang sect, and the youngest daughter of the Lord of Shuiyue City. Shuiyue City is one of the affiliated cities of the Qiyang sect and has only one lord, a grandmaster in the early stages of the transformation realm. Yu Menghe and her background are not very strong and are not worth mentioning. However, she has a good sister named Yu Mengshuang. Her talent is much stronger than Yu Menghe's, and she joined the Ice Palace, one of the 9 supreme forces according to the time calculation. It won't take a few days for Yu Mingshuang to be discovered by the Ice Palace Master that she possesses the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix that is rare in 1,000 years. The Master will personally take her in as a disciple and make her the sole successor to the next Palace Master. At the same time, he entered the forbidden area of the Ice Palace, accepted the inheritance, and practiced hard in seclusion, and a year later, she broke through and became the holy maiden of this generation of the Ice Palace. Based on the original book plot, the Blood God sect's men didn't kill anyone. Instead, they captured the Red Sun sect elder and 3 disciples, bringing them back to the sect to refine them with magical arts, either turning them into puppets or using them to increase their cultivation. Yu Minghe, on the other hand, was discovered to possess a cauldron-like constitution and was fed various spiritual treasures and kept like livestock, thus allowing her to survive. A year later, just when the cauldron was mature and about to be used, Qin Yang happened to enter Guishu. By chance, Yu Minghe was rescued. Although Qin Yang was seriously injured and his realm was lowered in the process of crossing the space channel, his strength was still not comparable to that of a small Guishu sect like the Blood God sect, and he was destroyed directly like cutting melons and vegetables. Qin Yang led the missing Yu Minghe to Shueiyue City. The city lord was overjoyed and treated them with the highest standards. Of course, as the protagonist of a reborn immortal cultivator, he is bound to be provoked by many ignorant people in the city. Not long after, Yu Mingshuang had just come out of seclusion and returned from the Ice Palace. This time, everyone learned that the city lord's eldest daughter had become the Ice Palace saint. Yu Mingshuang also knew what had happened to her sister. However, the arrogant Yu Mingshuang did not show much gratitude. Instead, she acted condescendingly and gave some rewards to Qin Yang. She also suspected that he had deliberately saved Yu Minghe because he knew that she had become the holy maiden of the Ice Palace. After all, the timing is too coincidental. In addition, Yu Mingshuang saw that Yu Minghe was very close to Qin Yang, and was even worried that he would do something bad to his sister, so she secretly warned him. Yu Minghe, on the other hand, was very grateful to Qin Yang. She had been trying to mediate the relationship between the two and had also helped him a lot by searching for treasures to heal his injuries. As the reincarnation of the Thunder Emperor, Qin Yang was treated like this when he tried to save someone. He was a little angry in his heart, but for Yu Minghe's sake, he did not lose his temper. What followed was naturally a series of pretentious and face-slapping performances to show off his divine power. Due to Yu Minghe's existence, Shueiyue City ultimately still belongs to the righteous side in the book. After Qin Yang suppressed Guishu, he also benefited from iti and his mind. Fang Yu went over the plot of the book with an indifferent expression. The friend of my enemy is naturally my enemy. 3 disciples, including Yu Minghe, actually talked to him about the righteous path and the evil path and wanted him to take action himself to slay the demons and eliminate the evil? It was truly ridiculous. He is a villain, not a gentleman or a chivalrous man. Among the principles that Fang Yu believes in, there are only strong and weak. The weak are not worthy of talking about right and wrong. Originally, if they hadn't revealed their identities, allowing me to guess them based on the clues, I might not have been able to do anything. But since they had walked right into my sight, I naturally had to kill them and take the villain points. In the Rebirth of the Urban Mad Immortal volume, Shueiyue City and the Yu sisters are both quite important characters. I've already encountered a plot character so soon. Is it just a coincidence? Or is it the mutual attraction and pull between the characters in the book? Never mind, none of this matters. Now that I have broken through the Divine Sea realm, I can start taking action. He raised his head and cast his gaze at the few people from the Blood God sect who were standing aside, not daring to move forward or leave. You guys, come here. Yes, yes. The gloomy old man shuddered and hurried over with several of his men. Fang Yu's clothing struck him as somewhat odd, but Guishu was a vast region with diverse customs, and bizarre clothing was not uncommon. He quickly dismissed the matter. In his mind, he would never consider that Fang Yu came from outside Guishu. Master, are you also a member of the demonic sect? After experiencing everything that just happened, this thought couldn't help but arise in his mind. Fang Yu said calmly, Demon? I'm not. Then why did the master do this? The gloomy old man was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help asking again, could it be that you know these people and have a grudge against them? But then I thought about it, that doesn't make sense. With the level of these people, how could they provoke a powerful person in the God realm? Even the leader of the Qiang sect, although it is said that he is only one step away from the divine realm, this step is an insurmountable chasm. Fang Yu raised his head slightly, with a half-smile on his face. Are you interrogating me? Am I asking you, or are you asking me? Master, please calm down. I was the one who spoke too much. The gloomy old man's face suddenly changed, and cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. Was he dizzy? Were these the things he should ask? Fang Yu looks calm and kind, but as a member of the demonic sect, he knew better than anyone else that sometimes, people like this who appeared kind were actually savage beasts in human skin, cold and cruel. The occasional fierce look in Fang Yu's eyes frightened him. Who are you to the Blood God sect? Your Excellency, I am the Grand Outer Sect Elder of the Blood God sect. The gloomy elder did not dare to hide it and said hurriedly. Fang Yu nodded and said coldly, take me to your Blood God sect. By the way, tell me about the details of Guishu and the information about the various forces on the way. The gloomy old man looked surprised. As a powerful person in the divine realm, did he still need him to introduce these things? Fang Yu added calmly, I've been practicing in seclusion before, so I don't know much about many situations. The gloomy old man suddenly realized that it turns out that he is a powerful hidden master, which makes sense. He said respectfully, yes, master. I will take you to the Blood God sect right away. So, under the careful leadership of the gloomy old man and several other disciples, everyone rushed towards the Blood God sect. Although the book information contains a general introduction to Guishu, as a novel, it is still relatively vague and unfolds from the perspective of the protagonist Qin Yang, so the information is limited. Fang Yu is confident in his own abilities, but he is also cautious and meticulous. It will be easier to take action after knowing enough about the situation. In addition to this purpose, he also wanted to find a quiet place nearby to practice in seclusion for a period of time and consolidate his strength. Being in this wilderness all the time, nothing seems to be happening. The Blood God sect's headquarters was not far from here. After passing through several cities controlled by the Blood God sect, they soon arrived at their destination. Along the way, through what he saw and heard, Fang Yu had a deeper understanding of Guishu, both in terms of its geographical location and the general forces involved. In Guishu, those who truly hold power are powerful warriors and powerful warrior forces. Those who reach the transformation realm can already control a city with a population of 100,000. And even further up, those in the divine realm, who can strike through the air and mobilize the vital energy of heaven and earth, see their power multiplied by several or even tenfold. Those in the divine realm are considered powerful even in the entire Guishu realm, and are the backbone of any faction. They can easily control an entire region and command dozens, or even dozens, of cities. Even among the 9 supreme forces, he is only at the level of an elder. The 9 most powerful supreme factions, all commanded by divine sea realm experts, are capable of splitting mountains and severing rivers, possessing boundless power. They rule over boundless territories and reign supreme over the Guishu. Soon, the Blood God sect arrived through a special talisman. The news that a powerful god-level figure was about to arrive at the Blood God sect had already been transmitted back to the sect in advance. Sect leader Duan Long, along with the sect elders, were waiting outside the door. Duan Long is a man wearing a blood-red robe with a gloomy face. His cultivation has reached the peak of the realm of transformation. The moment he saw Fang Yu, he came forward and said respectfully, "A master, the sect has already prepared a place for training. Please follow me." Originally, his attitude was respectful enough, but when he saw him in person, Duan Long found that he could not see Fang Yu's strength at all. After all the mental power he had detected fell into oblivion, he became more and more wary. Divine realm. It's definitely a divine realm. Only those in the divine realm possess this ability, making themselves invisible. Chapter 342 Skill Fusion. Visitors from the Ice Palace. Fang Yu naturally wouldn't explain to such a small person. If the other party knew his true realm, he would probably be scared to the point of collapsing on the ground. The Blood God sect was built on the flat, hard ground atop a towering mountain. It boasted tall buildings, numerous halls, and numerous caves for cultivation. It had over 1,000 disciples and countless servants. Due to Fang Yu's arrival, Duan Long even gave up his own training residence. It was the most luxurious and extravagant training place in the sect, with rich natural energy and a quiet environment. The training resources and attendants are already sitting cross-legged inside the mansion. Fang Yu looked around and was very satisfied. Although they knew that Duan Long was trying to please them in this way, no one would feel unhappy about this kind of flattery, even if they didn't care. Fang Yu nodded and couldn't help laughing. This guy is quite sensible and knows how to assess the situation. If there's a chance, it wouldn't hurt to give him some pointers. The guidance of the divine sea realm to the transformation realm, even if it is just a casual mention, can benefit them infinitely. As for the Blood God sect being a demonic sect, committing all sorts of evil deeds, burning, killing, and looting. He didn't care at all. What did that have to do with him? He came here to rest for a while, just for the sake of convenience. Moreover, as a villain, Fang Yu mostly acted according to his mood and whim. Inside the training residence, Fang Yu stretched out his hand and flipped his palm. A gust of cold wind blew by, and a transparent, illusory figure with precious sleeves appeared out of thin air. It was the soul of O'Neill, a powerful god-level warrior, that was plundered from the Source Star. Previously, the system had helped him collect it. At this moment, O'Neill's soul was twisted in pain. A sharp and piercing voice could be faintly heard of, "Let me go. What are you going to do? Let me go." Fang Yu grinned. "Don't worry, this will set you free." As he spoke, O'Neill roared and screamed violently, his expression filled with fear, because he actually saw Fang Yu opening his mouth wide towards him. Gudong. Fang Yu directly swallowed the other person's soul into his mouth. Targeted plundering skill. Ding. Targeted plundering skill requires 5,000 villain points. Ding. Skills are being extracted. Villain value -5,000. Successfully obtained the skill 7th Heaven, Mastery. Buzz. Memories emerged from my mind out of thin air, as if they existed instinctively. 7th Heaven. A skill that accumulates power, builds momentum, and amplifies. Through the superposition of 7 levels, it can burst out with a powerful force far beyond its own good. Fang Yu felt it carefully, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. By utilizing the techniques of the 7th Heaven, one's own strength can be increased to a considerable extent. Compared to before, the strength can probably be increased by 30%. In the Divine Sea realm, every slight improvement in strength is extremely difficult. 30%. This is already an extremely terrifying number. Even if an ordinary strong man in the Divine Sea realm practices hard for decades, he may not be able to achieve such an improvement. The path of martial arts is vast and profound. O'Neill truly possesses his own unique understanding of the art, a gifted individual. Given the opportunity, he might even be able to go even further. Unfortunately, he died at the hands of Fang Yu. Mastery level? It seems that the Devourer's attainments and levels in this skill will be directly inherited by me. That's right, starting from the lowest level would be too much of a ripoff. I'd need to spend a lot of extra villain points to upgrade. Fang Yu's face was calm as he thought about it. System, upgrade the skill 7th Heaven to perfect level. After a moment, after deducting 4,000 villain points, the 7th Heaven, Mastery, became the 7th Heaven, Perfection. Summoning the system, he glanced over the skill list. Fang Yu pondered for a moment, and then upgraded the skill Synchronized. That he gained insights from the nano armor and finally formed in the battle with the Black Dragon from Mastery to Perfection. This time, it cost a full 5,000 villain points. However, Fang Yu didn't feel bad. If the villain value cannot be converted into strength, it is just a bunch of numbers and is completely meaningless. Of course, he also kept some of it to recover from injuries in special circumstances. It is better to be prepared. Bite soon. The skill upgrade was completed. The Synchronized skill and the 7th Heaven skill are actually somewhat similar, both of which are skills in the use of power. However, to Fang Yu's surprise, the next second, the system mechanical sound suddenly rang again. The skills Synchronize, Perfect, Combat Technique, Perfect, and 7th Heaven, Perfect, have been detected to be similar and have all reached the perfect level. They can be combined to form a god-level skill. Fang Yu's expression changed slightly, and then he showed some surprise. Is it possible to do this? Of course, it must be synthesized. He has deeply experienced the power of god-level skills through the 3 styles of Absolute Sword. Unfortunately, the standard villain level upgrade seems to end at the perfect level, and it seems that only through system rewards can one obtain god-level skills. Now, however, there is an additional path. Multiple perfect level skills of the same type, direction, and similarity can be combined into a god level skill, synthesis. Fang Yu spoke, with a hint of anticipation. Ding, skills are being synthesized. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, martial arts true meaning, god level. On the system panel, several new words silently appeared. The true meaning of martial arts, god level. Current realm, level 1, there are 3 levels in total. With the successful fusion of skills, memory comes. Fang Yu entered a strange state, like an epiphany. In this state, his control over his body, mind, and energy were improving at an incredible speed that ordinary people could hardly imagine. At a certain moment, Fang Yu opened his eyes, exhaled, and there was shock in his eyes. The true meaning of martial arts. Such powerful skills. I thought perfection in combat skills meant the ultimate control of strength, but now it seems it's far more than that. At this moment, his own strength has not changed, but his actual combat power can be said to have skyrocketed. It felt like just a moment. I don't know how much time has passed. Fang Yu opened his mouth and boomed, "How long have I been in seclusion?" Outside the mansion, the Blood God sect attendant on duty was startled and hurriedly responded, "Sir, you have been in seclusion for 11 days. This was the first time Fang Yu spoke since entering the mansion. Fang Yu seemed a little surprised. "It's already been 11 days. However, compared to before, my combat power has probably increased exponentially. The harvest from this retreat is truly terrifying. Besides, after all this time, they should have sent someone over there, right? After all, I left behind clues pointing the way to the Blood God sect." Fang Yu's voice was light. At this moment, as if to echo him, boom. The entire Blood God sect was shocked. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Blood God sect, its terrifying aura rumbling down, tearing through the white clouds and twisting the air. His voice, like thunder from the sky, carried a wave of air, rolling down. "Duanlong, get out here. You, the Blood God sect, have dared to offend the dignity of our ice palace. Your crime is unforgivable. If you fail to give an explanation today, the Blood God sect will be destroyed." Chapter 343, Ice Palace Elder. Fang Yu takes action. The Ice Palace Elder, clad in a white robe, hovered atop the Blood God sect, stepping through the air. He looked cold and solemn. A chill enveloped his entire body, like a bitterly cold winter. He spoke indifferently, and his voice turned into waves, rolling throughout the entire sect. All the Blood God sect disciples below couldn't help but gasp and looked up into the sky in horror. Whoosh! There was a metallic roar and explosion. Duanlong, the Blood God sect's leader who had given his residence to Fang Yu and was currently cultivating in this first-class cave, transformed into a streak of light and swiftly approached. His expression suddenly changed when he saw the imposing figure standing in midair, levitating in the air. "It's the divine realm again." Duanlong took a deep breath and bowed. "Are you from the Ice Palace?" Ice Palace, that is one of the 9 supreme forces in Guesud. It governs endless territories and is high and mighty. Small forces like the Blood God sect are nothing but chickens and clay dogs in front of this behemoth. They are vulnerable to a single blow and can be destroyed by dozens or even hundreds with ease. The figure in the air spoke, and the sound rumbled again, causing the clouds to shake. "I am the elder of the Ice Palace, Taoist Binglin. You, the Blood God sect, are truly courageous, actually killing the blood relatives of our Ice Palace saint." Duanlong's expression changed again, and he became respectful. "Sir, is there some misunderstanding here? How could our Blood God sect dare to touch the relatives of your saintess?" Snort. Binglin's expression was icy. "Just because you don't dare doesn't mean it didn't happen. Half a month ago, Yu Menghao was killed in the suburbs. According to the news, people from your Blood God sect were hunting her down at the time. How dare you quibble now?" Half a month ago, Duanlong's heart sank. According to the sect elder who had brought Fang Yu back, they had indeed previously hunted down several Red Sun sect disciples, and it was during this process that they encountered Fang Yu. However, all of the Red Sun sect members had died at Fang Yu's hands, and they hadn't had time to act. Could it be that among them is Yu Menghao, the younger sister of the Ice Palace saint? Duanlong couldn't help but break out in a large amount of cold sweat on his forehead. The sweat was pouring down like rain and he couldn't stop it at all. "It's indeed related to your Blood God sect. Hand over the murderer immediately. Perhaps Her Excellency the Saint will show mercy and spare your lives. Otherwise, your Blood God sect will no longer have any need to exist." Several chilling rays of light, so captivating that they almost suffocated people, flashed in Binglin's eyes. Hearing this, Duanlong's expression changed drastically, and he became gloomy and uncertain. Handing over the murderer, doesn't that mean he has to hand over Master Fang himself? He felt extremely bitter. The other party is also in the God realm. If I want to hand him over, let alone whether he can defeat the Ice Palace Elder, I am afraid he will kill me first. There seems to be no way out on either side. I had thought that serving this mysterious and powerful being well might provide the Blood God sect with a glimmer of hope for its rise. However, I had no idea that instead of seeing any immediate benefits, they were met with a catastrophic disaster. As Duanlong's thoughts flashed through his mind, Binglin became a little impatient. Boom! He scowled coldly, a chill emanating from his body, his aura distorting the very air. The vital energy of heaven and earth surged and churned, a terrifying pressure descending upon them inch by inch. Aside from the sect leader and the transcendental realm elders, the ordinary disciples couldn't even straighten their backs. Their faces etched with pain, their knees gradually buckling, some even plopping to their knees. The power of the divine realm. With a wave of the hand, he mobilized the vital energy of heaven and earth and transcended the mundane world. They are just like ants. Bing Lin said with contempt. He was like a god, standing high in the clouds, looking down at the struggling mortals. He didn't even need to actually fight. With just the pressure of the heaven and earth's vital energy, he could crush 99% of the blood god sect's disciples below the transformation realm. He enjoyed this feeling, overlooking the lives and deaths of others, controlling their fate. The voice said coldly, "I'm saying this one last time, Duan Long, hand over the murderer." "My patience is limited, huh?" The sound suddenly stopped. Bing Lin seemed to sense something was wrong. Only then did he notice that the eyes of the elders, including sect master Duan Long, all revealed strange and stunned expressions. Even the blood god sect disciples, who were almost unable to move and were about to kneel on the ground under his pressure, looked up. How? Just when Bing Lin was confused, suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. "Oh, I heard you were looking for me?" Swish. Elder Bing Lin's scalp felt numb and the hairs all over his body stood up. When did the other party come behind him? Even with his keen perception, he didn't even notice it. It's like an instinctive reaction. His body flashed and rushed away, instantly reaching a distance of 100 meters. Then, Elder Bing Lin turned his head and stared intently in the direction he had originally been. "I saw a figure that had been there without me noticing when he stood with his hands behind his back, suspended in the air, wearing a black robe embroidered with gold piping and a purple silk belt around his waist. His jet black hair was scattered and casual. His face was as perfect as a sculpture, and his resolute and cold brows were filled with an indescribable dominance. The person who came was Fong Yu. In line with the idea of adapting to local customs, he changed into a robe prepared by the blood god sect servant in the mansion, making his face look even more handsome. The wind blew slowly, making the black clothes rustle. Bing Lin's pupils contracted. "Divine realm, you are the one who killed the saint's sister?" Fong Yu raised a half smile at the corner of his mouth. "If it's that guy named Yumeng, then it's me." "Who are you?" There seemed to be a howling wind in Bing Lin's eyes, filled with coldness and questioning. It seems that Fong Yu in front of him is very clear about what he has done, and he is also a powerful god-level expert that has never been seen or heard of. Fong Yu said calmly, hands behind his back, "You're not worthy of knowing who I am, presumptuous." Bing Lin was furious. The air around him was distorted, and the light was slightly dimmed. He glared at her. "Once I capture you, I'll naturally find a way to make you tell me everything. But that process, I'm sure it will be very unpleasant." Kill. The air around them plummeted in temperature. The very air seemed frozen solid by the cold. Though it was a warm season, heavy snow fell from the sky. Plants on the ground withered and died at a visible rate. For miles around, the seasons were reversed. On the ground, everyone from the blood god sect was shocked. Is this the divine realm? This kind of power is far beyond the reach of a master of Huajin. Freeze. Bing Lin uttered 2 words, and as soon as he finished speaking, a white light shot out from his body, wrapped in flying snowflakes, tearing through the air and falling on Fong Yu. Fong Yu seemed unable to dodge, unable to react, and was struck directly by the white light. Ice crystals condensed from his feet to his head, transforming him into a white ice cocoon. It was the secret technique of the Ice Palace, and it was strange and mysterious. "Ha ha ha, idiot." Bing Lin couldn't help laughing. "Got hit. This was the secret technique of the Ice Palace." Once successfully sealed, the vital energy of heaven and earth within the body could no longer be mobilized. Even in the divine realm, there was no escape, and all one could do was wait for the vitality to gradually dissipate. As soon as the battle started, he used his ultimate move. Since he didn't know Fong Yu's background, it was better for him to be cautious. In his opinion, he didn't even notice when someone touched him so closely just now. It must have been a moment of carelessness. He didn't think Fong Yu was stronger than him, etc. At a certain moment, Bing Lin's smile gradually faded. This guy is frozen. Logically, he can't use the energy of heaven and earth, and he should fall hard to the ground. Why is he still floating in the air? A terrible thought arose. Crack! Suddenly, with a crisp sound, like jade rings colliding, or the resounding of a mighty bell, a crack appeared on the white ice cocoon. Simultaneously, the crack continued to expand, rapidly spreading in all directions. At a certain moment, two hands, crystal clear as gemstones and hard as iron, pierce through. These two hands gently pull outwards. Sizzle! With a teeth-grinding sound, the white ice cocoon was torn into two halves like fragile paper and fell from midair. I thought it had some special tricks. It's too weak. Fang Yu walked over slowly, his tone calm. How disappointing. However, since you dared to attack me, now, it's my turn. Chapter 344, Target, plundering the divine vein. He took a step forward in midair, causing the void to shake. A terrifying aura, like rolling thunder, spread 10 miles. The moment Fang Yu moved, the entire sky, all the clouds, froze, and even the air froze like frozen water, no longer flowing. Within 1,000 feet radius, everything seemed to be trapped in the scroll, motionless. For martial artists who have reached the state of internal strength or transformation, the only parts of their body that can move are their eyeballs and their invisible and intangible thoughts, like the power of heaven. Such terrifying power has exceeded their imagination. Even if it is a god, can it solidify everything within 1,000 feet radius? As Bing Lin, the elder of the Ice Palace, was extremely shocked at this moment. God. God Sea Realm. How did an unfamiliar divine sea realm appear? Every being of this level is extremely powerful. They might be the leaders of one of the 9 supreme powers, the masters of a religion, the supreme elders, or even old monsters who needed to be in seclusion for years, whose lives and deaths were unknown. But in short, every time they moved, the entire Guishu would tremble. The divine realm and the divine sea are just like the divine realm and the realm of transformation. No, the gap is even bigger and more exaggerated. Boom! Fang Yu stretched out a hand. With this action, the 1,000-meter-high clouds were suddenly parted. A huge hand that covered the sky and was formed entirely of the energy of heaven and earth came down with a bang and grabbed Bing Lin in its hand. Bing Lin only felt a moment of trance, and the next second, he was carried up by the huge hand of energy and came in front of Fang Yu. Bing Lin's face was filled with horror. On the ground, the members of the Blood God sect had regained control of their bodies and stared up into the air in shock, stunned as they watched this scene where the aura shook the sky. One person could slaughter all the powerful gods in the Blood God sect. The Ice Palace Elder was like a chick, easily grabbed by the huge claws of vitality that seemed to reach down from the clouds. I ask, you answer. If you dare to say one more word of nonsense, you will die. Fang Yu said calmly. Yu Mingshuang didn't come this time? Enveloped by a terrifying aura, with his life in Fang Yu's hands, Bing Lin felt resentful, but he still swallowed his saliva. He liked the superior aura he had before, and said in panic, the saint is about to enter the forbidden area to receive inheritance, and I don't have time to deal with this matter personally. Oh. Fang Yu's eyes were cold and gloomy. I thought she would come here in person, but now it seems that the development is beyond my expectation. They only sent an elder from the Ice Palace. However, it is understandable. After all, the Blood God sect is a small force. Any elder in the God realm is enough to slaughter the entire sect. The reason Yu Mingshuang was able to track down the Blood God sect so quickly was because Fang Yu had done something. He had found a way to leave clues, intending to lure Yu Mingshuang over, kill her, and gain villain points. Although Qin Yang's early rebirth has actually caused many plots to begin to change. However, the rules of the system were very clear. When the system was guiding the first book, it was emphasized that only plot changes directly caused by the host could earn villain value. This time, the protagonist has a problem of their own. Due to various factors, their rebirth time has been advanced. Therefore, if they want to gain villain value, they still need to break and change the relevant opportunities and plots one by one. Even if they are likely to no longer have any connection with the protagonist, this is no exception. Besides, driven by the will of the world, if he did not intervene and completely destroy many things, many opportunities would most likely change their form and fall back into the hands of Qin Yang. Thinking of this, Fang Yu suddenly stretched out his hand and shook it hard. Bang! Bing Lin, the elder of the Ice Palace, had just revealed horror and fear in his eyes when he was crushed to ashes by the huge hand of Yuan Qi in the blink of an eye. It seems that I have to go to the Ice Palace myself. Fang Yu muttered to himself, his eyes flashing like lightning, like a thunderbolt. In addition to gaining villain points, I am also very interested in Yu Mingshuang's Ice Phoenix physique. Lin Zhang's Thunder Spirit physique belongs to a divine body, while his Ice Phoenix bloodline belongs to a divine vein. Divine veins differ from divine bodies in that they are closer to external objects, akin to amplification and a blessing. For example, the Ice Phoenix physique is rumored to be the result of the powerful aura and energy released after the Ice Phoenix's fall. If a newborn is exposed to this aura, there's an incredibly low chance they'll develop the Ice Phoenix bloodline. The divine body is something that is given at birth and is innate, not formed later in life. Thus, in the system, divine veins are judged as skills. You can use plunder to devour the skills obtained. The Ice Phoenix, a legendary member of the Phoenix clan, is a royal member of the Phoenix clan, on par with the Azure Swan and Vermilion Bird. Its bloodline is noble and its power is feared throughout the universe. It is rumored that if the Ice Phoenix bloodline is cultivated to perfection, one can possess the full strength of a full-grown Ice Phoenix. Even Feng Yu was envious. If he could plunder the Ice Phoenix bloodline, his strength would surely surge again. Here. Gathering his thoughts, he casually threw a jade pendant containing his true understanding of martial arts to Duan Long as a reward. Master. Duan Long took it in astonishment and couldn't help shouting. Next second. Boom, Feng Yu ignored the other party and his figure turned into a dazzling light, crossing the sky and shooting out. Chapter 345 Ceremony Ice Palace. One of the 9 Supreme Forces, the Ice Palace sect is located in the northern border of Guishu. Here, the mountains are rolling, covered in snow and ice. As far as the eye can see, there is only a vast expanse of white. The Ice Palace was built precisely on the mountain. But behind the tall walls of the Ice Palace, within the sect's area, which is comparable to the size of several large cities, the weather is not freezing cold. On the contrary, due to the effect of the formation, the climate is warm and it is like spring all year round. Although most of the people in the Ice Palace are warriors who have strong resistance to severe cold, no one wants to be baptized by the biting cold wind all day long. Different from before, today, in front of the majestic gate of the Ice Palace, on the huge square, unlike the usual solemnity and quietness, it was extremely noisy. This is because today is the day when the Ice Palace recruits disciples once every 3 years. At the same time, it is also the ceremony to crown Yu Mingxuang, the new saint of the Ice Palace and the future palace master. The huge square was bustling with noise and crowded with people, under the escort of their family elders. Countless young people from the cities and forces within the endless area ruled by the Ice Palace came here to take part in the trial to become disciples of the Ice Palace. Among them, some even came from thousands of miles away. Anyone who has the opportunity to come here has at least passed the initial test. Today, the formal and final selection will be held to decide whether those present can join the Ice Palace, and whether they will be outer disciples, inner disciples, or even true disciples after joining the Ice Palace. After the initial test, there are still countless people coming here, but only a very small number of them can actually join the Ice Palace. However, the young warriors present still had irrepressible excitement in their eyes. After all, this is the Ice Palace, one of the holy places in the minds of all martial arts practitioners. If you were lucky enough to pass the trial and join the Ice Palace, both you and the family behind you can obtain considerable benefits, or even reach the top in one step. The young people who participated in the trial looked at each other nervously and excitedly. This is the Ice Palace, the true dominant force in Guishu. Yes, it's really magnificent. Even bigger than Tianshui City where I live. The Ice Palace's inner sect elders are all at the divine realm level. It's said there are more than a dozen of them. The palace master is even at the divine sea realm. Hiss. The Xiantian sect that rules our Wenyuan city has elders who are only at the transformation realm. The strongest ancestor in the sect is only at the half-step divine realm. The strength of this Ice Palace is truly unfathomable. How wonderful it would be if I could be noticed by a certain divine realm elder and accepted as a true disciple. Then, how could the other major families in the city dare to be hostile to my family? As long as I can enter the Ice Palace, I will be satisfied. Many young people were talking about it. They each have their own reasons and goals. Look! Suddenly, someone exclaimed first, from the distant horizon, a deafening roar echoed, like thunderbolts from the god of thunder. Several figures flashed through the air, swiftly descending onto a raised platform in the square and taking their seats on intricately carved chairs made of spirit wood. Buzz! Those figures exuded an overwhelming pressure that made people want to surrender and kneel down. The square suddenly became quiet. The younger generation of warriors, and even their elders, all held their breath and looked towards the platform with awe. The elders of the Ice Palace are here. As for the Ice Palace master, she will only attend the Saint Maiden canonization ceremony after recruiting disciples. Pa. At this time, Nielmon's figure stepped onto the platform, attracting everyone's attention and gaze. She was wearing a cool white robe, had a peerless appearance, skin as smooth as jade, a graceful and upright figure, and a black hairpin across her body. holding up her white hair, noble, elegant, and beautiful beyond words. His expression and aura were exceptionally aloof and cold, as if he didn't belong to this world. Like a lotus blossoming on a snowy mountain, or perhaps a rose with thorns, the holy maiden of the Ice Palace, Yu Mingshuang. Wow! In the square, everyone seemed to recognize Yu Mingshuang's identity and began to whisper excitedly. It's her, possessing the Ice Phoenix bloodline that is rare in 1,000 years. It is said that the palace master of the Ice Palace has confirmed her as the sole heir. In the future, she will definitely be the queen who reigns over Guishu. TSK, this momentum is indeed extraordinary. They looked at Yu Mingshuang, and no longer felt any jealousy in their hearts. Because the gap between the two sides was too huge. This gap was so big that they no longer had the qualifications to look up to her or hate her. On the stage, one of the elders smiled and said, "It's getting late." Meng Shuang announced the start of the ceremony. Yes. Yu Mingshuang nodded, took light steps, and floated to the front of the stage. She had just opened her Ice Phoenix bloodline not long ago, and at this moment, she was still at the transformation realm. The purpose of having her preside over the ceremony was very simple, which was to help her gradually accumulate majesty and reputation. Some of these people in the audience would join the Ice Palace and even become the backbone of the Ice Palace in the future. Her cold and aloof voice, accompanied by the surging of her inner essence, spread far and wide. The Ice Palace selection ceremony has officially begun. Before she could finish, rumbling waves suddenly came from a distance, interrupting Yu Mingshuang. Hand over the Ice Palace Saint, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Chapter 346. The head falling from the sky. Hand over the Ice Palace Saint, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. This sound seemed to never fade, echoing over the Ice Palace, growing louder and louder until it finally transformed into the roar of an ancient giant. Yu Mingshuang's expression changed slightly and her movements suddenly stopped. Not only him, but all the elders on the platform also had cold expressions. Asshole! One of the elders narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Who is it? How dare you offend the saint and provoke my Ice Palace? I'll go." The man with a dark face, tiger eyebrows, and eyes as big as copper bells, like a furious King Kong, spoke slowly with anger in his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up, causing a series of metallic explosions, his footsteps repeatedly stepping on empty air, and he suddenly left. The young warriors preparing to undergo the test and join the Ice Palace were also stunned. What was going on? Someone actually dared to provoke the Ice Palace, right in front of the Ice Palace gate. Tired of living? Are you thinking of committing suicide? Everyone was talking about it, shaking their heads and sighing, all feeling speechless. Crazy, this guy is crazy. If the Ice Palace elders take action personally, no matter who he is, he will be dead. Also, I heard from my elders that the elder with a dark face and a fierce appearance is named Tongshan. Among all the Ice Palace elders, he is said to be among the top 3 in strength. Hiss. That guy is dead. Ha, even if you want to die, I'm afraid it's not that easy. You disrupted the Ice Palace's grand ceremony and even made such outrageous remarks, demanding the Ice Palace hand over the saint. Pulling out your tendons and bones, and torturing yourself to death, is probably the most likely outcome. Everyone shook their heads, obviously believing that the owner of that voice was completely finished. Judging from his performance, he seemed very powerful, perhaps a Divine Realm expert, but so what? The Ice Palace had over a dozen Divine Realm elders. No matter how powerful he was, could he be stronger than the Ice Palace elders? Could he be stronger than the Copper Mountain elders, who were among the strongest in the Ice Palace? This possibility is almost impossible to happen, but, just when they thought so, boom! A huge fluctuation of vital energy erupted from afar. A deafening roar sounded, and it was obvious that the battle had begun, and within a few seconds, a shrill, creepy scream suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. How is that possible? Several elders were shocked and stood up suddenly. Their faces looked extremely ugly. They were not unfamiliar with this scream, because it was the voice of Elder Tongshan. Whoosh! Suddenly, something tore through the air, cut through the sky, and landed heavily on a corner of the square in front of the Ice Palace. The hard ground was smashed to pieces. What? Many of the brave young warriors who came to participate in the Ice Palace disciple selection went forward cautiously to check it out of curiosity. However, when they truly saw it, their expressions suddenly froze, a chill rising from their feet to their heads. Their teeth chattered uncontrollably. Take a closer look. They discovered that what fell to the ground was Elder Tongshan's head. However, the original viciousness in this head is no longer there, only twisted despair and fear remained. Many people, as if sensing something, looked up at the sky. A figure, like a big bird with its wings spread, flew over with flowing light. Boom! Fang Yu's figure suddenly stopped, and then he slowly walked over in the air, his black robe dancing in the wind. His expression was calm, and his eyes glanced past with an extremely cold look. "Oh, it's quite lively." He suddenly grinned and smiled. "I'm sorry to bother you, but you didn't seem to take what I said just now seriously. In that case, I'll repeat it again. Hand over Yu Mengshuang, otherwise, you will bear the consequences." The evil aura on his body seemed to be substantial, wrapping around him, and his eyes flickered, like a god or demon. "Now, do you understand? Presumptuous!" Angry shouts rang out. They were actually several elders of the Ice Palace. Their hair stood on end with rage, and their pupils were erected, filled with murderous intent. Killing an elder of the Ice Palace is a violation of the dignity of the Ice Palace. Kill him without mercy. Several elders soared into the sky, their vital energy surging around them. They unleashed various secret techniques, unleashing terrifying attacks. Several figures even rushed out from the Ice Palace, clearly elders who had noticed something was amiss. The death of Elder Tongshan made them extremely angry, and at the same time, it also greatly aroused their fear. Therefore, a total of 9 elders rushed forward at this moment, each using their own methods to attack Fang Yu. What a waste of time. Fang Yu was indifferent and simply stretched out his hands. Walala. The vital energy of heaven and earth surged, and 2 hands, condensed from that energy, lifted the heavens and thunderously parted the clouds, pressing down. This attack did not utilize any martial arts secrets, but simply mobilized the energy within the body to deliver a blow. Pa. The huge hand of Yuan Qi easily dispersed the attacks of nearly 10 elders. Then, he swatted them to the ground like swatting flies. Among them, there were 5 elders with weaker strength. The protective energy of heaven and earth around them was dispersed and they were directly smashed to pieces. With one move, he defeated the 9 Ice Palace elders. 5 people even died on the spot under this move. The eyes of all the young warriors in the audience became dull, and they felt that their worldview had been impacted. Chapter 347. Weakness is the original sin on the ground. The young warriors all had dazed eyes, immersed in the shock brought to them by the scene in mid-air. How is this possible? In their minds. As one of the 9 supreme forces, the Ice Palace is majestic, solemn, and unfathomable. Anyone who can serve as an elder in the Ice Palace must be at least a powerful being in the divine realm. With every move of his hands and feet, he possesses boundless power that is enough to break rivers and move mountains. When the 9 Ice Palace elders took action, their momentum was so earth-shaking that they seemed invincible. Who can rival such might? Who can defeat it? But the fact is, they lost. The 9 elders attacked together, but were eventually defeated in one move by the devil-like figure in the sky. 5 people died on the spot, turned into gray smoke, and dissipated between heaven and earth. The 4 surviving elders were also seriously injured and bleeding. The strongest person who had once made them awed, envious, and so dazzling that they could not look directly at him, now seems so weak and powerless. The gap between them is too huge to be accepted. Among the people in the square, Lin Lang from the Lin family of Shuiwei City had extremely dilated pupils. As the son of the mayor of a city under the Ice Palace, he had been filled with admiration, awe, and yearning for the Ice Palace. Since childhood, his greatest wish was to join the Ice Palace, fulfill his own dream, and bring honor to his father. However, at this moment, witnessing this shocking scene, Lin Lang couldn't help but begin to have doubts in his heart. The powerful elders of the Ice Palace fell like ants. As one of the 9 supreme forces, the Ice Palace was humiliated in front of its own sect. Even if he really joined the Ice Palace and became an outer disciple, inner disciple, or even a highly respected true disciple, what would that matter? It's not just Lin Lang. Many people have this idea. As for the elders who had escorted their family members to participate in the Ice Palace trial, they also raised their heads and gazed towards the sky, their hearts filled with shock. Who is he? Why is he so powerful? However, the person who was most horrified at this moment was Yu Mengshuang, the saint of the Ice Palace. Who is he, and why is he specifically asking the Ice Palace to hand me over? This is definitely not a good thing. This guy is clearly an enemy of the Ice Palace. Yu Mengshuang thought a little panicked. Now, she didn't have time to delve into the reasons to escape. You must escape. Only by escaping into the Ice Palace sect can he have a chance of survival. After all, that was an opponent that even the elders couldn't deal with, so how could she resist? Although she is the holy maiden of the Ice Palace, she has just opened her Ice Phoenix bloodline not long ago and has not yet accepted the inheritance of the Ice Palace Forbidden Land. Her strength is only at the transformation realm. Can't I just hit him on the head? just as these thoughts flashed through Yu Mingshuang's mind, boom! A huge amount of mental power descended from the sky and swept across the surroundings. Regardless of their strength, everyone felt a chill in their body and their brains felt as if they had been hit hard. Yu Mingshuang's face also turned pale. Found it. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly, he lowered his head, and his indifferent pupils crossed the endless distance and fell accurately on Yu Mingshuang. Puff. Yu Mingshuang's body suddenly trembled, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes filled with horror the moment Fang Yu's gaze fell on her. Everything in the world vanished from her perception, leaving only a pair of pitch-black pupils, filling the world and locking her firmly in place. It was like the vortex of a black hole in the universe, tearing and pulling, trying to swallow her up. Moreover, there seemed to be a slightly strange look in that gaze. It feels like looking at a precious collection or a valuable treasure. In short, it's not the look of a human being. This gave her the creeps. Escape. Yu Mingshuang was so frightened that she almost instantly fled madly towards the ice palace sect behind her. That look just now had completely frightened her to the point that she almost lost the ability to think. What kind of terrifying look was that? Now she no longer cares about maintaining her dignity and reputation as a saint. After all, when it comes to life and death, who cares about those things? But Fang Yu, how could he let her escape? Not to mention Yu Mingshuang's Ice Phoenix bloodline and the villain value he could gain by killing her. The mere fact that the other party sent people to cause trouble for him violated his bottom line. As for, was it she who killed her sister first? Fang Yu pinched his chin. He didn't care about that. Next second, he reached out and crushed the 9 Ice Palace elders. A massive hand, condensed from the essence of heaven and earth, slashed across the sky, clutching down with boundless power. The air in its path was pushed aside, exploding. It seemed incredibly slow, but it swept across hundreds, even thousands of meters in an instant. Yu Mingshuang let out a scream, struggled hard, and fled even harder. Hold head high around her, there was even the sound of a phoenix, and strange power emerged to bless her body. But his own strength is only at the transformation realm after all. Even with the Ice Phoenix bloodline, he is powerless to reverse the situation. Rumble. The huge hand of Yuan Qi suddenly lowered, breaking through everything, grabbed her in the palm of his hand, and brought her back into the air. Yu Mingshuang screamed in panic. Why did you arrest me? Why? Fang Yu smiled playfully. TSK, didn't you send the elders to the Blood God sect to find me? Now, you're asking this kind of question? You killed my sister. Yu Mingshuang was not stupid. After hearing these words, she immediately understood everything and her expression suddenly changed, but she still couldn't believe it. How could that fool Yu Mingha have provoked such a powerful being? However, no matter how hard she thought, she would never have thought that Fang Yu would be the owner of the system and the villain who knew the plot of the book. So she was going to die no matter what. Yu Mingshuang felt a little depressed. He killed his own sister and now comes to arrest him. This is really too much. Fang Yu saw what she was thinking and smiled faintly. How? Not convinced? Not reconciled? In this world, weakness is the original sin. You are weaker than me, and I want to kill you, so you must die. It's a simple truth. Yu Mingshuang's eyes were almost spitting fire. At this time a terrifying pressure suddenly rose into the sky from the depths of the ice palace. Presumptuous. A majestic voice rumbled out, and the entire ice palace, and even the mountains, were shaken. Chapter 348 Intimate Boom. As soon as the voice fell, a streak of light rose from the ice palace and shot towards them. The man was tall, middle-aged, with a black beard. He wore a white robe embroidered with a 5-clawed ice dragon, the edges embroidered with purple and gold patterns, and a pure white ice crown on his head. Shrouded in the extreme cold, the air around him continuously condensed, turning into frost, which swirled around him endlessly. Palace Master. The 5 elders who were seriously injured and bleeding could not help but show ecstasy in their eyes. You guys, go back and recuperate first. The Ice Palace Master waved his sleeves, and immediately a huge force swept up several seriously injured elders and fell into the sect. Fang Yu smiled playfully at the master of the Ice Palace. The people in the square couldn't help but burst into an uproar. They looked at the man in the sky who looked like a god with an intimidating aura, and many of them had already recognized his identity, the master of the Ice Palace, one of the most powerful men in Guishu. The appearance of this figure made many people who were originally in chaos and fleeing in a hurry calm down and stop. Many outer sect elders and core disciples who were responsible for maintaining order also breathed a sigh of relief. The Palace Master has finally taken action. Oh, the palace master will surely be able to easily suppress this arrogant individual and reopen the disciple recruiting ceremony. How dare you act so recklessly? Do you really think that there is no one in my ice palace? He will die soon. Everyone was talking about it, and seemed very confident. In their hearts, the Ice Palace Master was the real god. Even among the leaders of the 9 supreme forces, he ranks high, with supernatural powers that reach all heights and all earths. Let her go. The Ice Palace Master stared at Fang Yu coldly with an indifferent expression. Hand over Yu Mingxuan and leave immediately. I won't pursue the matter any further and can even give you some treasures as compensation. Otherwise, you will become an enemy of my Ice Palace. If anything happens to Yu Mingxuan, the Ice Palace will fight you to the death. Even if I have to pay a small price, I will kill you on the spot. Although he was extremely angry, his reason told him that Yu Mingxuan's life was the most important. Although the divine realm is the backbone, it can still be cultivated after the elders die, and Yu Mingxuan possesses the Ice Phoenix bloodline, which is rare in 1,000 years. As long as he grows up in the future, he will surely lead the Ice Palace to unprecedented glory. Oh, since the Ice Palace Master is so polite, I can't be ungrateful. So, Fang Yu narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. The poem formed by the essence of heaven and earth dissipated, and Yu Mingxuan, who was held in it, suddenly fell down. Yu Mingxuan heaved a sigh of relief, truly having survived a catastrophe. The Ice Palace Master moved, intending to step forward and catch Yu Mingxuan, but at this time Fang Yu suddenly raised his hand and pressed down lightly. His palm carried the weight of a mountain descending, and the powerful energy he exhaled shook Yu Mingxuan into powder. The Ice Palace Master was furious. Fang Yu smiled calmly and said, "So? I let her die quickly and didn't leave her body behind, so that you wouldn't be sad. How about that? Am I considerate enough, plunder?" Threads of black air emerged from the void where Yu Mingxuan fell, transformed into a transparent soul, and instantly sank into his hands. With a flip of the hand, it is stored again by the system. Although Fang Yu was jealous, he did not rush to devour it on the spot. It was true that the plundering of skills was operated by the system, but it would still take some time. Now was not the best time. After all, the murderous intent of the Ice Palace Master across from him was already sweeping across like a storm. He roared angrily, "Asshole, how dare you! I'm going to kill!" Bang! With a crisp sound, the Ice Palace Master's voice suddenly stopped, and his body was thrown backwards suddenly, retreating hundreds of feet. The Ice Palace Master's face was full of disbelief, and he covered his face. He had no idea how the other party made his move. It's as if the distance is ignored. It's so noisy. Fang Yu raised his hand and adjusted the monocle on his left eye. A strange light flashed from above. Why are you yelling so loudly? Chapter 349, Divine Sea Realm. Fang Yu, the Ice Palace Master, was furious, his face full of disbelief. He was actually slapped? And the most shocking thing was that he himself didn't even notice how Fang Yu did it. What do you mean? A strange light passed through the monocle of Fang Yu. Raised his hand and waved it again. The space around him was like pieces of thin paper, layer upon layer, and the distance was shortened instantly. This slap landed firmly on the majestic face of the Ice Palace Master. Bang! The Ice Palace Master was thrown away by the huge force again and retreated explosively. Fang Yu raised his hand, adjusted the monocle on his left eye, and chuckled. Interesting, really interesting. This mysterious space plugin, with its accompanying spatial abilities, has the potential to be further developed. Jiang Huai's own strength is still too low, so his methods of use are limited, and he cannot precisely control it. The only thing he can use is to teleport his entire body. The other side, the Ice Palace Master stepped down several times, cracking the void, and finally stabilized his body. Yet he circulated the vast and condensed energy of heaven and earth in his body to eliminate the slap marks on his face, but he still felt a burning pain. The Ice Palace Master's face kept twitching, and his eyes gradually became extremely cold. Asshole! I'm going to kill you, oh? Fang Yu stood with his hands behind his back, fingers slightly curled, a cold fighting spirit rising in his eyes. Come. This was his first time fighting against a strong man in the Divine Sea Realm. It was a good opportunity to test his skills and see how strong he was now. Fang Yu's eyes were as dark as ink. No, I want to see how big the gap is between them and me. Kill. The Ice Palace Master, with murderous intent, suddenly stepped forward and delivered a punch. The heavens and earth roared, and a surge of heavenly and earthly vital energy surged forward. Fang Yu looked calm and composed. Faced with this earth-shattering punch, he just snapped his fingers, boom. Terrifying shock waves spread out in all directions, and the one who was defeated and retreated hundreds of steps with just one finger against one punch was actually the Ice Palace Master. What a powerful cultivation! Although the Ice Palace Master was slightly startled, he remained calm. It had only been a test. Within the Divine Sea realm, victory or defeat wasn't easily determined. How about this move? The next moment, he stepped forward again and shouted coldly. Countless clouds descended from the sky, wrapping around him. Due to the terrifyingly low temperature, the clouds quickly transformed into incomparably hard ice crystals. Then, they transformed into 7 ice dragons, roaring and soaring, with fangs bared and claws bared, and shot towards Fang Yu. Good to come. Fang Yu shouted, his eyes cold. He suddenly raised his hand, clenching it into a fist. Within a 10-mile radius, the vital energy of heaven and earth trembled violently, converging towards him. His figure soared into the sky, his speed instantly surpassing the sound barrier, leaving a deep white scar as he cut through the air. There was no strange vision, as if no secret method was used, and the attack was simply based on cultivation. However, even such a plain and simple punch contained strange fluctuations. When it collided head-on with the first ice dragon rushing towards it, the ice dragon was blown to pieces in an instant. Bang! 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 Fang Yu kept moving, punching continuously and crushing the 7 ice dragons with ease. The Ice Palace Master's pupils shrank, not only because his own moves were easily broken, but also because he found that Fang Yu's 7 punches did not weaken, but became stronger and stronger. How is this possible? It's my turn. One punch broke a dragon. In the end, Fang Yu was as powerful as a rainbow and punched out with infinite power. 7th Heaven, ignoring all defenses, Fang Yu punched the Ice Palace Master in the chest, causing his chest to cave in, blood to spit out of his mouth, and his body to penetrate the void and retreat 1,000 meters. Fang Yu stood with his hands behind his back, walked slowly towards him, narrowed his eyes, and said calmly, "That's it? If you have any other tricks, feel free to use them. If this is all you have, then you can die. You are so arrogant." The Ice Palace Master's expression was furious. Very good. Over the years, there have been only a handful of people who have been able to force this move from me, even the heads of the other 9 supreme forces. You should feel honored. Rise. The Ice Palace Master stomped his feet, and a sudden chilling wind rose. A terrifyingly low temperature raged, and anyone below the divine realm would likely die instantly just by approaching. The surging vital energy of heaven and earth converged, overwhelming like a mountain and a sea. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Rumble, the ground shook and countless broken ice crystals flew into the sky. Infused with the vital energy of heaven and earth, they became as hard as iron. The ice crystals rearranged themselves and condensed again. Soon, they became an ice giant that was 1,000 meters tall and as majestic as a mountain. On the ground, everyone looked at the towering behemoth in shock. Is this the power of the Divine Sea realm? They suddenly had a deep understanding of the saying, below the Divine Sea realm, everyone is an ant. There were even those with extraordinary insight and sharp eyes who exclaimed, this is the secret technique of the Ice Palace, Frost Giant. Several Ice Palace disciples sneered, indeed, this is a secret technique mastered only by our Ice Palace's successive palace masters. It seems the palace master is truly furious. That fellow is finished. Roar. The Frost Giant roared, holding tightly in his hand a huge ice sword made of hard ice crystals. The sword was 100 feet long and seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth. How about this move? The Ice Palace Master sneered, his expression becoming calm and confident again, as if he had already secured victory. Kill. The giant sword suddenly fell and slashed towards Fang Yu. The power contained in this attack is enough to destroy mountains and cut off rushing rivers. Facing this devastating blow, Fang Yu remained calm. His palms were clasped together, his eyes slightly closed, and he looked like an old monk in meditation. But as he did so, a phantom figure suddenly appeared behind him. Upon closer inspection, it was Fang Yu. However, this figure was much taller, several times Fang Yu's size, and his eyes were as bright as stars, incredibly mysterious. Accompanied by the appearance of a phantom, of Fang Yu's aura was rising at a terrifying speed, almost endlessly. The true meaning of martial arts, the first level, martial arts shadow. At this moment, Fang Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and his hand stretched out like lightning, actually holding up the giant sword that was hundreds of feet long and tearing through the void. With his bare hands, the Ice Palace Master's expression changed drastically, and he said in horror, how is this possible? Compared with the frost giant, Fang Yu is as small as sea sand, and the difference in their sizes is huge, but at this moment, the positions of the two seem to be reversed. Fang Yu became a giant standing tall, and the towering frost giant was just a tiny ant. Come over! Fang Yu roared, his eyes flashing with lightning. The wind swept violently, and the void shook, with the vital energy of heaven and earth condensing like a tide. The giant sword in the hand of the frost giant suddenly broke away from his control and fell into Fang Yu's hands. A giant frost sword weighing 1,000 tons slowly hung above Fang Yu's head. Cut. Fang Yu's expression was indifferent. He grasped the frost giant's sword in mid-air and swung it downward. The sword danced, slicing the air, carrying with it the sharp sword intent brought by the true meaning of martial arts, far more powerful than the original combat technique, and slashed down with a thunderous roar. The huge body of the frost giant was instantly cut into countless pieces, turning into ice crystals all over the sky and collapsing with a loud bang. The Ice Palace master spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. The frost giant was condensed by his cultivation and attached with his mental power. At this moment, it was defeated by Fang Yu, causing him to suffer mental trauma and serious physical injuries. The audience was silent. Everyone was horrified. The Ice Palace's secret technique was broken by Fang Yu in the blink of an eye. The Ice Palace disciples who had been there before were completely frozen, their faces turning the color of liver. How can this boy be so strong? Just as he caught his breath, a trace of fear finally flashed across the eyes of the Ice Palace master. His most powerful magical power was broken, and a chill began to rise in his heart. Hello! There was a sudden explosion in my ears. The Ice Palace master subconsciously looked up. Fang Yu's eyes were deep. You still have something here with me, I'll give it back to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and threw it downwards. The huge sword that was 100 feet long pierced through the sky, leaving a white mark, and went towards the Lord of the Ice Palace. The Ice Palace master was so frightened that his heart and courage trembled. He let out a strange cry, and countless ice crystals gathered together, immediately laying down layer upon layer of protective shields. However, all was in vain. The might of Fang Yu's returning giant sword was several times greater than before. With overwhelming force, it shattered several barriers and shattered the horrified Ice Palace master in midair, transforming him into a bloody mist that exploded with a bang. The Ice Palace master died. Chapter 350, Blood Sacrifice. The whole audience was silent, looking at the blood mist exploding in the air. At this moment, everyone in the square was so scared that they were speechless and their eyes were about to pop out. The Ice Palace master was killed. He was the master of one of the Ice Palace's palaces and one of the giants of Guishu. He was extremely powerful and strong, and had been famous for hundreds of years. In the eyes of everyone, he was almost like a god. Who can kill such a person unless several leaders of supreme forces of the same status join forces to besiege him? Now, however, he was blasted into a ball of blood mist by the mysterious young man who was like a devil, and died. The meaning behind this is horrifying. Dead silence, complete dead silence. They couldn't believe it. Could it be that an unrivaled expert who suppressed Guishu was about to rise up in front of them? Buzz. Just then, a pillar of light suddenly shot up from the depths of the Ice Palace. After reaching a certain height, it expanded with a bang, transforming into an immense protective shield that enveloped the entire Ice Palace. The power contained in it is shocking. It turned out to be the elders who had been rescued by the Ice Palace master and thrown into the palace, who activated the defense formation. The palace master has fallen. Inside the palace, there were only 7 Divine Realm elders left, all looking terrified. The Ice Palace master had fallen, and the saintess had also died tragically. This was a bolt from the blue that was difficult for them to accept. The Ice Palace's fall from the 9 supreme powers was almost certain, and they might not even be able to recover for the next 100 years. One of the elderly elders had a look of resentment on his face. I have already informed the other supreme forces of what has happened here through the Onely Communication Talisman. The other sect leaders will definitely not allow such an uncontrolled dangerous factor to exist. When the time comes, even if he has great abilities, he will be killed on the spot. Everyone, if he wants to storm the mountain gate, how should we respond? An elder asked in panic and swallowed. Obviously, he was completely frightened by Fang Yu. Storm? The elderly elder glanced at him as if he were an idiot. The defensive formation has been in place for hundreds of years, reinforced by successive palace masters. It has a profound foundation and stores terrifying energy. How could it be broken by one person alone? Even if you are at the Divine Sea Realm, it won't work. The elder seemed to come to his senses after hearing this. I was confused. The other elders were in a similar mood. They finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little safe. Even that guy can't get in. In midair, Fang Yu stretched out his hand and grabbed the soul of the Ice Palace Master. With a flip of the palm, the data is also stored by the system. As the Palace Master of a powerful force with a long history like the Ice Palace, he must have mastered many unique ice skills. After swallowing the blood of the Ice Phoenix, practicing these skills will surely be easy for him and add icing on the cake. No one can ever complain about too much practice of the secret arts. Learning high-level secret techniques is not just about learning techniques. After mastering them, it will also increase one's basic physical fitness and cultivation. Fang Yu looked calm. Bite. Congratulations to the host for killing Yumeng Xuan, the saintess of the Ice Palace. Villain's value is plus 1000, and the protagonist's luck value is minus 1000. Congratulations to the host for killing Ice Palace Master XXX. Villain's value plus 500, protagonist's luck value minus 500. There are 1500 in total, and the villain value obtained is not that much. The reason is very simple, because in the book, the bond that led to Qin Yang's relationship with the Ice Palace was Yumenghe. Therefore, most of the villain value has been taken away from Yumenghe. However, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. If we destroy the Ice Palace, we should be able to harvest the last wave. Thinking of this, Fang Yu looked up and looked at the huge defensive formation covering the Ice Palace. As he took a step, his figure became like a rainbow, soaring into the sky with the majestic momentum of a dragon emerging from the sea. Buzz. The martial arts shadow behind him shone even brighter, bringing a terrifying increase in power. Carrying the vitality of heaven and earth that was boiling like the sea, Fang Yu's fist landed heavily on the protective shield. Bang! A loud noise like the blast of a huge bell erupted. The protective shield was shaken and swayed violently, but in fact, it was completely intact, without even a crack. Inside the sect, the elders sneered. This defensive formation has been strengthened and reinforced over hundreds and thousands of years. How could it be easily broken? It's simply wishful thinking. TSK, this protective shield is stronger than I thought. Even if I try my best, I won't be able to break it by myself. Fang Yu frowned. However, if you think I have no solution, you are wrong. There was a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. A huge amount of memories surged from my mind. The perfection of combat skills is a combat skill that encompasses various martial arts techniques. The true meaning of martial arts, formed by integrating harmony and 7 levels of heaven, is naturally more mysterious and powerful. The first level of the true meaning of martial arts, the phantom of martial arts. In addition to the further sublimation of strength skills, it also contains a vast amount of martial arts knowledge, which helps him to detect the enemy's weaknesses in battle and win more easily. Among them, there happened to be a record of little-known methods used to restrain and break the defensive formation. Fang Yu lowered his head and glanced at the many warriors in the square who were still immersed in shock. His eyes narrowed. I don't know why several Ice Palace elders who were inside the Ice Palace and protected by the impregnable defense formation suddenly felt a palpitation in their hearts and a surge of chills. What's going on? They were shocked and confused. The next moment, Fang Yu's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a creepy smile. Boom! The terrifying mental power suddenly poured out and swept across the ground with a loud bang. A mental force as huge as a mountain rushed over, and tens of thousands of people in the square, including the disciples of the Ice Palace, the young generation who came to participate in the trial, and the family strongmen and elders who were responsible for escorting them, all started bleeding from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. Some of the more timid ones had already escaped dozens of miles away, but were still swept by the mental power that was as deep as the abyss and as deep as the prison. Their heads trembled and exploded directly next second, facing the shocked and terrified gazes of everyone in the Ice Palace. Fang Yu's cold voice boomed like thunder from the sky. Blood sacrifice. Chapter 351 System rewards. The ground instantly turned into a dead zone. Fang Yu raised his foot and stomped hard, causing the void to explode. He opened his mouth, his voice filled with extreme indifference. Blood sea, rise. Countless black mists rose slowly from the countless corpses under his feet, turning into twisted and roaring souls. With a casual move of Fang Yu's hand, all the souls gathered together and soared into the sky, transforming into a blood-red ocean, rushing towards the Ice Palace's defense formation. Puff. The formation that was as solid as a rock and seemed impossible to shake, when it encountered the surging sea of blood, was like ice encountering fire, melting and disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Few people know that the soul power of the dead is the natural enemy of the Mountain Gate's defensive formation. In many cases, even if we know, we don't have the conditions to use it. Because in order to break the powerful defensive formation, the soul power required is an extremely large amount. Even the souls of a large number of warriors are needed. At this moment, the Ice Palace's disciple recruiting ceremony had prepared sufficient sacrifices for Fang Yu. At this moment, inside the defensive formation, several Ice Palace elders were so frightened that their souls were about to flee, their faces pale with horror. This is impossible. Quick, notify all disciples to evacuate. They screamed in fear and tried to turn around and run away. However, outside, Fang Yu had already waved his robe, his face expressionless. Break. Boom. The formation shook violently, the first cracks began to appear, until finally, the entire formation collapsed. The Ice Palace's defensive formation was broken. There was a murderous aura, gusts of cold wind, the sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling, and a surging sea of blood, almost covering the entire Ice Palace. Several elders had horrified expressions on their faces. In an instant, their flesh and blood melted away, their souls perished, and only pale bones remained. Within a few seconds, even the dry bones were corroded and destroyed, leaving no trace. Next came the many disciples still surviving in the Ice Palace. Some of them were unaware of the situation and were undergoing trials in some treasured land, or practicing in seclusion in their mansions or caves, but most of them were looking up at the sky in despair. The sea of blood drowned them without hindrance. Screams, wails, and pleas for mercy echoed one after another. In mid-air.as the culprit who caused all this? Fang Yu looked down at the hellish scene beneath his feet with a calm expression, just narrowed his eyes. It's so noisy. At a certain moment, the system prompt sounded as expected. Bite. Congratulations to the host for changing the plot. The villain's value is plus 2000, and the protagonist's luck value is minus 2000. At this time, the screams had gradually disappeared. Fang Yu looked down again and then stopped looking. Boom. Next second, Fang Yu soared into the air, like a rock spreading its wings, soaring through the heavens, instantly crossing 1,000 meters. His entire body transformed into a streak of white rainbow light. Finally, he landed on the towering peak of one of the mountains surrounding the Ice Palace. He sat cross-legged. In the northern border, there is a towering dome. The biting cold wind blew down like a knife, landing on the body that seemed to be forged from fine steel, and there was a sound of metal clashing. Fang Yu didn't care about it at all. He exhaled, waved his hand, and a silver light flashed. The strongest villain system host, Fang Yu personal wealth, 897.9 billion charm, 30 vitality points, 5.0 skills, martial arts true meaning, god level, 3 sword styles, god level, soul capture, perfect, medical skills Shintian medical classic, perfect, villain value, 14600 currently open book. Rebirth of the urban mad immortal. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes. Very good, the villain value is enough for now. He raised his arm slightly and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the space. Two twisted and transparent soul phantoms appeared in front of Fang Yu as if out of thin air. They were the souls of the miserable master and disciple, the Ice Palace master and Yu Mingshuang. They screamed and struggled, but were imprisoned by an invisible force and could only solidify there. Although the master and the disciple could not live together, they could die together, which is also a beautiful story. Men will be silent when they hear it, and women will cry when they hear it. Fang Yu was about to hold back tears of emotion from the corners of his mouth. Yu Mingshuang's expression was filled with horror and despair. At this moment, Fang Yu looked up. With just one glance, the Ice Palace saint's soul was instantly shattered. Bang! The soul exploded and turned into countless fragments. Fang Yu opened his mouth and sucked gently, swallowing all the fragments. System: plunder Yu Mingshuang's Ice Phoenix bloodline. Targeted plunder requires 5,000 villain value. Confirm? Ding, hosts villain value minus 5,000. Skills: plundering, buzz, invisible strange fluctuations suddenly spread out. In the void, a massive gravitational force suddenly emerged, like a small black hole, pulling tiny white dots of light into existence. They converged, eventually forming a fist-sized ball of white light, which spun around, carrying a terrifyingly low temperature. With a whoosh, a ball of white light cut through the void and sank into Fang Yu's body. Fang Yu neither dodged nor resisted, because he knew that this was probably Yu Mingshuang's Ice Phoenix bloodline. The system's power is truly terrifying. I've beaten Yu Mingshuang to ash, yet she was still able to reunite her Ice Phoenix bloodline. Fang Yu was marveling at the power of the system when countless bizarre images flashed through his mind. It was a planet completely covered by frost, and the white color swept across the earth. Boundless, hold head high. Suddenly, the loud cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. Its whole body was shining, like an ice phoenix formed by countless ice crystals. It soared into the sky, flapped its wings, and stirred up strong winds and blizzards. The horrifying low temperature seemed to be able to freeze people's souls even through the image. Time passes slowly until one moment, the white sky and earth shattered, and Fang Yu opened his eyes. It worked. The shadow of the ice phoenix appeared and disappeared from behind him, circling and spinning around him. That he could clearly feel that his affinity and control over the ice attribute had reached a terrifying level. Ice Phoenix, a legendary mythical beast, the royal family of the Phoenix clan, ranked alongside the azure swan and vermilion bird. A mature ice phoenix possesses supreme power, capable of freezing planets and shocking the universe. Ancient legends claim that possessors of the ice phoenix bloodline, if grown to their full potential, possess power equal to that of a full-grown ice phoenix. Of course, this is just a vague legend. It was too far away for both Guishu and Fang Yu. What Fang Yu cares more about is the benefits he is getting right now. With the thought, the system interface is outlined. Originally, Fang Yu's physique had just reached 5 vitality points, representing his initial entry into the Divine Sea. But now, after absorbing the ice phoenix bloodline, his vitality points had unexpectedly reached 6. Both the toughness of his body and the richness of his internal heaven and earth vitality had increased significantly. In addition, Fang Yu shook his head, feeling his memory was a little swollen. This is because, along with the ice phoenix bloodline comes not only an improvement in cultivation, but also several magical powers, innate magical powers transmitted through the bloodline. It is huge and complex, and to successfully perform it requires learning and understanding, which is by no means easy. Bite. Host plundered and obtained a god-level bloodline, and received a system reward. Choose one of 3 random rewards. X1. Reward 1, Villain value 20,000 heavy multiplication. X1. Reward 2, Invincible Shadow State, 20 seconds, heavy multiplication. X1. Reward 3, 9 Elephant Prison Suppressing Fist, perfect, heavy multiplication. X1. Chapter 352 Secret. Fang Yu was surprised. After swallowing the ice phoenix bloodline, there is actually an extra reward. This is really a pleasant surprise. Ha! His eyes swept across the 3 rewards. When he landed on the second one, Fang Yu was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! This is really like giving a pillow to someone who is sleepy. The reward actually includes an invincible phantom state. However, the duration is much shorter than the intermediate gift package, only 20 seconds. Although it may not be enough to cross the passage, at least I can send something over. Fang Yu's gaze was slightly profound. After a few seconds, he said without hesitation, choose reward 2. Compared to the villain value of reward 1, or the secret method of reward 3, he knew very well what he really needed at the moment. Bite. Congratulations to the host for achieving the invincible shadow state, 20 seconds, heavy multiplication. X1. Very good. Fang Yu nodded, then looked at the soul of the Ice Palace Master who was still imprisoned next to him, and raised his eyebrows. Originally, he wanted to devour the soul of the Ice Palace Master and use plundering skills to obtain some secret magical powers, but since the Ice Phoenix bloodline comes with powerful innate magical powers, there is no need to waste villain points. There isn't much villain value left, so you always have to keep some in reserve to avoid unexpected dangers. Oh, then there's no point in keeping you. In your next life, remember not to have anything to do with Qin Yang again. Oh, by the way, you don't even know him yet. Fang Yu waved his hand lightly, and immediately, the soul of the imprisoned Ice Palace Master came to his hand, and his palm was about to clench it and crush it. Wait. The palm-sized soul of the Ice Palace Master trembled violently, and a frightened and hurried voice rang out, "Don't kill me, I know a huge secret." "Spare my life and I will tell you." "Oh?" Fang Yu narrowed his eyes. "A secret? That's interesting. Tell me." The Ice Palace Master was extremely apprehensive. "How can you be sure that you won't kill me after you know the secret?" Fang Yu's expression turned cold. "Are you qualified to negotiate with me?" As she said this, she pretended to pinch him, making him completely scared to death. "No. I'll tell you. The Ice Palace Master roared, his soul trembling violently, feeling extremely aggrieved. But the situation was stronger than him, and he had no choice but to submit to Fang Yu. "Hurry up." Fang Yu's eyes flickered with coldness. "If you dare to lie to me, even if only your soul is left, I have countless ways to make you wish you were dead or alive." Even though only his soul was left, the Ice Palace Master still felt a deep chill of Fang Yu's methods had already made him tremble. Not only does he possess terrifying strength, appearing to be only at the beginning of the Divine Sea realm, but he can easily wipe himself out. He can even extract the souls of others at will. His methods are unpredictable. Just now that he was trapped in the void, he was even more horrified to see that Fang Yu swallowed Yu Mengshuang's soul alive, and then, through unknown magical powers, gathered her Ice Phoenix bloodline from the void, and then used the divine vein for his own use. Even though he was the headmaster of Guishu sect and had extraordinary knowledge, he had never heard of such a thing. No, even looking back at the history of the entire sectarian era, there is no relevant record. The divine vein is a gift that cannot be separated or transferred, but right before his eyes, common sense was broken. Who is this young man? His soul was trembling constantly. Under the gaze of Fang Yu, whose eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world, the Lord of the Ice Palace revealed everything he knew of. Fang Yu's expression changed from being moved to being uncertain, and finally to a frown. After a long silence, he snorted coldly, "I hope what you said is true, otherwise, I swear, everything I said is true." "Then let you live first." Fang Yu did not comment, flipped his hand, and collected the other person's soul again. Not if what the Ice Palace Master said is true, then this guy will still be useful when the time comes. After doing all this, Fang Yu looked into the distance with a playful expression. The people from the Ice Palace should have informed the other supreme forces before their destruction, right? The leaders of the major forces must be on their way. However, it just so happens that the space channel is located in Guishu, and these people know it. Moreover, even if I want to use the space channel, I can't avoid them. Qin Yang has a lot of plots and opportunities in Guishu. I can't do them all myself. Also, it would be too difficult to confirm whether Lin Zhang and Dahe are in Guishu by myself. Although, with my own greatly increased spiritual power in the Divine Sea realm, I can basically confirm that Dahe is not in Guishu by sensing the spiritual imprint. However, the same cannot be said for Lin Zhang. Fang Yu was in deep thought. A complete plan has gradually taken shape in my mind. A pair of eyes flickered, as if he had calculated everything in the future, even Qin Yang's death. Time passed slowly, and Fang Yu waited calmly until one moment. A roar exploded from a far eye in the far distance of the sky. A few small black dots appeared. At first, they were almost invisible to the naked eye, but after just a few flashes, they tore through the sky and shot towards us with earth-shaking momentum. The leaders of the 8 major forces are here. Chapter 353, Plan launched, killing the chicken to frighten the monkey. Boom. 8 figures shot across the sky and came rushing towards us. Almost at the same time, they suddenly stopped and hovered nearly 1,000 meters away from the top of the mountain where Fang Yu was. There were fairies in flowing green robes, elderly men with long, pale hair and youthful features, strong men with bodies as strong as iron towers and eyes as bright as copper bells, and so many more. A tremendous aura emanated from them, shaking the heavens and the earth. With them as the center, a terrifying pressure spread outward. Deep in the nearby, deep mountains, countless spirit beast overlords, who usually dominated the region, now trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground, obedient as domesticated livestock. Divine Sea Realm. Only the Divine Sea Realm can possess such a terrifying and shuddering aura. The 8 figures standing in the air were all the leaders of the supreme forces. In the distance, Fang Yu slowly raised his head at the snow-capped peak. "Are you here?" In the mind, mental power spread out quietly like flowing water. He passed by several people in the distance, examining them carefully. What was shocking was that, standing at the pinnacle of Guishu, each of them awe-inspiring figures, they were completely unaware that someone was using mental power to probe them. This kind of situation usually only occurred when the two sides were at a vastly different realm, a qualitative gap between them. Fang Yu, who was promoted through extremely pure system energy and possessed various god-level skills, its true strength cannot be measured by its own realm at all. Not only was his mental power not discovered, Fang Yu also used clouds and mist to set up a small formation around him to conceal his existence. Fang Yu remained calm and was investigating carefully. Suddenly, at a certain moment, his eyebrows couldn't help but raise slightly. He sensed a hint of danger from several of them. However, the sense of threat does not come from themselves, but more like from external objects. Sure enough, according to the plot in the original book, several of the leaders of the supreme power in Guishu have hidden cards, and they possess secret treasures passed down from the sect era, or even from ancient history. This should be the source of the threat. With these, they caused a lot of trouble to Qin Yang, the reincarnation of a powerful being. It took many powerful magical powers to finally kill them. Fang Yu's face was solemn. Reborn as a crazy urban immortal. As a traditional urban novel about cultivating immortals and being reborn, it is natural that the mad immortal is looked down upon everywhere and has to pretend to be cool all the time, except for the Ice Palace. Qin Yang offended almost all the major forces in Guishu. From top to bottom, from north to south, he killed almost everyone from beginning to end. He was notorious and his power was feared by everyone in Guishu. Therefore, in the battle descriptions, the hidden cards of many powerful people are revealed. Feng Yu narrowed his eyes. They are all big experience packs prepared for the protagonist Qin Yang. With the cultivation of the Divine Sea realm and the support of powerful secret treasures, even if he faces all of them, he may not be able to escape unscathed. Although Feng Yu is not afraid of any battle, he is not a reckless man who only knows how to use violence. He will not use force alone to solve all problems under any circumstances. My relationship with these people hasn't reached the point of a life and death struggle. Since there's a risk, there's no need to fight to the death. Feng Yu pinched his chin. Besides, in my plan, these people still have value. However, I'm afraid they have no good intentions. It seems that we should kill the chicken to scare the monkey first. The other side, the leaders of the 8 major forces all had serious expressions. They had already discovered the broken ruins on the ground, as well as numerous corpses, and the faces of the corpses almost all had expressions of distortion, despair, and fear. This is they finally confirmed that the place under their feet was where the Ice Palace had originally been. His face was suddenly filled with disbelief. Of the Ice Palace was destroyed. Judging from the situation, the Ice Palace master is probably in grave danger. Otherwise, if he were still alive, he wouldn't have allowed the Ice Palace to reach this point. But how is this possible? After receiving the message from the Ice Palace elders, they all rushed over without a moment's delay. As a result, in just this short period of time, the Divine Sea Realm expert who was the master of a palace was slain, and the vast Ice Palace sect also vanished into thin air, becoming history. The 9 supreme forces all have their own defensive formations that have been passed down for hundreds of years. Their defenses are amazing, and even those in the Divine Sea Realm like them find it difficult to shake them, but now it seems that it has been breached. Blood sacrifice. The Ice Palace's defensive formation seems to have been broken by the blood sacrifice. Among the crowd, the leader of the demon sect suddenly spoke. His face was pale, he wore a black robe with gold edges, and a crown inlaid with luxurious crystals on his head. Black mist surged around him, and demonic energy was surging. He had strange double pupils in his eyes, and his aura was extremely majestic. As the leader of the demon sect, he actually came here hand in hand with other so-called righteous leaders. In fact, the relationship between the demon sect and the other 8 supreme forces is not as bad as rumored, or rather, it is far from it. The incompatibility between the righteous and demonic forces at the bottom of the Guishu martial arts world can be said to be the result of their joint manipulation. Only by possessing a formidable external enemy can they effectively prevent internal rebellion and consolidate their absolute rule. Even the 8 supreme forces other than the demon sect often cooperate with the demon sect to make some disobedient people disappear from this world forever on the pretext that they were killed by masters of the demon sect. If ordinary warriors knew these facts, they would be extremely shocked. However, they will never have the chance to know, because they are just insignificant pawns in the eyes of the supreme giants. Blood sacrifice. At this moment, when they heard these 2 words from the demon sect's leader, everyone's faces suddenly changed. Obviously, they knew what blood sacrifice was, or at least had the most basic understanding and knowledge. Blood sacrifice? Impossible. Fairy Zixia, the head of the Zixia divine sect, subconsciously refuted. She repeatedly said, the blood sacrifice method has long been lost. How could anyone still perform it? Moreover, to break the Ice Palace's defense formation, even with a blood sacrifice, how many warriors would be required to sacrifice? Snort. The demon sect's leader snorted coldly. Although the blood sacrifice has been lost for countless years, when it comes to blood sacrifice, who in the world knows it better than us in the demon sect? This aura and the remaining traces are almost certain to be a blood sacrifice. As for the sacrifice, have you forgotten what day it is today? Today the pupils of the leaders of the supreme forces suddenly contracted, and they felt a slight chill in their hearts, but before they could say anything, their expressions changed at the same time and they moved in the same direction. Call. Because, on the top of the mountain 1,000 meters away, Feng Yu waved his hand, dispelling the clouds around him, removing the concealing formation, and exposing himself openly. All of the 8 sect leaders' gazes instantly fell on Feng Yu. The Xiantian sect's leader narrowed his eyes slightly. Who is this? Could it be that he is the one who invaded the ice palace as reported? It's possible. Lightning flashed in the eyes of the Lord of Thunder God Temple and his voice was low. Fairy Xixia, the head of Xixia Divine Sect, also echoed, The sound was suddenly interrupted. What nonsense! The demon sect master's eyes were cold as he laughed wildly. Just give it a try and you'll know. A dark golden light suddenly shone from his bizarre double pupils. Then, two pillars of light shot out from them, blazing fiercely and heading towards Feng Yu, who was perched atop the mountain, as if to smash him to pieces. The demon sect has always been known for its cruelty. The current leader of the demon sect is notoriously domineering and crazy to eye in the eyes of the demon sect's leader, even if the judgment was wrong. So what? Death is death. Below the divine sea realm, everyone is an ant. This madman. The seven sect leaders couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw the demon sect's leader's direct and domineering attack. However, their eyes flickered, and they didn't make a move to stop him, choosing instead to stand by and watch. After all, it's a good thing that someone is willing to try. Boom! Two dark gold beams of light flashed by in a flash, stirring and tearing the clouds wherever they passed. Although the two sides seem to be thousands of meters apart, the distance is not short, but even a transformation realm grandmaster could unleash the 100-step divine fist and kill an enemy from 100 meters, or even several hundred meters away. What about a divine sea realm expert? For someone at this level, 1,000 meters was nothing more than a blink of an eye. Buzz. On the top of the snow mountain, facing the attack that broke through the air, Feng Yu, who was sitting cross-legged, was stunned for a moment, and then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you thinking so much about me? I just wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, but you actually delivered yourself to my door. This is really, act recklessly. His expression suddenly became cold and stern, his eyes glared at the same time, and a 3-foot-long divine light flashed in his dark pupils. The sea of spirituality shook violently, and the spiritual power erupted like a roaring dragon, and finally condensed into two tiny swords, piercing through the body. Feng Yu pointed casually. Go. Puff. The small sword condensed from spiritual power broke through the air and collided head-on with the black gold light column. Almost instantly, it destroyed it with ease. Its own body was reduced in size, but to less than 1/3, impossible. The leader of the demon sect was horrified and his face was filled with fear. His body retreated madly, but two sharp swords had already cut through the sky, almost like lightning, piercing deeply into his naturally magical double pupils. A shrill scream broke out. The demon sect's leader felt his brain shake, his mind in disarray, as if being struck by a massive hammer or crashed against by a towering mountain. He screamed miserably, his body swaying constantly, barely able to maintain his balance and on the verge of falling. Come here. Feng Yu looked indifferent and cold. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. A faint light flickered on the monocle in his left eye. At this moment, the space around the demon sect's leader suddenly twisted, and suddenly, a huge jade-like hand stretched out from the twisted and chaotic void and grabbed his neck directly. Boom! The terrifying power burst out and wreaked havoc within the body of the demon sect's leader. Asshole, let me go. I'm going to kill you. Although the demon sect's leader struggled frantically, the extreme coldness burst out from that big hand, penetrated into his body, and froze his thoughts and vitality. In an instant of crushing power, it cut off all possibilities of resistance and even shattered his consciousness completely. How dare you! The other 7 masters were shocked, their hair stood on end, and they subconsciously tried to intercept. However, it was too late. Whoosh! A flash of silver light, the leader of the demon sect was instantly dragged into the void and disappeared into the darkness, completely disappeared on the spot, but 1,000 meters away, a figure appeared in Feng Yu's hand. The leader of the demon sect was like a little chicken, held in his hand, unable to resist at all. 1,000 meters away, the leader of Shantian sect, who was wearing a gray robe with shining stars on it, spoke in shock and anger. The Lord of Thunder God Temple said in a cold tone, Sir, please let him go. The head of Tianjin Mansion, Taoist Tianjin, also frowned slightly. My fellow Taoist, the demon sect master was indeed a bit reckless just now, but your attack was a bit too heavy. Several masters spoke up one after another. After all, the leader of the demon sect came with them and can be considered an ally for the time being. Moreover, they all took action together but still failed to stop it, which made them feel a little angry and embarrassed. Therefore, they all spoke in cold voices, asking Feng Yu to hand over the leader of the demon sect. Release them? Feng Yu smiled, but his smile was a little sinister and cruel. The next second, he suddenly flicked his sleeves, flicked his fingers, and released a tremendous amount of energy from his hands. The terrifying force smashed the demon sect's leader's head. The scene fell into silence for a moment, complete silence. For a long chapter, there is no need to divide it into chapters. Hamster's recent despairing update, whether it is broken down or not, seems to be the same. Hey, I've been really clumsy and slow lately. Chapter 354, Peace is the most important thing, asshole. You actually dare to do it? The leaders of Shintian sect, Thunder God Temple, Tianjin Mansion, Zixia Divine Sect, several supreme forces were all shocked and angry. They have clearly expressed their attitude. Asa result, in front of everyone. Fang Yu actually took action. It's obvious that you don't take them seriously. However, despite being extremely shocked and angry, none of them took any action. Firstly, Fang Yu's killing of the demon sect's leader with a flick of his finger had indeed shocked them. Among them, the demon sect's leader, although domineering and bloodthirsty, was not very strong. In fact, he was not even as strong as the Ice Palace's palace master, because the demon sect's leader was a casual cultivator, relying on various coincidences in cultivating demonic skills. He eventually reached the Divine Sea realm. It was under his leadership that the demon sect only just became one of the supreme forces 50 years ago. With little foundation, they lacked both magical powers and ancient treasures. However, even so, the leader of the demon sect is also a genuine Divine Sea realm expert and a giant in the martial arts world. As a result, he was captured at the first sight, so fast that they didn't even have time to use their strength to stop him. They also each have their own trump cards. It's not that they are afraid, but they are still a little wary. Divine Sea realm. How long had it been since Guishu had seen the fall of a giant of this realm? Now, two had fallen in succession. Once the news gets out, it will surely shake the entire Guishu. As for the other side, these guys who have lived for hundreds of years are all very smart. The demon sect's leader, who was the first to stand out, has died tragically, so naturally no one wants to stand out again. Therefore, they each shouted coldly, but did not actually take action. Mob. Fang Yu glanced at them and sneered in his heart. After all, he is not the protagonist Qin Yang. He does not have the protagonist's ability to attract hatred, nor has he created the blood feud that forced these masters to join forces desperately. Being a villain means you are already at a disadvantage. Without the protagonist's incredible luck, nor the ability to attract the help of various forces and nobles, if he still carries an aura of hatred, even the protagonist's opponents can easily become enemies. That would be too much. Of course, in previous books, Fang Yu took the initiative to attack the original enemies of the Son of Luck for various considerations, which is another matter, but now, there are no unsolvable conflicts between the two sides. The leaders of these major forces were more surprised and wary of this guy with unknown origins and powerful strength. As for the others, even if he killed the demon sect master and the Ice Palace master, it wouldn't have much impact on them. On the contrary, it would mean that many territories, forces, and cities would be left without owners. Within Guishu, the vital energy of heaven and earth is rich, and it is a holy place for martial arts practitioners, but this is definitely not some paradise-like wonderland. Within Guishu, the strong reign supreme. Since the sectarian era 1,000 years ago, the population has continued to grow, but the area of this small world is limited. The struggle between the major factions for territory and resources continues unabated, with wars and battles raging. The 9 supreme forces stand at the pinnacle of Guishu, and there is no shortage of competition and friction among them. Huff against the chill wind from the snowy mountaintop, Fang Yu slowly stood up. Everyone, since you've come all this way, why don't you have a good chat? Constantly fighting and killing isn't a good habit. The leaders of the 7 supreme forces couldn't help but twitch their faces. Why did it feel so awkward when these words came out of Fang Yu's mouth? It was you who just raised your hand to kill the leader of the demon sect and blew his head off. Wasn't it you? And beneath his feet were countless souls who had died in the blood sacrifice. What the hell are you talking about? Chapter 355 Agreement reached. Search for Lin Zhang's whereabouts. Snort. The Shintian sect leader, who was wearing a green Taoist robe and a jade crown, twitched his eyebrows, then took a step forward, his long sleeves dancing in a majestic manner, and said in a cold voice, "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Fang Yu smiled faintly. "My name is Fang Yu. I have been practicing in seclusion for a long time and only came out not long ago. You must have never heard of me. As for my purpose, it is very simple. I can cooperate with you and help you pass through the space channel between the two worlds." The Shintian sect's leader's expression changed. "How do you know this?" Logically speaking, the only people who knew about this were the leaders of their forces and a few core elders. No outsider should know about it. Fang Yu looked calm. "I'm also in the Divine Sea realm, so I can also feel the revival of the outer world's vitality. I'm very interested in going to the outside world. If I follow the clues, I'll always be able to find some information. Several people looked at each other. The Thunder God Temple Master said in a deep voice, "It seems there's an unknown powerful being outside. He's disrupted the spatial channel, causing an energy riot. Even a Divine Sea Realm powerhouse who tried to force their way through would most likely be torn to pieces. What can you do?" His tone was full of suspicion. Obviously, they didn't believe Fang Yu had this ability. After all, even they were helpless. However, it was obvious that Fang Yu's proposal did arouse their interest. A faint smile appeared on Fang Yu's lips. "I have mastered a special secret method that can stabilize the space channel. Ordinary people dare not say it, but the strong ones in the Divine Sea Realm must be able to pass it. However, I am afraid that my strength alone is not enough, and I need your assistance. As for the so-called Guishu, it is only a small world after all. The vitality of the world outside is recovering. I believe it will not be long before it disappears. Why should we continue to live in this small corner of the world? As for the so-called powerful people from the outside world," changing the subject, he said casually, "the outside world is so barren of vitality, where would any powerful warriors come from? Besides, if the enemy is truly formidable, why don't they attack Guishu instead of just blocking it? So, you don't have to worry." After these words were spoken, the expressions of the 7 leaders of the Supreme Forces changed. Obviously, what Fang Yu said does make sense. If that person was really that powerful, why would he just disrupt the spatial channel and prevent them from crossing the boundary? Obviously, the other party was also wary of Guishu. In recent years, with the increase in the number of ordinary people and warriors, Guishu has indeed been overwhelmed. For them, the secular world, where the vitality of heaven and earth is gradually recovering and the area is vast, has great appeal. However, even if they racked their brains, they would never have imagined that Fang Yu, who was standing in front of them and talking freely, was actually the mysterious outsider who disrupted the space channel and blocked Guishu. At this time, Fang Yu spoke again lightly, "I won't care about the territories and forces of the Ice Palace and the Demon Sect. My only target is the secular world. However, after entering the outside world, I need to prioritize occupying the territory and resources. This makes sense, doesn't it? Without me, you wouldn't be able to get out so early." When he said this, his tone was very tough, and there was a hint of greed and desire in his eyes. This actually increased the trust of Xintian Sect Master, Thunder God Temple Master and others. It is normal to have requests. If Fang Yu does not have any requests, that would be suspicious and unreliable. Sect Master Xintian and others were discussing in low voices. Fang Yu had already promised not to interfere with the Ice Palace and the Demon Sect. All they had to do was give up some of their interests after entering the secular world. No matter how you looked at it, it was a good deal. After all, without Fang Yu, they wouldn't have been able to reach the outside world in the short term, and could only wait for the riot to subside on its own. After a moment, Xintian Sect Master and others said in a deep voice, "Can. This means that the agreement between the two parties has been formally reached." Fang Yu smiled slightly, then, "Happy cooperation." At this moment, if the elders of the Ice Palace saw this scene, they would probably be so angry that they would return to the underworld right above their bodies that had been turned into powder in the ruins. The head of the great sect whom they had planned to ask for help actually reached a cooperation with the executioner who killed them. Fang Yu quickly calmed down and said, "Oh, there's one more thing. Fellow Taoist Fang, please speak." After the agreement was reached, the attitudes of Xintian Sect Master and others became much more polite and enthusiastic, almost like two different people from before. Fang Yu paused and said, "Due to some unexpected circumstances, my apprentice and I got separated, so I need you to issue a search order to see if there is any relevant information." "No problem." How could the masters of these supreme forces care about such a small matter? He immediately agreed, "Very good." Fang Yu nodded, but no one noticed that a strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Maybe because I've been updating so slowly recently, a lot of readers have privately chatted with Hamster, asking me to take care of my health, even if it means taking a few days off. Here, let me sincerely thank you all for your concern. At present, there is no problem with the hamster's physical condition, but he is a little tired and anxious mentally. The pressure of writing a book is really great. However, the hamster bacteria will adjust as soon as possible. That's all. Chapter 356 Undercurrent. A few days later, following the Northern Frontier Ice Palace, after the 7 Supreme Forces reached a cooperation with Fang Yu, Xintian Sect, Thunder God Temple, Tianjin Mansion, Xixia Divine Sect, etc., soon began to divide up the territories and resources of the Ice Palace and the Demon Sect among these two major forces. Most people were very savvy and, faced with an impossible situation, quickly changed their mindsets, offering loyalty and flattery to the forces that took them over. The few who resisted were all slaughtered. Soon, Ice Palace, Demon Sect. Two of the formerly 9 supreme powers were completely absorbed and officially disappeared, becoming part of the 7 major powers. Suddenly, Gueshu shook. Many warriors and ordinary people were shocked and confused. The Ice Palace and the Demon Sect, these two major forces are both led by powerful people in the Divine Sea realm. How could they be easily swallowed up and destroyed? But soon, news came out. It answered everyone's doubts, but also made them even more horrified. The Ice Palace Master and the Demon Sect Master, 2 giants in the Divine Sea realm, have fallen. The 2 major forces have lost their greatest support and biggest pillar, so it is not surprising that they have ended up like this. This news was like a hurricane, sweeping across the entire Gueshu in an instant. How could that be? That's the Divine Sea realm. There aren't many of them in the entire Gueshu. Their lifespan can reach hundreds of years, enough to split mountains and cut rivers. They possess unimaginable terrifying power and are invincible. Incredible! Everyone in Gueshu couldn't believe it. The Divine Sea realm loftily overlooked this world, just as dazzling and eternal as the 9 suns hanging in the sky above Gueshu. For them, this was a deeply embedded belief, one that would never be broken, but now, cognition is shattered. Is it the leader of another supreme power who took action? I'm afraid so. The warriors discussed and expressed their opinions. Almost no one questioned this speculation. After all, the only people who could kill the Ice Palace Master and the Demon Sect Master, 2 people at the Divine Sea realm, were probably giants at the same level as them and the leaders of other supreme forces. However, at this moment, suddenly, many people stood up at the same time and spoke out in a decisive voice. The one who killed the 2 men was not the leader of other supreme forces, but a young and powerful master who had just been born. His name is Feng Yu. The entire Gueshu was in an uproar. What the hell? Is this true? Who is Feng Yu? Why have I never heard of him? It is said that he had been practicing in seclusion and only recently came out. Oh my god, this is incredible. To kill 2 Divine Sea realm masters in a row, how arrogant and domineering is this? Countless people were shocked. There's such an unknown strongman in Gueshu. If he doesn't come out, then nothing will happen. But when he comes out, he will make a stunning debut and kill 2 masters of the Divine Sea realm in a row. His ferocious power is terrifying. Gueshu, I'm afraid the situation is about to change. Those with sharp minds have vague judgments and premonitions in their minds based on the current situation. The 7 remaining supreme forces all have profound foundations and have ruled Gueshu for hundreds of years. No one can shake them. On the other side, there was a newly born peerless strongman who just took action and killed 2 gods in a row. It's hard not to let your imagination run wild. Does this mean that someone is finally going to challenge the Gueshu structure that has been as stable as Gyutan for hundreds of years? In the Divine Sea realm, usually as long as one raises his arm and calls out, there is a high probability that countless warriors will flock to it, instantly forming the prototype of a large sect. After developing for a period of time, it is not difficult to join the ranks of supreme forces. This is the reputation and deterrent power of the strong in the Divine Sea realm. For Feng Yu, who had killed the Ice Palace Master and the Demon Sect Master, establishing his own sect was even simpler. He didn't even need to do anything himself. With just a single command, countless people would rush forward and take care of everything for him. In addition, is there some hidden powerful force behind Feng Yu? They were speculating a lot. Perhaps, in the future, a war will break out in Gueshu that will engulf countless forces. The result may affect the pattern and direction of Gueshu for hundreds of years to come. With the continuous increase in population and warriors, the various resources of Gueshu have gradually become scarce. The 9 supreme forces have long controlled Gueshu, and some are dissatisfied. Of course, given the absolute disparity in power, no one dares to act rashly, and at this moment Feng Yu's appearance was like a fuse. Countless people are watching closely, and some of the more ambitious ones have already made their own plans with a flicker in their eyes. Within the entire Gueshu, there were turbulent times and undercurrents. If Feng Yu knew what these people were thinking, he would probably applaud and admire them. Their imaginations were indeed quite big. It feels like it's about to break through the sky. Unfortunately, no one knows. All the news about Feng Yu was spread by him himself through various means. At the same time, Gueshu, Shintian City, Shintian Sect, one of the 9 supreme forces, is located in the center of this city. Even within the 9 supreme factions, there were still gaps between them. As the only sect to boast 2 Divine Sea Realm warriors, Xiantian's sect was already the strongest faction in Guishu. Of course, most of the other supreme factions' leaders were reluctant to acknowledge this. Xiantian City is one of the largest cities in Guishu, the population exceeds 1 million. There are dance halls and singing stages, towering buildings, and the tower in the center reaches into the sky, majestic, full of extreme majesty and oppression. When ordinary warriors come here, they will immediately feel like they are worshipping. In the center is Xiantian sect, with its majestic and luxurious meeting hall. The place called the Inner City, which is not easily entered, is where the Xiantian sect's main gate is located. Inside, in a certain meeting hall, around a round table, figures with terrifying auras that made the air freeze and twist. SATIT was the leaders of the 7 supreme forces in Fangyu. Chapter 357, News came, murderous intent burst out. Asshole. The Thunder God Temple Master, who had the hottest temper, said gloomily, "How did this news spread in Guishu?" Taoist Tianjin frowned slightly. "It's indeed a bit troublesome." They also didn't understand how this matter got out. Regarding Fangyu's existence, they had originally joined forces to strictly block the news in order to avoid complications and unnecessary trouble, and now, the news spread somehow, causing a stir in Guishu. The leaders of the 7 supreme forces naturally had a huge headache. However, they couldn't come forward to clarify the situation now. After all, the cooperation they had reached with Fangyu concerned the passage between the 2 worlds, and they didn't want any mistakes or complications. They still knew what was more important. Compared to the temporary unrest, entering the secular world was more important. At this moment, Fangyu suddenly spoke, his expression calm and composed. "There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Let the news get out. Once we successfully establish a spatial channel, allowing the Guishu forces to descend upon the secular world, we can then explain the truth to them. By then, their attention will inevitably shift to the secular world." Hearing this, the expressions of several sect leaders became more promising. The Lord of Thunder God Temple snorted coldly and said no more. "What Fangyu said does make sense. If the problem of the space channel is solved, there will be a vaster world outside, where there will be no shortage of land and resources. By then, naturally no one will pay attention to the things happening in Guishu anymore." To the leaders of the 7 major factions, the outside world was like an undeveloped wilderness. As for the humans currently existing in the secular world, they simply didn't take them seriously. With all the vital energy of heaven and earth drawn back to the abyss, their energy was extremely scarce, and their martial arts strength was immeasurably weak. If you dare to resist, you will be killed, and this is indeed true. Imagine the giants in the Divine Sea Realm, the hundreds of people in the Divine Realm, the thousands of masters in the Transformation Realm, and as for the warriors of internal and external strength, they are too numerous to count. This power descends upon the outside world, no force can resist. At the round table, Fairy Zisha's expression changed slightly, as if she had thought of something, and she looked at Fangyu with a hint of suspicion. Is it possible? Her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something. However, Fangyu suddenly looked up, his eyes were deep and quiet, with pure darkness surging in those eyes. He looked at the headmaster of the Zisha divine sect and smiled casually. "Why, Your Excellency Fairy Zisha, is there any problem?" Along with this voice, an unnoticed brilliance flashed by, and mental power swept through like a tide, radiating out. Buzz, Fairy Zisha felt her brain was in a trance for a while. After waiting to come to her senses, she looked a little dazed and shook her head subconsciously. "No, nothing." "Ah, that's good." Fangyu turned his gaze away, a faint smile playing on the corner of his mouth. Fairy Zisha pondered in her heart, feeling a very strange feeling, as if her thoughts were interrupted for a moment. "Maybe I'm overthinking it." Sudden report. A serious and loud voice came from outside the hall. Xiantian sect master said solemnly, "Enter." The air twisted, and a gray-robed figure rushed over and appeared in the hall. Looking at this elder from Xiantian sect, sect master Xuantian's eyes were dignified and he spoke with a voice as vast as the sky. "What is it?" The gray-robed elder said, "Master, we have found some clues about the person named Lin Zhang that you were looking for." "Oh?" Fangyu looked over. "There is news from Lin Zhang. It seems that he was indeed teleported to Guishu just like himself. I'm afraid only Dahe has reached the outside world." Speaking of which, a giant dragon that only exists in myths and legends suddenly appears in the real world. I'm afraid it will cause quite a bit of panic and commotion, right? TSK, I hope no one messes with Dahe, otherwise, he won't be in a very good mood. Fangyu was not worried about Dahe's safety at all, but was a little worried about the safety of other people's lives. the most important thing at the moment is to reunite with Lin Zhang. After that, we can prepare for the next plan." Thinking of this, he lowered his head to look down at the gray-robed elder and asked, "Where is he? Have you brought him back?" The gray-robed elder hesitated slightly, his expression a little stiff. To be honest, after receiving the mission, he hurriedly led his disciples to investigate, and upon returning, he hurried to report. However, he did not expect that Fang Yu and the heads of other sects were all in Xiantian sect. Fang Yu couldn't help but look cold at the other party's performance, while Xiantian sect master was already urging impatiently, "If you tell me to speak, speak now." "Yes." The gray-robed elder of the divine realm took a deep breath, considered his words, and hurriedly and carefully said, reporting to the sect master, "Master Fang, I've been leading my disciples on an investigation in the southern wilderness area recently. I happened to overhear a discussion among local warriors in a tavern in a city. They said that within 1,000 miles of that area, the largest force is the Kaoshan sect. It seems that the son of the sect master of the Kaoshan sect was recently seriously injured by an outsider due to some conflict and nearly died. The Kaoshan sect master was furious and personally captured the warrior, imprisoned him, tortured him day and night, and planned to execute him in the near future. The name of that foreign warrior seems to be Lin Zhang." "What did you say?" Boom! As soon as the words fell. At the round table at the top of the hall, Fang Yu's dark eyes, like the fierce light of an ancient beast, flickered unsteadily, and his gaze shot out suddenly like a sharp sword. Bang! A terrifying feeling of oppression swept over the gray-robed elder, and his knees softened. He was completely unable to control the instinctive trembling of his body, and with a bang, he knelt on the ground. Boom! The vital energy of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles was shaken violently, like the raging waves of the deep sea, suddenly boiling. The terrifying vital energy stirred, and even a vortex like layers of dark clouds appeared above the hall. This kind of fluctuation made the 7 leaders of the supreme forces look horrified. A cold murderous intent that seemed to be enough to freeze the soul filled the entire hall like a storm. Of the light on their bodies flickered continuously, forming a shield to keep the murderous intent out of their bodies. The pressure generated by Fang Yu simply by pulling in his chi forced them to activate their cultivation to resist. Upon realizing this fact, everyone in the meeting hall's expressions changed drastically, with disbelief in their eyes. How strong is this guy? Although they witnessed Fang Yu easily killing the demon sect's leader, unlike the demon sect's leader who lacked background and foundation, many of them possessed powerful secret treasures that were enough to release terrifying power after being activated, so they were not overly afraid. At this moment, they realized that they had underestimated Fang Yu's strength. The gray-robed elder was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, he felt the pressure like a 1,000-foot-high mountain hanging above his head. As long as Fang Yu thought about it and pressed it lightly, he would be turned into meat paste. Great, adult. Kaoshan sect? Good, very good. Fang Yu spoke slowly, bloodshot flashing in his eyes. Lin Zhang can be considered as his half-disciple, possessing the divine body thunder spirit physique. He occupies an important position in his plan to deal with Qin Yang, and is also an important subordinate in the future that he has carefully trained. No one can touch his things. In his opinion, attacking his own people is a naked provocation. Isn't it clear what to do with those who dare to challenge you? The next second, Fang Yu suddenly asked the gray-robed elder indifferently, "Did you bring the person back?" No. The gray-robed elder looked terrified. Fang Yu's eyes lit up with a fierce gleam. "Why? Do you think the Kaoshan sect dares to embarrass an elder like you from the Xintian sect?" Under the terrifying pressure, the gray-robed elder couldn't even stand up straight, and could only say in panic, "No, that's not it. Lord Fang, it's because the Kaoshan sect is a subordinate force of the Tianjin mansion. I dare not act rashly, so I plan to come back and report first." And then, upon hearing this, Fang Yu snapped his fingers, and the gray-robed elder exploded with a bang, just like crushing an ant to death. "You useless thing, you can't even do this little thing. What's the point of living?" The expression of the leader of the supreme power present suddenly changed, especially the Xintian sect master, who was furious when he saw the sect elders being killed. A fellow Taoist. "Fang, he is an elder of my Xintian sect after all. You kill someone just because you disagree with him. Isn't that a bit too much?" Even for the supreme forces, the powerful gods are the backbone, not minions who can die at will. When beating a dog, you also have to consider the owner. It's fine for him to punish or even execute the people of Xintian sect himself, but when is it the turn of outsiders to take action? What's more, this elder ended up like this because he was looking for someone for Fang Yu. Fang Yu's behavior was extremely overbearing and arrogant. He didn't take him seriously at all, which made him extremely angry. How Fang Yu turned his head, his eyes cold. "You want to stand up for this guy?" The Xiantian sect master's expression suddenly changed. Fang Yu felt a terrifying energy suddenly locking onto him, as if it would attack him if he said even one wrong word. As the leader of a great sect, with his status and dignity, sect master Xiantian felt that he could not remain silent and watch. However, the body's instinct is frantically issuing warnings. Warning to yourself, don't do it. This madman. Sect master Xiantian cursed in his heart. His expression seemed a little stiff, and he was caught in a dilemma. At this time, Taoist Tianjin suddenly spoke. "You too, don't be impulsive. Fellow Taoist Fang, how about I send someone to Kaoshan sect and bring your disciple back? After that, I will order severe punishment on Kaoshan sect." After these words were spoken, the atmosphere eased slightly. Snort. Sect master Xiantian felt relieved, snorted coldly on the surface, and said no more, but his expression was still extremely ugly. But this silence already represents his attitude. No need. Fang Yu no longer paid attention to the Xiantian sect master and looked outside. A deep voice rumbled through the air. "I'll go there myself." Chapter 358, Strength is the Truth. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yu took a step forward, and his figure dissipated like foam, so fast that he turned into a thin line and disappeared in the hall. No trace left. Instead, there was an almost terrifying storm rising from the endless dark clouds thousands of feet above Xiantian sect. Heading straight south, there was a sharp and loud sound, like the cry of a phoenix. A faint shadow of the ice phoenix appeared, enveloping Fang Yu. Countless ice crystals condensed, transforming into a violent blizzard, emitting bursts of cold light. As a member of the Phoenix royal family, one of the rulers of the sky, and the possessor of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, the Ice Phoenix also possessed terrifying speed. Fang Yu turned into a flash of white light and easily stirred up a huge wave in the sea of clouds, violently destroying everything in his way. What's going on? High in the sky, a god-level being was striding in the air, his figure flashing. At a certain moment, he looked behind him and narrowed his eyes in slight surprise. It seems, something is coming? Just after he finished saying this, his body subconsciously flew into the air, and then, with only a hint of horror flashing across his eyes, his entire body was torn into pieces. After a while, the broken body was pieced together again with the help of the vital energy of heaven and earth. After entering the divine realm, the body will gradually transcend the mundane world and enter another realm. Even if it is torn into pieces, it can still survive for a short time. Later, it is possible to recover by relying on its own energy and various treasures. This god realm cultivator, watching the receding light, trembled, spitting blood, his eyes filled with horror. "Your Excellency." In Guishu, the giants in the Divine Sea realm are also respected as venerables. Below the Divine Sea, this is how the powerful ones in the Divine Sea realm whose identities are unknown should be addressed. "Your Excellency, the Supreme in martial arts." This represents the respect and admiration that the people of Guishu have for the strong. When the Divine Sea travels, how dare the Divine Realm block the way? Fang Yu looked indifferent just now. He slowed down a little because he took into consideration the other party's ignorance. Otherwise, the god-level cultivator would have been shattered into pieces on the spot under his terrifying speed. "Keep your sight and move forward thousands of meters in an instant." Boom. Fang Yu did not conceal his aura at all. The terrifying aura made all the warriors along the way terrified and panicked. "Just keep moving forward recklessly." Soon, Fang Yu's eyes flashed and he whispered a few words. "Kaoshan sect, we're here." Kaoshan sect, just as its name suggests, the sect was built against the wild mountains, standing halfway up the mountain. Various caves and palaces stood in a row, and on the mountaintops, figures dressed in disciples' clothes and with considerable strength shuttled through them. It is very lively and prosperous. As the most powerful sect within a radius of 800 miles, Kaoshan sect boasts numerous elders at the peak of the transformation realm. Its leader, Han Man, is a divine realm powerhouse, commanding considerable influence. In western southern Xinjiang, Kaoshan sect enjoys considerable fame and prestige. The reason for this is not just due to the existence of Han Man, a powerful god-level figure. Moreover, it was because Kaoshan sect had already defected to Tianjin Mansion, one of the supreme forces, many years ago. Every time there is a disciple recruitment, there will be many wealthy businessmen and powerful families in the surrounding cities, fighting tooth and nail to win a disciple spot. Kaoshan sect, the main peak. In the main hall of the sect, at the deepest part, a figure sat on a huge dragon-carved chair. The majesty of a powerful god-level being emanated from his body, causing those around him to tremble with fear. The leader of Kaoshan sect, Han Man. Fonger, that brat, hasn't given in yet? A rumbling voice came out of Han Man's mouth, carrying with it immense majesty. Beneath the dragon-carved chair was a young man dressed in golden silk satin, his face slightly pale. His aura was weak, as if he hadn't recovered from a serious injury. Judging from his aura, the young man was clearly at the transformation realm, but it was clear that his foundation was weak and his aura was unstable. Clearly, he was a warrior who had forced his way to that level through natural resources and various means. He possessed only a realm without combat power, and could only be called a transformation realm, unworthy of the title of Grandmaster of the martial arts. No. Han Feng's face was ferocious. Father, why did you give him a chance and recruit him? I want to kill him, snort. Han Man snorted coldly, causing Han Feng's head to make a slight sound, and spoke in a stern tone. Didn't you set your eyes on the other party's secret treasure and wanted to snatch it without permission? That would have been fine, but you were killed by this brat. Not only were you seriously injured, but you also caused the death of a peak-level transformation realm elder who was protecting you. Don't you feel ashamed? Waste. Han Feng trembled with fear, his expression withered, and then he began to cry again. Father, that guy almost killed me. Father, I am your only son. You looking at Han Feng's stupid appearance, Han Man became even angrier, but the other person's pale face still made his heart soften. Forget it. Han Man waved his hand and said, since this guy can't be used by my Kaoshan sect, then, kill him. It's up to you how you torture him before he dies. He's been tortured enough these past few days. Logically speaking, Han Yu and Lu Zhongyuan were at fault first, but Han Lu was his only son. How can he be reasonable in this situation? Lin Zhang's mistake was that he shouldn't have seriously injured Han Feng, simply because Han Feng was his son, the descendant of a powerful god. For a weak person to provoke a strong person is a mistake in itself. Originally, Han Man saw that his talent was outstanding and rare in the world, so he was moved to cherish his talent and wanted to recruit him, but that guy didn't know how to appreciate it. Since he couldn't be used by me and I couldn't grab the last straw to save my life, I just killed him. What is a genius? It sounds good, but in reality, it is just a weak person who has not grown up. Once a person dies, all his talents are useless. After all, it is just a state of transformation. Under the sea of gods, he is still just an ant that can be easily killed. Han Man's expression was somewhat indifferent, like a tyrant. Everything he did was because he held the power. The power of life and death of the weak was in his hands. He could give them a chance to live, or kill them at will. Power is the truth. Carefully feeling the power in his body and looking at his hands, Han Man couldn't help laughing. Chapter 357, Hamster sent it by mistake, accidentally sent the draft, which is the initial unmodified version. Hamster has replaced the refined version. The basic content remains unchanged, but the wording and grammatical details have changed, and some minor embellishments have been added, which will make it more comfortable to read. The word count is probably about 1,500 more. If you want to read it, you can go back and read it again. It won't have much impact if you don't read it again. This is indeed my mistake. I apologize to everyone. Chapter 359 Feng Yu arrives. Yes. Han Feng was overjoyed when he heard this, and his face was slightly distorted. Is the torture enough? No, not enough, not even close to enough. He has been acting recklessly since he was a child, relying on the power of Kaoshan sect and his own accumulation of resources to reach the realm of transformation. Most people around him flatter him and treat him with respect. Even if they are dissatisfied in their hearts, they dare not speak out. Until I met that damn guy, he looked like an ordinary teenager, but for the first time, he felt panic and despair. He had never been so close to death before and was almost scared to death. Although the other party was also in the transformation realm, he easily killed the sect elder who was responsible for protecting him, and he himself almost died. Although he survived by chance, his origin was severely damaged, and it will be difficult for him to make any progress in martial arts in the future. There was a deep resentment in his eyes. Boy, I'm going to torture you severely and cut you into pieces. Not only you, but also your relatives, friends, and blood relatives. I will find out one by one and kill them all. I want you to die in pain. Just as Han Feng, with a ferocious and excited look on his face, was about to leap and rush to the place where Lin Zhang was being held. Etc. At this time, Han Man seemed to have thought of something and raised his hand and waved, whoosh. for lightning bolts burst out, and round beads with heart-pounding power pulled each other, shot out while spinning, and landed in Han Feng's hands. Of this, Han Feng was stunned for a moment, but soon a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Isn't this the secret treasure in the hands of the boy he had his eyes on before? At that time, relying on his status and the fact that he was accompanied by an elder at the peak of the transformation realm, he tried to snatch it directly, but was almost killed. By Lin Zhang. Buzz. The secret treasure trembled and lightning flashed. These were the 4 Leijianzi that Feng Yu obtained when he killed the leader of Layman, and then gave to Lin Zhang in the Yuanqing Doomsday World. Thank you, father. Han Feng put away the 4 thunder beads, turned around and left, his face fierce and ferocious, with an impatient look. He couldn't wait any longer and wanted to kill Lin Zhang. Ha, in the end, the things are still mine? If you had just been obedient, nothing would have happened to you. Now, you're risking your life. In the hall, Han Man's expression was calm. He looked at Han Feng, who was leaving, narrowed his eyes, and couldn't help but sigh. White Han Feng is indeed a waste and has no ambition, he knows it in his heart, but there was no way, he only had this one offspring. Han Man was filled with a terrifying murderous aura, so while he was still alive, he would never allow anyone to harm Han Feng. Suddenly, Han Man's eyebrows jumped. Suddenly, I felt extremely uneasy. He raised his head, looked outside the hall, and then, his pupils suddenly contracted. With Kaoshan sect as the center, there are many large cities around it, which are prosperous and bustling, with many warriors and ordinary people active there. In a certain city, in a corner next to a restaurant, a beggar rubbed his nose and couldn't help sneezing. Strange, why do I feel so much colder all of a sudden? He shrank his neck and muttered to himself. When he raised his head to look at the sky, his expression suddenly froze. I don't know when, snowflakes started falling all around, but it should be the warm season now, right? At this time, many pedestrians and warriors on the street also noticed that something was wrong and could not help but look around with a stern expression. What's going on? Why is it snowing all of a sudden? Hiss, it's so cold. Hey, look! Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and exclaimed. Everyone raised their heads and looked towards the sky. The next second, they were stunned by the scene reflected in their pupils. Originally, the weather was a little gloomy, with thick dark clouds covering the sky. Suddenly, a gigantic hole appeared in the dense, dark clouds. No, a massive whirlpool. The whirlpool spun, tearing through the clouds. Countless vapors transformed into cold ice crystals, slowly swirling within that direction. Is Kaoshan sect. Boom! A stream of white light rushed out from the vortex. Feng Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his hair flowing in the wind, his eyes dark. The moment he appeared, he immediately became the center of this world, as if replacing the 9 hanging suns of Feng Yu. Here he comes, who? Go over there quickly. In Kaoshan sect, many people noticed the unusual phenomenon. Loud shouts were heard and several figures flashed and rushed towards Feng Yu. Snort. Feng Yu looked down at the ground and snorted coldly, like a thunderbolt from the sky. Along with this sound, the ground shook violently. All the people from Kaoshan sect, including several elders who rushed in this direction, suddenly felt a terrifying force pressing down on them. With a series of bang 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 sounds, they were all forced to kneel on the ground. Chapter 360, Kill with One Finger, Rescue. Let's find out where Lin Zhang is first. Next second, Feng Yu's spiritual power surged like a tide, like a mountain, sweeping across the Kaoshan sect. How powerful was the spiritual power of the Divine Sea Realm? It was almost impossible to resist. Everyone below the Divine Realm felt a buzzing in their heads, and instantly stood still, losing consciousness. Feng Yu felt the feedback from his mental power, his eyes turned cold. Leijianzi, you are looking for death. How can you take my secret treasure? He discovered Han Feng next to the hall. He actually sensed the aura of Leijianzi from the other person. This young man must be closely related to Lin Zhang's arrest, or is he the son of the so-called leader of the Kaoshan sect? In that case, just kill him. In an instant, Feng Yu's indifferent gaze passed through layers of distance and fell on the shivering Han Feng. It is better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. He doesn't have time to screen them one by one. At this moment, Han Feng's face turned pale and his heart almost stopped beating. What's going on? Why, look at yourself. He actually felt a hint of murderous intent from that look. Although he didn't know who that person in the air was, his aura was terrifying enough to make him tremble. Even his father didn't have such a terrifying aura, or in other words, not even 1% of it. The obvious, the only one who could possess this kind of aura, making it impossible for others to even think of resisting, was the legendary Divine Sea Realm, the legendary Venerable One. However, why would such an existence come to Kaoshan sect? How could he have the intention to kill himself? Your Excellency, is there any misunderstanding between us? Han Feng was sweating profusely and spoke in a panic, but before he could finish a complete sentence, Feng Yu had already raised his right hand slightly and pointed downwards casually. This finger ignored the distance and carried a murderous intent. In an instant, it touched Han Feng's eyebrows through the air. Bang! Han Feng, the eldest young master of Kaoshan sect, had his eyebrows shattered directly, and instantly became a bloody mess. Then there was another shock, and he turned into even finer powder. The 4 thunder beads turned into purple streams of light and returned to Feng Yu's hands. At the same time of Feng Yu's spreading mental power also found Lin Zhang, who was imprisoned in the dungeon in the specially designed cell that could trap people in the state of transformation. The environment was damp and dark. Lin Zhang's body was covered in blood, his breath was weak, and his face was pale. Feng Yu slapped his palm in that direction. Boom! There was a loud roar and explosion of metal. The ground where the dungeon was located collapsed instantly, and under the terrifying energy, the soil melted and disintegrated immediately afterwards. Feng Yu raised his hand again and grabbed towards the void. The power of the mysterious space is activated instantly, accompanied by a flash of silver-white light. Lin Zhang's body twisted and instantly came into his hands. Call! He let out a long breath, feeling the obvious loss of heaven and earth chi in his body. Feng Yu muttered to himself, "It's convenient, but it consumes too much energy." After all, this involved the true application of spatial power, something not meant for the Divine Sea Realm. Even with the aid of the mystical space cheat, allowing him to perform it at the Divine Sea Realm, the enormous amount of energy required still had to be borne by Feng Yu himself. Retracting his thoughts, Feng Yu looked at Lin Zhang and said with a smile, "You're having a rough time. It's only been a few days since we last met." At this moment, Lin Zhang was in a daze, and it took him a long time to react. Adult? Excitement and shame flashed across his face. The excitement was naturally because he had seen Feng Yu. After arriving in this unfamiliar place, which was completely different from the world Feng Yu had described, he had once thought that there had been an error in his transmission, that he had mistakenly entered an unfamiliar space and would never see Feng Yu again. As for the shame, it was because I looked so miserable now. Don't talk, let me treat your injuries first. Feng Yu waved his hand, and a huge stream of cold energy was transferred into Lin Zhang's body, flowing through his meridians, tendons and bones, helping to repair his injuries. Lin Zhang only felt his body getting cold and comfortable all over. The internal and external injuries on his body recovered rapidly at a speed that could be felt intuitively, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In just a few seconds, the body had recovered to its original state, with no difference from before the injury. Thank you, sir. Lin Zhang's tone was solemn and grateful. It was at this time that he noticed the changes in Feng Yu. Feng Yu now seemed to have merged into one with the heaven and earth, with no distinction between them. Every move he made seemed to be able to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Compared to when I was in Yuanqing, it is even more terrifying and shocking, like an abyss or a prison, like a god or demon. That is a qualitative change. Sir, you broke through the divine sea? Lin Zhang couldn't believe it. Feng Yu nodded slightly. The surroundings seemed to freeze for a moment. Extreme shock filled Lin Zhang's face. After arriving in Guishu, facing the unfamiliar world, due to the cautious habits he developed as a wilderness wanderer, he first investigated a lot of intelligence and figured out the basic conditions of Guishu. He already knew. The Divine Sea Realm is in existence above the Divine Realm and is also known as the Venerable One. For a strong person who reaches this level, killing a god is as easy as killing a chicken, and he possesses unmatched power. Even in Guishu, he is able to move freely and can be called a top-notch strong man. When he left Yuanqing, although he was invincible in combat, Lin Zhang clearly remembered Feng Yu saying that his realm was only the early stage of the Divine Realm, and now I'm in the Divine Sea Realm? There will be more later. Chapter 361. Condition. Lin Zhang felt dizzy and dazed. Immediately afterwards, I couldn't help but feel ashamed. Compared to you, I'm so weak. Right now, not only am I unable to help you, I'm actually holding you back. I need him to save me. Lin Zhang felt a little depressed and lost. Feng Yu glanced at Lin Zhang's depressed face, seemed to sense his mood, raised his eyebrows, and suddenly slapped him on the forehead. Clang. The sound of metal clashing was heard. Hiss, it hurts. Lin Zhang gasped and looked at Feng Yu. Sir, why did you hit me? I'm going to hit you. Feng Yu frowned. Remember, your thunder spirit physique is not inferior to anyone else's. Think about it, how long did it take you to go from an ordinary person to your current strength? You don't need to compete with me. Also, if you lose confidence in yourself, it will be difficult to achieve success even if you have great talent. Lin Zheng covered his aching head and thought carefully about Fang Yu's words, and he couldn't help but understand something. After taking a deep breath, his eyes became as hard as iron again, and faintly, there seemed to be flashes of lightning flashing and bursting out from them. That's right. He has a thunder spirit physique and his talent is definitely not weak. It's just that in comparison, adults are too dazzling. However, sooner or later, I will become a truly strong person and help adults. Heh, your eyesight is pretty good now. Fang Yu nodded and said, your strength is improving quite quickly, but considering the current situation, it is indeed a bit weak. He narrowed his eyes and said, I plan to have you inherit the forbidden land of Thunder God Temple. The holy son of this generation of Thunder God Temple has never received the forbidden land inheritance, so the inheritance remains intact. With your thunder spirit physique, after inheriting the inheritance, you can at least advance to the middle stage of the divine realm, and even further is not impossible. Thunder God Temple, isn't that one of the 9 supreme forces? Lin Zhang was surprised, then asked doubtfully, the Forbidden Land inheritance is said to be an opportunity specially prepared for each generation of saint sons, helping them grow rapidly. How could they give it to me? The 9 supreme forces also have people from the Divine Sea realm in charge. You don't have to worry about that. Fang Yu said calmly, as for now, let's first thoroughly resolve the matter of Kaoshan sect. How could this matter end so easily? His anger cannot be quelled by killing just one person. He landed in the void, invisible power spread out, supporting Lin Zhang, and his eyes looked downwards, boom. At this time a figure stepped on the void and came, and the sound of air exploding was endless, the leader of Kaoshan sect, Han Man. Greetings, Your Excellency. At this moment, Han Man no longer had the majestic and arrogant attitude he had just had. On the contrary, his face turned pale, his body was shaking, and even his lips were trembling. When Han Man first saw his son Han Feng being killed, he was indeed extremely furious, but the terrifying strength displayed by Fang Yu made him extremely shocked. Divine Sea realm. In addition, Lin Zhang, who was imprisoned in the dungeon, was rescued by Fang Yu. All the clues were connected together, and he understood everything in an instant. The anger completely dissipated, all that is left is endless fear. His heart was filled with absurdity and despair. He should have thought of this long ago. Lin Zhang was so young, so powerful. How could he not have power behind him? But who could have imagined that his background was so terrifying, with the support of the Divine Sea realm? But why didn't you tell me? With such a background, if you told me, how could he dare to capture me, torture me, or even kill me? Under normal circumstances, you would have told me. Could it be that you deliberately wanted to bring disaster to their Kaoshan sect? Han Man's face turned pale, his body's instincts kept urging him to run away and stay away from Fang Yu, but he knew in his heart that running away would be a dead end. He knew very well how big the gap was between the Divine Realm and the Divine Sea realm. Your Excellency, Han Man felt that the pressure on him at the moment was as heavy as a mountain, and his teeth were chattering. Fang Yu was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, the person I just killed was your son, right? Yes, yes. Han Man was stunned and looked a little confused. He didn't know what Fang Yu meant by asking this, but in order to save his life, he answered honestly. As if this wasn't enough, Han Man shuddered and hurriedly added, well done, sir, for killing me. Well done. That evil creature actually dared to provoke the venerable lord. He deserves death. I was truly unaware of the situation. Otherwise, even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to do it. Please, venerable lord, give me another chance and spare my life. If a son dies, he can have another one. But if you lose your life, it's really over. Compared with your own life, everything else is not worth mentioning. Oh, you think so too? I also think he deserves to die. Fang Yu exclaimed, we really have the same ideals. Okay. Since you're so aware and want to live, I'll give you a chance. Thank you so much, Venerable One. Han Man was ecstatic. However, the next second, the words that came out of Fang Yu's mouth made Han Man feel cold all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. If Fang Yu's eyes were deep, and a devilish smile was on his face. How about this? In front of me, kill you and your son's blood relatives, including the disciples you took in, and so on. I will spare your life. How about that? If you can't do it, you will die. Chapter 362. Han Man's strong desire to survive. Fang Yu looked extremely calm, but the words that came out of his mouth were like the cold wind of winter, filled with endless chill and cruelty. Han Man reluctantly said, "This. Your Excellency. Are you kidding me?" Fang Yu's eyes were deep. "Why, do I look like I'm kidding you?" The last word was uttered, like the roar of thunder, echoing in Han Man's ears, shocking him so much that he retreated, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his soul was in turmoil. Han Man coughed up blood from his mouth. He was extremely horrified and felt indescribable despair. Just one word, and he was seriously injured. The gap between them was so huge that it was unimaginable. When he faced Fang Yu, it was like an ordinary person without martial arts cultivation facing a god. Han Man's face turned pale. "No, Your Excellency, I lie." Fang Yu raised his index finger, placed it to his lips, and said with a smile, "I have already given you the chance. Do as I say, or die." Crunch! Han Man's face was full of despair, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. He remembered the scene of Han Feng's death just now. Han Feng, his only son, was smashed into pieces right before his eyes by a finger from midair. Bones were broken and blood and flesh splattered. There wasn't even a scrap left, and now Fang Yu wants him to kill all the people close to him with his own hands. Only then will he let him go and give him a chance to live. This is simply too much. Lin Zhang was just tortured. He didn't die, but his son's foundation was damaged, and it was difficult for him to make any progress in martial arts. Just now, he even paid with his life. Han Man's eyes suddenly turned red with anger, and even his rationality was somewhat overwhelmed. Bastard, fight! The vital energy of heaven and earth in his body was running wildly, and his aura was rising steadily. He was ready to fight to the death. Han Man's eyes widened like an angry King Kong, but just as he took a step forward and was about to take action, his body suddenly stiffened. Fang Yu was seen standing with his hands behind his back, his black hair fluttering. There was no trace of a smile in his eyes. In those eyes, as black as gemstones, pure darkness rolled and surged, and the murderous intent revealed in them was like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the human soul. Fang Yu looked at him with a hint of cold sarcasm on his face. Although no one was targeting him, Han Man felt an overwhelming pressure, like a tidal wave pressing down on him, and his thoughts were frozen. Gurgle, his Adam's apple rolled, and the little courage in his heart disappeared in an instant. A deep chill surged wildly from the bottom of my heart. He didn't know why, but he had a premonition in his heart that if he did it himself, then the end would not be simply summed up by the word death. What was waiting for him would be an endless and deep hell. "I'll do it right away." A hoarse voice came out of Han Man's mouth. He got scared. The absolute power gap is enough to crush any thought of resistance. He was afraid. He didn't want to die now. After all, how much energy did he spend to cultivate to the divine realm? As the leader of Kaoshan sect, he enjoyed the fear and submission of the people. He was high above everyone else, with power and women at his fingertips. He hadn't enjoyed enough, so how could he die? No, he wanted to live. Han Man's eyes were bloodshot, his figure flashed, and in almost the blink of an eye, he landed on the ground of Kaoshan sect. At this moment, all the disciples of Kaoshan sect were kneeling on the ground under Fang Yu's majesty. Except for Han Man, who was in the God realm, no one else could move at all. "Don't blame me. I don't want to die." Han Man was determined and crazy. His figure flashed and he came to his chief disciple first. Boom! He slapped down with his palm suddenly, and the void exploded. The disciple's head shattered immediately and he died tragically on the spot. Boom! 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 The roar continued to burst out. In just a dozen or so breaths, his disciples, wife, brothers, and people around his son Han Feng either begged for mercy, or cursed, or were stunned and desperate. In the end, they were all killed by him with a single palm, not to mention that they were unable to move their bodies under Fang Yu's pressure. Even if they could move freely, they would not be able to resist. There is only one person in the divine realm, Han Man, in Kaoshan sect, and the others, even those at the peak of the transformation realm, are no match for the divine realm. Therefore, in just a dozen or so hours, Han Man killed all the people Fang Yu requested in a manner that was almost a massacre. Han Man didn't dare to hold back at all. In front of someone like Fang Yu, how could he dare to harbor even the slightest hope? Many disciples of Kaoshan sect watched their leader go on a killing spree with terrified eyes, as if they were looking at a demon. However, Han Man now has no time to care about these things. There is only one thought left in his mind: to survive. He must survive. Covered in blood, Han Man suddenly raised his head, looking mad. and said in a shrill voice, "Kill him, I have killed him, I have done what you said." He stared at Fang Yu intently, his heart trembling, fearing that Fang Yu would break the contract. In midair, the real devil was staring at the slaughter beneath his feet, watching with great interest. Upon hearing Han Man's words, Fang Yu smiled. "Don't worry, I always keep my word. Since I said I'd give you a chance, I'll keep my promise." As he said that, he looked at Lin Zhang and said, "Let's go." As the voice fell, Fang Yu stretched out his hand, and the vital energy of heaven and earth surged. With tremendous force, he swept up Lin Zhang, who was still unable to fly, and rose into the sky. Chapter 363, The Giant Palm Destroys Kaoshan Sect. Han Man was breathing heavily. As a powerful god, he actually felt exhausted. The oppressive feeling and terrifying aura emanating from Fang Yu almost made him collapse. However, despite his physical fatigue, there was still uncontrollable ecstasy in his eyes. "Survived, I survived," Han Man smiled somewhat crazily. After facing death so close, he felt for the first time that simply being alive was a happy thing. However, just as he was immersed in the joy of surviving the disaster, suddenly, a trace of doubt flashed through my mind. Etc. His eyes suddenly widened. In Guishu, there are only a few giants in the Divine Sea realm, and the leaders of the 9 supreme forces occupy the vast majority of them. The rest are also famous and suppress Guishu. Among them, it seems that no one can match him, except for one person, the one who recently shook the entire Guishu, who killed the Ice Palace Master and the Demon Sect Master in succession, a newly emerged peerless powerhouse with a terrifying reputation, and a newly born existence that is believed to have the potential to break the hundreds of years of pattern in Guishu. Fang Yu, black hair and black eyes, young, terrifying strength, all the characteristics match. Han Man's eyes were filled with horror and his heart was trembling wildly. The captured kid was actually related to Fang Yu. Kaoshan Sect had actually provoked such an existence. If Han Feng wasn't dead, Han Man would really want to kill him with a slap in the face. Isn't this a rip-off, etc. Han Man's heart suddenly felt cold. He doesn't even take the leader of the supreme power seriously. He is a madman who kills people at will. How can we really let this kind of person go so easily? Let Kaoshan Sect go. It was as if to confirm what he was thinking. The sky suddenly darkened. Woo! A strange sound was heard. Han Man was stunned at first, then he looked up suddenly. This sight almost scared him to death. Above the sky, the thick clouds had been separated at some point. It was as if the sky had split open. The ocean of celestial energy, tens of miles in radius, suddenly boiled. Countless streams of celestial energy, like serpentine dragons, surged and coiled, transforming into a giant, sky-lifting palm above Kaoshan Sect. This immense palm, boundless and immense, obscured the sky and sun, carrying a terrifyingly low temperature, like the hand of a god, poised to unleash divine punishment. Boom! The sky and the earth changed color. The huge palm slapped down hard. Run! Many of the Kaoshan Sect's disciples were horrified, their hearts and livers were broken, and they all wanted to flee, but just when they were about to move their bodies away, they suddenly found that they could not move. Squeak! A terrifying cold swept across their bodies, layers of frost spreading across their bodies as if they had life. Skin, muscles, bones, blood, internal organs, even their minds, were completely frozen in this moment. Along with their vitality solidifying, the fear and shock on their faces had not yet disappeared. Before the giant palm fell, 99% of the disciples of the Kaoshan Sect turned into ice sculptures and died instantly. Only Han Man, a powerful god-level warrior, is still struggling. His eyes were red and he let out a roar. He pushed his cultivation to the extreme and managed to break the ice on his body. But when the leader of Kaoshan Sect showed a hint of joy in his eyes, the giant palm that holds up the sky has already slammed down. No! Han Man howled in despair. "You promised not to kill me." The next second, the giant palm made direct contact with him. His body trembled and was directly blasted into bloody powder. His body and soul were destroyed and he died on the spot. The giant palm of Yuanqi slammed into Kaoshan Sect. At this moment, the whole world seemed to pause slightly, then, boom. The earth cracked, the clouds shook, and terrifying shock waves swept in all directions. There are nearly 10 subordinate cities around Kaoshan Sect. Almost everyone in the cities has noticed the huge, boundless hand that blocks the sun. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, the numerous mansions and caves within Kaoshan Sect collapsed in an instant like mirages, illusory bubbles. They vaporized and turned into dust all over the sky. The entire Kaoshan Sect was reduced to ashes in an instant, and even the towering mountain located halfway up the mountain was crushed by the giant palm. Boom! The terrifying sound spread far and wide to the surrounding cities. The immense sound caused ordinary people, even warriors, to instantly experience blackouts and ringing in their ears. When the sound reached its peak, it seemed as if ordinary people were no longer qualified to even hear it. Soon, for everyone in the city, the sound rang in their ears again and the clear picture reappeared in their eyes. They immediately looked in the direction of Kashan's sect. Hiss, everyone gasped. These people witnessed a scene they would never forget. What they saw at that moment was even passed down through their mouths, generation after generation. They had witnessed miracles with their own eyes. Where Kashan's sect was located, now, there is only a huge flat land with a radius of 1,000 feet. The surface of the flat land is covered with a layer of pure white ice that is as smooth as a mirror and as hard as the hardest black iron. The entire Kashan sect, along with a mountain range, was razed to the ground by the giant palm that seemed like a god to destroy a sect with one strike and destroy a mountain with a flip of the palm. At the same time, extremely low temperatures enveloped the area, turning it into a dead zone and a forbidden area. Within a short period of time, even if a master of the transformation realm approached, his life force would be frozen by the terrifying temperature and he would die suddenly. In the surrounding cities, everyone stared at that place blankly, with only boundless fear and trembling in their hearts. Oh my God. Chapter 364. Justice will prevail. Above Kashan sect, 1,000 feet high in the sky. A strong wind blew past. Fang Yu looked down, his eyes clear of any emotion. It seemed as if it wasn't him who just destroyed an entire sect and killed thousands of people with one palm. Beside him, watching this scene that looked like a punishment from the gods, Lin Zhang's face turned slightly pale. Sir, didn't you say to give him a chance? Yeah, I said give him a chance, but I didn't say let Kashan sect go. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes. Unfortunately, he didn't flee Kashan sect. Instead, he was willing to stay within the sect, sharing life and death with it. In that case, how could I bear not to help him? And his eyes narrowed. This kind of person, who would kill even the people around him just to survive, even makes me feel a little disgusted. Lin Zhang looked up. What if this guy refuses your request, sir, and fights to the death? Fang Yu said calmly, if that's the case, I can look up to him. Lin Zhang sighed. I didn't expect that this guy would give up the chance to live and choose a dead end. At this time, Fang Yu's expression was slightly puzzled. He looked at Lin Zhang with an unusual calmness in his eyes. That calmness made Lin Zhang's heart slightly chilled. What are you talking about? Fang Yu smiled, a smile that was somewhat cold and cruel. If he fights to the death, then of course I will beat him to ash and suppress his soul for 1,000 years. After he endures endless pain, his soul will be shattered and he will die. What's the point of living for a fool who can't see the situation clearly and still fights stubbornly even though he knows he has no chance of winning? Lin Zhang looked stunned. Fang Yu patted Lin Zhang's shoulder. Don't you understand yet? Whether he lives or dies doesn't depend on the choice he made. The reason he died is simply because he was too weak. His eyes were as cold as iron. I want him dead, so no matter what he does, whether it's a desperate fight or killing to save his life, everything is in vain. The downfall of Kashan sect is also like this. And if you are not mine, then you will be the one to die. You will die miserably in a dark and damp dungeon, turning into a pile of dry bones that no one cares about. So Fang Yu extended his hand, pointed at the Kashan sect below, and asked, tell me, do you think this is cruel? After hearing Fang Yu's words, Lin Zhang seemed to fall into deep thought. After a long moment, he seemed to have some understanding. He looked down at the ruins below and said in a deep voice, no, this is justice. Justice will prevail. Even Fang Yu was stunned when he heard this answer. Then he laughed, a big laugh. The hoarse voice was like a blinding lightning, echoing in the sky, stirring up the dark clouds, and even the violent gale was reversed. Very good, you are quite right. Fang Yu seemed very satisfied with this answer. He smiled and reached out to grab Lin Zhang. Let's go. As soon as the words fell, the two of them shattered the void, their speed increased to the extreme, and they disappeared in a stream of white light. Boom! At the terrifying speed, Lin Zhang couldn't even feel the concept of time. He had a feeling of traveling through space. Even his thoughts were difficult to concentrate, and he fell into a drowsy state. Fang Yu was not affected at all, his eyes narrowed slightly. Justice will prevail? That's right, because, in this world, only the victor is righteous. This is true for both the protagonist and the villain. Fang Yu took Lin Zheng away, but the impact of his appearance is far from over. All the major forces in the 12 cities within hundreds or thousands of miles of Kashan sect summoned their clansmen to hold an emergency meeting. The news of the destruction of Kashan sect had already swept through the 12 cities like a storm. No, there was no need to spread the news deliberately because almost everyone saw the scene. A towering giant palm covered the sky, parted the clouds, and descended from the sky, crushing Kashan sect like foam. This scene frightened them so much that they were terrified and their hearts were broken. There is no doubt that Kashan sect has provoked a terrifying existence that should not be provoked. So many forces have made up their minds that they must sever ties with Kashan sect to avoid being implicated. Although the Kashan sect had been wiped out by Fang Yu with one palm, not all the disciples in the sect stayed in the sect at that time. A considerable number of them left the sect for various reasons, such as going home to visit relatives and participating in ancestor worship ceremonies, and thus escaped the disaster. Before today, for the big families in the cities under the jurisdiction of Kashan sect, the appearance of a disciple of Kashan sect in the family represents supreme honor. But now, the Kashan sect was destroyed by the Supreme Being, and this identity suddenly no longer symbolizes respect, but instead is more like a death warrant. If people knew that the disciples of their clan were involved with Kashan sect, would they be implicated and suffer a catastrophic disaster? No one knows, so they decided to eliminate the hidden dangers completely. The patriarchs of the major families, without prior agreement, issued orders one after another, passed the order down. From today onwards, all disciples of the Kashan sect within the clan will be expelled from the clan and will no longer have any connection with the clan. Disciple, I remember your Taoist partner is an inner disciple of the Kashan sect? Yes, master. What, really? Damn it, remember, from now on, don't contact him again. No, this is not safe enough. Pack your things immediately and let's get out of here. Similar conversations took place in various places in the 12 cities. The demise of Kashan sect caused countless people to tremble in their hearts and live in constant fear. This is the imbalance between the weak and the strong. As the weak, they need to constantly try to figure out the thoughts and ideas of the strong, and dare not take any chances. Otherwise, if they anger the strong, they may face a catastrophe. For Fang Yu, he didn't need to do anything himself, nor did he need to issue any orders. Someone would gradually eliminate the remaining forces of the Kashan sect, leaving no trace behind, until they were completely buried in the dust of history. Chapter 365, Secret Planning. Xuantian Sect, Meeting Hall. After Fang Yu left, there was silence inside and the atmosphere was solemn. Sect Master Xiantian was breathing heavily, his face looking extremely ugly. The aura around him was surging, causing the entire hall to tremble. Asshole! He suddenly roared, his tone furious. The Thunder God Temple Master's voice was as resounding as a bell. This guy is indeed too arrogant. I'm afraid he doesn't even take any of us seriously. Everyone, are we really going to tolerate this guy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere being so rampant? No, now is not the time to tear each other apart. Taoist Tianjin waved his hand. The most important thing at the moment is to pass through the channel between the two worlds. Until this matter is resolved, everything else can be put on hold. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Isn't it time to act now? This means, wait until he truly resolves the turbulent space channel, so that the Guishu forces like us can descend upon the secular world. A glint of brilliance flashed in Taoist Tianjin's eyes. It won't be too late to take action then. Xiantian Sect Master was thoughtful. Once the space channel is opened, the initiative will be in our hands. At that time, it will be up to us to decide whether to keep our promise. Snort. The Lord of Thunder God Temple was filled with murderous intent, his eyes indifferent. When that time comes, I will be the first to kill him. Amit Ba. Master Liuli of the Pure Land Sect clasped his hands together, his face kind and gentle, and said seriously, Fellow Taoist Fang is too violent, but I, the Buddha, am merciful. Therefore, in order to avoid committing further sins of murder, I have no choice but to kill him. The palace master of the Spirit Dragon Palace had a dignified expression, a mustache, and a cold gaze. I agree. I agree. The leaders of the 7 supreme forces all expressed their opinions. Ha ha ha. The Lord of the Heavenly Formation Palace clapped his hands and laughed. It seems that everyone's opinions are very consistent. Everyone looked calm. A guy like Fang Yu, whose origins were unknown and who looked down on everyone, yet possessed terrifying strength. How could they not be wary of him? Who wouldn't be? Only by completely annihilating such an uncontrollable person could they be at ease. Among them, only Fairy Zisha remained silent. As a result, everyone looked over, and the Xiantian sect master even asked directly, "What do you think, Fairy Zisha?" Fairy Zisha frowned. Fang Yu's strength is unfathomable. Is there any risk in doing this, he? The leader of Xiantian sect smiled, his eyes were cold and murderous. No matter how strong he is, he's still just one person. Our supreme forces have been passed down for hundreds and thousands of years, accumulating endless resources. If we unite, how can he resist alone? Could it be that he wants to suppress an entire realm by himself? Even he himself didn't believe what he said. Upon hearing this, Fairy Zisha's expression changed slightly, and she gradually felt relieved. That's right, each of them represents a supreme sect in the Guishu realm. Unlike the Ice Palace with shallow roots and the demon sect that has just joined the ranks of supreme forces, they all have a long history, even tracing back to the sect era, and hold powerful secret treasures and trump cards in their hands. No matter how strong Fang Yu is, he has to die. Okay, I agree too. Fairy Zisha said quickly. Master Liuli of the Pure Land sect clasped his hands together, chanted Buddhist scriptures, and said expressionlessly, "Good." The Lord of Thunder God Palace sneered repeatedly. That guy still dreams of entering the secular world, seizing territory, and establishing his own sect? But I don't know that my death is approaching. Very good. The Lord of the Heavenly Formation Palace waved his robe and said coldly, "The day the passage between the two worlds is reconnected will be the day Fang Yu will fall." The seven masters present were high and mighty, with murderous auras. Every word directly determined Fang Yu's life or death. It was like a god standing above the clouds, looking down at the ants in the lower world, and delivering judgment on their fate. However, none of the seven people noticed that at this moment, in the corner of the hall, the void was fluctuating, and a strange and subtle ripple quietly emerged. Chapter 366. I have destroyed a Chuantian sect. In the main hall, the seven leaders of the supreme forces discussed the details and finally decided the time and place to take action. Right at the location of the space channel, when Fang Yu passed through the channel between the two worlds and returned to Guishu, the seven people joined forces to kill him. The Xiantian sect master nodded slightly. In order to ensure that everything is safe and prevent Fang Yu from counterattacking before his death or using secret methods to escape, we need to make arrangements there in advance. Fang Yu is currently staying at Xiantian sect, so I can't do anything. I'll have to rely on you guys to make arrangements after you leave. Leave it to us. The other 6 people nodded in agreement. One more thing. Suddenly, the rough voice of the Thunder God Temple Master rang out. Does Fang Yu really know how to stabilize the space channel as he claims? Is he lying to us? Taoist Tianjin pondered for a moment, then said, "That's not the case. After all, what good would that do to him? If he can't enter the secular world, the agreement we reached with him regarding the secular world's territory would be meaningless. Wouldn't that mean he'd just given up the demon sect and Ice Palace's territory for nothing?" The Lord of Thunder God Temple nodded and said nothing more. Xiantian sect master's eyes flickered slightly. Then let's act according to the plan. Time passes slowly, and not long after, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed. Boom! In the distance, there was a sudden roar along with the sound. A streak of light streaked across the sky and crashed into the Xiantian sect. Fang Yu is back. Buzz. The void in the hall trembled violently. Then, 2 blurry figures, like characters drawn by a painter, gradually became solid and appeared clearly in front of everyone. Of Fang Yu, with black hair and black pupils, tall and slender, with a face as handsome as a god, and a chaotic and changing aura, and Lin Zhang, who was held in his hand and whose brain was still a little unresponsive due to the rapid movement. Fang Yu loosened his grip and Lin Zhang fell to the ground. After a few seconds of breathing, he finally returned to normal and looked around. When he saw several figures standing in the hall, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Each of them exuded a breath as vast as the ocean, their every move seeming to stir the heavens and earth. This seemed perfectly normal to Fang Yu, but for those in the transformation realm or even the divine realm, a sense of oppression would inevitably arise from their souls. Divine Sea Realm. Lin Zhang was shocked. The 7 figures before him were all at the Divine Sea Realm. Combined with their iconic attire, it wasn't hard to guess who they were, the masters of the supreme power. What is the relationship between you and them now? He was confused, but the current situation is obviously not suitable for asking questions. Ha ha ha. Taoist Tianjin laughed heartily and came forward, saying with concern, "Fellow Daoist, Fang is back. It seems the matter has been resolved. This person should be your disciple, right? He glanced at Lin Zhang and exclaimed, he is indeed a man of high cultivation and hidden talent, quite like fellow Taoist Fang. Fang Yu said calmly, Master Tianjin, you are too kind. After all, the other party was at the Divine Sea realm, so it wasn't surprising that he could sense Lin Zhang's cultivation. However, Lin Zhang's thunder spirit physique would not have been discovered without careful investigation. It was only after Lei Zhenzi's unusual movements that Fang Yu discovered his talent. Now, layers of seals have been placed within Lin Zhang's body to conceal his thunder spirit aura, making it even harder to detect. Even the Thunder God Temple Master, a master of thunder, might not be able to detect it, hee. The Lord of the Heavenly Array Palace smiled and said, as long as fellow Taoist Fang has rescued the people, the matter will be resolved. Don't worry, I will definitely punish the Kaoshan sect severely later. Thank you for your concern, Lord Tianjin. However, your sect does not need to punish the Kaoshan sect. The Heavenly Array Palace Master smiled even more broadly, and said solemnly, fellow Taoist Fang is indeed broad-minded and magnanimous. Fang Yu's tone was calm, his eyes expressionless, because the Kaoshan sect was already destroyed by me. Chapter 367. Heading to the passage. The air seemed to be stagnant. In the hall, there was a silence where you could hear the falling leaves. The other several masters all looked stunned. As for Tianjin Taoist, his face froze, his expression suddenly becoming unsightly. Rage seemed to gather in his eyes, like a raging volcano about to erupt. Although the Kaoshan sect was not very powerful, it was, after all, a subordinate faction of the Tianjin mansion. Although he expected Fang Yu to kill many people, he never expected that he would actually wipe out the entire Kaoshan sect. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and anger burned in his heart, but after all, he had hundreds of years of qi cultivation skills, so Tianjin Taoist quickly calmed down and said calmly, it's okay. It's just a Kaoshan sect, yet they dared to capture fellow Taoist Fang's disciples. They are simply asking for their own death. They did such a thing, and their destruction is their own fault. It's only natural. Fang Yu smiled faintly. It seems that the Lord of Tianjin Mansion is the one with a broad mind. I am a real villain. I only know how to repay an eye with an eye, a tooth with a tooth, and stop killing with killing. If anyone touches me, I will destroy his entire sect. He narrowed his eyes. Anyone who dares to provoke me will pay the price in blood. Even with the master of Tianjin Mansion's skill in cultivating qi, he couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. This is really too much. His eyes were extremely cold. You can act all arrogant now, but once the passage between the two worlds opens, you'll lose your usefulness and be dead. By then, I wonder if you can still act arrogant? I can't wait to see your expression of struggle and despair. At this time, whoosh. Suddenly, a white light came roaring across the hall, attracting everyone's attention. Under the gazes of everyone present, white light shot into the hands of Sect Master Xin Tian. He turned over his palm and spread it out, revealing a talisman-like object with strange patterns. Message talisman, a talisman used to convey messages among the major martial arts forces left in the secular world. The creation of this kind of talisman has basically been lost, but it is prevalent in Guishu. After all, in Guishu, although martial arts are prosperous, there is no worldly technology, and it is impossible to rely on people to deliver messages for everything. Certainly even here, message talismans are considered a relatively valuable resource and are generally not used unless there is something important. Oh, there's news. Sect Master Xiantian squeezed his palm and exerted a little force, and the communication talisman immediately exploded with a bang. The information contained in it, along with the fluctuations of mental power, was transmitted into his mind. After a few seconds, with his eyes flickering, Xiantian Sect Master let out a long breath. His gaze swept across everyone's faces, and he said in a deep voice, news from the Space Channel. Preliminary preparations over there are progressing steadily. We'll be able to enter the tunnel in 20 days. The opening of a space channel is a huge project. At that time, when Fang Yu was on the side of the secular world and blocked Guishu, the 9 supreme forces almost went out in full force, built a large formation, and cooperated with strong men to bombard the passage. Of the resources and treasures mobilized are countless. Although Fang Yu's punch disrupted the spatial channel, triggering an energy riot, many disciples and even divine realm elders were still guarding it. After Fang Yu and the 7 major sect leaders signed a cooperation agreement, they sent in a considerable number of additional personnel. The words fell inside the hall. Everyone's expression changed. The expressions on their faces were calm, but no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. In that case, we will leave first and prepare ourselves. Except for the leader of Shantian sect, the leaders of the other 6 supreme forces all spoke and turned into streams of light, flying across the sky. The hall immediately became empty. At the Shantian sect master turned to look at Feng Yu and said with a bow, "Fellow Taoist Feng, you can temporarily stay in my Shantian sect for the time being. When the time comes, I will lead you to the spatial passage." Having said that, he left. Lin Zhang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was only at the transformation realm, and the pressure from so many Divine Sea Realm experts was too much. He moved his mouth, ready to ask questions. He already had a lot of questions accumulated in his mind. Feng Yu seemed to see through Lin Zhang's thoughts, and before he could ask any questions, he said calmly, "This place is actually what I call the world, but it's just a small unknown world within it. Due to the turbulence of time and space, we came here. I have reached a cooperation with the leaders of the 7 supreme forces to jointly open the space channel." So? Lin Zhang suddenly realized, then asked doubtfully, "However, even though it's a collaboration, it's impossible for Thunder God Temple to give up the crucial forbidden inheritance that only successive saint sons can use." Feng Yu smiled faintly. "That's easy, isn't it? As long as I kill the Lord of Thunder God Temple, then the inheritance of the Thunder God Temple's forbidden land will be mine to manage, right?" The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, frost was flying, and murderous intent was everywhere. Lin Zhang was shocked and said in astonishment, "Sir, the Lord of Thunder God Palace and others are also in the Divine Sea Realm. So what if I'm in the Divine Sea Realm? It's not like I haven't killed people in the Divine Sea Realm before." Feng Yu's expression was calm. "The Ice Palace Master and the Demon Sect Master have long since fallen into my hands." "What?" Lin Zhang was completely stunned. My master killed the Ice Palace Master and the Demon Sect Master? Aren't they both the masters of the 9 supreme forces? Not long after he arrived in Guishu, he was captured by Han Man and thrown into the dungeon because of a conflict with Kaoshan sect. He was not aware of the news from the outside world, so naturally he didn't know that Feng Yu had already become famous in Guishu. Feng Yu ignored the horrified Lin Zhang, but stretched out his right hand and gently hooked it towards the corner of the hall. Buzz. Suddenly, strange fluctuations occurred in that direction. A ball of illusory, transparent, invisible, and intangible spiritual power that only Feng Yu could feel suddenly flew out from the corner and penetrated into his body. Feng Yu's body trembled slightly. This was a ball of spiritual power that he secretly left in the hall before he left. This ball of spiritual power could sense and monitor all movements within the hall, recording them all. As long as it was reabsorbed, Feng Yu would know the information contained within it. The 7 masters of the Divine Sea Realm were all cautious people, so they had naturally used their mental power to scan the hall to check for any abnormalities. However, if Feng Yu's mental power is much stronger than theirs, they can't detect it at all. At sizzle. Waves arose in Feng Yu's spiritual SEA. In an instant, everything that happened in the hall after he left, recorded by the spiritual power he left behind, turned into memories and emerged clearly in his mind. The secret conversation between the 7 Supreme Forces leaders fell into his ears without missing a word. Feng Yu narrowed his eyes. As expected, a dog will always eat shit. From the plot of the book, I already knew what kind of people these guys were. Now it seems that their murder in the book was not unjust at all. After we penetrate the space channel, we will join forces to kill me and dominate the secular world? That's a really good plan. Oh, there are still 20 days left, just wait. A cruel sneer appeared on Feng Yu's lips, and a cold murderous intent flashed across his dark pupils. Time passes. Soon, it was 20 days later. Buzz. The air trembled and the void twisted. 2 figures stood in the air high above Xiantian sect, their aura shaking the heavens and earth, tearing through the clouds. It was Feng Yu and the leader of Xiantian sect. "Fellow Taoist Feng, it's time, let's go." As he spoke, Sect Master Xiantian left first and disappeared into the clouds. Feng Yu narrowed his eyes, then flashed, following closely. His figure was like a giant bird spreading its wings, piercing the air with a rumbling thunderous sound, and suddenly shot out, covering 1,000 meters in an instant. It's finally about to begin. They are about to set off for the location of the space channel, the Divine Punishment Mountains. Next, the plot will gradually unfold. The friction and collision between Qin Yang and Feng Yu will soon begin. Hamster will do his best to innovate the ways in which each protagonist will be killed. Chapter 368, Secretly Using Soul Capture to Enter the Passage. Divine Punishment and Divine Veins. Located in the center of Guizhou, a vast mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, towering majestically, soaring into the clouds, its peak solid and imposing. The mountain range's presence is rather abrupt and strange, as if a giant hand had descended from the sky, forcibly altering the terrain and shaping a peak, hence its name. This is a famous forbidden area in Guizhou. The depths of the Gain Mountains are home to numerous spirit beasts, some of which are powerful and violent. A transformation realm grandmaster attempting to force their way through would almost certainly die. Even a lofty divine realm cultivator would face a significant chance of perishing there. Therefore, when ordinary warriors approach the divine punishment vein, most of them stay away from it, take a detour, and dare not pass through it easily. Roar. The continuous and undulating roars resounded throughout the divine punishment mountains, and even just listening to them was chilling. At some point, boom. 8 human figures, like a long rainbow, passed over the divine punishment mountains, unbridled and without any scruples, as if they were passing through their own territory. Roar. In an instant, the spirit beasts became angry. In their view, this is undoubtedly a provocation and contempt for their own dignity. Whoosh. The spirit beasts roared and howled, and among them, some powerful beings that already possessed a little intelligence and had entered the divine realm, rose into the air and launched an attack, intending to teach these humans a lesson. Snort. Cold snorts were heard. As the voice fell, the 8 passing figures suddenly shone with light, and at the same time, an overwhelming aura of fear suddenly suppressed them. Roar. The roar rang out again, but this time, it was no longer filled with anger and demonstration, but was filled with fear and horror. Woo! Countless weak spirit beasts lay on the ground, trembling and unable to move. As for those powerful spirit beasts that rose into the air, they were like their butts were on fire, roaring in fear and fleeing madly towards the ground, but not all of them were lucky enough to escape successfully. More of them, like fragile bubbles, exploded with a bang and turned into shattered flesh and blood. Humph, you're looking for death. The Shantian sect master spoke in an ice-cold voice, and with a random punch, he blasted to pieces a golden eagle that was dozens of meters long and whose feathers were as hard as steel. Then, he turned his head and looked at Feng Yu beside him, a fellow Taoist. Feng, we're almost there. The space passage is right here on the Divine Punishment Mountains. Feng Yu nodded slightly. The 8 figures were the 7 great masters who met up halfway, and Feng Yu. Is it right here? Feng Yu pondered in his heart. His eyes were calm, and in his mind, his mental power exploded and spread in all directions, enveloping the depths of the Divine Punishment Mountains. Scenes appeared before his eyes. At the exit of a deep canyon deep within the Divine Punishment vein, there were many martial arts practitioners with powerful auras. They were all elite disciples and elders from various major sections. A small number of them guarded the canyon's exit, responsible for killing any spirit beasts that accidentally broke in. The majority of them sat cross-legged on the ground with their eyes tightly closed. Where they sit cross-legged, countless energy chains shining with silver light are connected, fitted, and intertwined with each other to form a magnificent and huge formation. These warriors who maintain the formation each have their own responsibilities, either manipulating the formation or continuously pouring their own energy into the formation. Many secret treasures with terrifying auras are placed in various positions, acting as the eyes of the formation, stabilizing and strengthening the entire formation. If Feng Yu's eyes were deep, he knew about the existence of this formation before he came. The main function of the formation is to stabilize the spatial channel, and it is constructed by the Tianjin Mansion. The Tianjin Mansion is most proficient in the art of formation. Buzz. The Great Formation caused the vital energy of heaven and earth to resonate, bringing about tidal energy fluctuations. With this level of energy, I'm afraid many of the supreme power leaders are involved. Guizhou is indeed profound, and its martial arts alone are far beyond the reach of the outside world. Besides the gap in martial arts masters, a lot of martial arts knowledge has long been lost to the outside world, such as the refining of secret treasures, the construction of various formations, the making of communication talismans, and so on. But what really attracted Feng Yu's attention was not the formation, but a huge black crack that was faintly visible right above the formation. Around the space crack, the energy was extremely violent and a terrifying attraction was emitted. Even the hardest metal would be torn apart instantly once it approached the space channel connecting the secular world and Guizhou. Arrived, boom, including Feng Yu. 8 figures finally arrived at the exit of the Divine Punishment Divine Vein Canyon and landed next to the formation. Due to their terrifying speed, they brought about a powerful wind pressure. Greetings to all the masters. The disciples and elders in charge of guarding were startled and all bowed hurriedly. How are you preparing? Taoist Tianjin flicked his sleeves and asked coldly. Reporting to the palace master, everything is ready. The energy of the formation is now full. In addition, we have also prepared a large amount of resources to continuously operate the channel and stabilize the space. An elder from the divine realm with a long beard and dressed in gorgeous clothes stepped forward to reply. He is the grand elder of the Tianjin mansion, a powerful person at the peak of the divine realm, and the commander of the formation. Taoist Tianjin nodded, very good. Then, Taoist Tianjin looked at Feng Yu and said, fellow Taoist Feng, although this formation has the power to stabilize space, it is far from being able to support us to directly pass through the passage. Wait, it still depends on you. The Lord of Thunder God Palace, Fairy Zixia, Zen Master Lioli and others also turned their attention to Feng Yu. Feng Yu, what methods do you have? Even these Guishu giants are helpless against the rioting space channels. Feng Yu said nothing, but instead looked at the great elder of Tianjin Mansion who was in charge of the formation. Remember, manage the formation well. If there is any problem, do what you should do. It looks like an ordinary instruction, but as he spoke, a strange light flashed in Feng Yu's eyes. His vague mental power, like a needle, quietly pierced into the other person's mind. Soul captivating, perfect, yes. The Grand Elder of Tianjin Mansion bowed in response. No one, including himself, noticed anything unusual. Taoist Tianjin said calmly, don't worry, fellow Taoist Feng. We have already carefully checked the formation, and there will be no problems. Oh, that's good. The corners of his mouth curled up inadvertently. You guys, follow me. I have my own way to stabilize the space channel. Having said that, Feng Yu did not explain much, but took a step forward, turned into a stream of light, and suddenly rushed into the space channel. The expressions of the 7 people outside changed slightly and they began to hesitate, but then they thought, Feng Yu had already gone in, so what was there to be afraid of? If Feng Yu fails to suppress the riot in the channel, he will also be in danger. The space channel is not an easy place to enter. What good would it do him to tell a lie about something like this? Thinking of this, their doubts gradually disappeared. Walk. The 7 people looked at each other, took a big step forward, followed Feng Yu, and entered the space crack. Chapter 369. Let's get started. Boom. Sect Master Xiantian and the others only felt a black screen before their eyes, and when they opened their eyes again, they were already inside the passage. The space channel is full of colorful lights and various strange visions. However, no one had the heart to appreciate this rare sight. Countless pitch-black cracks filled the surroundings, randomly appearing and tearing everything apart. Broken fragments of space shuttled back and forth, also possessing terrifying destructive power. Sudden, the Lord of Tianjin Palace let out a strange cry. A spatial crack appeared on his body, tearing apart the protective vitality. If he hadn't quickly mobilized the vitality to repair it, his chest would have been torn apart directly. The Lord of Tianjin Mansion turned pale, still feeling frightened. Everyone be careful, don't be careless. Xiantian Sect Master roared, frantically circulating the vital energy within his body, disregarding the consumption, to erect a protective shield. The others followed suit, but even so, they couldn't hold out for long. In fact, near the entrance on the Guishu side, it is already the most stable area of the passage because Feng Yu had disrupted the space channel with a punch when he was in the secular world, causing an energy riot, resulting in the space channel being filled with space cracks and space debris. The closer to the secular world, the greater the danger. The 7 masters barely held on and looked at Feng Yu in front of them. Fellow Taoist Feng, let's get started. We won't be able to hold out for long in this space tunnel. They wanted to see what the so-called secret method of suppressing the rioting space channel that Feng Yu had mentioned before was. Right in front of the 7 people. Feng Yu stood in the air with his back to everyone. The space cracks and fragments that were enough to tear apart the defenses of the 7 great sect masters. Heaven and earth energy fell on him, but only caused a slight ripple on the invisible shield. That's right. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he whispered softly, it's time to start. Boom. The words fell. The space shook violently. Black flames swept from the void, covering his entire body. The black armor he had obtained from the Dark Council's old monster in the divine realm suddenly emerged from his body. Blood-red lines lit up one after another, covering his torso, limbs, and back. As they spread and twisted, the fully illuminated lines transformed into a blood-red dragon. It seemed to be full of life, and a roaring dragon roar came out of its mouth. Hold head high. Feng Yu, who had just arrived at the Divine Sea realm, had now fully unleashed the power of this black armor. Not good. A chill suddenly arose in the hearts of the 7 sect leaders, because the terrifying murderous intent burst out from Feng Yu like a storm, making them feel as if they fell into an ice cellar. and their whole bodies were cold. Shantian's sect master roared, "Little." Then, the words were not finished. Fang Yu had disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of Tianjin Taoist. Looking at Fang Yu, who suddenly appeared, the lord of Tianjin Palace's pupils shrank. "Do you really think that I don't know your plan?" The sound was like thunder in the sky, booming and causing Taoist Tianjin to be greatly shocked. Their secret plan exposed? The first one. Fang Yu's eyes were cold and indifferent. Almost instantly, an illusory figure with the same appearance but several times larger in size appeared behind it. The shadow's eyes were as bright as the sun. Martial arts true meaning, first level, martial arts shadow. When it appeared, Fang Yu's aura surged wildly at an incredible speed, as if it could sweep across the world and shake the heavens and the earth. Without any unnecessary movements, he just stretched out his right hand, clenched his fist, and then punched out. With the assistance of black armor and the god-level true meaning of martial arts, the power of this punch is more than several times greater than usual. The hairs on the Heavenly Array Palace Master's body stood up uncontrollably. The punch sent a powerful sense of death upon him. He roared, and a black banner suddenly appeared in his hand. He waved it downward, and layers of black light shone, forming a barrier engraved with strange patterns, blocking his way. Heavenly Array Banner, the secret treasure of Tianjin Mansion. After doing all this, the lord of Tianjin Mansion felt a little more secure. However, bang. 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 This punch, like a rotten wood that swept through the ground, broke through the layers of barriers that Tianjin Taoist had secretly laid down, and then, with a look of horror and fear on his face, it landed lightly on his chest. Fang Yu looked indifferent. The culprit who came up with this plan must be executed. Instantly, a terrifying fist force erupted, leaving only a screen before the Taoist Heavenly Array exploded, shattering from head to toe, transforming into countless ash. The shimmering black banner fell into Fang Yu's hand, and with a flip of his palm, he stored it in his storage space. Next second, wisps of black mist were extracted and gathered by some force, transforming into a twisted soul that appeared before his eyes. No! Wait, the soul struggled and screamed sharply, as if it wanted to say something. Bang! But Fang Yu was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. Before he could finish, he stretched out his foot and stepped lightly. With a bang, he directly crushed the soul of Tianjin Taoist. There was no sadness or joy in his eyes, and his tone was flat. "Why, do you have a secret to tell me?" "Unfortunately, I don't want to hear it." Chapter 370 The Truth of the Secret Method. Small. The leader of Shantian's sect only had time to say one word, and the last word seemed to be stuck in his throat. "I can't tell it anyway." Not only him, the other 6 masters were also completely speechless. Their faces were filled with disbelief and they felt a chill in their hearts. Taoist Tianjin died just like that. Only one move was used. The Heavenly Array Banner is a secret treasure inherited from the sect era. It is extremely powerful and famous for its defensive capabilities. Even if it is held by a person in the transformation realm, it can withstand the attack of the Divine Sea realm for a period of time. However, even so, Taoist Tianjin was killed instantly with one move. Who could believe this? Even the Taoist Tianjin, whose body and soul had been completely destroyed, would probably be filled with shock and disbelief until his death. It was he who first proposed to get rid of Fang Yu after using him, but before he could kill Fang Yu and dominate the secular world with other major sects and enjoy the admiration of all, death had already come. He died without dignity, like an ant being crushed to death. His soul completely destroyed. Impossible. Sect Master Xiantian was extremely shocked. The hot-tempered Lord of Thunder roared, "Asshole, you actually tore up the agreement and went back on your word." Zen Master Lioli's expression was indifferent, but a murderous intent was hidden on his originally kind face. "Sir, you have gone too far." Fairy Zixia also had a frosty face and cold eyes. Even though what Fang Yu had said to Taoist Tianjin before indicated that their secret plan had been known, the thick-skinned leaders of these major sects would certainly not admit it. Now they did not even mention it, but instead turned the tables, which was extremely shameless. Even Fang Yu found it a little funny. Sure enough, in the book, these guys angered the protagonist Qin Yang and brought about their own death. It's not without reason, they really deserved to die. However, Fang Yu did not say much. His expression was extremely calm, because he himself had never thought of letting them live. In his own plan, no matter what they did, they had to die. "Everyone, why are you so surprised? Didn't you ask me to do it?" "Oh, you don't seem to know." Fang Yu raised his hand and the Taoist Tianjin turned into powder and scattered flesh and blood. The majestic blood and energy gathered together and finally turned into a ball of blood-colored light and fell into his hands. Under the gaze of the 6 masters, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes revealed the darkness of the abyss of hell and the coldness of the top of a snowy mountain. The vast martial arts knowledge brought by the true meaning of martial arts flashed through his mind. The strongest force that stabilizes space isn't magic arrays, the primordial energy of heaven and earth, the power of the soul, or even the power of the mind. It's the energy in blood that leaks out after a powerful being dies. Fang Yu's eyes were deep and profound. So, your lives are the true secret to stabilizing the spatial passage. The 6 leaders of the supreme forces felt a chill in their hearts and their expressions quickly darkened. They were fooled. Go ahead, kill him. They laughed in anger, activating their cultivation, their whole bodies surging with energy, shocking them immensely. Among them, the leader of Xiantian sect, the leader of Haimu Palace, and the leader of Laishan Temple each took out a powerful secret treasure, which immediately emitted various colors of light and terrifying power, causing the void to distort. Even the surrounding space cracks and fragments were temporarily suppressed. Although the lord of the heavenly array palace was killed by Fang Yu, they were shocked but not too afraid to kill. The leader of Xiantian's sect held a green magic sword in his hand and broke through the air to kill. The green sword light that was hundreds of feet long was enough to split the mountains. Fencing? A trace of extreme contempt flashed in Fang Yu's eyes. He reached out to the void with one hand, and suddenly, an ordinary alloy sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. Not to mention comparing it to the Xiantian sect master's secret treasure, even the swords of any random sword cultivator in Guishu would be 1,000 times more powerful. But when he snapped his fingers, a sword intense several times, 10 times more powerful than the blue divine sword, soared into the sky. Zhang Kong. He shouted softly and slashed out with his sword. The void trembled, and a thin black line fell, instantly extinguishing the green sword light. Then, it split the Xiantian sect master, who had a face full of horror and had no time to dodge, into 2 halves. The giant in the Divine Sea realm, the leader of Xiantian sect, died. The second one. Fang Yu looked indifferent, stepped into the void and took a step forward. The Thunder God Temple Master summoned an ancient seal, entwined with serpents of lightning and filled with a destructive aura. He summoned his cultivation, and 9 massive thunder pythons, carrying annihilating thunder, roared forward. Each one was powerful enough to easily shatter a mountain, aiming to crush Fang Yu. However, in the face of absolute power, everything is false. A martial arts shadow appeared behind Fang Yu and threw 9 punches in succession, smashing the 9 thunder pythons immediately following. 9 punches combined into one, with momentum like a rainbow. His strength increased instead of decreasing. He stepped forward and punched out. Amidst a shrill scream, the chest of the Lord of Thunder God Temple was hit and caved in. Then, the force of the fist penetrated his body, and his flesh was broken and turned into scattered powder. Lord of Thunder God Temple, die. The third one, cough cough. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Fang Yu's mouth. The 7 masters were all strong men in the Divine Sea realm, and they were holding powerful secret treasures. Now they surrounded and killed him, so even he could not avoid being injured. However, he didn't care at all. There was a fierce light in his eyes and murderous aura on his body. He seemed to have turned into an unparalleled ferocious beast and rushed out again. War. The black armor roared like a dragon, its ferocious power shaking the world. The fourth one. The fifth one. Cold words kept coming out of Fang Yu's mouth. The rest of the people trembled violently in their hearts as they listened to those numbers. Each of those numbers represented a powerful person in the Divine Sea realm, and represented the leader of an almighty force, but in front of Fang Yu, it seemed like just a bunch of blood and energy. The blood and energy of the deceased master all gathered into a red ball of light, surrounding Fang Yu. The blood rain was everywhere, and the leaders of the supreme forces fell one after another. In the end, only Fairy Zixia and Master Liuli were left. No. This is impossible. At this moment, the 2 giants in the Divine Sea realm looked terrified, and their previous calmness was completely gone. Their bodies were trembling. Fang Yu had killed 5 people in a row, which had completely chilled their hearts and tore their livers and gallbladders apart. The reason why Master Liuli and Fairy Zixia were able to survive was not because of their high cultivation. In terms of strength, neither of them had a powerful secret treasure to protect the sect, and they were ranked at the bottom. The reason they survived until now was simply because they deliberately stayed away from the center of the battle circle, thinking in their hearts that they could reap the benefits while the other side was fighting. But now, the 2 understand, Fang Yu is neither a snipe nor a clam, but a peerless and ferocious beast that no one can stop. Chapter 371 Hint of Start. In the dead silence, Fang Yu walked slowly towards them with his black hair dancing out. He kept coughing up blood and his face was a little pale, but the two of them continued to retreat. At a certain moment, Fairy Zixia suddenly clenched her teeth, a hint of cruelty appeared on her face, and she shouted, "Let's both go at it together. He's already injured and may not be our match." Zen Master Liuli clasped his hands together, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, and said coldly, "Okay. At this moment, there is no other way but to fight to the death. Get started." Fairy Zixia shouted loudly, and Master Liuli immediately rushed towards Fang Yu with tremendous momentum, but she herself did not hesitate, and turned around and ran away. She had no intention of fighting to the death, but just wanted to use Master Liuli to buy time for herself so that she could find an opportunity to rush out of the passage, escape. "I can't die, I don't want to die." She pushed her speed to the limit, turned into a stream of light, and fled madly towards the passage. The space channel was easy to enter but difficult to exit, not to mention that the channel between the two worlds was in a state of turmoil because of Fang Yu. Therefore, they seemed so hesitant before entering the channel. However, they had not gone deep after all, and were still in the stable energy zone near the entrance, so there was a great possibility that they could escape after paying a heavy price. Almost instantly behind her, Master Liuli screamed, and then his aura completely dissipated. Fairy Zixia was almost going crazy. Her fear was even greater and she couldn't help but speed up again, almost there. Looking at the passage right in front of her, a hint of ecstasy flashed across her eyes. In the back, Fang Yu stretched out a hand, and a huge suction force was transmitted, gathering the energy and blood of Master Liuli to his side. He stared at the fleeing figure of Fairy Zixia, and a hint of sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Idiot, why would I choose to do it here? Of course, it's to prevent any possibility of you escaping." At the same time, outside the space channel, Guishu, the terrifying power in the battle between Fang Yu and the 7 sect leaders, made the space channel even more unstable. There were even bursts of power overflowing and falling onto the formation outside, causing it to become turbulent. The great elder of the Heavenly Formation Palace, who was in charge of the formation, looked serious and asked, "What's going on?" But before he could think about it, his face suddenly froze. Buzz. There was a buzzing in his head, his eyes instantly became empty and blank, and his body became stiff. A certain hint that had been planted was quietly activated. The activated switch is the turbulence of the space channel. "Follow my orders." The great elder of Tianjin Mansion had a dull look in his eyes, but he quickly ordered, "Use the formation to its full strength." The energy originally used to stabilize the passage will now be used to seal the entrance. Although many people are confused, the space channel is now unstable, so we should focus more on stabilizing the space. Why should we use the energy of the formation to block the channel? But since the other party was the leader of the formation, these people dared not disobey his orders and hurriedly followed them. Countless silver-white chains rose into the sky from the formation. They intertwined around the dark cracks in mid-air, completely blocking the space channel connecting the two worlds. Boom! Fairy Zixia crashed into the crack, and then was bounced back violently, spitting out blood from her mouth. How is that possible? Her face was full of disbelief. The passage seems to be blocked from the outside by a powerful energy. Moreover, there were many familiar auras in that energy, one of which seemed to belong to her. It's the big formation outside. Fairy Zixia was shocked and angry. Her cold and beautiful face was completely distorted at this moment. She roared angrily, "Asshole! Asshole! Who told them to block the entrance to the passage? Asshole!" The sound suddenly stopped. Fairy Zixia's body stiffened, and she slowly turned around, looking at him with a smiling face. Fang Yu pinched her chin, and endless darkness swirled in his pupils. "Don't cause me any trouble. I like to complete things from beginning to end. If one person is missing, it won't be good, right? You bitch." He smiled and said softly, "The 7th one." Chapter 372 I am the Lord of Guishu. Boom! 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 In the space channel, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. With loud roars, countless fragments of space flew out and collided with the formation. This powerful formation, which was built by almost the most powerful force in the entire Guishu, with countless martial arts masters infusing energy and a large number of secret treasures and natural treasures as assistants, was actually crumbling at this moment. At one point, something seemed to be frantically crashing against the entrance blockade. Frightened, they frantically activated the formation, and countless silver-white chains emerged, setting up layers of defensive barriers to finally stop it. Many disciples looked confused and uncertain, feeling confused about the situation, with doubts rising in their hearts. What happened in the space channel? However, this earth-shattering scene only lasted for a short time, and at a certain moment, it suddenly stopped. All around, it suddenly became quiet. At this moment, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Formation Palace, who was presiding over the formation, still had a blank look in his eyes and a slightly stiff body. He spoke again. The spatial passage has returned to calm. The masters must have succeeded. Unblock the entrance and continue to use energy to stabilize the space. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison and activated the formation again. Soon, the silver-white chain was withdrawn into the formation and merged with it, and the entrance to the space channel was reopened. Buzz. At this moment, the great elder of Tianjin Mansion suddenly trembled, and his empty pupils regained their spirit and emotion. What's going on? He shook his head and frowned. He always felt that he was confused and out of control. Looking up, the great elder of Tianjin Mansion looked at the huge space crack in the air, and then he saw that the space crack shook violently, and two hands as smooth as jade stretched out from it strangely. Sizzle. The two hands supported the two sides of the space crack and pulled gently, tearing the passage open as if tearing paper. At the same time, a figure slowly emerged from it. Someone's coming out. Could it be successful? That's right, the masters must have successfully suppressed the passage. Our dominance over the secular world is just around the corner. Inside the formation, excitement showed on the faces of all the disciples. But the divine elders of the major sects, including the great elder of Tianjin Mansion, all looked serious and their eyes began to flicker. In order to avoid the news from leaking, only they knew that things were far from over after passing through the space channel. Next, the seven great masters will use the power of the formation to kill Fang Yu here. This powerful man, who has recently become famous and prestigious in Guishu, will completely perish here. The elders sneered in their hearts. Peerless powerhouses, giants of the divine sea? In Guishu, we, the supreme forces, are the true rulers, standing at the pinnacle. Even those in the divine sea realm have no power to challenge us. Many idiots seem to have ill intentions and are planning to wait for Fang Yu to raise his arm and rally forces in an attempt to challenge these supreme forces. It's like an ant trying to shake a tree, ridiculous and overestimating one's own abilities. After today, Fang Yu's death should be enough to deter those scoundrels who are ready to make trouble, and let them know who is the true master of this Guishu. The seven supreme forces will lead the way back to the abyss and rule the secular world. By then, the status and power of these elders of the great sects will also rise. Maybe they will have the opportunity to rule over an area and be high and mighty in the vast secular world. They were fantasizing in their hearts. At the same time, his spirits were already extremely tense, ready to support the seven great masters at any time. In this formation, many deadly moves have already been secretly hidden, enough to threaten the divine sea realm. The figure emerging from the passage gradually became clearer. He has jet black hair, a face as clear and stern as a rock carving. A tall and strong figure, and a pair of jet black eyes that are like gems, revealing endless depth. Boom. Fang Yu stepped out of the passage. Every step he took carried the might of a mighty mountain crashing down, shaking the heavens and the earth. Why is there only one person coming out? Everyone was stunned when they saw that no other figures appeared in the space crack. Your Excellency. Hiding the murderous intent within him, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Array Palace soared over, reaching midair and respectfully asking, "Why haven't the several sect leaders of our faction come out yet? Could it be that they've already passed through the passage and entered the secular world?" After much thought, the Great Elder believed that this was the only explanation. However, this is different from the plan. Didn't we agree to kill Fang Yu, eliminate this threat, and then plan for the secular world? What are the palace master and the others thinking? He couldn't figure it out. Fang Yu lowered his head, looking down at him, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. They're already dead. Oh, it's death. The Grand Elder of Tianjin Mansion spoke subconsciously, agreeing with Fang Yu, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. Dead? Who died? His expression gradually stiffened, and he forced a smile. Venerable Fang, this kind of thing is not something you can joke about. Joke? Fang Yu's expression was calm as he said quietly, "Do I look like I'm joking with you?" Only then did someone notice that he seemed to be holding something in his hand. Fang Yu threw a round black shadow to the ground with his hand. It rolled around for a few times and finally stopped moving. The great elder of Tianjin Mansion subconsciously followed the gaze and looked down carefully. As a result, he was frightened out of his wits and his heart suddenly contracted, as if it was pinched by an invisible big hand. The people below cried out in surprise, their voices filled with shock. Jejij, the great elder of Tianjin Mansion's teeth were chattering, his throat was shaking, and he couldn't utter a word. Extreme fear filled his heart. What Feng Yu threw to the ground was actually a head. Of course, as a powerful being in the realm of gods, it would be difficult for him to be moved even by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, let alone a head. But what is unbelievable is the identity of that head. Fear, despair, shock, and disbelief were frozen on the lifeless, beautiful, and cold face, but it is still easy to recognize its identity. The leader of Zixia Divine Sect, in the middle stage of Divine Sea Realm, one of the supreme giants of Guishu. Fairy Zixia. No, Master, how is this possible? The disciples and elders of Zixia Divine Sect opened their eyes wide, totally unable to believe it. The rest of the people also stood there, as if they were under a spell of immobilization, unable to move. Could it be that the leaders of their 7 supreme forces are really all dead? Start by entering the tunnel, but only a few dozen breaths had passed. In this short period of time, Feng Yu killed 7 giants in the Divine Sea Realm in a row. An uncontrollable chill rose from the soles of everyone's feet, making their hands and feet cold and their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Feng Yu's long hair danced as he stood in the air. His deep eyes, like a demon god, looked down at the countless stunned disciples and elders of the 7 major forces below. As he opened his mouth, a ferocious aura that shook the earth suddenly rose into the sky, and his voice rumbled like thunder, with extreme indifference and coldness. From today on, I am the Lord of Guishu. Do you have any objections? Dear friends, happy little new year, everyone in the south, happy new year. Tonight, many of my family members are getting together to make dumplings and help look after the kids. It's quite busy, so I'll quickly find time to write a chapter. Also, according to estimates, the protagonist will probably be back in the city tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Chapter 373, Changes in Dead Silence. The Grand Elder of Tianjin Mansion in midair made a move that was beyond everyone's expectations. He suddenly landed on the ground, bent his knees, and with a crisp pop sound, he knelt down directly towards Feng Yu. His long beard trembled and he roared, I, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Array Palace, swear to follow Master Feng until death. Even if I have to endure hardships, I will not hesitate to die. Then he lowered his head deeply. When Fairy Zixia's head rolled to the ground, he realized that the situation had completely changed. The previous plan had become a joke. Even the leaders of the 7 supreme forces joined forces, but were no match for Feng Yu and ultimately met their end miserably. What a terrifying power this is! In the entire Guishu, there is no force that can stop Feng Yu. The Grand Elder of Tianjin Mansion is a man who was very aware of the times. However, there is undoubtedly a risk for the first person to jump out at this moment. Not everyone can accept someone who changes with the wind and has no loyalty. So, this is a gamble, a big gamble. Feng Yu lowered his head, glanced at him deeply, and said with a low laugh, interesting. Your reaction is quite quick. The great elder of Tianjin Mansion leaned forward, not daring to say a word, and swallowed his saliva. However, I like smart people. Feng Yu flicked his sleeves and said calmly, from now on, you will be the one to carry on my will in Guishu. Many times, villains are often more useful. Moreover, he actually has no great interest in taking charge of Guishu. Thank you, Venerable Feng. The great elder of Tianjin Mansion trembled, and his voice revealed uncontrollable excitement and ecstasy. The bet was right. I made the right bet. Responsible for conveying Feng Yu's will, he may seem like an errand boy, but relying on Feng Yu's prestige, he is actually second only to Feng Yu and above everyone else. In the entire Guishu, few will dare to offend him from now on. His status is likely even greater than that of the former supreme leader. This time, the others finally reacted. Many elders and disciples knelt on the ground and hurriedly said, we are willing to follow Master Feng until death. Many elders felt jealous and regretful. If they had been in his place, would they have been able to get the same position? Feng Yu looked down at everyone. His voice seemed to come from the clouds, like thunder, and was extremely indifferent. Change your name. Everyone was stunned, and then they lowered their heads even lower, saying with boundless awe, greetings to the Lord of Guishu. Greetings to Guishu, greetings. The sound rumbled and spread. The leaders of the 7 supreme forces all died in the space channel. The powerful elders and core elite disciples of each sect in front of him were enough to represent the 7 major forces. Their submission meant that the entire Guishu, several large domains, thousands of cities and sects were all under Feng Yu's feet. One person dominates the whole world. For ordinary people, this kind of scene is like being on the top of an endless mountain, which they will never be able to reach in their lifetime. However, Feng Yu looked calm. For him, as long as he had enough time, even annihilating the entire Guishu would not be a problem. For the elephant, how could the surrender of a group of ants, no matter how numerous they were, be taken seriously? Bite suddenly, the system's mechanical prompt sound came from the sky. Congratulations to the host for changing the plot of the book. The villain's value is plus 2000, and the protagonist's luck value is minus 2000. Congratulations to the host for robbing the protagonist of his opportunity. The villain's value is plus 3000, and the protagonist's luck value is minus 3000. Feng Yu's expression changed slightly. According to the original book, the 7 sect leaders he killed were all ghosts of the protagonist Qin Yang's subordinates. As for their clan's secret treasures, they should all have fallen into his hands, either to be used to smelt new secret treasures or to be handed over to relatives, friends, and subordinates, and now, he has killed the man and taken the secret treasure into his pocket, so it is not surprising that he has gained villain points. Feng Yu narrowed his eyes and pondered in his heart. Qin Yang still has some scenes in Guishu, involving some people. For example, Shuiyue's city, where Yu Menghe, the Ice Palace Saint, came from, and the young master of the demon sect, etc. However, the rest are just trivial matters, and can be left to the people below to handle. Also, regarding the secret that the Ice Palace Master mentioned, it seems I must come back later. Feng Yu shook his head then, as if he had thought of something. His mind suddenly moved and he probed into the storage space attached to the system. Inside, a group of Qi and blood power with a strong murderous aura was quietly lurking. The Qi and blood power I gained from these 7 people is beyond my expectations. Judging from the experimental results, if I use it in conjunction with the invincible shadow state, even if it's only for 20 seconds, there's a chance that my main body can take Lin Zhang through the passage. Originally, he just wanted to send the Jade Pendant into the secular world to temporarily deal with Qin Yang's threat, and then slowly find a way to let his original body return to the secular world, but now it seems that it is no longer needed. A hint of joy flashed across Feng Yu's face. Then, he looked into the distance at the looming space crack, and his gaze seemed to pass through the void and fall on the reborn protagonist Qin Yang. His expression was extremely profound, and now, his mentality is completely different from when he first knew that he was about to conquer Reborn as a mad urban immortal and clash with the powerful and reborn protagonist. What replaced the solemnity and caution was the boiling desire to fight. As someone who had read many urban immortal cultivation novels about rebirth in his previous life, Feng Yu had the impression that the protagonists in these novels were always calm and composed, viewing all living beings as ants, and being high and mighty. It seemed that nothing could move or frighten them. It's like a giant who is straight into Lilliput, overlooking everything, full of the playfulness and calmness of a game world. Feng Yu really wanted to know, what will the scene be like when they show expressions of shock, horror, and immense rage? He licked his lips, a hint of madness and coldness flashing in his eyes. I'm really looking forward to it. Thunder Emperor Qin Yang, the ending of your previous life already shows that you are a loser. Why bother struggling in a second life? Let me send you to hell. Time passes soon. What happened in the Divine Punishment Mountains swept across the entire Guishu land like a storm. Guishu was shaken violently. The turmoil caused by the deaths of the Ice Palace Master and the Demon Sect Master at the hands of Feng Yu had not yet completely subsided and was still brewing. Then, Feng Yu killed the leaders of the 7 supreme forces in the Divine Punishment Mountains. Everyone couldn't believe it and was horrified. Even those who expected Feng Yu to challenge the rule of many supreme forces and break the power structure of Guishu found it hard to believe. But countless news that followed confirmed this fact. The leaders of the 7 supreme forces, the 7 giants of the Divine Sea Realm, have truly fallen. Upon hearing the news, disciples from the Shintian sect and other supreme forces were stunned and distraught, some even falling to their knees and weeping bitterly. Conversely, within Guishu, some people clapped their hands and burst into laughter. However, it is undoubtedly foreseeable that in the next 100 years, or even thousands of years, I am afraid that no one will be able to challenge Yu's position, and no one will be able to shake his existence. The accumulated power of the fall of each Divine Sea Realm cultivator is enough to shatter the ideas of any ambitious person. The entire Guishu will tremble under its feet. Feng Yu will be the well-deserved Master of Guishu. Someone had a good insight into the situation in Guishu. Inside Guishu, the world has changed. Chapter 374 Return to the city 12 days later. Divine Punishment Mountains. At the exit of the valley of Fong Yu's black robe fluttered, his expression indifferent, floating in the air, staring at the huge space crack in front of him. Bite, hosts villain value plus 500, protagonist's luck value minus 500. Hosts villain value plus 300, protagonist's luck value minus 300. Until another 4,700 villain points were gained, the system prompt sound that had been echoing intermittently in my ears gradually stopped. Beside him, Lin Zhang also stood in midair, this time relying on his own strength. He wore a green robe embroidered with thunder patterns. His face was elegant and handsome, and his brown eyes shone with a rich concentration of lightning. Lightning swirled around him like a blazing flame. "I say, can you restrain your strength?" Fong Yu glanced up at Lin Zhang, who was surrounded by lightning, and said unhappily, "Don't act like a constantly glowing light bulb." Lin Zhang's expression froze, and he touched his head with a wry smile. "Sir, this is not what I thought. Accepting the Forbidden Land inheritance has caused my realm to rise quickly, and I can't control my power for the time being." Fong Yu nodded, feeling the surging power in Lin Zhang's body. Even he couldn't help but feel moved at this moment. Mid Kamikyo, during these 10 days, with his assistance, Lin Zhang accepted the forbidden inheritance of Thunder God Temple. Now that Fong Yu is the master of Guishu, naturally no one dares to stop him. The holy son of Thunder God Temple watched his opportunity being snatched away and dared not say a word. Are you kidding? Even giants like the Lord of Thunder God Temple were killed. He is just a son of God. Do you think he has lived too long, because of his Thunder Spirit physique and the corresponding inheritance from the Thunder God Temple's Forbidden Land? Lin Zhang unexpectedly broke through to the mid-stage divine realm, and indeed, the peak of the mid-stage. However, at this point, the enormous Thunder attribute energy that was naturally attached to the Thunder Spirit physique was finally exhausted, but even so, Lin Zhang's future cultivation speed will still surpass that of ordinary geniuses. The leap in strength even caused him to be unable to control the energy in his body for a while. "Get ready, it's time for us to go." At this time, Fong Yu narrowed his eyes slightly as he reached out, grabbed Lin Zhang, took a step forward, and stepped into the passage. Boom. Energy was still raging wildly within the space channel, and countless space cracks and fragments flashed around. They struck the shield held up by Fong Yu, causing a roar of metal collision. Fong Yu's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he shouted in his heart, "System Invincible Shadow State, activate." A moment, the heaven and earth roared, everything froze, space cracks, space debris, even the entire channel, energy particles as small as atomic level, all froze for a moment. In an instant, a vague and indistinct shadow emerged from the void above Fong Yu, and then quickly sank into his body. The next second, boom boom boom. Mid-sea god, late-sea god, peak of late-sea god. Fong Yu's aura surged at an indescribable speed, as if there was no end, as if it would continue like this until it reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Promote, keep improving. He stood in the void, and with every step he took, the void shook, and the entire passage trembled. The extremely terrifying force seemed to be about to burst the space channel. Lin Zhang's heart trembled, feeling boundless shock and horror. What exactly is this power? It's so powerful that it's unimaginable. Is this really an adult? Just when Lin Zhang was shocked, hold head high, a sudden, sharp phoenix cry resounded through the void of Fong Yu, and Lin Zhang disappeared from the spot. Instead, there was a half-real, half-illusory ice phoenix that looked like a phantom on a screen of light, the innate magical power that comes with the ice phoenix bloodline, the true form of the ice phoenix. Boom! A faint bloody glow was entwined and spreading on Bingfeng's body. It was the energy and blood power leaked out after the death of the leaders of the 7 supreme forces. Wherever the energy and blood power was released, the space became sticky like paste. The next second, the ice phoenix turned into a ball of white light and flew out with a bang. Every time it flapped its wings, an endless hurricane swept across. A white blizzard swept across, carrying a terrifying low temperature, even freezing the fragments of space, transforming them into energy particles that exploded and lost their threat. In the space channel, there seems to be no distance, yet it seems to have infinite distance. Boom! The ice phoenix shuttled back and forth at a terrifying speed, and under the entanglement of the power of chi and blood, it tore apart the terrifying space cracks and fragments along the way. Soon, a flash of light appeared at the end of the sight. It was the entrance to the passage between the two worlds. The duration of the invincible shadow state just reached the 20th second. Hold head high, the phoenix cry resounded, and its icy wings shook again. The true body of the ice phoenix, with its earth-shaking aura, smashed into the space and rushed into the bright entrance. Fong Yu's eyes were cold, and there was a hint of emotion in them, because there is a familiar smell coming towards me. Secular world, I am back by myself. Chapter 375, Northern Frontier Camp, Sudden Alarm. Northern Frontier, Kill Rift Valley, south, 200 kilometers. On the white snow surface, a large military camp rose from the ground. Thousands of fully armed soldiers, armed with live ammunition, strictly guarded the perimeter of the camp. Their muscles were tense, their eyes were sharp, like eagles about to hunt. Near the center, there is a spacious and tall tent. The interior of the tent has been transformed into a laboratory, full of a sense of technology. Various unknown equipment are running with a huge roar, and the heat emitted can even melt the nearby ice and snow. Many staff members in white coats were walking around, chatting from time to time, coming and going in a hurry, holding documents or machines in their hands. Bang! The tent was suddenly opened. As the cold wind blew in, a hook-nosed man in a brown military uniform walked in. Captain Adams. When the researchers saw the newcomers, they were startled and saluted solemnly. The man called Adams shook off the snow on his body, his face dignified, and waved his hand. Mind your own business, yes. Everyone responded and dispersed, continuing to work on their own tasks. Adams paced to the center of the tent, where a huge display screen was lit up, and data danced like elves. A sloppy man, about 45 or 46 years old, also wearing a white coat and black framed glasses, was holding his breath and carefully looking at the data displayed on the big screen. He wrote and drew from time to time, and wrote countless complicated formulas on the draft paper. Mr. Judson. Adams asked familiarly, have you made any progress in your research on the spatial rift in the north recently? The other party is the head of all researchers in the camp. Judson shook his head, adjusted his glasses, and said, after all, the realm of space is not something humans can explore too much at the moment. TSK, those guys up there don't care about this. They've been putting pressure on us lately. If there's no progress, I'm afraid they'll hold us accountable. And if we delay for too long, maybe others will find out about this. Adams's expression was somewhat grim. After a while, he pondered and asked, is the other side of the spatial rift really another world? Judson pushed his glasses up. Based on the data we've collected so far on the decay rate and distortion of the space around the rift, and based on the vague fragments of information in some obscure ancient books, the accuracy rate is 90%. Adams sighed, saying, it's incredible that such a thing could happen. What's impossible? Isn't the world crazy enough now? Adams was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, that's right. In recent times, the world has changed so much, so fast that it is hard to believe many things have already been overturned. Oh, I almost forgot. There was something unusual happening in the spacecraft before. Judson adjusted his glasses again and spoke in a serious voice. That day, unusual turbulence was detected in the spacecraft. It seemed to be coming from within. However, the noise seemed to be coming from very far away. By the time we detected it, it had been attenuated through layers of attenuation and had become extremely weak. What, is there such a thing? Adams's face grew a little more serious. After a few seconds, his expression suddenly changed, and he made an incredible guess. Tell me, is it possible that there's something on the other side that wants to come over? Just like us, impossible. Judson said categorically, in such a chaotic space channel, any non-biological energy will encounter extreme interference, so no machine can pass through. What if it's a living thing? In theory, it's possible, but in practice, it's even more impossible. Judson laughed dumbly and held up a finger. Do you know what level of energy support a living being would need to pass through such a chaotic space? Adams shook his head, I don't know. If we assume the creature's size is human, a rough estimate would require the energy of at least tens of thousands of the most powerful missiles currently detonating simultaneously, equivalent to dozens of times the Hylogen-Ellesmere plane explosion that shocked the world. And this energy must be concentrated, not rapidly radiated in all directions like a bomb. Judson explained, shrugging his shoulders and talking eloquently, do you know what that means? If there really is a creature that possesses this kind of energy, and meets the standards I'm talking about, the only thing we should do is kneel on the ground and call it God. So, before he finished speaking, ding-dee suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded beside me. Chapter 376 I want to ask something. A faint red light flashed across Judson's face. This was not because he had undergone any mutation, but because the blood-colored characters on the big screen were dancing wildly. Red represents warning in unexpected situations. Judson was stunned. He stared blankly at the huge display screen. According to the satellite detection system, there was huge energy in the north, like the rising sun. The direction in which the energy gushed out was exactly the Kill Rift Valley. On the display screen, the blood-red numbers were rising continuously. The meaning of the numbers made Judson's mouth slightly open, and his eyes widened like copper bells, almost bursting. This is impossible. He spoke incoherently and could not speak complete sentences. Was I dazzled? Or was I still asleep, and all this was just a dream? Boom. Next second, the heavens and the earth shook. A violent noise suddenly erupted from the north, like a magnitude 12 earthquake. Even cities hundreds or thousands of kilometers away felt the distinct tremors and heard the resounding roar. It was late at night, and countless people woke up from their sleep and looked out the window in horror. What's this? Earthquake or missile explosion? Oh my God, is there going to be another war? Inside the camp. What's going on? Adams was horrified and roared, "What happened?" Staring intently at the red dot that suddenly appeared on the satellite map, Judson's voice was shocked, with a hint of hoarseness that he himself hadn't noticed. Something really came out of the space crack. What? Adams stood there in shock. Just then, the red dot on the map on the big screen suddenly began to move, heading straight towards the camp at an almost incredible speed, as if teleporting. Damn it! What the hell? Adams cursed, took a sudden step, opened the tent, and ran out. Just stepped out of the tent. He looked up and saw two streaks of light in the sky distorting the thick clouds. They were far away at first, but instantly came above the camp. Woo! Inside the camp, the shrill alarm sound, like a whistle, emitted after the defense system was triggered, continued to echo. The next moment, the light dissipated, and amidst the drastic changes in the faces of all the soldiers, Adams was shocked to find that there were two figures in the air. The leader looked to be in his early 20s, with features resembling those of a person from the eastern part of the continent. He wore a black robe trimmed with dark gold, his black hair flowed in the wind, and he had a tall and strong figure. His dark eyes seemed to contain the starry sky and universe. There was a person beside him, with a face like a young boy, wearing a green embroidered robe with mysterious lightning patterns on it. There was lightning condensed in his eyes, and it seemed that thousands of arcs of electricity were bursting out, about to pierce through everything. The two of them did not make any other moves, but just lowered their heads and looked over. Boom. However, just this simple action was like a mountain pressing down on people, making them feel oppressed from the soul and almost unable to breathe. That is almost a suppression at the level of life. Just as Adam's forehead was covered with cold sweat and he was gasping for breath, the young man in black robe spoke in midair, and his voice slowly came. This made him suddenly stunned. Because what the other party said was actually the pure mainland common language, with correct pronunciation. "Hello, I want to ask you something." Fong Yu chuckled and said so. Chapter 377 One-Year Military Camp. In the exclusive tent of Special Captain Adams, Fong Yu closed his eyes and digested the information provided by the other party. He didn't show it on his face, but he was slightly surprised in his heart, because here in the main world, a whole year has passed since I left my secluded retreat. In the copy world of Origin Star, the passage of time was 10 times faster than in the main world. 10 days there would elapse for only 1 day in the main world. Even if he added up the time he had spent in Origin Star and Guishu, a year should not have passed in the main world. With his brows slightly furrowed, a guess flashed through Fong Yu's mind. Could it be that it's because of the spacetime turbulence I encountered when I returned to the main world? Since spacetime turbulence can cause spatial displacement and lead me to enter the Guishu, it makes sense that it can also cause some distortion in time. Thinking of this, he silently asked the system in his heart. Soon, the system replied, "Yes." Fong Yu paused for a moment. "Why didn't you tell me?" "You didn't ask." Fong Yu's face turned dark and he immediately became furious. "What a good one." "I didn't ask." He remembered that when he was teleported to Guishu, it was he who took the initiative to ask the system, and the system told him that it was the turbulence of time and space that brought him to Guishu. The system really answered whatever he asked without saying anything more. No wonder. According to the plot reminder function of the system, Qin Yang's growth has been faster than expected. I thought it was the butterfly effect caused by premature rebirth, but I didn't expect that a year has passed. Forget it, what has happened cannot be changed. Fong Yu secretly complained about the system and shook his head. The information he knew quickly flashed through his mind. Although only 1 year has passed, the world has changed a lot during this period of time. during the period when he was in seclusion to advance to the divine realm, the vitality of the heaven and earth and the main world had actually begun to gradually recover, although Gueshu was blocked by him. In Rebirth of the Urban Mad Immortal, the martial arts prospered again and warriors became the most noble existence. The arrival of the Gueshu forces only played a promoting role with the revival of the vitality of heaven and earth. All this is bound to happen at this moment. Although the influence of Gueshu is missing, great changes have still occurred to a considerable extent. The number of warriors has increased dramatically, and more powerful ones have appeared. Most of the warriors who were previously far away from the secular world and were elusive now continue to appear in the secular world, not to mention those with certain financial resources and power. Even among ordinary people, there are some people who have accidentally seen martial artists taking action. Some videos have even begun to circulate on the internet, causing an uproar and triggering countless discussions full of doubts. Officials from major countries remain silent for the time being, although there has been no clear confirmation or denial of the existence of this transcendental power. Related news is no longer completely blocked as before, because they know that times are changing. Although the strength of warriors is currently unable to shake the rule of the great powers of the world, anyone with a discerning eye can see that with the revival of the vitality of heaven and earth, the rise of martial arts is unstoppable. Therefore, many countries have begun to actively recruit and cultivate martial arts forces. Martial arts strength has also begun to become an important component of measuring the strength of major countries. Several big countries can still suppress the warriors, however. In some weak and small countries, there have even been incidents of countries being overthrown by warriors. Martial arts forces have continued to emerge like mushrooms after rain, and some sects that have been hidden for a long time have also revived from silence and begun to extend their hands to the secular world. In short, martial arts began to penetrate into various fields and had an increasingly significant impact. A new era is about to begin. Beneath the fragile calm that is temporarily maintained, there are undercurrents. Fang Yu's eyes were calm and deep as he tapped the table lightly, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, Adams next to him swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively, "Sir, are you from the other side? What are your plans next?" The so-called other side he mentioned naturally refers to the space crack. According to the detection data and the fragmentary descriptions in some ancient books, at the end of the crack is another space, another world. So, are the two people in front of him from another world? However, what Fang Yu said was the pure common language of the continent. This left Adams puzzled. As for the incredible skills they displayed, such as flying in the air and being wrapped in lightning, he was even more shocked. As a middle-level general in the army of a country on the edge of the northern ice sheet, he naturally knew about the existence of warriors. Not long ago, due to some circumstances, he even had the opportunity to meet a master of the transformation realm, but Adams had never seen any warrior with such a terrifying aura. Every move he made seemed to move the world. Even the Grandmaster of the Transformation Realm he had seen before was not even 1,000th as powerful. What are the identities of these two people? Adams didn't know Fang Yu. Fang Yu had indeed shaken the martial arts world and the nations of the world before. However, the only people who truly knew of his existence were the martial arts world and a small group of powerful people in the secular world. A year has passed. For this world that is at the intersection of the old and new eras and is changing with each passing day, this is a long time, long enough for a person to be forgotten. Even the former god of killing in the north is no exception. Moreover, Fang Yu had commanded a million-strong army in the copy world of Yuanqing to defeat Jiang Huai, and after entering Gueshu, he had slain 9 divine seas in a row, reigning supreme over Gueshu and becoming the lord of Gueshu. Compared to before, his strength and temperament had changed significantly. Even if an acquaintance saw it, they would hesitate for a moment, let alone others. Hearing Adam's question, Fang Yu stopped thinking and looked over with a half-smile. "I hate being interrupted when I'm thinking. Also, are you trying to find out about me?" His voice was flat and not loud, but when Adams spoke, it sounded like an ancient beast roaring ferociously towards the sky. His mind suddenly shook violently, and blood began to flow from his mouth and nose. Adams's expression changed instantly, and his face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cold sweat continued to break out, his head almost touching the ground, and he said in great panic, "Sorry, Your Excellency, I spoke out of turn. Since you have helped me introduce a lot of situations, that's all." Fang Yu stood up and said calmly, "But remember, there are some things that you shouldn't know." Then, without saying anything more, he took a step forward and disappeared from the spot. Lin Zhang, who had been standing quietly beside him, also left immediately. Left alone there, Special Lieutenant Adams was covered in cold sweat, and he almost fainted as he looked at the disappearing figure. "Oh my God, I must have been stupid just now. Why ask that kind of question? If I get killed for this, it would be too unfair. He breathed a sigh of relief and fear. Adams suddenly remembered what Judson had just said to him. The only thing we should do is kneel on the ground and call it God. Chapter 378 Plot Reminder, Luoning City Whoosh. The stream of light crossed the northern border and suddenly landed in a desolate and hidden place in the Arctic icefield with a bang, like a cannonball exploding. A big hole was directly smashed into the ground, and snowflakes flew all over the sky. It was Feng Yu and Lin Zhang. Feng Yu waved his long sleeves, looked around, and nodded. Looking at Lin Zhang, he said in a deep voice, "Before we continue on our journey, please stop here for a while. You should first consolidate your rapidly increasing cultivation until you are proficient in controlling the power within your body." Good. Lin Zhang did not hesitate. He did look quite eye-catching now, with lightning flashing across his body from time to time. Every move he made would cause destruction, and it was impossible to control it precisely. That little bit of overflowing power was naturally nothing to Feng Yu and would not cause any impact. But if it accidentally fell on other people, anyone below the transformation realm would be killed instantly, and even a grandmaster of the transformation realm would be injured. Bang! Lin Jing sat cross-legged on the spot, ignoring the blizzard that was dangerous for ordinary people. Breathe in and out through your mouth and practice the exercises. 4 thunder beads appeared around him and kept circling around him. Leizhenzi continued to absorb the uncontrolled lightning around Lin Zhang, and after condensing it, he returned it to Feng Yu. Watched the scene. His eyes were as sharp as a torch, seeing through the flow of energy in Lin Zhang's body, and he nodded slightly. After all, he has a thunder spirit physique and excellent talent. Even if the successive breakthroughs have caused his power to be slightly out of control, at this rate, he should be able to stabilize his cultivation soon. In this way, time slowly passed. The layers of lightning that had been covering Lin Zhang's body because he could not control it gradually disappeared. However, if you perceive it carefully, you will find that the energy contained in its body is gradually becoming stronger and more alarming. Roar. At some point, Lin Zhang suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long roar towards the sky. He shook his shoulders, and the dirt discharged by the circulation of energy in his body was shaken away. The terrifying energy created a hurricane, lifting the snow under his feet. The airflow stirred the air, making a series of whoosh sounds of steam waves. His eyes were bright and sharp, and his aura became even more extraordinary. Lin Zhang looked up and found Feng Yu standing on a high ground in the distance. He immediately took a heavy step and arrived in an instant. Adult. He stood quietly beside him. Be respectful and don't dare to overstep the mark. He is now almost unrecognizable from the way he was before on Yuanqing. The image of the humble, timid, pale boy has gradually faded away. However, Lin Zhang always felt grateful and in awe of Feng Yu. Having reached the middle stage of the divine realm, he is considered a strong man even in Guishu where there are many strong men, but he knows very well who gave him all this. What an incredible method it is to go from an ordinary person to where you are today. Discover your potential, pour resources into it, and pull yourself up. The stronger you are, the more you can. Feel the horror of Feng Yu. Feng Yu's strength was like a black hole in the abyss, emitting a terrifying aura that could tear everything apart, and no one could reach its end. Everything he has was given by Feng Yu. The other party can give, and can also take it back at any time. Thinking of this, Lin Zhang lowered his head even deeper, standing there respectfully, waiting. Feng Yu didn't move at all, his body like a sculpture, letting the strong wind blow across the texture of his muscles, but his eyes were staring at everything, from the vast snowfields and endless dome in the distance to every snowflake falling in the air. All were reflected in his dark eyes. Looking into the distance, Feng Yu was thinking about his next move. Of course, I need to go back to Haiqing City. A year has passed, and I don't know what the situation is like. Also, Da He should have successfully reached the secular world. We need to find out more about him. He has activated the ancient dragon genes hidden within his body. Not only is he a formidable combat force now, but his future potential is also likely to be great. However, the one currently ranked first is naturally Qin Yang. Feng Yu's expression was a little cold. It has been nearly a year since Qin Yang was reborn, but according to the system's plot reminder function, his current strength should only be at the peak of the transformation realm, and he is on the verge of breaking through the divine realm. Compared with ordinary people, this speed is actually monstrous and unimaginable. However, as a person with a thunder spirit physique and the reincarnation of a powerful person, he possesses a wealth of knowledge, so it doesn't seem so exaggerated. After all, Lin Zhang is now in the middle stage of the divine realm. The difference between them was mainly due to the fact that Feng Yu invested an unimaginable amount of resources in Lin Zhang, while Qin Yang, who was reborn in the secular world and started from scratch, had a difficult time at the beginning and did not have such an opportunity. On the other hand, the early content of Rebirth of the Urban Mad Immortal involves a lot of content related to women, brothers, business, etc., which also causes the progress of cultivation to be delayed. I haven't met Qin Yang directly yet, but I've already passed through Guishu and plundered a lot of luck points. This should have a certain impact on his chances. Fang Yu murmured in his heart, but we can't drag it on any longer. Books like this tend to be slow in the early stages, but as the protagonist's strength increases further into the later stages, the difficulty of plundering his luck naturally increases. I need to reduce the protagonist's luck as much as possible, stripping him of his halo, and destroying Qin Yang before he fully grows up. Just as I was thinking about it, suddenly, the system mechanical sound rang again. Ding, plot reminder. Fang Yu's face changed and he listened carefully, his eyes flickering. After a moment, a strange arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh. Looking up, Fang Yu looked into the distance leisurely. I just came back and I have the opportunity to plunder luck points so soon? It seems that it is time to meet him. This is just the first step, Qin Yang. Get ready. Get ready to face your nightmare step by step. Time flies. 3 days later, Dongxia, Hangzhou, Liaoning City. Beijing University, the number 1 university in Liaoning City, is also among the top 10 in Dongxia. At the school gate, a group of young men and women, full of youthfulness, walked out together, chattering, and walked towards the shore of Nanhu Lake not far away. Chapter 379. Fortune Teller. It's finally vacation time. These past few months have been tiring. Do you want to go to KTV? Hey, isn't today the Nanhu Lantern Festival? Let's go for a good stroll and relax. Good idea. Let's go to Nanhu. Everyone started discussing and soon reached a consensus. Nanhu Lantern Festival. Liaoning City holds a traditional festival that has been going on for many years. It is held once a year. The stalls are full of dazzling stalls and the lanterns are dazzling and beautiful. It is a great place for sightseeing. Then, these young students from North China University were chatting and laughing as they walked slowly towards South Lake. Xianyu, what are your plans for the holidays? On the way, a second-generation rich boy, dressed in a high-end suit, gentle and elegant, exuding an air of wealth, asked a girl with extraordinary temperament who was surrounded by people in the crowd. The girl was wearing a white bohemian-style dress with a tight black belt around her waist, outlining her slender waist. Although she only wore light makeup, it couldn't hide her cold and stunning beauty. I haven't decided yet. Mu Qianyu shook her head. Hearing this, the rich second-generation boy's eyes suddenly lit up. He began to send out various invitations, whether to a manor in the mountains or a villa by the sea, with great enthusiasm. The men and women next to him also joined in the fun, with playful smiles on their faces, and began to assist. However, Mu Qianyu seemed to lack interest and seemed a little uneasy. Her eyebrows were slightly frowned. There's always a strange feeling. It seemed like she would encounter something very important today. Something seemed to be attracting her. That's really strange. Never mind, let's relax a bit and enjoy the Nanhu Lantern Festival. Mu Qianyu didn't think any more and continued walking towards the destination with everyone else. The sun gradually sets and dusk approaches. Nanhu Square, located 2 kilometers away from the shore of Nanhu Lake, covers an area of tens of thousands of square meters. Snap, snap, snap. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed in the square. At this moment, most people are heading to the Nanhu Lantern Festival. The square is deserted and even the sound of footsteps can be clearly heard in the silence. He was a slightly handsome boy with ordinary looks. He looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, wearing jeans, a white short top, and a complete set of street stall clothes that probably cost less than 1,000 yuan in total. Overall, he is an ordinary person who can be drowned in the crowd at any time. Very ordinary, however. He has a look that does not match his age or attire. Indifferent, cold, aloof. The meaning in his eyes is as if he has seen the vicissitudes of life and the rotation of the world. Qin Yang, the first protagonist of Rebirth of the Urban Mad Immortal, the son of destiny. Finally, I get to see Qiyu again. At this moment, Qin Yang's indifferent expression was hiding a hint of excitement that was difficult to conceal. In my last life, due to my cowardice and weakness, I ultimately failed her and lost her, but in this life, I will never let this happen again. I will definitely protect her. Qin Yang said in his heart. He let out a breath, as if his heartstrings were plucked. Previous life. He and Mu Qianyu fell in love at first sight. They were in love with each other. After several years of dating, they were planning to get married and stay together for the rest of their lives. Unexpectedly, a nightmare suddenly struck Zheng Shiming. The second young master of the Zheng family in Qingzhou fell in love with Mu Qianyu and was greedy for her beauty, so he kept pursuing and harassing her. But how could Mu Qianyu fall for a second-generation playboy? Zheng Shiming, who was angry and humiliated, began to use his family power to put pressure on the Mu family, threaten them, and force Mu Qianyu to marry her. The Zhang family is a large and powerful family in Qingzhou. After the recovery of the vitality of heaven and earth, several martial arts masters emerged, and their status became even more honorable. The Mu family is just a small family, and Qin Yang is just from an ordinary family. How can they resist? Qin Yang resisted with all his might, but in the end, he only implicated his own family. His parents both passed away in accidents and incidents deliberately created by the Zheng family. The engagement between Zhang Shiming and Mu Qianyu has not changed. The day of their wedding, Qin Yang knelt down in front of his parents' grave, sobbing uncontrollably, tears and blood streaming from his eyes, and roared in pain towards the sky. At this moment, a bolt of thunder streaked across the sky and struck Qin Yang. The space was accidentally distorted, causing him to be teleported to a planet with an advanced immortal civilization. After experiencing life and death hardships and countless tests, he eventually became the Thunder Emperor who shocked the universe. After leaving for decades, he actually returned to Earth after achieving great success in cultivation. The enemy was killed, but Mu Qianyu had died many years ago due to depression. This became the biggest regret in Qin Yang's heart, and it could never be undone. And no matter how strong he is, he cannot reverse time and revive life. But in this life, I will never let this happen again. There was a cold light in Qin Yang's eyes. After a slight pause, he followed a mysterious feeling in his heart and continued to walk towards Nanhu Lake at a leisurely pace, just like taking a stroll. Sudden a voice sounded nearby. "Young man, would you like to have your fortune told?" Qin Yang looked in the direction and found that the sound came from a simple stall on the edge of the square. This seemed to be a bookstall, with a dazzling array of books on display. There was also a sign next to it with 4 large characters written on it: "Calculate the secrets of heaven." The one who just spoke. He was a middle-aged man with a slightly sloppy appearance and messy hair. He was sitting in front of the stall and was obviously the stall owner. "Fortune-telling?" Qin Yang burst out laughing. "This is really interesting. Is this a bookseller who also does fortune-telling part-time? Or is fortune-telling his main job? No matter how you look at it, it's ridiculous." "Want a fortune?" the middle-aged man asked again. "Sorry, I don't believe that." Qin Yang responded calmly, "My fate is decided by me alone." The most arrogant words came out of his mouth. In his previous life, he was the Thunder Emperor, and his fame shook the universe. Transcend the 6 paths, do not enter the 5 elements, and with a wave of the hand, can destroy the sun, moon, and stars. Even though he has been reborn now, with everything starting from scratch and his strength still very weak, the arrogance in his heart have never diminished in the slightest. Who is qualified to calculate his own destiny? Qin Yang knew that there was indeed a magical technique in the world that could peek into the secrets of heaven and reverse the flow of energy, but not everyone can master such techniques. As for the one in front of me, he is most likely just a street swindler. If you want to calculate the fate of Thunder Emperor, I'm afraid no one on this planet can do it. Don't worry, I'm not a liar. I can tell you this fortune for free." The middle-aged stall owner smiled and said, "Since you don't believe in fate, why not just treat it as a joke? Unless you think you'll be affected by the outcome." Arrogant. Qin Yang suddenly smiled. "In that case, why don't you try it?" As he spoke, his demeanor suddenly changed. It became extremely sharp, like a god standing above everything and looking down on all living beings. "Thunder Emperor, how can you allow me to make random calculations? Even the one who was the most proficient in this art in the previous universe, the one who was known as the best fortune teller in the Tianji sect, possessed a mysterious and unfathomable fortune-telling technique. If anyone dared to use it to calculate for himself, his lifespan would be greatly reduced, and in serious cases, he might die on the spot. What about this mortal? But since the other party doesn't want money and is full of confidence, it might be okay to take a look." The middle-aged man said nothing. He looked at Qin Yang carefully for a few seconds. Finally, he closed his eyes for a long time. Suddenly, he picked up a piece of paper and pen and wrote something on it. After folding it, he handed it to Qin Yang. "It's settled. However, the secrets of heaven cannot be spoken lightly. Remember, only open it and check it when you are alone. Playing tricks, Qin Yang shook his head, took the note and put it away. He had just checked carefully and found that there was no power fluctuation on the person in front of him, obviously, just a liar. He has no idea what kind of being he is talking to. Qin Yang's eyes were indifferent as he continued walking towards Nanhu Lake. It's just a small thing. He soon put it behind him. However, a few seconds after Qin Yang left beside the stall, ripples suddenly appeared in the void, and a figure emerged like a phantom. No one noticed this scene. Snap, snap. Fang Yu walked over, his black clothes rustling in the cold night wind, staring at the direction Qin Yang left. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Qin Yang. We finally meet. TSK, if it weren't for the protagonist's halo, I would really want to kill him right now. A cold murderous aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings. The murderous aura was fleeting. Oomph, but there's nothing we can do. It's a restriction of the rules after all. Taking action without knowing the right time will not only be futile, but may even put you in danger. If there's a suitable opportunity, I can try. After all, the chance of someone with the protagonist's aura killing the protagonist is small, but it's not zero. But if there is no such opportunity, we can only gradually clear the luck value. Fang Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes deep. Next, it's just waiting. Villain value will soon appear on my doorstep. At this moment, Fang Yu suddenly raised his hand, clasped his thumb and middle finger together, and snapped his fingers with a snap sound. Okay, you can go now. The middle-aged man, who was slovenly and had disheveled hair, was sitting in front of the stall and had been strangely ignoring Fang Yu's appearance. He suddenly shuddered. Then, his eyes quickly became confused and hesitant, as if he was sleepwalking. He straightened his body stiffly and walked away step by step. After taking a few steps, he suddenly shuddered and woke up. Well, what's going on? The man was stunned. Where is this? I was just robbing someone in the alley. Why am I here for no apparent reason? He scratched his head in confusion, then looked around and saw Fang Yu standing in front of the stall next to him. He immediately stepped forward and asked, "Hey, little brother, I want to ask for directions." Fang Yu sat on the stool, looked up, smiled, and pointed in a direction. Go straight there and turn left. Thank you very much. After saying thank you, the middle-aged man looked around with a shifty look and left quickly. Fang Yu lowered his head again, and the smile on his face slowly faded. Goodbye. Now is not the time to expose yourself. So he just grabbed someone to contact Qin Yang on his behalf. Crash. Fang Yu casually picked up a book from the stall. He leaned back slightly, narrowed his eyes, looked seriously, and waited patiently. It was as if he had not heard the screams of the car owner a few hundred meters away, who was looking at the blood on the ground after knocking someone away. Chapter 380 Story: The Shores of Nanhu Lake. The lights are bright and the voices are noisy. Wow, there are so many stalls. Yes. Look, there are also acrobatics. The young men and women from North Central University were strolling around with a bit of excitement, but intentionally or unintentionally, they kept a distance from the rich second-generation boys and Mu Qianyu to create opportunities for them. Qianyu, let me tell you, the rich second-generation boy's endless attentiveness and flattery made Mu Qianyu frown and feel a little disgusted. She looked away and looked in other directions, and something immediately caught her attention. A corner of the Lantern Festival, there was an unusual stall. I saw a handsome boy sitting there alone. There was no merchandise for sale in front of him. There was only a sign next to him with some words written on it. Mu Qianyu herself didn't know why, but she walked towards that place as if possessed by ghosts. As I got closer, I saw the words storytelling clearly written on the sign. This time, the rich second-generation boy also chased over and asked in surprise, "Qianyu, why are you here?" He subconsciously glanced at Qin Yang, and his eyes suddenly became contemptuous, and at the same time, there was a hint of dissatisfaction. He was wearing cheap clothes and looked average. How could Mu Qianyu be attracted to this kind of guy? With a hint of superiority, the rich second generation asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" "I'm waiting for someone to tell me a story." Qin Yang looked calm as he pointed at the word storytelling on the white banner and looked at Mu Qianyu. "Are you willing to listen?" The second-generation rich boy frowned and said, "Qianyu, this guy is so weird, we should go ahead." Mu Qianyu said subconsciously she always had a feeling in her heart that this story might be related to herself. Good. Qin Yang glanced at Mu Qianyu, who looked serious, and smiled. This is a story about past and present lives. Once upon a time, there was a boy named Qin Yang. He met a girl and fell in love. Qin Yang told the whole story of his and Mu Qianyu's past lives, from meeting and falling in love, to the breakdown of the relationship, the destruction of the family, and then to reaching the top, everything has become a thing of the past, leaving only a heart full of regret. Qin Yang's voice was low, however. Perhaps it was God's blessing that he failed to overcome the tribulation, but unexpectedly lived a new life. This time, he vowed to change everything in the past, to take her to the top of the world, and to become the happiest woman in the world. Hey, this is too much. The second-generation rich boy complained, what the hell is this? Even the immortal cultivators are involved. It's such a poignant story. After listening to Qin Yang's story, Mu Qianyu's heart trembled, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She asked, what happened next? How did they end up? And why didn't you mention that girl's name in your story? Qin Yang smiled faintly. Later, they met again by the Nanhu Lake. The boy told the girl the story of his past life and they made a vow. Mu Qianyu was stunned. Isn't this talking about myself? The rich second-generation boy was furious. Asshole, are you kidding us? As he spoke, anger surged in his heart and he raised his hand to hit Qin Yang. However, before he could swing his fist, Qin Yang just looked at him, and his body immediately froze and he couldn't move at all. Take this, it can protect you from a disaster. Qin Yang took out a black bracelet and placed it in Mu Qianyu's hand. Then, he picked up the plaque with the word storytelling written on it, turned around and strode away. Hey, wait, Mu Qianyu subconsciously stretched out her hand and called out, where are you going? If what he said was true, why did he leave in such a hurry? Now, it's not our chance to really meet. Qin Yang paused and said, when I have defeated all my enemies and stood at the top again, we will meet again. When the time comes, I will make up for the wedding that I never had in my previous life. When the time comes, there will be colorful clouds dancing, dragons and phoenixes singing, and red makeup covering thousands of miles, reaching all the way to the desolate heavens. The 9 heavens will tremble in unison, and thousands of gods and demons will come to congratulate. At this time, other people had already noticed the situation here. They were stunned and looked at Qin Yang as if he were a fool. This person's sick, but Qin Yang didn't care at all and looked calm. The former Thunder Emperor, how could he explain, and how could he care about the mundane gazes of these ants? When the wedding he promised comes true, these people will look up, kneel down and tremble. His figure was like ink, slowly blending into the darkness and disappearing. Mu Qianyu held the black bracelet and stood there. Is what he said true? My mind told me that such an absurd story couldn't possibly exist in the world, but why did I have such a strange feeling in my heart? It was as if the two of us had really met in a previous life. What happened just now? The rich second-generation boy came to his senses and found that his body was unable to move just now. After regaining control of his body, he immediately looked at Mu Qianyu. Qianyu, this guy might be a lunatic. Don't believe anything he says. I'll call the police to prevent him from having any ill intentions. Don't do anything unnecessary. Mu Qianyu frowned when she heard this. The rich second generation's expression froze. Qianyu, okay, I'm a little tired today. You guys go shopping first. I want to walk around by myself and relax. Don't follow me anymore. Mu Qianyu shook her head, her heart in a mess, and walked outside in her brown leather boots. Only the rich second-generation boy was left standing there, dazed, letting the wind blow through his hair, making it messy. The street lights are dim. Walking on the street, all kinds of thoughts flashed through Mu Qianyu's mind. What happened just now really disturbed her mind and made her unable to stop thinking about it. When can I see him again? When I see you again, I will definitely ask you. Clearly, she was walking aimlessly. At one point, a cool breeze blew by, making her a little more awake. Then she realized that she had walked to Nanhu Square. Beauty. A voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Would you like to have your fortune told? Mu Qianyu glanced sideways and found that the person who spoke was a young man with a slender figure, handsome features, and hard lines. He looked to be in his early 20s. At his feet, there was a stall with many books on it. Next to it was a white banner, and under the dim light, the words calculating the secrets of heaven could be vaguely seen. Chapter 381, Killing 2 Birds with 1 Stone, a fortune teller? Mu Qianyu was a little surprised, but before she could say anything, Fang Yu smiled and added, it's almost time to close the stall. I can give you a discount on this divination. Mu Qianyu was about to refuse, but suddenly an idea came to her mind. Maybe she could figure out something related to that guy from before. If what Qin Yang said was true, and even such a ridiculous thing existed, then it didn't seem strange that there was a real divination technique. Okay, then let's do a divination. Mu Qianyu paid the money, good. Fang Yu smiled, took out 3 copper coins from somewhere with his hands, and started to manipulate them, muttering to himself. Mu Qianyu waited patiently. Since she had nothing else to do, she began to casually browse the books on Fang Yu's stall. Suddenly, her expression froze. The introduction of one of the books caught her attention. Her breathing was a little rapid. She quickly picked up the novel with an ancient cover and flipped through it. Her expression gradually changed. It's written on it, "Isn't this exactly what the boy who called himself Qin Yang at the Nanhu Lantern Festival told him just now?" Almost word for word, exactly the same. The protagonist of the book is also Thunder Emperor, however, the heroine's name is not Mu Qianyu. Why, are you interested in that book? Fang Yu fiddled with 3 mottled copper coins. Without even looking up, he said, "Oh, by the way, someone bought one a while ago." He seemed to be a student at Beijing University, a very handsome boy. Mu Qianyu suddenly stood up and left. "Sorry, I don't count it. You don't need to return the money." She didn't want to listen anymore. Under the cover of darkness, her face, which had always been elegant and calm, now turned slightly red. Anger was surging in my heart. "I feel like a fool." Mu Qianyu suddenly laughed, with a self-deprecating smile. "Have you been under too much pressure lately? You actually fell for such a low-level trick and believed such nonsense. How ridiculous. Obviously, the boy just now is a student of North Central University, and he knows me. He is exactly the same kind of guy as the rich second-generation boy who has always been around her. No, his nature is even worse. Thunder Emperor, your previous life's lover?" These things, which had caused her to feel strange feelings for some reason before, now made her face turn red, and she felt ashamed and ridiculous. "Asshole, don't let me see you in school." Mu Qianyu gritted her teeth, feeling that her mood for the day had been completely messed up. Buzz. This moment, she didn't notice at all that the black jade bracelet given to her by Qin Yang, which she had put in her pocket, suddenly trembled and flashed with light, as if it was in fierce conflict with something. But in the end, the black jade bracelet only lasted for a moment before its light dimmed. Snap. An imperceptible crack appeared on it. The bracelet suddenly became lifeless and lost all its power, but at the last moment, a remaining force surged out from it and shot towards a certain direction. The other side, the deserted Nanhu Square. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully changing the plot. Host's villain value plus 2,500, protagonist's luck value minus 2,500. 2,500 villain values. Fang Yu fiddled with the copper coins in his hand and murmured softly. This should be because Mu Qianyu's attitude towards Qin Yang has changed. Things have deviated from the original track. Instead of having a good impression of Qin Yang, she has developed a lot of disgust towards him. However, as the heroine of the book, their relationship is an important plotline. Mu Qianyu's villain value is definitely more than that. It seems, if we leave it alone, there is still a chance that the two of them will resolve their misunderstandings and get together again? But I won't let this happen. The corners of Fang Yu's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Whoosh. As soon as the words fell, without any warning, Fang Yu stretched out his right hand and suddenly grabbed towards the void from a distance. Buzz. The void twisted, and a subtle wave was grasped in his palm. This wave struggled violently, a faint light flickering, but due to the absolute power gap, it could not break free at all. Like a bird in a net, a beast trapped in a cage. He is indeed the reincarnation of a powerful being. Although his current strength is only at the level of transformation, his methods are formidable. Fang Yu exclaimed in admiration. The protective bracelet Qin Yang made himself and gave to Mu Qianyu can not only defend against one attack, but also transmit a message to the person and trigger an early warning after being triggered by his own attack. If it were anyone else, they would have been fooled. Unfortunately, I know the plot of the book and understand it all. Fang Yu's eyes were cold and he clenched his hands tightly. Bang! This obscure and strange wave that conveyed information was directly crushed by his big hand and dissipated between heaven and earth. TSK, such a tragic and beautiful love story, it really makes people can't help but want to destroy it. Fang Yu smiled, took out his cell phone and made a call. Mr. Fang. The phone was connected, and a respectful male voice came from the other end. Just as we said before, let's do it. Issue an assassination mission to the recently established but already quite famous assassin organization Tianxia. The target is Mu Qianyu, a student at Beijing University and a member of the Mu family. Remember, leave no trace. His tone was indifferent and cold. Yes, I understand. The man responded respectfully after hanging up the phone. Fang Yu's eyes were cold. In order to gain the remaining villain value, Mu Qianyu must die. Her protective jade bracelet had been destroyed, but Qin Yang was unaware of it. After all, Mu Qianyu was not the protagonist. Without the protection of the world's will, as an ordinary person, she will undoubtedly die under the assassination launched by Tianxia. The World in the World. This is an international killer organization composed of elite warriors. It was established in the last year, against the backdrop of the revival of spiritual energy in the changing world situation. With a 100% mission success rate and the rumor that there is a grandmaster of the transformation realm in charge, it has become famous in a short period of time. Fang Yu smiled faintly. However, others don't know, not only is there a transformation realm master in charge of the world, but behind the scenes, there is also a genuine God realm powerhouse who was revived from silence and currently only possesses the strength of a demigod realm, according to the original book plot, for various reasons. Tianxia will become Qin Yang's affiliated force and belong to the protagonist side. So, let Tianxia kill Mu Qianyu. This is equivalent to completely severing any possible future relationship between the two parties. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Of course, this was only one of the purposes. Fang Yu didn't do it himself, or let someone around him do it, because he wanted to hide his presence for the time being and lurk in the dark. There is no need to confront Qin Yang too early. After all, Qin Yang is the reincarnation of a powerful person with various means, so he must act with caution. There was a slight glint in Fang Yu's eyes. At this moment, he threw out 3 mottled copper coins without stopping, and dropped them on the ground, completing the last step of divination. Well, after all, I've paid, so I might as well finish the divination for her. I'm a very dedicated person. Fang Yu nodded in satisfaction, clicked his head, and immediately put the stall into the storage space. He stood up, walked to the other side of the square in the night breeze, and disappeared into the night. Ding ding, with a crisp sound, the 3 copper coins that were not taken away spun and finally spread out on the ground, completely still. The moment the hexagram formed by the 3 copper coins was completely formed, a strong aura of evil and blood seemed to rise. Water is above, mountain is below, and the water is on the mountain. This is a sign of bad luck and the beginning of disaster, death. I found out it was past midnight, then I wish you all a happy New Year's Eve. Chapter 382, Leaving the Seclusion. South Lake Crash. Along with the sound of the water surface being broken, a figure left a white mark on the calm lake surface. Like a sharp arrow, it kept tapping on the water surface and finally came to a sparsely populated lake shore. Qin Yang stepped on the ground, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. As a reborn powerful warrior, the Thunder Emperor who shocked the universe, he once stood at the pinnacle of martial arts, overlooking all living beings. He had long developed an indifferent and cold mentality, treating all things in the world as straw dogs. Even if billions of people died and the planet collapsed, it would hardly cause any fluctuations in his emotions. However, relatives, close friends, lovers, etc. from previous lives, these people who were imprinted in his memory when he was weak, still occupy a very important place in Qin Yang's heart. Among them, Mu Qianyu is particularly special. Therefore, even he felt a little excited when he met her again after hundreds or thousands of years of separation. Qin Yang's expression changed, as if he remembered something, and he took out a folded piece of paper from his body. It was given to him by the fortune-telling guy who was setting up a stall just now. It's ridiculous. It's just an ant, yet he dared to brazenly claim that he could peek into past and present lives and calculate his own destiny. He had no idea what kind of being he was talking to. Qin Yang shook his head, smiled faintly, and threw the note into the Nanhu Lake at his feet. He had originally wanted to keep it for fun, but after meeting Mu Qianyu, he had completely lost the mood. Right now, the most important thing is to become stronger, reach the top as soon as possible, and fulfill the promise I made to Qianyu. Qin Yang's eyes suddenly became sharper. His eyes were as fast as lightning, and there seemed to be streaks of lightning flashing across the sky. The usual cultivation method is still too slow. I don't have the time to waste on this planet. It seems I need to think of a way to increase my cultivation speed. Murmuring in his mouth, Qin Yang's figure flashed and he disappeared at the shore of Nanhu Lake at an accelerated speed. At this moment, the piece of paper he casually threw on the lake's surface gradually unfolded due to being soaked by the lake water. The moon's faint silver light fell from the sky, illuminating the words on the note. You will die. Die from your arrogance and hubris. Just like now. Linzhou, Haiqing City. The top of Yunshan Community, is the most luxurious #1 Yundian villa. Far above the Yundian villa, clouds and mist rolled, the wind howled, and the dark night enveloped the area. A whoosh. Suddenly, the clouds split into two, as if they were cut in half by a knife, and Fang Yu's figure turned into a stream of light, breaking through the air. Call. Standing in the void, Fang Yu looked down at the cloud-top villa below, and couldn't help but smile. When I was in seclusion, I never thought that by the time I returned, a whole year would have passed. Finally. I'm back. The spiritual power surged like a fine rain, pouring down and covering the entire villa. All the details come to mind. Well, Lei Qianjue and the Iron Guards are all here. Let's pretend to be in seclusion and come out, otherwise, it will be too troublesome to explain. In order to disrupt the plot between Qin Yang and Mu Qianyu, he had actually mobilized some of the Fang family's forces in Qingzhou, but his request was to keep it strictly confidential, so Lei Qianjue and others were still unaware of it. Whoosh! Falling from a high altitude, without attracting anyone's attention, Fang Yu sneaked into the special training room at the back of the villa. Immediately afterwards, Fang Yu moved his mind and released a slight breath. The room in Yundian villa, Lei Qianjue was sitting cross-legged on the floor, breathing in and out, constantly practicing the Lei sex cultivation techniques. Crackle! Faint electric light flowed across Lei Qianjue's body, and the aura he exuded was that of the middle stage of the transformation realm. A year has passed, and Lei Qianjue's strength has also improved, from the initial stage of transformation to the middle stage of transformation. Although it is only a small realm, how difficult is it to improve strength after reaching the Grandmaster realm? Even a small realm can take more than 10 years or even dozens of years. It is also very common that people are stuck at a bottleneck throughout their lives due to limited talents. Most of the masters remain at the initial stage throughout their lives, never making any progress, let alone exploring higher levels. Lei Qianjue's cultivation progress is already considered first class among geniuses. Of course, the premise is not to compare with Fang Yu, Qin Yang, Lin Zhang, and other people who are completely beyond common sense. Just as Lei Qianjue was immersed in cultivation and constantly honing the true energy in his body, he suddenly opened his eyes. This breath is, after careful identification, Lei Qianjue's face suddenly showed surprise. This is Master Fang's aura. Master Fang has come out of seclusion. Without any hesitation, he pushed the door open and rushed towards the place where Fang Yu was in retreat like a gust of wind. Halfway through, they happened to meet 8 iron guards who were also rushing over. They nodded slightly, exchanged glances with each other, and came together to the thick door of the training room at the back. It's been a year. Fang Yu finally came out of confinement. During the time that Fang Yu was in seclusion, so many things happened in this world. Boom! In an instant, the alloy door slammed open. Fang Yu stood with his hands behind his back, restrained his breath, and slowly walked out. Mr. Fang. Lei Qianjue and his 8 iron guards all said respectfully. However, when they looked up at Fang Yu, they felt that their young master seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes compared to before he went into seclusion. It's an indescribable feeling. Although Fang Yu's appearance and figure were normal, his temperament was as ethereal as an immortal, making it difficult to fathom. His gaze was deep and mysterious, as if the sun, moon, and stars were reversed in it. Fang Yu replied calmly and walked towards the villa hall. What happened during my retreat? Report it in detail. In addition, I have a task for you. Chapter 383: The Situation of the Eastern Royal Family. Yes. Lei Qianjue and Tai Wei spoke one after another. Although it was late at night, they did not dare to object to Fang Yu's orders. Not to mention, over the past year, the world situation can be said to be turbulent and full of ups and downs. For people like them, there are indeed many things that need to be reported and asked for instructions from Fang Yu in the villa hall. Fang Yu tapped the table with his fingertips as he browsed through a thick confidential document. The information above was comprehensive, encompassing various secrets collected and collated, changes in the world's power dynamics, and the Fang family's current strength and distribution. This information had been prepared in advance for Fang Yu's perusal. At this very moment, Fang Yu's eyes flickered. As time slowly passed, he combined the information in his hands with the trivial information he had obtained from the special lieutenant named Adams in the polar ice field. Gradually, I formed a comprehensive and three-dimensional picture of the current Fang family, Dongxia, and even the world. Although he is powerful, due to the protagonist's halo, as a villain, he is destined to be unable to simply and forcibly kill the protagonist unless the opponent's luck value is completely deprived. This is the world's will favoring the protagonist. Therefore, in order to better deal with Qin Yang, plunder his luck points and take advantage of him, and start a head-on battle with Qin Yang as soon as possible, it is very necessary to know these situations and properly utilize worldly power. And no matter how powerful one becomes, one will always need subordinates to help handle many things. No one can do everything by themselves. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes. At present, under the leadership of Song Chaoyu and with the careful assistance of several selected confidants including Sun Pang, the total assets of Fang Group have successfully exceeded the trillion threshold. The Song family, as an ally, or more accurately, a vassal, also relies on the Fang Group's continued development and growth. On the Iron Guard side, they have been continuing to train Red Warriors according to the assigned tasks. Currently, the number of Red Warriors has reached hundreds, and a considerable number of them are adaptable and have been equipped with nano-equipment. With precise coordination, the Grandmaster can be strangled. As for Lei Qianjue, he has not been idle either. He has been recruiting warriors. He has gathered a group of powerful martial arts forces under his command. Among them, in addition to independent cultivators, there are even spies from many large sections now. The Fang family is undoubtedly the #1 family in Linzhou and the absolute overlord. The scope of influence continued to expand outward. For example, the surrounding states, such as Qingzhou, Hangzhou, Heizhou, etc., all had branches of the Fang family, building up their influence and inserting spies. In the entire Dongxia, the Fang family is already an absolute top-notch force. Apart from the three major families, no one can match them. That's right. Fang Yu put down the information in his hand, raised his head and said, "What's the situation at the Eastern royal family? There doesn't seem to be any mention of it in the information." He handed over the contact with the Eastern royal family to Song Chaoyu, and he believed that there wouldn't be too many problems. This, however, upon hearing this, Lei Qianjue and Tai Wei looked at each other, appearing a little hesitant. See this look of Fang Yu frowned, his eyes as cold as iron. "Speak, yes." Everyone was shocked. In the end, Lei Qianjue stood up, took a deep breath, organized his words and thoughts, and gave instructions in a deep voice, "There will be more later. Let me make some noodles first, and then revise the article and post it. I was delayed by something in the evening and haven't eaten yet." Chapter 384, Clown, Xiang's Secret Realm. After listening to Lei Qianjue's story, Fang Yu's face gradually became gloomy. It turned out that Fang Yu had joined forces with the Eastern royal family to kill Su Mukin at Sanglong Peak and shock all the martial arts forces. It was originally following the established trajectory. The Donghuang family will gradually and completely control the Dongxia martial arts forces, instead of just having a false name as before among the three major families. The Donghuang family was originally responsible for leading the martial arts world. In addition, with Fang Yu suppressing them overhead, almost no one among these unruly warriors dared to resist, but the situation changed afterwards. The vitality of heaven and earth began to recover without any warning, and martial arts ushered in a new prosperity. The prolonged suppression triggered a retaliatory backlash, with warriors continually breaking through long-held bottlenecks and successfully advancing. Furthermore, the last batch of god-level warriors before the era of vitality exhaustion began to emerge. These old monsters, like Gabriel of the Dark Council, who had been secluded to prolong their lifespans and prevent a decline in their realm, also emerged one after another. The great world gradually took shape. The world situation is changing rapidly and unpredictably. On the other hand, Fang Yu fell into complete silence after displaying his divine power at Sanglong Peak, and no news of him was heard since then. One thing grows while the other declines. Even the northern killer god, who once terrorized the world's top leaders, his deterrent power began to fade away in an unstoppable way. So, in this case, for the Dongxia family's nominal position as the leader of Dongxia's martial arts world, even if it is just an empty title, it means great constraints, and they no longer want to admit it. Moreover, before Fang Yu went into seclusion and strong men in the martial arts world emerged again, the Dongxia family was determined to completely control the Dongxia martial arts world. They massacred and suppressed many sects to establish their authority, and the two sides had many conflicts. As a result, many sects became conflicted and prepared to attack Donghuang Liu. Fang Yu frowned, somewhat incredulous. How dare they turn against the Donghuang family? Where on earth do they get the confidence from? The three major families control Dongxia and are of the same blood. Dongxia is a big and powerful country in the world. As one of the three major families, Donghuang holds powerful military force in his hands. Unless it is as strong as Guishu, it will not be able to compete head-on. After reaching the state of transformation, one cannot be killed without the coverage of heavy firepower guns. When reaching the state of God, one is no longer afraid of ordinary artillery shells, but if one bombards indiscriminately and madly, there is also a risk of falling. How dare they? Upon hearing this, late Shenjue couldn't help but smile bitterly and said in a deep voice, behind this matter, there seems to be the shadow of the Feng family and the Long family. Just a simple sentence, but with Feng Yu's wisdom, he figured out the truth almost instantly and realized it instantly. The Long family and the Feng family are among the three major families of Dongxia. The other two are except the Donghuang family. Before, hundreds of thousands of troops from Tsanglong Fengfeng surrounded the mountain. Maybe they could find a way to keep it secret beforehand, but it would definitely be revealed afterwards. With the disclosure and overlap of the two identities of Northern Killer God and Feng family Sword Master, the meaning contained therein is almost self-evident. Donghuang royal family has established cooperation and contact with Feng Yu. This situation undoubtedly made the Long and Feng families, who were already relatively distant and nervous about the Donghuang family, even more wary and cautious. Therefore, the two families gathered together the martial arts forces that were dissatisfied with the Eastern royal family. On the one hand, he would recruit these warriors to prevent them from causing trouble, and on the other hand, he would kick out the Donghuang family, turning the three major families into two, which would naturally give them more power. And if the Eastern royal family is successfully resolved, the next target will undoubtedly be Feng family. Feng Yu's eyes turned cold. Previously, due to conflicts of interest, both sides were pretending to be friendly with Feng Yu, but that doesn't mean they really have a friendly relationship with him. At this time, late Shenjue bowed and added, recently, the Long and Feng families announced that the time of the sages meeting will be moved forward to 1 month later. A meeting of sages? Feng Yu raised his eyebrows. The sages conference is a meeting held every few years, led by the three major families. Invitations are sent to many large families and major forces to discuss the development plan of Dongxia. Certainly, historically, the Sages' Council has always been led by the three major families, with the rest mostly just supporting roles. However, this time the Sages' meeting was held ahead of schedule, and I'm afraid it would cause quite a stir. Yes. Lei Chenjue continued, also, during your retreat, someone secretly spread rumors, saying things like you went astray or entered a desperate state, and ultimately, died. In fact, quite a few people planned to sneak into the Yunding villa to investigate the situation, but we killed them all. Until the Lord comes out of seclusion, we dare not act rashly. Lei Qianjue said this, stealing a glance at Feng Yu, feeling a little nervous. This is because, from the beginning, Feng Yu started to remain silent without saying a word. Unbearable silence enveloped the entire hall. Feng Yu remained silent, but the invisible pressure around him was growing stronger and stronger. Buzz! The air around began to vibrate, and the entire villa was shaking slightly. Snap! 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 The antiques in the collection began to shake and tremble, and with a sudden bang sound, they turned into powder one after another. Lei Chenjue and Tai Wei all trembled, and couldn't help but reveal extreme horror in their eyes. Before, Feng Yu restrained his own aura. Although they could sense something unusual, they could not perceive the real situation and were just confused. But at this moment, a slight hint of the aura around Feng Yu leaked out. This aura shot straight into the sky like a heavenly sword, and also fell like Mount Tai, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. It instantly made them lose their minds and feel like worshipping it. The terrifying momentum is like a tide. Lei Qianjue, in particular, was even more shocked. He knew about Feng Yu's powerful strength a year ago, but he was a master after all, a master in the middle stage of the transformation realm. However, in perception, it is like an ant looking up at an elephant, a mortal facing a god. What kind of terrifying aura is this? Lei Qianjue thought to himself. Could it be the legendary divine realm? But even if you are in the god realm, can you possess such a terrifying aura? Lei Qianjue was extremely shocked. Feng Yu slowly stood up and smiled faintly. It's really interesting. Why is there never a shortage of people seeking death in this world? Misjudgment of the situation. You think too highly of yourself and too weakly of others. Feng Yu waved his hand and said calmly, a reply, the Feng family will attend the Sages Conference in a month. However, remember not to spread the news of my exit from seclusion. Also, go check who or which forces spread the news of my accident. Lei Qianjue frowned and said, yes. When Feng Yu said this, he instantly understood that someone was going to be in trouble. Feng Yu's gaze was as still as water. They are just a bunch of clowns. Since they don't know how to live or die, they will naturally be dealt with later. However, at the moment, there are more important things. Fang Yu pondered the mechanical sound of the system that had just dissipated in his ears. Bite. Plot reminder: due to the protagonist Qin Yang's early rebirth, his strength has reached the triggering conditions in advance, and he will discover and enter the Ziyang secret realm. Chapter 385, Dual Line Attack. Bite. Plot reminder: due to the protagonist Qin Yang's early rebirth, his strength has reached the triggering conditions in advance, and he will discover and enter the Ziyang secret realm. Ziyang secret realm. Fang Yu leaned forward, narrowed his eyes, and revealed a slight sharpness. The so-called secret realm is what the martial arts world calls it, after being discovered by national forces. They are generally called ancient sect ruins. At the beginning, the folding space that Zhang Ling, the protagonist of I Was Reborn 20,000 years ago, was preparing to use to kill himself in the Ellesmere Plain in the south of Heiligen was actually the site of an ancient sect. During the sect era thousands of years ago, when martial arts were at their peak, it was common for large sects to construct secret realms. Point 1 is that it is safer, easier to defend and harder to attack, and easier to hide. The second is that you can build a formation to gather the rich vitality of heaven and earth and create a holy place for cultivation. When these sects were destroyed and migrated for various reasons, they left behind ruins, which became places that many warriors like to explore, because in these secret realms, there are often remnants of secret treasures, elixirs, and even the inheritance of powerful warriors, so naturally they attract the envy of countless people, who hope to seize the opportunity and become successful overnight. The space where these secret realms are located, it was not created by warriors. It is a naturally formed small space, which is finally formed with the help of various formations and special materials to stabilize it. Guishu is actually the same existence in essence, it's just that its area and spatial stability far exceed those of other secret realms, making it the top secret realm. Therefore, it was chosen as the place for the Great Migration in the Dharma ending age when spiritual energy is declining. Back then, in the ruins of the ancient sect on the Ellesmere Plain, Fang Yu was limited by his realm and thought that the folded space that formed a small world of its own was created by a warrior in the divine realm, but he is now. Nature is already very clear, not to mention the divine realm. Even the divine sea realm is still not at the level of controlling space. These small worlds are generally not stable and cannot be compared with the external main world space they are attached to. At that time, a tactical nuclear bomb exploded, instantly tearing and destroying the secret realm of Ellesmere Plain, but to the outside world, it was just a big earthquake, all the energy of a divine sea realm person. In fact, it is enough to rival a small nuclear bomb, but if it self-destructs, the power will not be much less than the original explosion. However, Zhang Ling is dead, and there will no longer be nuclear weapons in this world. Therefore, for the divine sea realm, apart from martial arts masters of the same level, there is almost no force in the secular world that can threaten life. That kind of gap can no longer be filled by numbers. Ordinary missiles cannot kill the divine sea realm. Moreover, with the keen sense of danger of the divine sea realm and its superb maneuverability far exceeding the speed of sound, it is basically impossible for the missile to hit. Without the divine sea realm, you would be stupid enough to stand there and act as a target, allowing you to bombard you. TSK, you're thinking too far ahead. Fang Yu's eyes flashed, and his thoughts returned to the main topic. Ziyang's secret realm. The secret place is located in a large valley at the border between Dongxia and the southwestern coastal country of San Pero on the mainland. The valley is shrouded in clouds and mist all year round and is very strange. No local dares to set foot in it. According to the description in the original book, the Ziyang secret realm is the remains of the former Ziyang sect after its demise. The sect was once ruled by a master from the divine sea realm. In the sect era 1,000 years ago, it was also a giant sect with a great reputation. In terms of level, the Ziyang secret realm is far higher than the secret realm he once stepped into on the Ellesmere Plain. In an era when the vitality of heaven and earth is scarce, governments across the mainland have discovered the secret realm more than once. At that time, the existence of the martial arts world was still an absolute secret. Most of these secret realms were strictly blocked by the military, and no news would leak out. Now, with the revival of the vitality of heaven and earth, warriors have begun to gradually break into the world of ordinary people. Coupled with certain chain reactions caused by the revival of spiritual energy, many hidden ancient ruins and secret realms have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, and there is no time to seal and control them. So, in this case, the government's attitude has also become to turn a blind eye. As long as there is no major chaos, it will try not to intervene and let the warriors explore and seize opportunities on their own. Puff. Fang Yu sneered in his heart. If you think about it carefully, the existence of secret realms is actually a bit too ridiculous. If an enemy destroyed the secret realm, wouldn't they have looted it? How could they have left behind secret treasures, elixirs, and inheritances? Even if the sect itself declined and perished, it wouldn't have left anything behind. But complaints are complaints. Fang Yu was very clear in his mind. This kind of setting is just a stage deliberately set up by the author of Reborn as a mad urban immortal in order to provide the protagonist with a chance to plunder opportunities, improve strength, and show off. However, in the book, this Xiang secret realm is not just a simple treasure hunting site. Fang Yu's face was as gloomy as water among them. There are also many plots involved. By now, the news of the Xiang secret realm should have spread widely in the martial arts world. As the site of a once powerful sect, it will attract countless warriors. It seems that before the sages' meeting of the Long and Feng organizations is held, we must first go to the Xiang secret realm. The Xiang secret realm is a very important dungeon for Qin Yang. It can even be said that its importance is no less than that of the Guishu dungeon. If the plan and action go smoothly, it will significantly reduce his luck. By then, Mu Qianyu's love line will be broken, and her martial arts path will also be blocked. If we attack from both ends, both important main lines will be destroyed. I'm afraid it won't be long before Qin Yang's protagonist halo is stripped away. Fang Yu thought to himself, his eyes cold. He waved his hand and said, "Remember what I just said. I will personally handle the meeting in a month. Also, don't leak the news of my release. Also, get ready. I need to go out soon." Lei Chenjue, Taiwei, and others all said respectfully, yes. Chapter 386 Arrival. Rolho Town. Immediately following, Fang Yu assigned tasks to Lei Chenjue and others. They were allowed to mobilize all the resources and forces of the Fang family at will, and to take some of the relevant characters in the book Rebirth of the Urban Mad Immortal listed by him as mission targets. Depending on the situation, they would either monitor them or eliminate them directly. After all, the books involve so many plots that it's impossible to tackle them all personally. The power he possesses and his familiarity with the plot give Fang Yu an advantage. After Fang Yu took out some of the cultivation resources he had harvested from Guishu from his storage space and distributed them to Lei Chenjue and the others, allowing them to use them to improve their strength. Then, he began to prepare to head to the Xiang secret realm. Thousands of meters high, the white clouds are vast and the wind is howling. Amidst the piercing sound, the huge steel monster, like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, cut through the thick clouds and flew past fiercely. Pongatier 301. The latest model of private customized aircraft, manufactured by the world-renowned private aircraft manufacturer Bangardi. It is powered by a General Electric turbofan engine, has a maximum speed of Mach 1.2, and is over 111 feet long, enough to accommodate dozens of passengers. Bedroom, living room, fitness room, movie room, all are equipped with everything and are of presidential suite standard. The decoration shows the coolness, charm, and luxury of Tinseltown style. Inside the cabin, in the spacious and luxurious aircraft living room, Fang Yu was sunken in the maroon leather sofa, resting with his eyes closed. In the long period of busyness, I experienced the few moments of tranquility and leisure. However, the road to reaching the pinnacle of martial arts and seeing the scenery at the end is not simple or easy. Moreover, completing the strategy book as quickly as possible is not only a means to gain villain points and become stronger faster, but also an action that must be taken to deal with the threat from the protagonist and to survive. Before Fang Yu, survival and becoming stronger are completely consistent. Call. When encountering strong airflow, the fuselage produced an almost imperceptible shaking. At this moment, the plane is heading towards the area where the Xiang secret realm is located. In fact, with Fang Yu's strength at the Divine Sea realm, he could fly to the kingdom of San Pero at a very fast speed. However, that would require crossing most of Dongxia, and flying in the air would be too tiring. Now that I'm back in the secular world and have airplanes as a means of transportation, I naturally have to choose an easier way. It will take a little longer, but he is not one of those warriors who are eager to be the first to enter the secret realm and search for opportunities, so it is not a big deal. Young master. A respectful voice sounded. Long Han, dressed in a swallowtail waiter's coat, pushed the door open and walked in. On the silver tray in his hand was a bottle of Lihua red wine. He shook it, opened it, and decanted it, then poured it into an exquisite high-heeled glass and filled a third of the glass for Fang Yu. Fang Yu picked up the wine glass and took a sip. As the wine enters your mouth, the rich aroma hits your nose, which makes you feel refreshed. When he was in Guishu, he had drunk the fine wine made from precious spiritual fruits by the supreme forces, which even had magical effects such as prolonging life and improving cultivation. However, in comparison, things from the secular world felt more familiar. TSK, not bad. Fang Yu exclaimed in admiration, putting down the wineglass. He looked up at Lung Han. By the way, why are you back again? Didn't I ask you to help Song Xiaoyu? Just let someone else do the job of the personal waiter. Before entering the dungeon world, Fang Yu arranged for Lung Han to go to the group as a senior manager to assist Song Xiaoyu in developing the group. The other party has been serving me wholeheartedly for a long time, so this can be considered a reward. Although he has a cold, overbearing and indifferent personality, Fang Yu is still good to his subordinates. As a result, to Fang Yu's surprise, after knowing that he had come out of confinement, Lung Han actually rushed back immediately and continued to follow him and look down at him. Lung Han smiled and kept shaking his head. Forget it. Since the young master has come out of seclusion, I'd better stay with him. I feel most comfortable. Besides, those newcomers are clumsy and I'm worried about them. Fang Yu laughed dumbly. You. Having said that, he still felt very satisfied in his heart. It is very rare to find someone who remains calm and indifferent and as loyal as ever in the face of huge power and wealth. However, as my level becomes higher and higher, not to mention the Fang family, even this vast planet may not be able to accommodate me in the future. My departure is only a matter of time. Lung Han is just an ordinary person and is destined to be left behind by me. Even if he wants to follow me, it will be impossible for him to do so. Fang Yu shrugged. I feel regretful. He decided to give some rare treasures and elixirs to Lung Han after returning, and guide him to become a warrior. Of course, the path of martial arts values talent, and how much one can achieve depends on one's personal luck. All Fang Yu can ensure is a glorious future in the secular world. Lung Han didn't know, because of what he just said in Fang Yu's thought, perhaps his fate will undergo an enormous change compared to before. This is the gap between the superiors and the inferiors. That's why countless people climb towards the top of the mountain like moths to a flame, full of desire, or just to leave an impression on those who are already at the top. Fang Yu savored the taste of red wine while letting time pass, until one moment, as the plane shook, he suddenly opened his eyes. We've arrived at our destination. The plane roared and landed at the airport in Cologne, San Pedro State, on the southwestern border of Dongxia. The luxurious car that had been waiting for a long time took Fang Yu and drove straight to the town of Rolho in the suburbs of Pa. Arriving at the northern entrance of the town, the car door opened. Fang Yu looked stern. He waved his hand, signaling the car to leave, and then walked into the town alone. Chapter 387 Luyan. The town of Roljo is a small, or even very small, town with a population of only over 10,000 people at its peak. In recent years, due to the economic downturn, it has actually become a deserted town. However, when Fang Yu looked around, he saw people coming and going around him, and it was very lively. They are not local residents, but warriors who gathered from all over the world after learning about the Ziyang secret realm. Most of them have strong martial arts skills. Fang Yu casually sensed and even discovered several masters of the transformation realm. On the one hand, this is due to the leap in the overall strength of warriors caused by the revival of the vitality of heaven and earth, and on the other hand, it reflects the huge attraction of the Ziyang secret realm. Amidst the noise, there were even warriors setting up stalls on the streets of the town, taking this opportunity to sell secret treasures, elixirs, etc. It was very lively. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and covered his mind with his own, but he did not see Qin Yang. Have you already gone in? At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Byte plot reminder: the protagonist Qin Yang has entered the Ziyang secret realm. Fang Yu smiled faintly. Oh, has he really gone in? But it doesn't matter, I know exactly what he will do next. Certainly if Fang Yu didn't plan to waste any more time, he took a step forward and planned to head to the Ziyang secret realm immediately. This brother. At this time, along with the sound, two people walked over and attracted Fang Yu's attention. One of them was handsome with a kind smile, about 30 years old, and seemed to be the person in charge. The other one was a bronze-skinned man as strong as a mountain, exuding a dangerous aura, and seemed to be a bodyguard. Fang Yu took a quick glance and saw the strength of both of them. The young man was at the middle stage of internal energy. The burly man was at the peak of internal energy, and his aura was powerful, revealing a subtle fluctuation. He was only a hair's breadth away from condensing his true essence and entering the realm of transformation. You called me? Fang Yu spoke lightly. That's right. The handsome young man Lu Yen smiled and said, Brother, the Ziyang secret realm is not a simple place. There are opportunities within, but there are also many dangers. I think you are quite powerful. Would you like to travel with me? Oh, by the way, I'm from the Southwest Lu family. He suggested. When he mentioned his identity, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. The Lu family, a hidden martial arts family in Miaozhou in the southwest of Dongxia, was not originally well known, but after the vitality of heaven and earth gradually recovered, two masters of the realm of transformation were born one after another. It quickly became a top martial arts force and gained fame. There are even rumors that behind them is a mysterious and powerful force that has revived and re-entered the world after the dramatic changes. As a disciple of the Lu family, Lu Yan is naturally extremely arrogant. If he hadn't seen Fan Yu coming here alone, and that he couldn't tell his true strength, and that he must be quite strong, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to talk to him. What do you think? Do you want to consider it? Lu Yan smiled. Fan Yu glanced at the two of them and said calmly, "Travel together? No need for that." Lu Yan paused, his expression suddenly becoming somewhat ugly. I was rejected. Moreover, there was no reaction at all to the Lu family's identity that he revealed. This immediately made him feel very unhappy. Recently, he has become accustomed to other people's awe, flattery, and fear of his identity, but now he is being ignored. Lu Yan narrowed his eyes and forced a smile. "Brother, an extra layer of protection is always good. Besides, as I said, I'm from the Lu family." Lu family? Never heard of it. Fan Yu is very interesting. This is really interesting. When your request to form a group is rejected, you can actually get angry and embarrassed. Lu family, is this the thing in that corner? Lu Yan's smile completely disappeared. "You, boy, don't be ungrateful." The burly man, who was as strong as an iron tower, suddenly took a step forward and looked over with a cold gaze. "You should know what?" Fan Yu lost his patience, looked up and glanced at them. Boom, the indifferent gaze shot out like a sharp sword, breaking through the air. The chill contained in it almost made them feel that their thoughts were stagnant and their souls were frozen. Who? By the time the two men reacted, they were covered in cold sweat, and Fan Yu had long disappeared. Lu Yan was trembling, looking horrified. The sturdy man, with a body like an iron tower, was extremely stiff, with waves of shock and fear in his heart. Strong, so strong. He suddenly felt a surge of fear in his heart, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Luckily he hadn't made a move just now, otherwise, who is this person? Could he be a grandmaster of the transformation realm? Moreover, I'm afraid he's not just an ordinary grandmaster. Chapter 388. Fan Yu enters the country. The demonic shadow trembles the other side of Fan Yu had long forgotten this little episode. He took a few steps forward, his figure so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye. In a flash, he left the town and then soared into the sky. Boom. Fan Yu's figure flashed. In an instant, the whole person disappeared from the spot, leaving a faint shadow in the air, rushing towards the valley where the Ziyang secret realm was located. Along the way, the wind was howling. During the journey, Fan Yu's expression changed and he discovered something strange. At this moment, it is clearly summer on the mainland. However, as we passed by below, the numerous vegetation and swamps began to be covered with layers of fine white frost. As if we had entered a bitterly cold winter. In the distance ahead, a layer of clouds began to cover the sky, blocking out the sun, making it almost impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. It seems that we are not far from the secret realm, so these strange phenomena are occurring. Fan Yu looked up, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. The terrifying spiritual power, like thousands of spider silk threads, enveloped the entire valley. The chaotic fog was like nothing to him, unable to stop him in the slightest. Boom. Fan Yu's figure tore through the air, and his speed not only did not slow down, but it became half a second faster. In an instant, he crossed 1,000 meters, and the long distance disappeared in the blink of an eye. He suddenly looked down and saw that somewhere in the valley ahead, the ground was distorted. A shimmering light curtain, tens of meters high, like a dreamlike bubble, sat quietly there. Ziyang's secret realm, however, the gate at the entrance to the secret realm was empty at this moment, without a single warrior. It seems that I didn't come early, Fan Yu said secretly in his heart. Those who are eager to explore the secret realm and are confident in their own abilities have probably already gone in. Most of those left in the small town outside are just taking the opportunity to sell items, or are planning to trade directly with those who emerge from the secret realm. Under the cover of mental power, Fan Yu discovered in the thick fog of the valley behind, a small number of people were coming cautiously. They should be weaker and more cautious. So wait for the people in front to explore the way first, and then enter the secret realm at the end. Although you can only drink some soup this way, it is safer after all. In the fog, however, there are many spiritual beasts roaming around. They are all attracted by the aura of the secret realm and are ferocious and brutal. If Fong Yu overlooked the entrance to I. In front of the spacelight curtain, there stood a huge stone tablet that continuously emitted strange light. There are several large characters engraved on it. No one in the God realm or above is allowed to enter. Fong Yu scoffed, "Tisk. Those in the divine realm and above are not allowed to enter." Before traveling to this world, he, who loved reading online novels, had always wanted to complain about one thing. This scene often appears in many books. When a secret realm is revealed, a major power holds an internal trial, or when major sects jointly hold trials. A setting like this often appears limit realm. Only disciples below the XX realm can participate and enter. Unfortunately, the protagonist is often in this state. Even the places where some powerful people passed away would have such a limit, although it is a setting requirement, because it can prevent those who are too strong from competing with the protagonist for opportunities. It also makes it easier for the protagonist to sweep across the land and become invincible, killing everyone and pushing the plot forward. But there is no doubt, too far-fetched, just like now. However, this kind of restriction is too ridiculous for me. Fong Yu smiled broadly. He tentatively released his divine sea realm aura, slowly extending it to the entrance of the secret realm. Zhang, as expected, the spatial light curtain connecting the stone tablet to the entrance suddenly rioted, generating an extremely strong repulsive force. The sound of mechanical warnings, loud and clear, continued to echo. Those in the God realm and above are not allowed to enter. Divine realm and above, however, the rules are subject to implementation. He is the one who sets the rules and is above everyone else, but at this moment, this basic principle obviously does not hold true. The reason is simple. Fong Yu's black hair fluttered as he stood in midair, his gaze calm and composed. He only held an extremely cold and indifferent expression. My strength is even greater than the former master of this secret realm. Next second, black armor emerged from his body, and the blood-red patterns were outlined into a ferocious dragon, roaring like a dragon, with blazing black flames burning and dazzling light radiating, just like a demon. Hold head high. The loud cry of the ice phoenix resounded. A martial arts shadow also appeared behind him. Fong Yu stood with his hands behind his back, taking one step after another forward, approaching the huge fantasy space light curtain. At some point, he raised his hand slightly. Buzz! The vital energy of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles suddenly boiled and surged madly. Fong Yu seemed to have turned into a black hole in the abyss, madly devouring all the vital energy of heaven and earth, and all the energy, wherever they go, they fall into the vacuum forbidden zone of the vital energy of heaven and earth, unable to attract external energy. The space light curtain at the entrance of the secret realm became noticeably dimmer and was shaking slightly. The stone tablet struggled and rushed out, as if to wipe out the intruder. However, Fong Yu was faster. His figure, like a phantom, passed through the void and instantly appeared in front of the entrance. The vast amount of heaven and earth energy he had just absorbed had already transformed into a vortex, slowly swirling around him. Then, he slowly stretched out a hand, attracted the vortex, and slapped it towards the light curtain. Boom! It was like a small nuclear bomb exploding. A loud noise that resounded throughout the heavens and earth erupted. The clouds high above were torn apart almost instantly, and a terrifying roar shook the entire valley. In an instant, the ground shook, and countless huge rocks shattered and flew into the sky. The entire space trembled, as if unable to withstand the terrifying power unleashed by Fong Yu. The earth-shaking aura spread far and wide, even reaching small towns hundreds of miles away, and even further. What's going on? In the small town, countless warriors looked up in horror, and the many warriors who were even closer and were carefully crossing the valley where spirit beasts roamed were so shocked that their thoughts froze, and extreme horror appeared in their eyes. Bang! The light curtain of the illusory space trembled violently. Waves of light flowed on it, and countless energy fragments flew around, splashing out large pits on the ground one after another. Open it for me. Fong Yu's eyes were indifferent. He stretched out his hands, and two huge hands of energy gathered and grabbed the trembling spacelight gate and pulled it to both sides. Sizzle! An indescribable teeth-aching sound burst out. A big hole was torn in the spacelight curtain that was tens of meters high. Ha! Fong Yu looked down indifferently. He cast his gaze towards the stone tablet inscribed with the words, "No one in the divine realm or above is allowed to enter." This stone tablet is a powerful secret treasure. The huge repulsive force is generated by the light curtain driven by it. This moment, the situation was not good. This stone tablet was like a living creature with intelligence. It trembled and quickly escaped into the secret realm through the air. Want to run? Fong Yu threw a punch from a distance. Bang! The stone tablet trembled and exploded into countless pieces. However, the next moment, it condensed into a stone tablet again under some force, but this time before it could continue to escape, it was grabbed by a big hand and thrown into the storage space. Interesting. This secret treasure seems to have given birth to a primitive spirit and begun to possess the most primitive instincts. Regardless of its power, judging by its level, it is probably even higher than the sect guarding secret treasures obtained from those giant masters in Guishu. After Fang Yu put the stone tablet into the storage space, he seemed a little surprised. With a faint smile on his face, "I'll study it carefully when I get back. Now let's get down to business." He raised his foot, took a step, and slammed through the entrance, completely ignoring the so-called realm restrictions, and entered the Ziyang secret realm. The moment Fang Yu entered the country, the terrifying aura that shook the heavens and the earth flashed across the entire Ziyang secret realm. Countless warriors who had already entered and were now exploring the area seemed to have sensed something and couldn't help but look up at the sky. However, after finding nothing unusual, they continued to explore the secret realm. Deep in the secret realm, in a hall at the ruins of Ziyang sect, an illusory demonic figure shrouded in demonic energy suddenly opened its eyes. It was trembling all over, with a look of immense horror in its eyes. How is this possible? Who came in? Chapter 389. Who is the target? The demon shadow's body is tall, more than 5 meters in height, like a giant. It has no entity, and its figure is distorted and illusory. It is surrounded by black mist, revealing a strong evil aura. Its eyes are blood red, eerie and cold, like the eyes opened in the depths of hell, like the incarnation of an evil god. Originally, the demon shadow was sitting in the void calmly. There are evil spirits lingering around and roaring sounds everywhere. This moment, it sensed the unusual movement and stood up suddenly, with its aura fluctuating rapidly. Those blood-red eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, and uncertainty. The large formation that remained in the Ziyang sect ruins and could control and monitor the entire Ziyang secret realm had long been cracked and invaded by it, and was now completely under its control. Although the formation is already incomplete and cannot exert its full effectiveness, however, this is enough for it, the controller of the formation, to sense most of the situations. However, just now at the entrance to the secret realm, the guardian stone tablet suddenly moved, as if struggling frantically. Before the demonic shadow could react, the connection to the stone tablet was instantly severed, completely vanishing. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura that shook the earth flashed across the secret realm, almost scaring it to death. That is, Your Excellency. The corners of the demon's mouth twitched and his eyes were filled with fear. Absolutely right, only a venerable being in the Divine Sea realm could possess such a terrifying aura, but how is this possible? According to the rules of the Ziyang secret realm, unless one is an elder, worshipper, or sect master within the sect, other beings above the divine realm are not allowed to enter, otherwise, they will be regarded as provocative invaders and killed. The Ziyang sect had been destroyed for many years. How could it be possible that there were still strong people in the sect alive? Unless, there is another possibility, that is, the guardian stone tablet of the Ziyang secret realm, the entrance to the barrier, was forcibly blown up and blasted through by someone. Isn't it said that the vitality of heaven and earth outside has just revived, and the martial arts force is very weak, with only a few big cats and small cats? Apparently, there is not even a divine realm warrior? The black mist surrounding the demon shadow was fluctuating violently, gloomy and cold. Damn it, now the plan has changed. I can't deal with this guy right now. Red light flickered violently in the demon's blood-red eyes. In this case, the original plan will be difficult to implement and can only be abandoned. Its current real combat capability is only equivalent to that of a half-human divine realm warrior, not to mention the divine sea realm. There was a red light flashing in the demon shadow's eyes as he kept thinking about what to do next. However, just then the entrance to the secret realm, only it, which currently controls the formation and the Ziyang secret realm, can sense the sudden outbreak of overwhelming momentum. Boom! In the perception of the magic shadowed, it was as if a sun exploded in that direction. A powerful pressure that penetrated the heaven and earth was originally motionless, but at this moment it seemed to teleport and flew straight towards him. Fuck! The demon couldn't help but swear, and was frightened to death. Why does it seem like it's coming towards me? Escape! There was almost no time to think. The phantom quickly turned around and fled. Bang! 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 The illusory figure exploded continuously, collapsing into balls of black mist. It increased its speed to the limit, rushing madly in the opposite direction. The specially reinforced walls of the Xiang Palace would instantly corrode and melt away, leaving a large hole when approaching it. Faster! Faster! The demon's shadow roared in his heart. But the speed difference is too big. The terrifying pressure in the sky was like a meteor passing by and falling in an instant, shortening the distance to the demon's shadow to less than 10 miles. Immediately following, the breath suddenly weakened strangely and disappeared. In midair, the phantom subconsciously slowed down and turned his head to look. That person seems to have stopped? Looking at the location where the aura disappeared, which was exactly where the vast ruins of the Xiang sect were located, Moing seemed to have thought of something and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I see. I think I was a little too nervous just now. That person should just be interested in the Xiang sect ruins. There might be something inside, and the target is not me. He stared at her for a few seconds. The demon's aura was extremely cold. He turned around again and prepared to leave. It's just a pity. Many of my methods are hidden there. It seems I have to think of a new way. However, this moment, the illusory figure of the demon suddenly trembled, and horror surged up in his eyes like a spring. Snap, snap, snap. Because, in the peaceful void, I don't know when, but a figure has stood there, with flying black hair, wearing black armor covered with blood-red patterns. His eyes are calm, as if he can see through everything in the world. He puts his hands behind his back and walks towards me step by step. At that moment, Moing felt that his soul was about to solidify. Every corner of my body seemed unable to move, because he was clearly surrounded by thick black fog. Demonic energy was surging wildly, and vengeful spirits were screaming. But in a world that ordinary people cannot perceive and only it can feel, Fan Yu seems to be the devil whose aura shakes the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Under his seemingly calm face, there is a murderous spirit in blood that rises into the sky like the abyss of hell, almost filling and even tearing the entire world apart. This has nothing to do with strength, but it is something more intrinsic and essential. Facing the frozen gaze of the demon's shadow, Fan Yu smiled gently. I'm so sorry. My target is you. I couldn't help but be naughty. Chapter 390, Signing a Soul Contract, System Lottery. You, the phantom was dumbfounded. The next moment the demonic shadow collapsed into black mist again, and its speed suddenly increased to the maximum, turning into a black line and suddenly shooting out in the other direction of the ground. Oh! Fan Yu sneered upon seeing this. The void shook, and a huge martial arts shadow appeared behind him. The martial arts shadow opened and closed its eyes, divine light burst out from its pupils, and it suddenly stretched out its hand, reaching in the direction where the demon's shadow fled and grabbed it from a distance through the air. Boom! An illusory giant hand that could hold up the sky fell down, shattering the sea of clouds and causing the void to tremble and explode continuously. It turned around and grabbed the demon's shadow in its hand, flying quickly upwards. Asshole! Let go, let me go. The demonic shadow squirmed, roared angrily, demonic energy surged throughout its body, and it struggled extremely violently. Fan Yu just stared at the shadow indifferently. The demon's eyes flickered, and he suddenly stopped struggling. His voice became majestic, heavy, and ethereal. I am the master of this Xiang secret realm and the last master of the Xiang sect. Since my fall 1,000 years ago, by chance, I have relied on the remaining power of my soul to survive until now. Junior, Fan Yu laughed dumbly. You said you were the last leader of the Xiang sect? The demon snorted coldly, his tone majestic. Why, Junior, are you questioning me? This is your attitude towards your seniors. Oh, in that case, then go to hell. I have a grudge against the Xiang sect. Fan Yu looked calm. Wait. The demon instantly screamed and panicked. I was just talking nonsense. I'm not the leader of Xiang sect. Don't do anything. To be honest, I am actually the Demon King. Demon leader. A strange creature. This creature is not born, but formed later in life. When a warrior's strength reaches a certain level, his soul will also be extremely tough and powerful. Even after death, it will not be completely annihilated immediately, and can even retain consciousness for a short time. This time. If there is a remnant soul that retains some consciousness, and there happens to be sufficient soul power around, the remnant soul can be used as the main soul, devoured and fused, and combined with the absorption of the vital energy of heaven and earth. A new life is born that retains many memories of the original owner, but is completely no longer the same. person, this is the Demon King. Generally speaking, demon leaders are likely to be born in battlefields left over from wars, or in Jedi where many martial arts practitioners have fallen. However, as a bodiless, incomplete creature, the Demon King needs to constantly devour the power of souls in order to maintain his own survival. The opening of the Ziyang secret realm was a conspiracy planned by it. A human warrior who accidentally broke in allowed Moing to understand the situation. Outside, therefore, through that warrior, Moing spread the news of Ziyang's secret realm, completely opening the Ziyang secret realm and attracting a large number of warriors. Prepare to set up a killing array, kill these warriors, and devour their souls. At this moment, in order to survive, Moing had to tell the truth. Fang Yu seemed to have a bad temper and was extremely powerful. If I lied again and made him angry, he would just crush me to death. That would be terrible. Really, everything I said this time is true. Mo Kuwei said quickly. So what if it's true? Fang Yu couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, but on the surface he was smiling coldly, and made a gesture of pinching with his palm. Does this have anything to do with me pinching you to death? The demon shadow howled in despair and was about to collapse. This guy is a lunatic. When had it ever provoked him? No, don't do it. My main soul is extremely powerful. It comes from the starry sky, from a powerful planet for cultivating immortals. After my accidental death, a wisp of my remaining soul landed in this secret realm. Since the Ziyang sect happened to be destroyed not long ago, it was able to absorb a lot of soul power, and eventually gave birth to me. I still have a lot of memories and know a lot of things. I even know the path to leave this planet and head towards the starry sky of the immortal civilization. Everything I said is true. We can sign a soul master-servant contract, as long as you don't kill me. The demon shadow was panicking and spoke very quickly, with a strong desire to survive. Although the demon was born from death, it does not want to die, or rather, it is extremely afraid of death. Okay, let's sign the contract. Fang Yu spoke in a relaxed tone and answered without hesitation. As if I had been waiting. This is because, in Rebirth of the Urban Mad Immortal, there is a plot very similar to this one. However, the one who replaced Fang Yu now is the protagonist Qin Yang. In the book, the demon shadow set up a killing formation at the ruins of Ziyang's sect, intending to rely on his own strength and the formation to kill everyone and devour the power of their souls. However, he hit Qin Yang's iron plate and was almost beaten to pieces. In the end, he revealed his entire identity. He saved his life in exchange for signing a master-servant soul contract and telling Qin Yang the location of the Starry Sky Road. The Phantom was stunned. Fang Yu agreed so readily. It seemed like he agreed before he even finished speaking. This immediately made it feel like it had been tricked. He looked at Fang Yu suspiciously, but only saw Fang Yu's cold and indifferent eyes, and he shuddered with fear. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. The demon gritted his teeth, pinched the magic formula in his hand, and a mysterious rune carrying the breath of the soul emerged from the void. I am willing to pledge my soul as collateral to acknowledge you as my lord. As soon as he finished speaking, the rune whoosh entered Fang Yu's body. Fang Yu suddenly had a feeling that he seemed to be able to control the magic shadow at will, just like the spiritual imprints set for Mevaya and Dai. The effects are similar. However, Fang Yu, who knew the plot of the book, knew the main soul and soul core of Demon Shadow are indeed from a powerful person in the immortal cultivation civilization, and their level is very high. Therefore, Fang Yu was unable to inoculate the soul mark on him. Otherwise, why go to so much trouble? Owner. The demon shadow lowered his head. I accepted the change in my identity very quickly. Fang Yu smiled slightly. The surrender of Moing meant that Qin Yang lost a subordinate and also lost the information about the Starry Sky Road. Without knowing the road to the Starry Sky, he would have no way of leaving this planet and entering the planet of cultivation, almost equal to cut off the path for further advancement in martial arts. Bite. As expected, the system's loud prompt sound came from the sky. The host successfully changed the plot, took away the protagonist's opportunity, and Qin Yang's martial arts path has undergone tremendous changes. Host's villain value plus 12,000, protagonist's luck value minus 12,000. Congratulations to the host for plundering the protagonist's luck value in one go, severely damaging the protagonist's aura, and obtaining the system's choose one of 3 random reward x1. Ding. Do you want to draw the reward now? Somewhere in Ziyang's secret realm. Boom. A shadow tore through the air and suddenly appeared. Qin Yang glanced around and nodded slightly. We are not far from the Yinlong River. According to the information he had received, there was a Yin Jiao in the Yinlong River in the Ziyang secret realm. Because it was a spiritual beast and lurked at the bottom of the river for many years, it survived the calamity that destroyed the Ziyang sect. The lifespan of spiritual beasts is much longer than that of humans, so they are still alive recently. It has been frequently emerging from the bottom of the river and devouring many warriors who entered the secret realm. It is said that this Yin Jiao has great magical powers, and several people from the Huajing sect were unable to do anything to it. If I can obtain the inner elixir of this Yin Jiao, I will be able to refine the Xinjingdan. After swallowing the elixir, I will have a good chance of advancing to the divine realm. By then, even though this world is vast, no one will be my opponent. Qin Yang thought to himself. Sudden Qin Yang's face changed and his whole body's energy stagnated. What's going on? He just felt as if something had been taken away from him, and he felt extremely uncomfortable, but after careful sensing, my body was normal. Is it an illusion? After confirming it several times, Qin Yang looked suspicious. Forget it, don't think too much. What do you have to be afraid of? I am the Thunder Emperor, the Thunder Emperor who once dominated the universe. If there is any problem, I will smash it to pieces with one punch. Qin Yang's eyes were indifferent and full of confidence. His body was so fast that it exceeded the limit of naked eyes, and he rushed towards the Yilong River in the distance again. Chapter 391. His AFK skill. At that time, not far from the Ziyang sect ruins, in mid-air Fang Yu listened. After the prompt that the villain's value was recorded and the protagonist's luck value was weakened, the system sounded again. After a moment of surprise, I couldn't help but feel a burst of surprise. Not far from the Ziyang sect ruins, in mid-air Fang Yu listened. After the prompt that the villain's value was recorded and the protagonist's luck value was weakened, the system sounded again. After a moment of surprise, I couldn't help but feel a burst of surprise in my heart. Random draw? What a pleasant surprise! It turns out that there are such benefits after drastically reducing the luck value at one time. Is there any need to hesitate? The next moment, Fang Yu immediately responded in his mind. Lottery, bite. Reward selection in progress. 3 system random rewards have been drawn. Reward 1, Skill Plunder Card X1. Reward 2, Heaven Seizing Creation Technique, Elementary, X1. Reward 3, Villain Value 10,000 X1. Here we come. Fang Yu's expression changed, and his eyes began to look back and forth at the 3 random rewards given by the system. Skill Plunder Card, the art of seizing the destiny of heaven, villain value 10,000. Among them, the villain value is the simplest and crudest. There is no need to say more about its uses, such as improving strength, extracting and improving skills, plundering abilities, etc. 10,000 points. This is not a small number. The protagonists in the previous strategy, even the ones with the highest luck points, only had a few tens of thousands of luck points. For example, the urban protagonist Chen Yi, the master who came down from the mountain at the beginning, only had a total luck point of 15,000. As for the skill plunder card, I have obtained it once before. As Fang Yu's gaze fell on the skill plundering card, a line of small words explaining it appeared out of thin air. Skill looting card. Loot any skill from the target and convert it into your own ability. Note, perfect level and above skills cannot be looted. Unfortunately, it's ineffective against perfect level or even higher god level skills. For me right now, it's really useless. Fang Yu shook his head. Even he was moved by some of the skills Qin Yang showed in the books. Qin Yang, after all, is the reincarnation of a powerful being, and was once the Thunder Emperor who shocked the universe. Although his strength is still weak now, he has mastered countless cultivation techniques and great magical secrets, among which there are probably some god-level skills. Unfortunately, the skill plundering card has a level limit. As for the soul devouring and plundering activated by the system, there is no level limit. As long as 5,000 villain points are consumed, any skill can be extracted in a targeted manner, but it is ineffective against the protagonist. Fang Yu was helpless immediately. He collected his thoughts. Let's turn our attention back to the 3 random draws. There was only one reward left, which he hadn't checked yet. Seizing the heavenly creation technique. Listening to the name, it seems very domineering and powerful. But, it's only elementary? It used to appear in random draws, but it was usually a god-level skill. A hint of curiosity arose in Fang Yu's heart, and then his eyes fell on it. Investigate. Buzz. A silver light flashed, and a line of small words explaining the situation appeared again. What was different from before was that at the same time, a wild, ancient and majestic image began to emerge in Fang Yu's mind. The starry sky of the universe is shining with silver light, deep and mysterious. with countless constellations circling and galaxies running across, and in this endless void, there is a body that is purple gold in color, as if made of glass, sitting quietly, with ancient patterns engraved on it, revealing the breath from the origin of chaos, the most primitive and vast fluctuations, as if coming from the beginning of the world. Boom. Suddenly, the sound of the avenue ringing out was heard, the great road. Martial arts only. It is to seize the secrets of heaven, steal the creation, and create the chaos of yin and yang. Deafening words came from the mouth of the purple gold figure sitting cross-legged in the void. Fang Yu's head was buzzing from the shock, but he had no idea what it was saying, so I just looked directly at the small silver notes. Heaven-seizing creation technique. Practicing this technique can condense a purple glazed golden body in the sea of spirituality, which can take the host's place in breathing, refining chi, tempering the soul, and meditating, thus improving the realm of cultivation. Note 1: the initial skill level is elementary, and the highest level is God level. The higher the level, the faster the talent and the faster the training speed. Note 2: to increase the skill level of the heaven-snatching creation technique, you need villain points plus designated materials. Hiss. After reading the explanation, Fang Yu took a deep breath and his eyes gradually became dull. He silently looked at the image in his mind, where the purple gold-colored glass figure was still madly chanting the great truth. You're talking so mysteriously. Isn't this just AFK? Good fellow, why call it the heaven-seizing creation technique? It should just be called the hang-up technique. Fang Yu was speechless. There are so many things to complain about that I don't even know where to start. However, he quickly made up his mind, just choose reward 2, the heaven-seizing creation skill. Complaints aside, this technique can indeed be called a magical skill. First of all, it can avoid boring practice. This alone is enough to make countless martial arts practitioners go crazy. Seclusion for several years or even more than 10 years is indeed a torture unless one has a firm determination to become powerful. Secondly, although Fang Yu's strength increased rapidly because of his villain value, moreover, he used the system energy to upgrade and break through the realm, and his cultivation and foundation were far beyond his peers. In a short period of time, from an ordinary person, it has grown to the point where it is almost invincible on this planet. But this cannot hide the fact that his talent in cultivation, after traveling to this world with his body, is not particularly outstanding. Besides, he was busy dealing with the protagonist and making various plans, so he really didn't have much time to concentrate on practicing. But if you practice the art of seizing the destiny of heaven and upgrade it to a high level, then there is no need to divide your energy at all. You are practicing every moment between your breaths. Moreover, his cultivation speed is no slower than that of monsters and geniuses. At that time, I will add the villain value in my own training. The speed at which his strength increases will reach a terrifying level. The potential of this technique is limitless, Fang Yu muttered to himself. System, I choose reward 2. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven-stealing creation technique. The system sound rang out. Countless pieces of information and insights about the art of seizing the heavens' fortune fell from the void and poured into Fang Yu's mind. In the mind, the sea of spirit, the vast and boundless spiritual power suddenly erupted, causing layers of frenzy. A layer of light purple gold spread across the sea at an extremely terrifying speed, quickly covering the entire sea of spirituality. Until one moment. Boom, 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 purple gold light, accompanied by a loud, thunderous sound, shot up into the sky with an extremely mysterious aura. The light tore through everything and gathered together to form a purple gold body with a glass texture. Looking closely, the figure was the image of the shrunken Fang Yu. Ha! Ha! After the purple gold and colored glaze figurine was born, it began to breathe in and out. The vital energy of heaven and earth roared in, was refined into pure energy, and penetrated into the body. Although the current heaven-stealing creation technique is only at the elementary level, it is only equivalent to the cultivation talent and speed of ordinary martial arts practitioners. But it can be clearly perceived the vital energy of heaven and earth in the body is becoming stronger little by little. The understanding of martial arts gradually deepens. The realm of cultivation is indeed improving slowly and steadily. The art of seizing the heavens' creation is accomplished. Chapter 392. No One Left Behind. Buzz. Fang Yu suddenly opened his eyes. In the dark pupils, a strange purple gold light flashed by. In the void, there seemed to be a bolt of lightning, tearing the air apart. On the side, when the demon shadow met Fang Yu's eyes, he suddenly screamed as if he was hit by 2 heavenly swords. His body suddenly retreated. After retreating dozens of feet, the demon shadow finally stopped, and his heart trembled with fear. What is that? A look, but it hurts yourself. It was only a short while. But some inexplicable changes occurred in Fang Yu's body. Essentially, Yumakue is already another soul, another life, but its existence, after all, is centered on the residual soul of a powerful man from a planet with a civilization of immortal cultivation, and it retains many of the other party's memories. Although he is currently only at the half-step divine realm, but the demon Shadow's vision is to transcend its own realm, and even far beyond this planet. Like before, by controlling the formation of the Ziyang secret realm, it also investigated the situations of many so-called prodigies and geniuses from the outside world who entered the secret realm to explore. No one can catch its eye. At most, the demon Shadow just smiled contemptuously and said to himself, "Frog in the well." However, until Fang Yu appeared, its concept suddenly suffered a huge impact. Fang Yu's existence, it can't see through it at all. Although the soul contract has a master-servant distinction, it is also a two-way connection. After signing the soul contract, Moing could also vaguely sense Fang Yu's situation. When it looked at Fang Yu, it could sense that beneath Fang Yu's indifferent appearance, there was a ferocity and murderous aura that was almost condensed into reality, as if a sea of blood was rising into the sky, staring into the abyss and the shadows. And that's not all. Deeper inside, there seemed to be something that could not be explored. No, let alone exploring. Even just thinking about it made it shudder and its soul tremble. Who was Fang Yu? How could such a terrifying existence exist on this planet with so little vitality? However, it has signed a master-servant soul contract with Fang Yu, and their destinies are connected. Fang Yu's mystery and strength are actually beneficial to him. A strange color flashed in the demon's eyes. Rumor has it that the Demon King also has the opportunity to transform into a true Holy Spirit. At that time, he no longer needs to devour souls, but can possess a physical body instead of an illusory body. If Fang Yu reaches the peak, by then, relying on his identity as Fang Yu's servant, he might have a chance to get rid of his identity as the Demon Lord. Demon Shadow. At this time, Fang Yu spoke indifferently. "Yes, Master." The Demon Shadow immediately flew in front of Fang Yu, forcing an extremely flattering smile on his face, like a fallen woman standing on the street corner soliciting customers. "What do you want?" Fang Yu was speechless. Regardless, the soul core of the Demon Shadow is also a powerful being with immense strength. However, the Demon King that was formed turned out to be such a thing. If that strong man knew, I'm afraid he would be so angry that he would open the coffin and stand up. However, regardless of his personality and strength, many of the experiences and memories that Moing possessed were useful to him, especially about the universe and the starry sky, and about the immortal civilization. He needs to know this information, because sooner or later, he will reach that point, and that day has arrived. It probably won't be too far away. Thinking of this, Fang Yu let out a long sigh and said lightly, "In this Ziyang secret realm, you have set up quite a few killing formations, right?" Yes." The demonic shadow stole a glance at Fang Yu and told the truth. "I plan to kill these warriors and devour their souls. Otherwise, if I don't have enough soul power, I will soon dissipate." Among them, the main hall of the Ziyang sect ruins and the Yinlong River. One borrowed the remaining formations of the Ziyang sect, and the other borrowed the power of the world of the Nulong River. These are the two strongest killing formations. I have set up many opportunities to lure warriors to gather. It turns out that we can start right away, but I never thought. Unexpectedly, before he could make a move, Fang Yu shattered the space light curtain, forced his way in, and captured it. Fang Yu seemed to smile. "Why, are you resentful?" No, I would never dare." The demon was frightened and said in panic, "I will immediately dismantle those formations and open the entrance to allow warriors to enter the Ziyang secret realm. Then everyone can leave." In the shadow of magic, his plan to lure and kill human warriors must have made Fang Yu unhappy. After all, Fang Yu is also a human warrior, therefore, it is normal to be on the side of these warriors in your heart. The plan has failed. The phantom side in his heart. It has spent a lot of energy to get to where it is today, especially the killing formation at Yinlongjiang, which took him several years. It can absorb the energy and blood that are useless to itself and increase its power. In other words, the power of the formation will not be reduced or weakened. Instead, it will become stronger and stronger as more people are killed. "Well, what are you talking about? Why do you want to dismantle the formation?" Fang Yu chuckled, looking puzzled. The demon was stunned and confused. Fang Yu looked into the distance, his eyes gradually becoming cold. "The arrangements for Yinlongjiang continue. Any warrior who enters the area around Yinlong River will be killed. Chapter 393 Chessboard. According to the plot, Qin Yang should have rushed to Yinlong River according to the original direction. The Yinlongjiang formation was not activated at all. The demon shadow first started killing at the ruins of Ziyang sect. As a result, he was almost beaten to death by Qin Yang without any suspense. At this moment, Fang Yu wanted to intervene again. After having recovered the demon shadow and completely changed the plot, the direction of development continues to be distorted. He wanted to let the demon shadow try to strangle Qin Yang in Yinlong River, because of his identity as a villain in the book. If he wanted to forcibly attack and kill Qin Yang before his protagonist halo was stripped away, there would be almost no possibility of success due to the interference of the world's will. It may even lead to some accidents and put yourself in danger. But what if the one who did it was the protagonist from the original book? Fang Yu's eyes were calmed. It may not be impossible to succeed, at least, the chance of success is much greater than mine. If the master comes down the mountain in the city, Fang Yu once asked Hai Qing's previous underground emperor Zhao Yang to assassinate Chen Yi. As a result, it ultimately failed, but according to the feedback received, the assassination almost succeeded. Moreover, as the assassin of the protagonist, Zhao Yang escaped unscathed without even suffering any injuries. The meaning behind this is thought-provoking. So, no matter whether this is the mechanism of the world's will or a bug, there is a chance anyway. Since there is a probability, Fang Yu decides to give it a try this time. He didn't even tell Moing who his real target was. He just asked him to kill all the warriors going to Yinlong River. This was to prevent Moing from being contaminated with too much luck in advance, which would cause him to be interfered with by the will of the world, and secondly, it is also because he knows that the killing formation set up by the demon shadow in Yinlong River can absorb the blood and energy of the dead warriors and enhance its power. As for the lives of those warriors, Fang Yu looked indifferent. Moing thinks too much. He doesn't care at all. If it can increase the possibility of killing Qin Yang, what's wrong with killing them all? If there is a way to kill Qin Yang with 100% certainty, that is, to let him slaughter and sacrifice billions of lives, why not give it a try? A cold murderous intent was rising faintly. Okay, do as I say. The sound exploded in his ears again, and the demon shadow finally reacted at this moment. With a hint of joy, he quickly replied, yes. This means you will have the opportunity to devour a large amount of soul power. The phantom couldn't wait any longer. Boom, with a bang, the demonic shadow exploded into a ball of black mist, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as it quickly shuttled away into the distance. Fang Yu glanced at him with a half-smile, then looked away. The shadow demon still doesn't know what he is going to face. Qin Yang is not just a small fry, Pa. Fang Yu sat cross-legged in the void, her black hair fluttered, her clothes danced, and her aura was cold and chilling. He waved his hand, and the vital energy of heaven and earth surged, condensing before him. In less than a second, a chessboard composed of the vital energy of heaven and earth took shape out of thin air. The chess pieces were divided into black and white, the black facing him, and the white on the other side. The chessboard has no squares, natural mountains with a rugged surface. If you look carefully, you can find that what is transformed on the surface of the chessboard is exactly the scene around Yinlong River. Among them, many standing warriors can be vaguely seen. If Fang Yu's vast spiritual power, like the ocean, shot straight into the Yinlong River dozens or hundreds of miles away like a searchlight, turning into an illusory eye, hidden in the sky. Take in everything, Pa. He snapped his fingers. A black particle fell into the Yinlong River. Fang Yu stared at the chessboard. In his keen spiritual perception, at this moment, Qin Yang, dressed in a white robe, moved like lightning, tearing through the air, and finally arrived at the bank of the Yinlong River. Oh, here you come. In that case, let's get started. Fang Yu's tone was relaxed, with a cold smile on his lips as he looked down. The expression is interesting, who wins and who loses in this game. At the same time, outside the Ziyang secret realm, the secular world, the westernmost part of the continent, a close neighbor of the Seven Nations Alliance, SAS Bugad as a super military power and one of the rulers of the continent, more than a year ago, in the city of Maldives at the eastern entrance, a battle that shocked the world's top leaders took place between the 86th Armored Division and the Northern Killer God Fang Yu. The final result shocked the world. The 86th Armored Division was torn apart by Fang Yu alone. The army suffered countless casualties, and Sasbaga's prestige and dominance in the surrounding areas suffered a severe blow. To a large extent, this war even changed the attitudes of many countries towards warriors. In the capital, Skoya, inside the Supreme Council building, the Supreme Conference is in progress. Chapter 394 Decision Supreme Conference.it is the highest decision-making body at the top of the Sasbaga state to decide on various major issues. In the conference room, everyone sat down around the long table. Malls, leader of the Supreme Conference and president of RAND Corporation, the supreme military commanders of the Central Military Region, Eastern Military Region, Western Military Region, Southern Military Region, and Northern Military Region, all gathered in this conference room. At the beginning, they also held a meeting here and made the decision to mobilize the 86th Armored Division to fight Fangyu. However, the result was a complete failure. The 86th Armored Division, one of Sasbaga's elite troops, became the dry bones and stepping stones that Fangyu stepped on to intimidate other countries. Malls, who was sitting in the first seat, seemed to have thought of this, and his expression suddenly turned gloomy. That damn guy, his fists were clenched and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Everyone in the conference room was silent because of Meltz's ever-changing expression. I didn't dare to speak at all. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, Meltz took a deep breath, knocked on the table, and said expressionlessly, "Everyone is here, let's start." He began to speak over in Dongsha. The Long and Fong families, two of the three major families, have proposed a cooperation. What do you think? Do you want to agree? Promise, why not? Edward, the supreme commander of the Western Military Region, said in a slightly sinister tone, "The main purpose of the Sages Conference that Dongsha will hold soon is actually to test and deal with the Fong family. And this Fong family is none other than the family power of the Northern Territory's god of death, Fangyu. TSK, what's going on with Fangyu now?" The Southern Military Region's supreme commander, Isoni, had a glint in his eyes. Recently, there have been rumors from an unknown source saying that Fangyu, who hasn't been seen for a long time, failed and died while in seclusion trying to reach a new realm. However, the truth of this news cannot be truly confirmed at this time. Melville, the supreme commander of the Northern Military Region, frowned. "I think it's better not to get involved in this mess." Have you forgotten the warning given by that madman? The expressions of many people present changed simultaneously. Almost all of them were there that day. An agent lurking in the Dark Council, who reports directly to the Supreme Council, suddenly returns to report. However, after a few words, the agent's expression and temperament suddenly changed drastically, as if he had become another person, acting like a madman, and left behind a few horrifying warnings. Then, he started bleeding from all 7 orifices and died suddenly. "If you dare to make any more small moves, I will kill you." It's obvious that was a warning from Fangyu. Moreover, the methods they used were unimaginable to ordinary people. Just thinking about it was enough to make people feel terrified. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became solemn. At this time, the new supreme commander of the Eastern Military Region, Edgeworth, suddenly looked at Melville, the supreme commander of the Northern Military Region, and said sarcastically, "Melville, you are a little too timid. Are you scared? Can you really swallow the anger you felt back then, you?" Upon hearing this, Melville was furious. "That's enough." Meltz emphasized his tone and slammed the table. Everyone present fell silent and turned their eyes to Meltz. After all, they can discuss it, but the final decision is still in Maltz's hands. Maltz frowned and thought silently for a moment. Finally, he spoke slowly, his voice cold and solemn. "Tell the Long and Fong families that Sasbaga agrees to cooperate. Send someone over to make our stance clear. Melville and Edgeworth are right. There must be a limit to caution. How could we, Sasbaga, be afraid of a mere man? Even if Fangyu is not dead, what can he do? Does he really dare to risk an all-out war with a great power?" In that battle, Fangyu almost single-handedly changed the perception of warriors among the top leaders of countries around the world. It gave them a new understanding of the destructive power of warriors. Of course, it's just a little bit of trepidation, but it's far from being fear. After all, Fangyu defeated only a part of Sasbaga's huge army. No matter how strong he was just one person and could not represent anything. They believed that if a full-scale war really broke out, even if there were some casualties, victory would definitely belong to Sasbaga. This can be seen from the fact that after Fangyu defeated the 86th Armored Division, he only killed Zhang Ling, Defense Minister Obadiah, and several other main planners before withdrawing. Fangyu was also wary. Besides, times are different now. After the spiritual energy of heaven and earth revived, they, Sasbaga, also won over a large number of warriors. There is even a revived hidden sect among them. The strength of the strongest person in this hidden sect is no weaker than Fangyu's performance at that time. Even in terms of martial artist strength, Fangyu may not be his opponent. The era in which large families and large financial groups in various countries completely and absolutely control the world is over, and the era when the Northern Killer God could make decisions on his own, shocking the world's top leaders and the martial arts world, has come to an end, hasn't it? Yes. After Malls made his decision, the others said respectfully. Melville opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, because he could see that Malls had already made up his mind, and what he said had caused Malls dissatisfaction. If I continue talking, I might be killed. I hope it's just my imagination. Melville swallowed his saliva. In his heart, there was always a bad feeling. Chapter 395, Capturing the Dragon, shocking everyone. Xiang's secret realm. Yinlong River. The river rushes for thousands of miles, and its roar is deafening. Not far away, a wide platform several tens of meters high stood tall. The surface of the platform is covered with hard gray bricks, which is obviously man-made. At this moment, many warriors gathered on this high platform. Whoosh! 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 Amid the sound of breaking air, people continued to come here. These warriors were agile and as fast as Mercedes-Benz cars. From time to time, they let out long and powerful roars, which sounded like rolling thunder. Some of them came here after learning about the information about this place through various channels. Some people saw a lot of people gathered here and felt confused, so they rushed over to check what was going on. A warrior in his 30s stepped onto the platform, looked around, and then stopped someone next to him to ask, "Brother, what's going on here?" The man seemed enthusiastic and easy to talk to, and started explaining immediately. This is the Yinlong River. At the bottom of the river, you can sense the scent of numerous secret treasures and elixirs. Previously, two Transformation Realm Grandmasters from the Xingzhou Mu and Hong families both wanted to dive into the riverbed and retrieve the treasures. However, who could have imagined that a terrifying Yin Jiao was lurking at the bottom of the river? Both Grandmasters perished. Having said that, a trace of fear flashed in the man's eyes. The warrior who was in his 30s also took a deep breath when he heard this. A martial arts master. Even now, when the vitality of heaven and earth is revived and hidden families are emerging, the state of transformation is no longer as rare as before, but it is still undoubtedly rare. Like a dragon in the sky, with a wave of his hand, he crushed the boulder. Even destroying a steel tank is no problem. It is difficult to kill them. Unless there are large numbers of armed soldiers or heavy weapons. For most warriors, it is a high and unattainable existence, but they all fell into the hands of the Yin Jiao at the bottom of the river. What is the strength of that Yin Jiao? It's so brutal and terrifying. Suppressing the slight chill in his heart, the warrior in his 30s asked, "Since there's such a terrifying beast in the river, why don't you leave?" "You don't know that." The man continued, "This Yin Jiao will come out of the river every 3 days to breathe. At this time, a considerable amount of the remaining Dan Qi from its inner alchemy training will be leaked out. This Dan Qi is very beneficial to martial arts practitioners. As long as we don't take the initiative to provoke it, the Yin Jiao will ignore us." "I see." The warrior who was in his 30s and arrived late finally understood immediately. He couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. "It seems that the treasure at the bottom of the river is destined to be unobtainable by anyone. This time, Master, are you going to get the treasure from the bottom of the river?" A slightly childish voice. "Oh, the river bottom is just garbage, what's the point?" An indifferent voice followed. "I came here to capture the Yin Jiao, take its inner elixir, and refine a peerless elixir." The warrior in his 30s and the man who had just explained couldn't help but look over. He was a young man who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a white robe, with an ordinary appearance and an unremarkable aura. Beside him was a girl who looked a few years younger. At this moment, the girl was full of admiration. "As expected of you, Master. Look down on the treasures at the bottom of the river, capture the Yin Jiao and take the inner elixir. Is this guy a lunatic?" The warrior in his 30s was extremely stunned and surprised. Many people nearby also heard it and couldn't help but sneer. "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Where did this brat come from? You actually called the treasure at the bottom of the river garbage? And you actually said you were planning to capture that Yin Jiao? Did you know that beast killed 2 grandmasters? I don't know what it means, it's nonsense." Someone else shook his head and sighed. "Master would never lie." The younger girl next to Qin Yang was so angry that her face turned red. "Xin Jun, don't pay any attention to it." Qin Yang looked indifferent, like a god overlooking the world. He continued forward, glancing at the mocking crowd. "How could a bunch of frogs in a well know my magical powers? Ants are just ants after all. Qin Yang looked at Jai Qingjun. This young girl had her elders killed and was left alone, and he happened to discover that she possessed the vermilion bird divine vein. After some testing, I found out that he had a firm heart for martial arts and a kind heart, so I accepted him as my disciple. Wait here and watch me capture that evil dragon. Jai Qingjun stared with wide eyes and nodded excitedly, yeah. As he spoke, Qin Yang walked towards the edge of the platform and towards the rushing and magnificent Yinjiang River step by step with great determination. Is this guy really crazy? Forget it, since he wants to die, let him go. Everyone looked shocked. Almost all the warriors on the platform were attracted by Qin Yang. However, the next second there was shock in everyone's eyes. Qin Yang took a sudden step forward and actually stepped on the void, as if walking upstairs, rising out of thin air, step by step, walking towards Yinjiang River, taking steps one after another, each step spanning a distance of more than 10 meters, straight forward. Qin Yang stood in the void with a cold look in his eyes. His current realm is only the peak of the transformation realm. However, relying on the countless secret techniques and magical powers he mastered in his previous life, it was not difficult for him to step into the air ahead of time. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang spoke in a cold voice, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the surface of the river. Beast, get out. His voice was indifferent and superior. Hand over your inner elixir and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking it myself. On the high platform, all the warriors held their breath in disbelief. Too arrogant. Before, even those masters who had reached the state of transformation only planned to sneak in secretly, avoid the Yin Jiao, and take away the treasure, and Qin Yang actually openly provoked Yin Jiao and asked it to hand over the inner elixir that it had cultivated for thousands of years. However, now they have also realized that Qin Yang is definitely not an ordinary person. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a huge shadow began to emerge on the water. On the Yinjiang River, the already turbulent waters suddenly surged with tsunami-like waves, splashing water 100 meters away. A 10-meter thick white line stretched across the river and suddenly shot up into the sky. Roar! The terrifying roar, carrying a terrifying pressure, spread throughout the surroundings. With a loud bang, a huge monster, carrying endless waves and tides, rose into the air. It was a gigantic black dragon, with a head as big as a hill, its body covered with hard black scales, its eyes were green, and its claws blocked out the sky, as if they could crush mountains. Its aura was breathtaking. Yin Jiao! Everyone exclaimed and stepped back subconsciously. The Yin Jiao's big, dark eyes stared at the human in front of him who dared to provoke him. It suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a ball of thick evil spirit, like a storm cloud, gushed out with great power. On the high platform, many warriors trembled. Even though they were 100 meters away, they could feel the terrifying power contained in this attack. It seems that you are unwilling to give it? Qin Yang glanced at him indifferently. In that case, I have to go and get it myself. He took a step forward, clenched his right fist, and punched out suddenly with unmatched power, as if to tear the heaven and earth apart. Bang! Breath of Evil. It was actually blown apart by this punch. The scales all over the Yin Jiao's body suddenly stood up. After the man in front of it made a move, the aura on his body completely changed, giving it a feeling of extreme danger. Snort! There was no emotion in Qin Yang's eyes. Brilliant light burst out from him, and his entire body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of condensed halo. The next second, carrying endless divine light, Qin Yang's body turned into a stream of light, rushed out, and punched Yin Jiao. Bang! 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 The Yin Jiao's hard black scales exploded layer by layer, leaving a huge bloody hole on both sides, and the blood almost dyed the river red. Accompanied by a shrill cry, the Yin Jiao was seriously injured, his eyes were terrified, and his body swayed, trying to run towards the river. Qin Yang's expression was cold. Want to escape? Come here. As the words fell, dozens or even hundreds of purple lightning pythons suddenly emerged from the void. As soon as he raised his hand, these thunder pythons roared and rushed towards the Yin Jiao, entwining with each other and turning into a lightning cage, trapping the seriously injured Yin Jiao inside. Although it struggled hard, it was still unable to move at all. On the high platform, all the warriors were dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The brutal Yin Jiao that killed 2 masters of the transformation realm was subdued so easily. Is this still a human? Even if a god descends, it would be no more than this. Everyone was speechless, stunned, and couldn't believe what they saw. Humph, I've already said it before, my master is the most powerful, he's no liar. The new disciple, the young girls I Ching Jun blushed with excitement. On the high platform, the warriors looked at each other with awe, as if they were looking at gods. I in the world of martial arts, strength is everything. The few people who had made sarcastic remarks before were sweating on their faces and their legs were weak. The grandmaster cannot be insulted. This is the iron rule of the martial arts world. What's more, Qin Yang's strength seems to be beyond the simple description of the word grandmaster. Could it be the legendary divine realm? Qin Yang looked down at the awe and fear in the eyes of the crowd, without any fluctuation in his eyes. I in the previous life, as the Thunder Emperor, I was above all races and was high and mighty. I had seen this kind of scene too many times. He withdrew his gaze after a long time and looked at the Yin Jiao trapped in the Thunder Python cage. Once I take the inner elixir of this beast and refine the divine essence pill, I will have a great chance of advancing to the divine realm. A hint of heat flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. My strength will increase significantly if I advance to the God realm. By then, we will truly have the power to protect ourselves. Now, although he has advanced to the peak of the transformation realm, and as the reborn Thunder Emperor, he has various methods and his strength is incomparable to that of ordinary warriors, but at present, there are still many things in this world that can threaten him, for example, fully armed soldiers and armies of a certain size, high-powered missiles, and howitzers. But after advancing to the divine realm, with his own strength, even a missile would find it difficult to kill him. At that time, it was nearly 100 miles away. Fang Yu sat cross-legged in the air, staring at the scene on the chessboard in front of him, with a slight smile on his lips. Do you still want to get the inner elixir, refine pills, and advance to the divine realm? He chuckled, but there was no smile in his eyes, only endless coldness. What are you thinking about while I'm here? There will be more later. Chapter 396. Fang Yu takes action. Qin Yang is furious. Call. Against the strong wind, Fang Yu slowly stood up. Sizzle. He stretched out his hand and wiped the void. The space trembled, and green lightning flashed across Dai in an instant. A divine sword wrapped in green light mysteriously emerged from the void and appeared in Fang Yu's hand, the secret treasure of the sect obtained from the master of Xintian sect. OM. The wind is flowing in the air. Behind Fang Yu, a martial arts figure suddenly appeared. Come. Speak a word then. Within a radius of dozens of miles, the vital energy of heaven and earth shook violently, sweeping over and pouring into the phantom. Boom. The shadow trembled, and the next moment, it suddenly expanded dozens or even hundreds of times, like a god from heaven descending to the world. A green long sword also appeared in his hand, and his eyes were cold. 3 moves of the absolute sword, slashing the sky, cut, boom. The shadow swelled wildly into a towering giant, and the green sword in his hand fell lightly, shaking the space, and suddenly slashed towards the direction of Yinlong River, dozens or hundreds of miles away. The space was broken in an instant. An almost invisible black crack emerged from the void, and at a terrifying speed, it broke the clouds into pieces and extended madly forward, the other side. Qin Yang was raising his hand, intending to take out the inner elixir of this Yin Jiao that obviously did not want to surrender. At this moment, his movements suddenly stopped. The hairs all over my body suddenly stood on end, and my skin felt like it was being pierced by millions of silver needles. Since Qin Yang's rebirth, he has encountered many hard battles and dangers, but there has never been a single time when there was such a sign that death was approaching. Boom. The next second, the void energy exploded wildly. The surging Yinlong River suddenly split open, leaving a hole 100 meters wide that reached the bottom of the river. It was as if it was split open by something. 50 meters in front of Qin Yang, the cage formed by hundreds of thunder pythons exploded, but before the Yin Jiao could experience the joy of being freed from the bondage, its huge body suddenly stiffened. Then, it exploded into bloody powder and turned into ashes. Qin Yang's pupils suddenly contracted. He no longer cared about the Yinlong Jiao. He flashed backwards and instantly grabbed Zhai Qingjun, who was on the platform and had no time to react. The rippling purple lightning turned into a protective shield, protecting the two of them. The black sword light stopped the flow of Yinlong River and killed Yin Jiao. Then, it arrived at the platform in an instant. Next second, the warrior on the platform was still in a daze. No matter what their cultivation level was, they were all torn into pieces by the terrifying sword light. The rich blood energy began to spread around, but before it could disperse, it was pulled into the ground by a strange suction force. Qin Yang reacted quickly and avoided the core coverage of Zhang Kong, but the aftermath still knocked him dozens of feet away. Purple protective shield. Violet vibration. Far away, Fang Yu sensed it with his mental power and smiled. TSK, you're worthy of being the protagonist. With the protagonist's aura and incredible luck, it's really hard for a villain like me to be killed. However, isn't it a bit too arrogant to want to protect your disciple in front of me? This is not good. His eyes were as cold as the wind. The next second, he suddenly stretched out his hand and extended a finger into the void, slightly tilt to the side. Boom. 100 miles away, the overflowing sword light was summoned by something and suddenly condensed, turning into a black stream of light as thick as a thumb, rushing towards Qin Yang's figure in midair. The space was torn apart, and the black sword light, which was condensed into a point of power, moved at an unimaginable speed. It penetrated Qin Yang's purple lightning shield almost instantly, and then disappeared like a phantom. Shai Qingjuan's eyes were extremely confused. She opened her eyes wide. A thumb-sized bloody hole pierced her head. All life in her body was cut off in an instant. This is the disciple Qin Yang just accepted a fall. Die. Qin Yang didn't even have a chance to react. Asshole. Qin Yang was furious, lightning condensed in his pupils, and the sound was like rolling thunder, exploding on the surface of the river. His eyes were filled with bloodshot. This Thunder Emperor, whether in his past life or this life, had always been advancing triumphantly and killing his enemies easily. For the first time, I felt such indescribable frustration, humiliation, and anger. Chapter 397, Formation. Very good, very good. Above the river, Qin Yang's white robe fluttered. Puff. There was a cold glint in his eyes, murderous intent burst out, and the air was buzzing and trembling. The anger, murderous intent, and evil spirit in his body have almost become tangible. Hua. The surging Yinlong River was filled with blood. This is the blood spilled by the Yin Jiao that survived for 1,000 years and was smashed to pieces. Without any suspense, Yin Jiao's inner elixir also disappeared for Qin Yang. The inner elixir of a great demon whose strength is close to that of a god is an indispensable ingredient for refining the divine essence pill. On this earth where the spiritual energy has just revived, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to find one. Fang Yu's strike was equivalent to cutting off Qin Yang's path to rapid advancement to the divine realm. In addition, Qin Yang lowered his head and looked at Zhai Qingjun, who had lost all his breath and had his eyes wide open in his arms. His face twitched slightly, the dark pupils became even darker. The reason why Qin Yang accepted Zhai Qingjun as his disciple was not only because she possessed the rare Suzaku bloodline, was extremely talented, and had the potential to be cultivated, but also because he saw the shadow of an old friend from his previous life in Zhai Qingjun. That old friend had once saved him from a fatal disaster, and lost his life because of it. Therefore, he accepted Zhai Qingjun as his disciple because he was touched in his heart and felt a little guilty and wanted to make compensation. Not long ago, I had promised to teach her to become an unrivaled strong person, but now, she is dead. The first disciple he accepted in this life died in his own hands. To Qin Yang, except for a very small number of relatives and friends, everyone else on this planet is just insignificant ants. There are actually ants who dare to violate his dignity. Thunder Emperor, you must not be offended. Qin Yang's eyes were cold. He raised his head suddenly and looked in a certain direction in the distance. His pupils seemed to have seen Fang Yu sitting peacefully in the void, playing chess quietly, across a distance of 100 miles. His eyes were cold, and his voice was like a rolling wave. Whoever you are, today, I will kill you. Boom. Almost at the moment the sound fell, Qin Yang waved his hand, and Zhai Qingjuan's body was swept to the riverside by a force. Immediately, he suddenly raised his foot and stepped on the void, causing the air to vibrate wildly, and a white airwave swept away. The whole person turned into a white sword and shot out violently, pointing directly at Fang Yu. At that time, he did not notice that the rich energy and blood power emitted by the many fallen warriors on the platform disappeared completely and silently. A strange gravitational force pulled all the energy and blood, absorbing them into the ground. Buzz. So, just as Qin Yang used the ability to step on the air that he had mastered in advance due to his magical secrets, he rushed up and reached a height of several dozen meters. Bang! Qin Yang's body was suddenly bounced back. What? Qin Yang was shocked. Boom! The void energy exploded wildly. The air solidified slightly, as if it had become gelled. Red lines like magma twisted wildly and appeared on the ground, and black mist rose up, like a key, cleverly drawing the momentum of the entire Yinlong River and the surrounding mountains and valleys, and madly pulling an endless vitality of heaven and earth. Countless energies, like a purgatory, form a grand and majestic formation. The black fog became thicker and thicker. It was very light at first, but gradually it covered the sky and turned into a huge black cover, covering the entire Yinlong River. How can it be so easy to let you go? This is the first mission assigned by the Master. If I let you escape, I will be in trouble. Along with this vision, a hoarse, cold laugh was heard. A 5-meter tall, insubstantial, illusory, and distorted demonic shadow appeared outside the formation, its eyes a strange blood-red. Fang Yu's goal is to kill everyone here. Moreover, it now seems that the real target is probably Qin Yang in front of him. In this situation, how could Moing allow Qin Yang to escape? He had already absorbed enough soul power from the deaths of so many warriors just now. Now, if he could kill Qin Yang and perfectly complete the task assigned to him, he would undoubtedly leave a good impression in front of Fang Yu. Of course, Shadow Demon is a very cautious person. Before activating the formation, he had already hidden in the dark and carefully investigated. Qin Yang's true realm was only at the peak of the transformation realm,